I just want it to be funny. Somewhat like smart funny. But that's probably asking too much.
I also think play into the plot correctly because the plot of One Punch Man is that you have this guy who's the single most competent man in the world.
You kind of have the plot as well.
The plot is about this man who's the single most competent man in the world, but like a girl takes all the credit for it, or other people take all the credit for it. Like it's a metaphor for not having confidence.
Have you guys seen The Studio with Seth Rogen?
No, I heard it was really good.
It's like pretty good. It'd be a lot better if it didn't pull its punches, you know? But it does pull its punches because Seth Rogen's got a bit of a woke fact. But like,
He absolutely is.
yeah, but like, if it didn't pull its punches, it would have been really funny. But anyway, like, I think it does. Yeah, I think it
It's something we have to be in the industry to appreciate it. That's I've heard from people in the industry that it's good.
I think the answer is yes because it to me rang very true, and but I could see why normal audiences wouldn't like it because it's unwilling to like actually go there and make the jokes it wants to make. So it's like it's just stopping short of constantly making the right joke, and it makes like this side joke instead. In the first episode, he takes over as studio head and he wants to make prestige pictures. But then Bryan Cranston is playing like the studio owner and he wants him to make Kool-Aid the movie, based on the success of Barbie. He's like, yeah, let's take the Kool-Aid IP and make a fucking great movie about it. And he has a meeting with Martin Scorsese, but Martin Scorsese wants to make a movie about Jonestown, and Seth Rogen is like, well, that's great. That has Kool-Aid involved. Why don't we just you can make this movie if you call it Kool-Aid. And then Martin Scorsese is like, yo, low-key, that's kind of genius. I love it. Whatever. Like, let's do it. And then the studio owner is like, tell me you didn't tell Martin Scorsese he could make a $200 million movie about Jonestown that is allegedly about our Kool-Aid IP. Like, are you retarded? And then Rogen like bitches out and is basically like, I bought it just so I could kill it. And he's like, damn, smart move, whatever. And then he has to go back to Scorsese and be like, I'm killing your movie. And Scorsese's like, you fucking piece of shit. Like, that's basically the plot of the first episode. And it's a good structure, it's a good plot, but it doesn't work because it's not willing to actually make jokes that are offensive, and so it's not funny or interesting.
Wait, you're telling me a show making from a studio is produced by a studio that would hold its punches?
Exactly. That's the problem with the show.
Yeah.
Rogan really went off a cliff too, like with the wokeness stuff. Like,
When he threw James Franco under the bus, it was when he did a retard. Because listen, I'm not saying James Franco's a saint, but he didn't have to attack him. He could have just held the line. And I honestly looked at what James Franco did, and he was admitting he did it, and he's a lefty. But I don't think he's clearly not in jail. Like, I don't think he did anything horrible.
I really liked that joke when it felt like it was missing something. Aha, you explained it perfectly. That's what's missing.
Yeah, it's pulling its punches.
I'm not saying it's a good movie.
did Franco really do other than like I heard he was like sleeping with his acting student?
This is what happens. He literally had acting courses, and one of the lessons was teaching the actors how to do a sex scene on screen. And then the women complained that he wrote them during the sex scenes he was teaching them how to do.
Yeah, that seems like he fucked them after class and never called them, kind of a thing. That doesn't seem like much to me.
It's the same thing they did to Joe Gatto, from Impractical Jokers. He's had some accusations that he's inappropriately touched people, but he was never sexual. He's just a physical comedian, and you find 3 people who say they don't like what you did, and they can destroy your career with that.
This is why Ronald McDonald wears the big gloved hands, Mickey Mouse too. Because you can't inappropriately touch a child with giant padded mitts around your hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, I remember thinking Franco didn't do much of anything. That was my thought.
And I just thought it was crazy how much Seth Rogen just completely disowned and disavowed and destroyed him. And I'm like, dude, he's your boy for 30 years. What are you doing?
I know. Yeah, Rogan's, he's a coward, really, is what it is. Like, he's just a coward. All he had to do was say, hey, listen, I think that we should take women seriously, and I think that all accusations should be treated seriously, whatever, but, like, I don't really know what's going on here, and so I'm unwilling to cast stones until there's more details, and we know what's happened.
Yeah, you can say that. You can also just be like, listen, I've known James Franco for 30 years. I know his art, I know his soul, and he's a good man, and I'm sure, we're all trying to become better people, and to whatever extent there's any merit in these things that have happened, I know that with time, James Franco will, become a better person and a better man. And,
One thing, I think this goes back to the Christianity thing. It's very hard to, actually believe in redemption if you're not a Christian, And I don't think many atheists do believe.
Live in the West Coast. I do live on the West Coast. Have you ever visited Las Vegas, or are you near the LA? I'll be in Vegas for Black Hat. Man, please don't forget me. Please back channel me right now. I'm gonna hit you up. Hey, bro, great. IG. Because you're gonna get a chance to beat a retard up. Are you happy? I think that's correct. I get bigger retard. You must hate self-deprecating humor. Listen, brother. You can keep it respectful, or you can choose to play gangster. I'll meet you either way. I have no problem fucking you up. Okay, continue. By the way, we have mutual friends. I suggest you watch your fucking mouth because you're making yourself look like a jackass. I am rep on behalf of being a polite person. I don't deserve this disrespect. I don't. You rep on behalf of being a retard. Fucking bad bitch with a big dick talking shit on the internet. You're a loser. You have one rep of being a retard. You look like Lionel Richie. You're a retarded Lionel Richie. You're your girlfriend. You're a retard. You're a retard. You're a retard that looks like Lionel Richie. You probably shouldn't be talking like a tough guy. You made no sense. This guy's just mad because I get more black pussy than he. PTR your girlfriend. Wow. These retards are something else. I told you guys I had no patience. Listen, when you come up here and say, hey, I can mispronounce words because I have autism, and then you think you're not going to get picked on, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry. I'm going to pick on you for that shit. You don't get to fucking hide behind your fucking autism. I don't even believe
autism, and he's the smartest guy in the app. So, what's yours? Alright, if he wants to come back up and tell us about the Mac bar, he's more than welcome to come talk about it. We can carry on.
There you go.
Maybe we'll do a GoFundMe for people.
Let's do the Mojo Shut the Fuck Up when someone else is talking challenge, where he asks a question and let them answer it without interrupting them. You don't have fans here, brother. You have sycophants who are your dick lickers. Anyone objective will look at you like a bitch. You know that, right?
You know, Truth, since you said that you have a reputation for being, respectful.
Yeah, not when someone calls me a fucking retard, Steve. Where's your line, Steve? Where are you standing, brother? You call autistic people retards, Steve? Steve, do you think that being autistic your whole life might make you sensitive to having someone throw your disability in your face as a fucking joke, and then once it backfires, try to say you don't even have it?
Thank you.
This is what the fucking internet does to people, folks. They act like they're not human beings. They talk in ways that they could not invent. You could not do this in a room full of people who know you, work with you, shop with you, or are friends of your family members. You have a fucking reputation you would want to protect. You wouldn't want to be known as a degenerate. Well, on the internet, it's all shit and giggles because you're 30 going on 50, still acting like you're 16. Grow the fuck up.
Well,
Yeah, I mispronounced the word, not in my native language. You want to fucking laugh for another 10 minutes because you have nothing on today?
Yeah.
You fucking door?
Yes, I do.
well, actually, if I
You're a
may,
fucking loser! We're
thank
discussing
you.
Israel Palestine. He's making fun of a mispronounced word for
It's
5
a
minutes.
deflection, Truth.
And then
Don't let him
go
get you out of body.
If I could
They have
speak,
no other
And you talking
argument.
to me, Steve?
if I could,
dick washer, bro. You're a dick washer.
thank you. If I could continue.
No,
I've
don't
been
fuck
here
me.
for
Fuck you and fuck him.
Thank you. I've been here for 20 minutes. I've kept my mouth shut. I was trying to do a little bit to defend you, Truth, but now you have convinced me not to. For someone,
You said you have a good reputation. You didn't say, hey, Truth.
I didn't say anything. I haven't spoken for the past 20 minutes.
Autistic people should be called fucking retards, Truth, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Steve, go fuck yourself. I don't need you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know what?
You actually think
I
this is
don't.
where I sit here and go, oh no, I lost Steve. Oh guys, did you hear I lost Steve? Guys, did you hear it? I lost him. Oh no, the guy who couldn't stand up for 1 second.
I don't believe
that was
you.
out of pocket.
I think
Go,
you
hey,
are a
Mojo, I think that was
liar.
wrong. But you can't even stand up to Israel, so why would you stand up to Mojo? You're not gonna stand up for what's good. You're not gonna go, hey, that's wrong. You're gonna try to tell me I fucked up or try to be my friend. Go fuck yourself, respectfully.
I was only speaking for about 15 seconds and you interrupted me 3
Yeah,
times.
you watch me get slapped in the face and then start talking to me instead of the person who slapped me. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
I was trying to give you a little bit of props, but you have convinced me.
Buddy, I don't need your props. I need you to address the person who just disrespected someone for being autistic and then didn't even apologize.
Okay, A, I don't believe you're autistic.
Cool.
B, I don't
I've been
believe.
on the app 5 years.
And you've interrupted me 5 times right now.
And read my entire bio just
How could anybody believe that you have a reputation?
Weird that now you think I have to perform my disability for you to think it has merit. That's strange, brother. I don't know what to tell you. Dude, is this?
No, I don't know what to tell you. I just moved you to the audience because I'm sick and tired of you interrupting me not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times, but 5 fucking times. So now I'm going to take just a very little bit of time and finish what I wanted to say. Where I originally came up to support autistic people because I have a mod squad that regularly comes on to my regularly scheduled show on Saturday and Sunday morning, and 25 to 33% of my mod squad are autistic. So I would say I have a better than average experience and knowledge of autistic people. If indeed you are autistic, you certainly don't act like it. If indeed you are respectful, you certainly don't act like it. And last but not least, I have no desire whatsoever to defend anything about you whatsoever, because I have not said anything bad about you, about autistic people, about anybody. You interrupted me 5 times. You're rude, you're nasty, and quite frankly, I think you deserve everything that you've gotten in this room.
Steve, I'm not sure, maybe you came a little late, but Truth is being disrespected from the jump, as was I. We get, called names.
Did you both are fucking retarded?
Crazy stuff. So,
Well,
I love all those
Bima,
dudes.
and now I know I'm interrupting you, but Bima, you've known me for a year or two. You just heard Truth say a bunch of things about me. Question, Bima, has anything that Truth just said about me within the past 2 minutes true?
Oh, I wasn't paying. I apologize. I wasn't paying that close
Oh,
attention.
okay, all right.
I was more focused. I was trying to get in there to let you know. Maybe you came a little late, but he had already been, attacked and
But not
but he was
by
making
me.
great points. And no,
But
it wasn't
not by
you.
me.
It wasn't by you. You're right. It wasn't by you.
However, in the past 2 minutes, he laid into me. Totally, right?
Yeah, that may have been a fumble.
Okay, would you attribute that to autism, or just, and again, everybody, if you're insulted by 4-letter words, turn your volume down for 30 seconds. Is that just because he's a nasty, rude, mean son of a bitch? If not, why did he lay into me? What did I do to deserve that?
Well, I think he let you know.
Hold on. I'll go see if I can explain this. The reason he lit into you is because he's fucking.
He was trying to explain it to Steve. He was frustrated with you addressing him before addressing the disrespect that was given to him. He wants to have a good conversation. He came up on stage. He's a great interlocutor. I love him. Free Truth. And I think we should get a start.
Well, considering
I've invited him back up. He's not accepting the invite. I've invited the guy up. Listen. I do not discriminate. I will call people out for being retarded, but retards are welcome on the stage. Beama's still here. We can bring Truth back up. Look, some of my best friends on this app are fucking retarded.
And again, I admit it, after interrupting me 5 times, I'm the one that dropped him to the audience. And I think any other mod that was interrupted 5 times in a row would drop him to the audience. So I don't think.
Please invite him up. I want to hear him talk about the knack.
Yeah, because I don't think I was disrespectful to him. I don't think I was rude to him. Oh, and here he is. Okay, Truth, go ahead. Talk more about me.
Or the knack bar.
Yeah, you can talk about the knack bar, or you can talk about what a negative son of a bitch, whatever you want to say negatively about me. Go ahead.
Look, I'll say this respectfully. Maybe I jumped the gun, Steve. I'm not willing to say I did, but I'm also willing to say I don't know for sure. It seemed as if you were about to browbeat me and do the kind of what's the term? Not pandering, freaking, not condescension.
Well, considering you interrupted me 5 fucking times, you'll never know what I was about to do.
I'm trying to remember the term.
Considering, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I heard.
Okay, you heard what I said.
Oh, so now you're gonna. Okay. Anyway, I can't remember the term, but it's essentially a combination of pandering and condescension, where you just, like I said, watched me get slapped, and instead of going, "Hey, Mojo," just for the record, I don't think he deserved that, or I don't think that's appropriate. Which, by the way, many people in the chat were doing, right? So it's not like I'm just even this is something people recognized and saw as wrong. You say you were going to sympathize with me, but instead of first correcting the person that gives you a reason to sympathize with me, you went straight to sympathizing with me. That's called enablement of abuse. But that's fine. I get it. It's the internet. We act antisocial here. Why the fuck would we be normal and act like we have compassion? Let's try to make up for getting bullied in school, right? Like, it's weird here. I swear to God, it's so fucking weird. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, I mispronounced Nakba and then got interrupted for 10 minutes in midstream of thought. Because that's how adults have conversations, right, guys? Yeah, okay. So, but whoa, why did you crash out? Just because when you brought up your autism, someone said you're retarded. Whoa, that made you crash out? Like, the audacity. These are the same folks, mind you, anyone listening, these are the same folks who cuss at people who cut them off in traffic. But they have no empathy for me getting frustrated with being disrespected. That's how you know their fucking amygdala is triggered and the prefrontal cortex is no longer operational. There's no empathy or reasoning coming my way. So I won't expect it any further.
Your autism is kicking in again. Your autism's kicking in again. Your autism's kicking.
Yeah, it's never going away, buddy. And I actually like it. Anyway, so to my point, I was in the middle of the Palestinians are ethnically tied to the Levant region. It's essentially comes from ancient Canaanites. There's been a lot of migration and activity in the region, but that is like the ancient ethnic origin, and the Palestinians are modern day Canaanites. That's been proven genetically. In fact, Palestinians have more genetic legacy to the region than the modern day Israelis. That's also been proven and documented. But I know people who are descendants of colonizers don't care about indigenous.
By the way, Truth, it's a great name, great nickname you have. When are you going to start speaking it? And by the way,
Cool.
you just regurgitated. Hang on for a second. Hang on. Truth. I'm not going to look. I'm not going to do this with you. You're not going to. No, hang on. Don't tell me how to talk to you.
Don't tell you how to show basic respect.
It's not going to happen. No, you're not going to. No, you're not going to do this to me.
This is the internet.
You might do it to other. You might do it to other. You realize that you get dropped.
Keep it.
Truth, are you done now? I mean, look,
No, I'm waiting for you to be an adult and make an argument instead of an insult.
Okay. You were absolutely incorrect when it comes to the understanding that you have about the Nakba.
Please enlighten me.
Okay. Yeah. It does mean catastrophe. The word was adopted in the period closest to about 1948. The meaning of it is catastrophe. What it referred to, okay, taking pen and paper out, is
oh my God,
the loss
you need to get
to. Okay, hang on. I know this is hard. Okay, no, hang on. No. Because I just want to correct you. It means the catastrophe was to the loss of the Jews. 5 Arab countries committed a war, a genocide, committed to a genocidal war against Israel. Okay? And the catastrophe was that they fucking lost. That's what the Nakba was. That's what it was originally named. And then it was changed in the 60s, right, to suit a narrative about the displacement.
So can I
don't know if you understand, but the people you're talking about, for a start, the history that you try and present is garbage. You're stating things as facts, where historically they are completely inaccurate, genetically inaccurate as well, statistically inaccurate as well. It sounds like you're basically being regurgitating propaganda that is completely off the rails. These people are Palestinian people. They didn't even identify as Palestinians back in the early 20th century. Did you know that? They didn't even
still don't know that.
There was no such place called. There was no state. There was no kingdom. There was no country. Nothing. There was no culture that was called Palestinian.
Bro, then can I ask you a question about that? If that was true, do you know who the father of Zionism is? I mean, like, I know it was a concept for.
Hang on.
Yes.
Do you know who that is? The Herzl. Hold on, I just have a question. I just got a question for Ro.
What's wrong
You know who Herzl is? Yeah? You know who Herzl is?
Okay,
Okay.
Beamer.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Shut the
Just
fuck
one
up for
guy.
a second. Thanks. Okay, having a conversation with Beamer. Beamer, before I even answer that question, what is Zionism?
It is the belief that the people, that the Jewish people should have a nation state.
No,
Not exactly.
you're close.
Yeah, that is what it is. It is a Jewish state.
Not exactly.
Okay.
I'm telling you what it is. It's a movement of Jews to be able to return to their indigenous, native, and ancestral homeland, and to be able to self-determine within that land, which is Israel. So you were close. Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna call you out now on 2 points. I'm gonna tell you why it's bullshit on 2 points. Have you ever read Herzl's A Jewish State?
Hang on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now we're getting some.
Okay. So, on what authority, right, do you have on this topic? First of all,
Hold on. What authority do you have on the topic? We're having a conversation. All right. So now that I'm asking you questions, you don't want to answer the questions. Well, hold on. No.
No,
This is no. I have the same authority as any other person.
When you are running a room, when you're moderating a room, I will respect the fuck out of your decision to be able to talk over me. I'm expecting you to be able to do the same thing, okay? And there are reasons why I'm choosing to be able to try and pinpoint this conversation in a direction which maybe you feel uncomfortable about. For a start, are you Jewish?
Ro,
Are you?
do you
Yes or no?
understand? No, I'm not going to commit you.
That
This is a
question
logical
didn't-
fallacy. These are circumstantial outcomes. Ro, if the statements that I'm saying, if there's a truth value, you assess the truth value. Are you saying that only? Hold on.
No, you're not gonna fucking.
Wow, so dishonest, Ro. You're fucking dishonest.
No, bro. No,
Dishonest motherfucker. Wow.
You guys want
Bro, so this is what it is. So now once you start losing, now, I see, Ro. Wow. Don't even want to have the discussion. If logical fallacies up the end. That's disappointing, Ro.
Logical fallacy too. It is.
Very simple, straightforward.
What a coward, Ro. Dude. That's so fucking disappointing.
Favorite speakers, but he's acting like
That's a good question.
Beamer, we can have that conversation.
You're not a fucking big man, bro. Just chill. It's Clubhouse, you dork.
Alright, let's restore order to the room. You guys can bring Truth back up. It's fine. I didn't move you. I wouldn't move you. Now that it's sunk in that you're genuinely retarded, I will not pick on you anymore. I have sympathy now for you because now I believe you are retarded. So I will not pick on you. So I just want to reset the room. I do think it's interesting that you have the non-Jews lecturing to the Jews what Zionism is. It's a very interesting room that we have here now. But Bima, and everyone stay on mute. We can refute it later. Bima, go ahead and make your point. Tell us everything that you know about Herzl. Tell us everything that you know about Zionism. We'll give her as much time as she wants. But then after she's done speaking, then we'll allow the Zionists in the room to respond, and we'll see what she got right, and we'll see what she got wrong.
Thank you, Roger. So, just some points of dishonest discourse. I want to have a truthful discussion, right? Clearly there's agendas in the room, and people get, I guess, I don't know, ego gets tapped at, and then they want to shut down conversation. Just when I was asked earlier, hey, was there a war before October 7th? Was there a war October 6th? And I answered, well, it's respective who you're talking to, right? If you want to say Israel says no, still Hamas would say, and Palestinians, Gaza, whomever, they would say that there was, right? Oh, I'm being dishonest. I had two people, somebody else, JB, said, oh, you're being intellectually dishonest. Okay, Well, why don't you just Google some Israeli-born historians, okay, who will answer in the same exact way. You are not gonna find, okay, a fucking true historian that's gonna say that October 7th there was no war and that it happened, it just happened because of what. No, there's fucking plenty of historians. Yeah, you can roll your eyes because you're getting fucking demolished, bro. You're getting fucking demolished. My point is that when
Ryan, hold up. Ryan, do not interrupt. We said that we're going to give uninterrupted time for Bima. Now, Bima, you're all over the map. What you were going to do is you were going to explain everything that you knew about Herzl, everything that you knew about Zionism, and then we were going to get a response from the Jewish people to explain to you if you were right or wrong. People don't want that opportunity for you, Bima. I'm telling the stage to not interrupt you, but apparently people don't want that. I'm getting the thumbs down for giving you the mic and telling people, do not interrupt this woman. This woman is going to tell you, you Jewish people, you need to listen to this. Bima is going to educate you on what Zionism is.
All I was going to say was that I understand that returning to the homeland wasn't, it didn't come up by Herzl, right? But he wrote one of the foundational texts in the 1800s, it was called A Jewish State. That was the pamphlet, right? And in the pamphlet, it wasn't the Jewish state. He was talking about developing a company, and it wasn't Palestine, which, by the way, for everybody who says, oh, they weren't a nation, they weren't a people, well, that's crazy because Herzl in 1890 something was very clear to refer to Palestine as Palestine. Okay, so that's hilarious. Whoopsie. So very specific, okay, in identifying that. But it was between two. It was between Argentina and Palestine, and they were, let's get what we'll take what we can get. So it wasn't Zionism in what I understood. If you're going to go from this foundation, like, okay, return, we can argue, I can see your point if you're going to say whether it's return to the homeland or a nation state, which, like I said, one of the foundational texts that Herzl talked is a Jewish state pamphlet. It wasn't necessarily going to be Palestine. It was going to be any nation state that the Jewish people could go to. Okay? Now, I would like to hear what you guys think about Herzl. I'm open to it. And let me know. Tell me where.
All right, hold on. I'm going to call upon, blink your mic if your name is Ro, El Normo, or Harry, and you want to respond to this. Blink your mic. Either Ro, El Normo, or Harry. El Normo.
So, Jews have all returned home to Israel and have done so for more than 2,000 years. Like other people, like black folks, Chinese folks, sometimes we live outside of our homeland. That's called the diaspora. Ruins, bullets, or galoot. Zionism begins with Abraham and God. God saying, go up, go out, go to this land that I have given. And eventually, this little tribe of Jews ends up in Israel. About 2,000 years before the Christian Messiah appears, or the Christian leader of Christianity, or the founding figure that he called Jesus. Zionism is intrinsic to the identity of the Jew, in as much as it represents a return to Jerusalem, a return home. We pray facing Jerusalem, and we pray for the return to Jerusalem at minimum 3 times a day. And we've done this for thousands of years. Now, Herzl happened to be a modern European. So he had the idea of returning in modern times to our home and forming a possibility and the necessity of forming a modern nation state which became Israel. Are any questions, Bina?
So my question is, when you read, so first of all, what do you think of Herzl as an authority connected to Zionism? Do you subscribe to him? Do you not subscribe to him? Do you think most Jews subscribe to him? Do you think most Zionists subscribe?
Tried to unmute. There are 17 million Jews. He's one voice. 17 million.
So would you say he's an authoritative figure, though, when it comes to the topic of Zionism?
One small contribution to make, which I thought I wrote down for you, the idea of making it like a European foundation, which was repeated eventually on every continent of the world. See, we were coming out of the age of empires. So there was the Austro-Hungarian Empire. We got broken up. There was the Ottoman Empire. We got broken up. There was the British Empire, broken up. French Empire, Belgian Empire, broken up. What replaced it? Homeland for the indigenous people. It was indigenous to Israel. Among many others, Jews. Also, Samaritans, Assyrians, Yazidis, Muslims. Israel's founding document, unlike Hamas's, which says they're going to kill every Jew on the planet, they never repudiated that. Israel's founding document, its Declaration of Independence, you should read it, guarantees equal rights for all minorities, unlike any state in the region. It's also parliamentary democracy, European style, unlike any state in the region. So he made an important contribution. He's one voice among.
They call him Moses.
Right, exactly. I was just gonna say that. Like, are we the
Moses.
right? Would you agree that?
Oh, wait, well, he asked me twice, I gave him the answer. Who calls him Moses? Hello?
Alright, so I'll go pull up articles.
Who calls him? Wait, you said they call him Moses. No, we don't call him Moses.
No, I said they.
Who's they?
Basically, they consider him relative. I'll pull it up for you. They
Well,
consider
why did you just answer? You made a statement. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Herzl is considered one of the fathers. One of the fathers.
I find Jewish publications and reading into
I only asked you a question. If you don't know, say I don't know, and don't say
Is that important?
Oh, that's fair. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
So why did you say it?
It's not important yet. Herzl is one of the fathers of Zionism.
He made an important contribution. He was responsible to drive this affair. There are many Zionists and many kinds of Zionism, but we all have one thing in common. We understand the importance of returning home, and that a home in Israel, being in our indigenous homeland, is central to our identity as human beings, as a family, as a tribe, as a nation, as a people.
I found those quotes if you want them.
Yeah, but what about what I just said?
So
You
I was
understand
looking
that?
at what you asked me to find.
Yeah. Oh, so you get lost? You can't.
Yes, my retarded ass has a hard time listening to someone speak and find a source.
Sorry to hear that.
You wanted me to find people calling him Moses.
Wait a minute. Why is it that I'm a bad guy when I call you a retard, but when you call yourself a retard, it's okay? I don't like this double standard. I don't like this double
You
standard.
literally know the answer to that question.
Yes, I do. It's you're literally retarded. That's
Also, if you have a nickname for your friend, I can call him that nickname. Or like if you call your girlfriend a silly insult, but it's an inside joke, I can just hop in on that inside joke, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not explaining how society works to love the world, man. To the point, right? To the point. You asked who called him Moses.
Thing.
Yeah, the reason I said they is because it was like a rhetorical thing. You have to understand this man, you're downplaying.
So what's the answer to the question? If you're not listening to what I'm saying, what's the answer?
Come on, bully.
Who called? I'm gonna make you a sweater that took big V for victim on it. You're such a victim of modern
conversation. We're gonna keep it calm. Everyone's just gonna relax. We're gonna like keep all of our disabilities in check. We're just gonna make sure that when we're having this conversation, that we're just gonna. There's two rules. Try to make 1, maybe 2 points. Keep your share brief. Then mute up and then let somebody respond. I don't want where this is going to get out of hand is if people talk over each other. So I want to just go ahead and turn the mic over to Truth, a self-identified retard, and I want to hand the mic to him and allow him to speak. So I will no longer call Truth the retard. I will just refer to him the way that he chooses to identify himself. So Truth.
Yeah, so for the record, self-effacing humor is common. If I call myself a big jackass, that doesn't mean you can start calling me a big jackass. So yeah, just to why he's more than just one Jew amongst millions. He's the founder of the World Zionist Organization.
He started an organization.
Hold on.
He started an organization. Who calls him Moses?
He was the first president.
He started an organization. You guys are a lot more important than that.
Hold on, guys. Listen. This is going to be the order. Truth is going to speak, and he's going to make 1 or 2 points, and then Norm is going to respond, and then we'll pass the mic around. But go ahead, Truth, speak, and then Norm, let him uninterrupted get it off his chest, and then you will speak uninterrupted.
Thank you. Yeah. So in doing so, he met with the Ottoman Sultan, the Sultan himself. He met with the British government. Originally, they floated Uganda as a temporary solution. He met with the German Kaiser and Russian officials, and he legitimized the Zionist
Who called him Moses? Nobody. You want to withdraw that?
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. You made me a big point if you wanted to
really get there. I
Don't
promise.
say start with there and then go on. Start there. Who called him Moses? Thank you. Thank you. Who called him Moses? Nobody? Okay. You withdraw the statement. All right. Now what do you want to talk about? Yeah. You withdrew the statement, right?
Oh, wait. Okay. So there is a publication known as the Mosaic Magazine. It's a Jewish publication, and
Never heard of it.
cool. So you know about every Jewish magazine, huh? Is that?
No, and you clearly don't know anything about Jewish period.
You just sound you sound like you're shitting your diaper.
No. You know what?
You're sitting in piss
You
and shit.
have an unhealthy obsession with men's ass.
You're having a piss fit.
You have an unhealthy obsession with men's asses. And you need to work on that. Now make your point.
Hold on.
Ass. You're doing the biggest ass man. Go.
Are you familiar with the mitzvah?
Just go. Just make the point. You're tiring this out with your nonsense. Go.
Okay, so my main point is just to say this, right? Because this is what I really wanted to say earlier and I didn't get to finish. The locals in the region, the Palestinians were displaced. Someone asked me, oh, well, where do you get the term Palestine from and how long have they been called that, etc. I can't speak to
Some left and some stayed. Is that more accurate?
I'm sorry?
Some left and some stayed. Is that more accurate?
Some left and some stayed. They were displaced.
No, they weren't displaced. Some left and some stayed. That happens in war. No different than the 7 million refugees who left the Syrian war. They started a war in 1948, and some left and some stayed. And many, they were told to leave. They weren't displaced. Nobody displaced them. That's more accurate. Next point. It's 100% true. Question the next point.
So this is important because one of us is correct. I'm not even.
That's correct.
I can be. Please. I'm willing to say I could be incorrect, although obviously I'm convinced I'm not.
Okay. You don't know this. I think if you haven't read the
Make this moment definitive because
there's 2 million Arabs in Israel. Obviously, they stayed. Correct. So
in the United States of America, more?
Say again.
Are there Native Americans still in the United States of America?
Irrelevant.
Oh, okay. So you have the comprehension to catch why that's relevant.
No, I have more comprehension.
Hold on, we're doing the talking. No, hold on. We're doing the talking over again. We're gonna take turns. If you guys need me to do it, I will literally say, okay, it's your turn to speak. Okay, Norm, you're done speaking. Truth, it's your turn to speak. I don't want to have to do that. Can you guys regulate this?
Yes, I will respond. So there are 2 million Arabs living in Israel, fully integrated to every aspect of society, from shop to the Supreme Court to the Knesset. They have their own party. The Israeli laws do not discriminate in any way at all among different kinds of Israelis. Some Arabs say they have full rights, some Arabs lack. Next question. Truth, you're inaptly named. You should be untruth.
I swear to God, if I had a nickel
So
for
your
every
head
time
said
someone
miles.
said I'd have a lot of nickels.
You'd have a nickel. What's your next
We'd
one?
all be rich and we'd all be hanging out in Israel and the whole situation would be cleared up and we'd be,
I mean, you can be hanging out in Israel anytime you want, but the thing is, they probably don't right now.
yeah, exactly. If I go on a flotilla hundra, I give any type of, if I want to, rub elbows with peaceful people that happen to be on the other side of the border. I never said Hamas. Don't be dishonest, Hari. Don't be dishonest, Hari. That's hard. That is a very argumentation, Harry.
I think the civilians there are peaceful people.
I think that the civilians there who haven't harmed peaceful people, who haven't harmed Israelis, are peaceful people. Yes, I do.
So what about the same ones that held hostages in their houses, that spit on the bodies of people being brought over from Israel into Gaza? What about those? Are those okay too? Because they didn't harm anybody. They just spit on their.
Well, I mean, if they're like I said, are they harming people? Are they harming people?
So you'd be okay if I brought a dead woman's body?
No. I was giving you that. I don't think that should have happened at all. I don't think that should have happened. I don't condone that behavior at all. I also don't condone it.
Do you think that they would accept you? Do you think that you would be able to walk into Gaza as an American woman and nothing would happen?
You wouldn't make it a block.
That's a lie. So here's what.
No, wait. Not a lie. I was just there. It's not a lie. You wouldn't make it. I don't care either. Well, I literally find it on the map. The difference between you and I, Truth, is you couldn't find Israel on the map. If I asked you,
I couldn't find Israel on the map. Go fuck.
That's correct. You couldn't find Israel on the map. That's correct. You couldn't find Israel on the map. True. Absolutely true.
Literally,
You don't want me to test you right now. You don't want to. I beg your pardon?
Like to you.
A half-wit? Like that? Maybe quarter?
Okay, but do I
What's your next question?
Because last I checked, that's not one of them.
I'm not interested in ethnic origin at all.
Cool. So
What's your next question?
you can't look at my face, so you don't even know what I look like. So you're.
Why would I want to know what this is? An audio app, you half-wit.
I have a picture of me and my uncle in my.
How am I supposed to know that that's you and your uncle?
I guess
That's
it's
just
Conversation, Truth. What relevance does that have?
You know
What's your last question? What's your last
Israel
question?
and Ethiopians. What did they do?
What's your last question? I just made a
What did
point.
they do to the Ethiopians, Norm?
We brought them there, we risked our lives, but the only people who really deal with you else, I'm gonna ask you.
This is how you know he's a provocateur.
Hold on, guys. No. You guys are doing the thing again. Take turns speaking. Literally, just take turns speaking. This means that when the other person is speaking, if one person is speaking, the other person should remain muted. This is not complicated stuff.
You asked the question, I will tell you. Well, Israelis are the only people in human history who brought Africans out of Africa to freedom. The only ones, and risked our lives to do it. It's not a lie. Name another people who did that.
Well,
You can't.
What the fuck?
Name another people who did it. Name another. You want to know why you can't? Because it didn't happen. Because I checked my facts, unlike you. Now, what's your next point? We're the only people in human history that lifted Africans out of Africa to freedom. Only ones, and risked our lives to do it. Now, what's your next point?
Norm, let's bet $1,000 on this.
Just make your next point.
You said no.
Just make your next point, unless you have other information.
Can I debunk your last point?
Who else did it?
Debunk it. Would you
Who else did it, Debunky? Who else did it?
bet me $1,000?
Bet
accepted African refugees by Israel.
No, I said we're the only people in human history who lifted Africans out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery. That's what I said.
So wait.
And risked our lives to do it.
You're trying to cover
And
your
risked
ass.
our lives to do it. Okay.
He's trying to cover his
No,
ass.
I'm finished with him. He doesn't know how to.
He's trying to cover his.
It's done.
He's trying to cover his ass. Look at him.
I don't need to. What other country did it?
Why are you running?
What other country did it?
Said the Ethiopians.
What other country did it? None. Goodbye.
Said the
We're
Ethiopians
done.
that came to Israel.
We're done. We're done. We're done.
No.
Okay,
You
next
said
person.
the Ethiopians.
He's too stupid for this
Look at him
conversation.
hiding.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's little bit of mediation here. So, True, is there a reason why you're not responding to what Norm?
Well, because he keeps muting me.
No. Hold on. Let me just say this. If you guys can't handle the mod badge
I'm not being allowed to.
if Norm's asking him a question, we want the guy to reply. So, Norm, go ahead and ask your question again, and we'll get Drew to reply. And if he doesn't reply, then we'll.
Oh no, I got the question.
What other country besides it? Hang on, I'm asking my question.
He actually said it.
I'm asking my question.
Drew, respectfully, let him ask his question. Norm, ask it.
You can have all the time you need. What other country in human history airlifted black folks out of Africa to freedom besides Israel?
Okay, so just before I answer the question, and do not interrupt me, please, thank you, because you're controlling narrative and it's propaganda. So the first thing you said was Israel took in Ethiopians that were slaves. They weren't slaves. That's just fucking weird. You
I never said
It's
that.
almost as if
I
they
never
equated
said
black
that.
people with slavery.
I never said that. It's not.
Yes, you did. It's fine.
You don't even
I don't
speak
get it.
English.
Please let me finish. The next thing you said is that they did them a favor. This is important. Anyone here, if you're bored, just Google Israel.
Never said we made them a
being
favor.
allowed to say this.
You're answering a
They
question
did
right
what
now.
the Americans did. They did like
Okay, Mojo, I don't have to. Hang on a second.
They
Hang on a second.
unironically
Hang on a second.
literally did what Hitler
Hang on a second.
did to the
Hang on a second. Hang
See how
on.
he won't let me finish?
No, hold on, guys. Hold on. Real quick. Norm.
I have a question.
Yeah, hold on. Real quick. We're gonna make this very simple. Norm, without any extra stank being put on it, just simply ask the question, then mute yourself, and then I will call upon True to answer the question. Go.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you have to do this. What other country in human history airlifted black folks out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery, risking our lives to do it?
Yeah, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, New Zealand, because we're talking about black refugees being resettled, right? So, anyway, like I was saying, resettling African refugees is not unique to Israel. But you know what is unique to Israel? Making the women infertile. Do you know what I'm referencing, Norm, or do I have to educate you?
That's also a lie, by the way. When was there an airlift of black folks out of Africa by
Who pays attention
Canada?
to what Norm is trying to ignore?
This is a lie. I'm challenging your first statement, then we'll challenge your second lie. When did the U.S. and Canada airlift black folks out of Africa to freedom? Please tell us when and where, because I can tell you when Israel did it. Go ahead.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, so let's go look up United States takes in African refugees. This is
Not takes in, airlift out of Africa, risking their lives.
That's not what happened. You know that's not what Israel did, right?
It happened multiple times.
That's not what happened.
Well, now you're debating something
Okay, so
different.
educate me. Okay. Please educate
When did the United States do it? Please mention the
provide a
air.
source. Norm is meant to provide a source.
Operation Moses and Operation Solomon.
I cannot wait for this source, Norm.
Operation Moses and Operation Solomon. You're very ignorant about this stuff. When did the U.S. do it?
No, please. You said Israel did it. Please tell us about it and get us.
Sure. Wanted to learn about Operation Moses? Okay, hang on. Operation Moses. Aren't you embarrassed to not know locking my finger. So, Operation Moses was the covert evacuation of Ethiopian Jews from Sudan during the civil war that caused a famine in 1984. Originally called Gur Aryeh Yehuda by Israelis, United Jewish Appeal changed the name to Operation Moses. Date, November 21st, 1984 through January 5th, 1985. By the way, it was done by the Mossad. Unprecedented undertaking, a thrilling collaboration between the Mossad, the CIA, and Sudanese state security to smuggle 8,000 Beta Israel out of Ethiopia, where they faced hardship, persecution, famine, and death in a massive airlift to Israel. There's much more. That's just one. I guess they never heard of it.
No, I've heard of this. But, to be fair, I didn't actually know they were airlifted outside. Just looked at. I'll take that. I'll take that out. I didn't know they were airlifted out. I'll take that. The reason why
Somebody else did that, by the way.
respectfully, okay, respectfully, I took that out. But like, how were those refugees treated once they arrived?
Integrated into society like any
Nothing happened. Nothing controversial whatsoever.
Well, there was false charges that 35 people received Depo-Provera, which is a birth control injection, when they were in refugee camps because rape was widespread, but it was debunked. Next question.
I'm gonna look into the debunking of it. I'm gonna look into
Sure.
the debunking.
Any more? So let's move on. Do you have any other points?
Hold on, real fast.
Yeah, you'll find it. Yeah. What's your next question?
I'll find it.
Yeah, it was debunked. What's your next question?
I'm looking into
Okay.
that right now.
Well, let's move. Can we move on, Mojo? We just don't know what you think about. Like I said, you couldn't find Israel on a map. Nor could you find this so-called Palestine. Nor could you even name a city.
Hey, I got a question for Truth. Hold on, I got a question for Truth. Truth, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm just reading about this one.
Yeah, so I just real quick when people chant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What river are they referring to?
He's gotta Google it real quick.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell. I didn't expect this. Bloody hell. You couldn't find it on a map. It's tragic. And by the way, do you know
I'm
right
trying to find
return?
another tab. They said it was reading.
Okay, what's the river?
Jordan and Mediterranean, bro. Get out of here.
So he had to Google.
Yeah, I had to Google.
Listen, hold on.
Another tab.
Hold on, everyone mute themselves. Everyone mute themselves. This is the test that you should give to people in real time. When they start talking about Israel, you should just simply ask them, when they say the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, just simply ask them what river, what sea, and what you get is you get what Truth just did, where he pauses.
I didn't pause. I was on mute.
It's even better. Hold on. It's even better when you do it face to face, where they don't get an opportunity to use the Google machine. Like the next time you meet people, just ask them. Don't ask them in an accusatory way. Just ask them like you're curious. Just say, hey, so what river are they talking about? What sea are they talking about? And then just laugh at the answers that they give you, or laugh even more when they don't give you an answer.
Yeah, so anyway, look, what I was doing was reading about his claim that it debunked. I don't know how the fuck I Googled something while reading something else. Anyway,
You said you are a different
so
soul.
you said, hold on, I
No,
said
no,
that
I'm
why
not
you
gonna
told me to go find it because
You admitted it. You are a different
you
tab.
can't find it. Yeah, on a different tab, reading about what we were just discussing.
Oh, you're right. So you didn't know, did you? Just admit it.
We were just talking about this.
Just admit it. You had to.
Bro, you guys test motherfuckers' patience. I just put the link in
You don't
chat.
have anything.
Where is the debunking for them sterilizing Ethiopian women?
You're gonna have to find it.
You said no. You said it never happened. I
Yes,
found it.
you got any other? Mojo, why are we doing this? You can answer it.
Dude, did Buster lie?
Hold on. I'm just asking to have a little patience. The guy self-identified as a retard, so we have to be a
Studios Caravan or some shit. Now I know why you emphasize the fuck out of the word airlift. But regardless, I did know about the plan though. I did not know about the airlift, but regardless of that, the main contention was that when they got there, they were sterilized. Now, you told me that was debunked. I took it on face value because I just took the L on the airlift, so I said, hey, look, maybe I'm wrong. I go and look it up. I can't find a single fucking source debunking it, but I'm finding a bunch of sources verifying it. So if you would do me one last favor, and I'm sure if you, I don't know, maybe you want people thinking that Israel sterilize black people just because they're black?
No, you're a fucking lying anti-Semite. I don't want anybody to think like you. The article is in the chat halfway. I'm sorry, you're not a halfway, you're a quarter way. The article is in the chat. Who's next?
This is a joke, though.
Who's
you
next?
have a third party.
Who's next? No more. Mojo,
publication.
Mojo, he's too stupid.
Do you have a third party news publication?
There are many.
Jewish government?
You've been debunked.
This guy gave me Russian
Mojo.
to talk about Russia. This is fucking
Hey, guys, look, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move on. It's clear
exactly
that look, this whole room. The title of the room is Bema Lectures to Jews About Zionism. I think this room's been kind of a letdown because I haven't heard anything that was educational. I'm looking for somebody, whether it's the self-identified retard or Bema who rejects the term, to continue to educate the Jews on the stage and in the room about Zionism. And honestly, I find it fascinating how much information you experts have on this topic. It's absolutely amazing, especially considering when asked what river, what sea.
No evidence that Ethiopian women were forced to take birth control. That's in the chat. That's just one of many publications to debunk your lies, which are pathetic.
Okay, so find me one that's third party. Find me one that's not based in Tel Aviv.
What's the third party?
Find me.
Okay, Mojo, read it first.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. How about this?
Yeah.
We're gonna kind of gently move past this topic. I'm gonna go ahead and just ask a question, and it has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with Palestine. I want to shift gears a little bit and see where the room is at, because this other topic, people kind of shift gears. There's a lot of intellectual inconsistency here. I want to ask about the conflict that's happening between Russia, Ukraine. What do you guys think happened there? Anybody want to take a poke at what happened there? Because this is one that fascinates me, because I see people, like, when I look at these two conflicts, for me personally, I see Russia invaded Ukraine, ergo Russia bad, retaliatory force good, ergo Ukraine doing what they need to do. If you go into the Israel conflict with Hamas is a terrorist group. They attacked Israel's civilians, women and children. They still have hostages to this day. Ergo, Hamas committed the act of aggression, and the retaliatory force, the righteous retaliatory force, is being used by the IDF. And I see these things pretty black and white. But I also see people that are, you can be pro-Israel and then pro-Russia, or any combination thereof. And I'd like to talk about that thing. Norm, why do you think there are people in the U.S. and in the West that can look at those two situations and end up on the wrong side of either of those? And specifically, I want to start transitioning this conversation into Russia, Ukraine, but is there a reason why you think people in the West have a problem calling out naked?
And people have a weird obsession, as we've just seen, based on moronic inability to think. They have weird obsessions about Jews. It's been around for thousands of years, all these myths and lies. Oh, you killed Jesus. Oh, you killed God. Oh, you use Christian babies' blood to make monsters. Oh, not that you risked your life to save your Ethiopian brother. Oh, you gave them birth control. Oh, one bunch of bullshit after another. Just endless bullshit. By the way, only people in human history that lifted black folks out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery. Did Truth ever say thank you? He took an L. He didn't say thank you, or he didn't say I was wrong. No. So why? Because people have a weird, sick obsession. And by the way, I figured out why they have this obsession, Mojo. Especially folks who have been oppressed and suffered slavery themselves, like us. It's because they see the redemption in our narrative. That once we were slaves and now we're free. That song is written about the Jews who were enslaved in Egypt. It's a gospel song that black folks sing in this country, America. Once we were slaves and now we're free. Once we were blind, now I can see. They make a mistake in their brain thinking that the story must be about them. It's not enough that this beautiful story, our Torah, applies to them as it applies to every human being. Yes, your suffering has meaning, but something clicks in some people's minds, like people in this room, and they think that they have to be us. And so they hate themselves, and they take that self-hate and focus on us and say, you're not the real thing, we're the real thing. Even though it's just an absurd contention. It's like a personality disorder. Then they'll tell you what you think and feel in order to avoid admitting what their own low self-esteem and sense of worthlessness. That was a bit of a psychological lecture. I should publish that.
I see. Okay. Anybody else on this stage want to tell me when they look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, who they see as the aggressor? Anybody want to answer that? Bima, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on who the aggressor is with Russia-Ukraine.
Always the state. It's always the state. Russia wouldn't be able to do what it was able to do without the violent back force of the state. They're not a bunch of Russians that are so pissed off that a few Ukrainians wanted to live the way that they wanted to live, declare independence however many years ago. They didn't give a shit. They're just following orders like the sheep that they are to do what government and daddy says. And then that's the collectivist disease. It's always the government. These aren't people warring back and forth. This isn't a civil war.
So you would agree that you would agree that it's the tyrant Putin that invaded Ukraine. You'd agree with that?
I'd say, of course, but more so, right? Putin didn't go by himself. He wasn't just this person born to the planet with all of this military power, right? He got it. How did he get it? Through belief. People, a fucking superstition. Bunch of people believe that he has some authority and they're just going to follow and do what he says. So they're going to go and harm innocent people and violate other people who are just trying to live. It's what it is. Always a government. Always a government.
Kind of sounds like what Hamas did to Israel.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, you agree on that? Interesting.
No,
absolutely. 15 minutes ago.
You just didn't listen, Harry. More Harry argumentation. I'll tell you what. Who Hamas should have
an
fought?
official term, Harry argumentation.
Harry, I like that too. I like it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't like it for the reasons why you like it, but I find Harry to be very.
Harry.
he's got a common sense approach to these things. Like, you know, like if somebody commits an act of terrorism, he calls them terrorists. And if somebody kills a terrorist, he says, yeah, that was probably the right thing to do. I think Harry argumentation is rooted in common sense.
No, what should have happened, Harry, is as soon as people, whoever they might be, IDF, whoever, whatever entity began building a wall, they should have, Palestinians should have fucking took them out, slaughtered them right there as soon as they started to put them in and tell them that they couldn't live free as free people and travel peacefully. Take them off. Take it right there. And I would have been right fucking there. I also would have been right fucking there with that day on October 7th when these Hamas, these terrorists came in and decided to harm innocent people. Those innocent people were the people who created these blockades, who are starving, who are sending the war, who are sending the rockets, and who are destroying the infrastructure. No, it's the individuals, and the Palestinians should have taken every motherfucker out. That peaceful protest that happened before October 7th for 8 months, bullshit. Every single IDF, I don't give a shit, that stood there, that blockaded them, told them they couldn't get food. Take them out. As soon as they said, oh, I'm going to put a gun to your head, I have inherent moral authority over you. I'm going to tell you when you can move and what you can do and how you can get aid. Other people, take them out. I'll tell you what, the flotillas as well. Flotillas coming, peaceful people coming to aid other peaceful people in exchange. IDF, those people should be taken the fuck out. That IDF, take them the fuck out, right? You don't interfere with peaceful people.
You keep repeating yourself, but everything you said is actually wrong. If you actually know the history about what was going on over there for the past 60 years, you would realize why there was a wall put up in the first place. I don't know if you've ever heard about the first Intifada or the second Intifada, but that was pretty much the primary reason that why there was a fucking wall in the first place. Second of all, the people in Gaza had the right to freely go into Israel and work into Israel, make money inside of Israel. And who do you think was supplying Gaza with electricity, water? Who do you think was supplying? You think it was their own infrastructure?
As soon as you tell somebody that...
No, of course it matters. Of course it matters. You didn't let me finish.
Sure, go ahead,
So
Jerry.
the first Intifada and the second Intifada, people were Palestinians who are... Hamas are Palestinians, by the way. I don't know who you think Hamas are. They're just some random people in Gaza that no, they're Palestinians. That's who they are, first of all. They would go inside of Israel. They would kill people, family, little kids. This is way before October. This is years and years ago. They would go in. They would go on to. You can look this up. There was a story of a Palestinian terrorist. You can call him Hamas. You can call him Palestinian terror, whatever you want to call him. Went onto a bus, a city bus that was taking kids to school and blew up the fucking bus as a suicide bomber and killed the innocent kids. And this was just one instance out of many. That was during the first Intifada, the second Intifada, which was the reason why the Israeli government decided, hey, we need to put a wall up, we need to make sure this is regulated. People can't just keep coming inside and out of Israel without being checked to see if they have any bombs on them, weapons on them to come and commit terrorist attacks. So it's not just like, let's just put up a wall just to put up a wall. There was a reasoning for it, right? So maybe if you actually understand the reasoning behind things, you would realize why that happened. It's not just because we wanted to put up a wall for fun, okay?
Right, yeah, that's what I hear, but my issue is, what year was the wall put up, do you know?
I don't know. I can go look that up. I have no idea exactly what it was because it wasn't just a 1 year thing. It was over time they did that. So
The security wall was a response to the Intifada, like you said, Harry.
That's right. See, El Normo knows. He knows.
Wait, what's
so
the
like
question?
2007, right? El Normo.
You didn't even know what the second Intifada was.
Hold on. I know how listen, what, that's hilarious. We could, do you understand you could just keep going back though? You go with the second Intifada, the first Intifada, and then what happened before that? Then the Lebanon War, and then what happened before that? The Yom Kippur War, all around the same time. Wait, we could go back. Yeah.
The Yom Kippur wasn't against Palestinians, by the way.
Well, what happened before that?
Wait, why don't you stay with one topic at a time? It's like ADD over here.
Yeah, but hold on, but no, but this is what I'm talking. Then you just keep going back. You had the Lebanon insurgency. Then before that, you had the war, 6-day war. Before that, you had the.
One at a time, Beamer. One at a time. Okay. You mentioned.
Hold on, can I finish just talking to Harry real quick?
But you're just rambling around. Like, take one point at a time. Yom Kippur War in 1973 was a sneak attack on the holiest Jewish day of the year in an attempt to wipe out Israel. What point are you making about it?
Why did that happen? Why did that happen?
Because they told us why. They wanted to wipe out Israel. They said it.
Who attacked who, specifically?
Syria and Egypt attacked Israel.
Syria and Egypt attacked Israel.
In 1980, Yom Kippur War is famous. I mean, I learned in the war. We don't know. I mean, so listen. And by the way, they had way more tanks than we did, and they almost achieved it. And we fought it out in the Golan Heights, which was why when we took the Golan Heights and beat them, a freaking miracle, by the way. I remember you know how old I am. 2 airplanes. Of course, I was very young when I was in college. Not kidding about that. 2 airplanes full of guys left my college, which was Brandeis, to go to Israel to help out. 2 airplanes full. I remember it well. Yom Kippur, 1973. Syria attacked with all of these tanks. They outnumbered us like 10 to 1. And these incredible, brave Israeli tank commanders outmaneuvered them and crushed them. We could have taken Damascus at that time, by the way. We could have taken Cairo as well. That's how good we are. So, yeah, they attacked us and tried to wipe us out. You didn't know this, Bima?
Well, what relevance? That has no relevance to do with Palestinians. Like she's just bringing stuff up that's honestly really irrelevant to what the conversation was about.
Of course it does. Of course it does, because it's all. You don't think that it's all connected? You don't think that how? Okay.
How is it connected if it's sovereign nations attacking Israel?
Why? You could answer your own question. Why was it that they attacked Israel specifically?
Because they don't want it to exist.
They said it. They said it in words. They want to wipe us out.
If you were to read a historical, you can even do an Israeli.
Bima. One word. Genocide was their reason. Genocide. They said it in so many words. They want to wipe us out. That's genocide. Now, what are you want to excuse that? I thought you liked it. I thought you didn't like it when they attacked peaceful people.
So you're saying, Nora?
Yeah.
That giggle.
Tried to commit.
Hold on. Can I say what that giggle represented? That giggle represented El Normo. That's a really good point, and I don't know what to say. Bima.
No, to be honest, it's slightly disingenuous because yes, and here let me meet you in the middle before I make you think I'm an enemy. So we're innocent Jewish people being attacked, settlers, etc. Yes, but
settlers? When? There were no settlers.
Hold on, well, that's what I'm saying. From the perspective of the Arabs, they just watched people get displaced and lose their land. And
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were expanding. They were expansionists. They wanted to conquer a sovereign nation and wipe out all the people in a genocide. They said it.
Yeah, they were very hateful. It's disgusting. I of course that's true.
No, there was no settlers.
Well,
you still don't know the map. You know where Syria is? You know where the Golan Heights are? Well, why don't you take your little map now and look at it?
That's not northern Israel.
Look at it on a map. So where were the settlers?
That's Lebanon right there. But wait,
where were the settlers? You really don't know what you're talking about. You literally.
Oh, I see what you said. You're saying there were no settlers.
These people don't understand that
direct region. I'm not talking about.
You've never seen a map. You never took 2 seconds to look at a map.
I literally know the. Okay, anyway, I'm not talking about.
You literally know what? What do you literally know?
The specific states in the area. The formation of the Middle East. It's not the.
I don't think you do.
That's very.
I don't think. Okay.
Please,
let me show you how wrong you are.
Disrespectful. I just wish you'd calm down a bit. Like it's weird.
Well, no, this is the way I am. You have to get used to it. This is the way I order eggs in the morning.
I'll give you that. That's true.
This is the way I order eggs in the morning.
I know. I believe it.
I was just as nasty to the white supremacist the other day
I know.
that did on
I
Twitter.
believe. I've seen you with your friends, and they literally tell you they complain just like I do. So.
Well, they're welcome to complain, but you know what? I hate to say this. The
No, at
girls
least it's
love
not
it.
personal, right?
The girls love it, by the way. I don't know why, but they do. They're drawn to like nasty guys like me. Anyway, so when is Judea and Samaria, which Jordanian colonists called the West Bank, which is ridiculous. There's no Jordan has no business being there. When Judea and Samaria were occupied, right? Who did we occupy it from, if you know? Truth. And when?
You said I actually don't know. Sorry.
Jordan.
Do you need to know any more?
Wow,
I'm shocked. No.
He said that he didn't know something.
You don't know the region. You don't understand the geography. You haven't seen a map. Jordan attacked Israel in 1967. Up until then, they maintained domination of our holiest site, which is called the Kotel, the wall of the western wall of the temple. And when they attacked in 1967, Israel begged them not to attack. They did anyway because they didn't want to lose face among the other Arab nations. It was Egypt to the west, it was Syria to the north, and it was Jordan to the east. Jordan attacked, and they lost.
And it's interesting to note that while Jordan quote unquote occupied Judea and Samaria, they also destroyed like almost 60 Jewish chunks. They looted and completely desecrated holy grounds to the territory. And when Israel took over after the war in 67, right, when they took it back in 67, they allowed the Waqf to maintain control of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They didn't destroy anything.
That's correct. The Waqf, W-A-Q-F. That's right. That's the religious authority.
Yep.
You probably didn't know this either, Truth. Did you know that these so-called Palestinians had Jordanian passports? I don't know what makes them Palestinian. They had Jordanian passports. I got another one for you.
Hold on, I just triple checked. I knew I was right. So Israel had begun settling in those territories in the Sinai Peninsula.
What territories?
In the Sinai Peninsula and
we were talking about Syria.
No, I'm talking about back when we were talking about the young.
You said Sinai Peninsula settlers. There were no settlers for them to attack. There were no settlers in the Golan. We're talking about Syria.
The Golan Heights that's Syria. That's right next.
That's north. You said Sinai Peninsula.
Up there.
Hold on, so if I'm not mistaken,
there were Israeli
the
farms.
6-day war happens. They capture that territory. To be fair, hey, they took it in war. They attacked them. But to be fair, they also attacked because that was when they first came and took the land in the first place. So that was a response.
Who took what land?
From my understanding, the WZO negotiated with the Ottomans and the British to secure.
Dude, who took what land? What are you talking about?
The Zionists purchased what we would consider Israel, modern day Israel.
What do you mean?
And they did
Israel was created on May 14th, 1948.
And I guess you never heard of the UN partition plan either.
That's what I'm describing right now. No, it was a purchase agreement before. You don't even trust me. It was
happening
by 1920. No, people think Israel was 1940. It was like Norm, you know him, right? It was like 1920.
Don't try to get me on your side.
Hold on. Well, no, I don't
know what you're talking about. You literally.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Everyone, hold on.
But you know I'm.
Oh no, everyone holding on includes people that self-identify as retards. So I just want to ask this question, Truth. When you think about the conflict between Israel and Hamas and this idea of Palestinians or of this imaginary place of Palestine, would you consider yourself, like, scale from 1 to 10, 10 being a fucking expert on the history of this conflict, and then 1 being you know nothing at all? Where would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10 on your knowledge of it?
I'll give 2 scales. 1, a personal scale, 2, a public scale. Because, like, most people probably are, like, literally functioning as, like, a 0. And compared to them, they would think like a 6, but by my own standard, like a 4.
You're 4. Okay, got it. So I would just say this, right? Considering you didn't know what river, I'm going to be kind to you. I'm going to be kind to you. Listen, I'm going to be. Hold on. I'm going to be very kind to you, and I'm going to say that your estimation of a 4 is an overestimation. I'm not going to say if I think you're a 1. Hold on. I'm not going to say you're a 1. I'm not going to say you're a 2. I'm not going to say you're a 3. Hold on. Listen, I'm talking. Listen, I get it. Self-identified retards.
You said 1948. I said the 1920s. The Balfour.
Is there a reason why you don't understand that I was the one speaking? No, you're trying to interrupt me. I'm not going to let you do that. I don't let self-identified retards have an excuse to interrupt me. You can just stay silent.
I have a chance to reply.
You will absolutely get a chance to reply. I like it when self-identified retards reply to what I have to say. It's amusing to me. So let me just finish. You said that this is your score, that you're about a 4 expert on this conflict. I'm going to say that based on what I've heard today, considering you don't know what river it was, that you were probably less than a 4. And I'm not even going to score it 1, 2, or 3. I'm just going to let your imagination, decide where I might rank you on the scale. What I would also like to ask is a question, and you will get to reply, but just a quick question. Norm, when you think of this conflict, the history of Israel, Hamas, and these claims made by the imaginary group of people called Palestinians, would you consider yourself on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 knowing nothing, 10 knowing everything? Where would you rank yourself, Norm?
7.
Excellent. I would say that is probably an underestimation, because I think you have a very good understanding of this stuff. And by the way, when who the hell am I to decide? Listen, I observe stuff. I read everything. When I talk to people that are genuine historians about this stuff, it seems like while there are definitely opinions that may vary, when it comes to the facts, I think Norm is very strong with the facts, and I think truth. What I would encourage you to do, and I promise you're going to get to reply, what I encourage you to do is do some study, figure out what river, figure out what sea, figure out who the Palestinians are, what their lineage is, because you tried to explain it earlier and you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. I would just ask you to do a lot of research and then come back to the room with what resembles facts, and then have a good faith conversation with Norm.
Thank you for giving me a chance to reply. So everything I said was correct. I was talking about the genetic lineage of. I was asked what is a Palestinian? And I said, well, they're a descendant of the.
Wait, hold on, Truth. I was just gonna ask Roger. Roger, do you remember what he answered when you? Because I remember. I almost remember word for word what his answer was. Do you remember what he?
Yeah, he went off on this weird tangent about Canaanites.
No, he didn't. Okay, wrong.
No, actually,
okay. Continue.
Bima, why would you? Okay, listen, Bima, you're not going to interrupt the self-identified retard. This is ableism, Bima, so I had to move you down to the audience. You don't commit acts of ableism. No, Truth, I'm going to give you the self-identified retard. I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, when I spoke about the Levant, and I even said then, I was like, I'm not some expert from off the top of the head. They're descendants of people from the Levant. They have more genetic ancestry to the region than the modern day Israeli does on average. It's mostly Sephardic Jews and fucking Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews are from Spain. So
what you're saying.
No, that's been proven. I can get links.
No, it hasn't been. The opposite has been proven.
There's more that I have to reply to.
The opposite has been proven.
There's more that I have to reply to. Because I was treated, and in fact, I kind of have a bone to pick with you, Norm, because I asked you to come in and verify what I was saying, because I wasn't wrong. And because it
Yeah, you were
was
wrong.
your
You've
narrative,
been wrong about
you
almost
just
every single
like
thing you
to-
said.
No, you gotta, you
Yeah.
gotta let me finish.
Everything.
It's not the Balfour Declaration,
Everything.
right? In 1917, you have, and by the way,
Okay.
this is
Are
what
we starting over?
This is what's
What is
going
it that you said that you were right about?
Stop. You gotta let me finish. I
Truth.
promised a chance to finish.
True.
So,
What did you say
hold
that
on,
you think you were right
just
about?
because you got mentioned, you don't need to jump in real fast. Just hold
Truth,
on.
what did you say that you're claiming you were right about?
Please. What you're about to
No,
do,
I'm
just
trying to
please,
make
it's
a
hard for me to
statement.
think
What
and
is-
hear you. Please, bro.
Okay,
Please,
so
I'm asking
just
you.
listen to me.
I'm
What did
asking
you
you
say
to
that
let
you
me
were?
talk, please.
So you weren't right about it, right?
No, I'm
You were
asking
wrong.
you to stop interrupting me. I can't
Okay.
hear you and think.
So don't make false statements and you won't hear from me,
Cool,
okay?
okay, whatever, you're right, whatever, please.
Okay.
So, like I was
Okay.
in the middle of saying, right? The thing I mentioned was the Balfour Declaration in 1917, and I think this
What
is
would you
actually
like
an
to say
important
about
piece
that?
of history, because I think it's a beautiful moment in history for Jews. I don't think it's something to
Uh-huh.
highlight. It's not bad. I'm not bringing it up as a gotcha.
But what does it have to do
I'm
with
just
anything?
expressing my perspective on the
What
history
about it?
and why
Everybody
we
knows
saw that.
about it. What is your point?
Because I think actually the way they were treated is horrible. I think anyone with common decency and reads the history
What do you
is kind
think
of
about
nuts,
the
right?
Balfour
Because
Declaration?
there's a
What's your point?
Please stop interrupting me. There's
Well, just
a ton
get
of
to the point. You're just
anti-Semitism on the
bluffering.
rise in the world. Yo, there's
You're
a ton of
bluffing.
anti-Semitism on the rise in the. Oh my fucking god, Norm.
Yeah. So what point do you want to make about
Let
Balfour?
me talk, bro. Mojo literally promised to reply to him, and you have not shut up yet.
But you're not rebutting him. You're just wasting everybody's
I'm not
time.
talking to you, Norm. I'm replying
You're not
to
rebutting him.
I'm
You're not
replying to
rebutting
him.
him.
Just let him
You're not
reply
making
so
any
we can
point.
demolish him after he replies. Go ahead.
He doesn't have to say anything.
Bro, this isn't the Norm show.
Yeah, it is actually.
I know that's how you think.
You're wrong about that,
I know
too.
you're a narcissist, but
What do you
please
want to
stay-
say about? No, you're the narcissist. And the.
Okay,
what
so
do you
we
want to
go
say
on
about?
mute for 5
What
seconds.
do you want to say about Balfour?
Thank you. And no, I think this is important because I think this is where people can at least agree and meet in the middle, right?
So far, nothing you've said is important.
Cool, love you. Anyway, so there was a fuck ton of anti-Semitism. Jews were no longer favored in various countries that they had the largest concentration, sadly, and so they begin to talk about it. And this is where you get Zionism, and it wasn't even always originally going to be that area. But
Zionism has existed for thousands of years. That's not where you get Zionism.
Yeah, I know. Zionism is the
Incorrect.
idea of a Zion, but I'm talking about like the secular Zionism, even like the treating it like
It wasn't secular. It wasn't secular. You're just wrong
Well,
about everything.
what I mean it was, hold on. What I mean is, you know what I'm talking about. They literally created.
No, I don't. Nobody does.
The guy from I'm blanking on his name now. He literally said we need a secular variant of Zionism. He specifically said it, and he was correct. No, hold on, please stop. Let me just say what I'm saying, because it was important that happens, and that's how you start getting it. You have the first Aliyah, the second Aliyah, and then sadly, of course, the third, which is like, and then that. After that's the Holocaust, and then you get the millions come. And so I'm super sympathetic to the Jews going to that area, immigrating to that area. I don't look at them as like these bad, nasty people. That's not the thing. I'm not an anti-Semite. That's why I hate that I kept getting called an anti-Semite. What I'm saying is...
You say a lot of anti-Semitic nonsense.
No,
based on ignorance.
So when they...
Hold on. I want to intervene real quick. Two things. Norm, you're going to have to let the self-identified retard finish his points. We're going to have to be even more, just patient, because he's self-identified. I do not want this rumor to come out of this room that we're being ableist, so I definitely need you, Norm, to allow the guy to speak. But the other thing I wanted to say about this is that you can use anti-Semitic tropes and not be an anti-Semite. The real test of that is when an educated Jew or even an educated person on the topic corrects you. If you continue to use the anti-Semitic tropes after it's brought to your attention that it's anti-Semitic, then you might be an anti-Semite. And so I will forgive people that use anti-Semitic tropes because many people don't know that they're anti-Semitic tropes. But once you're confronted with the truth, if you reject it and continue to use the tropes, then you get the smoke.
If I even touch that, that's a whole new can of worms. So I'm just, oh my god. I just reject the idea I ever said an anti-Semitic trope. But
Pretty much everything you said was.
No, Norm, you're gonna let him speak.
Oh, sorry,
Hold on.
you're right.
He's gonna get 3 minutes uninterrupted, followed by 3 minutes of Norm uninterrupted.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll try to make it as fast as possible. So yeah, you have the British Mandate, the Balfour Declaration, the Zionists successfully getting Britain to express support to create a national home, the negotiation with the Ottomans, the Aliyah series, which is like, I think there was 5 of them. The third, the nasty one after World War One. No, there was another one after that from Poland that was pretty bad because like the anti-Semitism was getting on the rise, and then the biggest Aliyah was the one just before the Holocaust, and then the Holocaust when like 1 million came, and so the region that they were immigrating to just started ballooning in concentration, which is, you know, from a sympathetic stance good, because now Jews are given the opportunity to have their own land where they're more safe from the anti-Semitism, which was real, as proven by the Holocaust. But for the locals in the area, all they saw was colonizers using their wealth and adjacency to colonial powers to like kind of imperially land grab, right? And to be fair, this is where I think nuance is always important. It's probably a bit of both. It's really naive to assume that all these, as millions of Jews are moving there, none of them are looking at this as a huge financial opportunity and possibly causing, let's say, discomfort to their neighbors. Now, that being said, nothing that they were doing, in my opinion, justifies the level of crazy racism they experienced. Like that whole behind every rock, behind every book. Like, no, it's a religious kind of hatred that's going on. So I'm not trying to downplay that. I have my own experience with racism as a black person, so I can't imagine what that is. I have Jewish people in my family. I've always been very sympathetic to that. I'm not trying to downplay that at all. But I think what happened is, at some point, the Jews became, they were the winner. The 6-Day War is crazy. And that's another thing. I'm probably running out of time, so let me make sure I hurry this up. The 6-Day War is another example of like, they did not have that coming. That's insane. They almost got genocided. And in a miraculous, as Norm was talking about, in a miraculous turn of events, they dominated. They secured new territory from people attacking them, which is just badass. I just think that's such a badass thing. And historically, if you go to war, you conquer territory, you don't have to give it up. They gave up some of it. They didn't have to. They kept less than they gave back in an attempt to get peace. It didn't work. Like 20 to 15 years later, the same states tried again. The Yom Kippur. And it just shows that there was really a high level of hostility to them, and nothing they were doing was like successful in creating fair treatment. But again, now from the other side, from the flip side, the Arabs were mad from the beginning from the UN partition plan. Right now, to be fair, there was violence against Jews before the partition plan, but it escalated dramatically after the partition plan because it gave all the port access and the fertile farmland and the historical like relevant territory to the Jewish state, and it gave the Arab state just like the mountains and the dry desert and the shit that no one really wanted. And this is demonstrable. Like there's like Tel Aviv is beautiful, for example. With port access. But anyway, so the point, but realistically,
Okay,
that doesn't justify the crazy level of hatred and evil. And so even that is not to say, oh, this means they can genocide you. No, it's just, it's sick, but these are the things that got the world to be sympathetic with the Palestinians. That's why liberals are associated with feeling sympathetic to them, because at some point Israel became so successful that they were punished for their success, which is not fair to them. But that's not what we see today. What we see is people in hunger. So that's why it's like, when we talk about the history of Israel, I'm not even against any of the, anytime you've disagreed with me, it has to have been discussing like modern, because obviously Hamas is a terrorist state, and rather to see them, but at the same time, the Palestinians alive today have nothing to do with Hamas. Like realistically, they don't.
Actually, 70% of them support Hamas or more. I think that's your 3 minutes. You're just wrong about everything you said.
I'm wrong about everything you said. Okay.
Everything you said. I'll just take a few most recent things. Tel Aviv was a malarial swamp, a pestilential malarial swamp. Undesirable. Israelis went there penniless, not rich, penniless, and lived in tents and drained the swamp and built Tel Aviv. Check. 1/3 or more of Israel is desert. I know you don't know this. We didn't get the advantageous land. It was desert. We made the desert bloom, like it says in the Torah. We made the desert bloom. I was just there. It is desert, and we're growing stuff there because we created innovative agricultural techniques. Check. The Arabs got 22 nations and all of the oil. Almost all the land, maybe 1,000 times what the Jews got. Almost all the land and all of the oil. Check, check, check. The Balfour Declaration was not the deciding factor in the Jews returning home. The end of empire was the deciding factor in the Jews returning home. Almost every nation in the United Nations of the 200 were formed in their current form in the 20th century, just like Israel, Pakistan and Greece and the South American countries and Germany the way it looks today. All of these nations were formed in the 20th century, just like Israel. Israel is the only one that people have the chutzpah to say shouldn't exist, or that people have the chutzpah to say what their borders should be. So almost everything you said was wrong. The League of Nations was formed after World War I because that was considered the worst war of all time. It was formed to end those wars. How did they intend to do it? For the Brits weren't there as colonists. The Brits were there to end the empires and manage the land, turning it over to the indigenous people. Who were those indigenous people? Well, there were Jews and there were Arabs. They weren't called Palestinians then. It was a land, British called it the British Mandate of Palestine and Eretz Yisrael. People always leave the second part out. It wasn't called Palestine by the Turks. It was various Sanjaks. There were in Syria and Transjordan. No such thing as a Palestinian in those days. Certainly there was no movement for the Palestinians to have a country. But the British said, okay, you're indigenous, you guys don't get along with each other, you have this land over here, you have that land over there. And then they got down to their real business of making sure that they had good deals with all the sheikhs who owned the lands with the oil, because that's what they were really after. And pretty soon, because the Arabs got pissed off, they blocked the emigration of refugees from the Holocaust to the land of Israel. They blocked it because they wanted to please their Arab oil partners. And so they became almost enemies. And finally, we finished the business of kicking them out of Israel. And by the way, we remain allies with them. They're good allies. They were also allies with the Arabs, by the way. They're the ones that trained the Jordanians to attack us from the east. So your view of Israeli history has been infected by anti-Semitic tropes and anti-Israel, and trying to sweeten it with a sprinkle of sugar with, I know the Holocaust was awful. Yes, I know. People love dead Jews. That's right. Once we have our own country with an army and begin to defend ourselves and defend our borders, and once we begin to go and get our hostages from these barbarians, people don't like us anymore. That's okay. We don't need to be liked. We'd rather be alive and disliked or resented than dead and pitied. That's what Golda Meir said.
I don't disagree with everything you're saying, but I think some of it's being exaggerated. For example, the agricultural presence was actually already existing.
Where? Where?
Okay, so when you're getting the coastal plains, the Jordan Valley, really?
We didn't get it. Jordan took it. Keep going.
Wait, you didn't get the Jordan Valley in the partition plan?
Jordan took it.
Oh, I didn't know that. So wait, you took it in.
I know you didn't know that. I'm very aware that you didn't know that.
Well, no, hold on. Okay, I'm allowed to get educated. Anyway, so you took in the 6-Day War. Oh, that's pretty bad. No, okay, that's pretty.
Yep. They got the east side of the river. We got the west side of the river. Hence, the Jordanians, not Palestinians, call it the West Bank. The Palestinians call it the Dafa, the territories, and Israel calls it, and now the United States call it Judea and Samaria. So update your address books. It's Judea and Samaria. No more West Bank. The king of Jordan is not from the region. He's from Saudi Arabia. He's a Hashemite. He's a cousin of the House of Saud. Again, I don't resent him at all, but he's certainly not indigenous to Jordan.
Okay, so you know what? I'm probably okay. So I'm willing to concede on a lot of things that have to do with the history and the veracity of the territory and the Jewish expansion, because the truth is there was so much hatred towards them in the region. It just and when you said I was educated and infected with anti-Semitism, there probably is some truth to that. Not because I literally think I'm an anti-Semite or I think the sources in which I was educated were anti-Semitic, but that the world is in largely anti-Semitic. So it's kind of like a fish in water. And that's kind of how everything is when it comes to society and culture. That's not unique to Jews. And I, as a black person, am very sympathetic to that. So I can actually kind of conceptualize that. But in line with that same pattern of thinking, I also kind of see the flip side where I think you're very defensive. Like, okay, so for example, you said that region wasn't called Palestine, or literally it was.
I didn't say that. I said the Ottoman Turks didn't call it that. They held the region for 400 years, or maybe 500. By the way, are you really Ethiopian?
Yeah, my grandmother's side. My father's mother.
You know, you treated the Jews of Ethiopia very, very badly. You had to rescue them. Just pointing out, no offense to your grandmother.
There's a lot of contention there, so we can have that conversation next.
No contention whatsoever. They were persecuted. That's why we had to rescue them. They were treated horribly.
You're saying Ethiopian Jews were persecuted by the Ethiopian government?
No, by the Ethiopian people of Ethiopia and the Sudanese.
Well, I can't see about Sudanese, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ethnically, you should. Do you speak nobody speaks Amharic in your family, right?
My grandma's passed like 3 years. So.
Yeah, well, she should rest in peace.
Thank you. Do Rome refer to the area as Palestine?
Rome, that's a European word, Palestine. Romans are European, so they slapped that name on it as a way of trying to dominate the Jews that they were fighting there. But it's just a colonial term.
Right, that's the
I do believe weren't they called the Philistines?
Yeah, Philistines.
I don't know. That seems to be different people. But the Palestinians can't say the word Palestine. They don't have the peace down in there.
Yeah, it's correct again. They're called the Philistines.
Yeah, Philistines. Yeah, Philistines.
It's a European term. It's a colonial term.
Well, so I only say that to say, like, that region has been referred to with that.
Not by the Ottomans. Not in modern. I don't know how much. I mean, you can go back 2,000 years, but it wasn't called that by the Ottomans. They had sanjuks, which were little areas of government, like Syria, Transjordan. I'm telling you, there was almost nothing there. Mark Twain wrote about it. There were a few Scots. There were Bedouins. They didn't have. It wasn't like they had this civilization or anything.
Okay. Yeah, and I kind of need to. I remembered you made the point that they weren't really fighting for a national identity at the time. The people in the region.
Ever. Ever.
They weren't fighting for one, but they had one. So
they didn't have a national identity. There was no king. There was no queen, there was no president, there was no government. There was no national identity.
They tried.
Hold on, but
They did not try.
They tried.
They
Yeah,
did not try.
hold on. Well, specifically, did they not try? What was the Arab Congress when they were rejecting the Balfour Declaration?
No,
They
man,
tried-
there
in
wasn't even a so-called Palestinian representative at that Arab Congress.
Well, no, his point
At
is
the Arab what? Oh my God!
There were not even.
How can you say there was no?
There was
Wait, hold
not
on.
even a Palestinian representative at the Arab.
El Normo, Herzl himself refers to the area as Palestine.
You
How
just
can
changed the subject because I just refuted you.
Because no. Because you're saying something where now I have to fact check it because I'm not going to be dishonest.
Better do that.
So I'm going to go and make sure that there. What was it you said? You said there were no Arab.
No, I said there was no Palestinian representative at the Arab Congress. There was no interest in a Palestinian state at that time. Ever.
There was no Palestine. Okay,
That's
all right.
correct.
Let's see.
Sure. I mean, the
I'll
Arabs, they
look.
want like a caliphate.
Let's see if I'm wrong.
Please do.
I didn't think the Arabs like being called Palestinians at that time. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, if I'm getting my history right. So
There were no Palestinians at the time. They weren't called that. They were called Arabs. That time, by the way, they allied with Adolf Hitler. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj al-Husseini, formed an alliance with Adolf Hitler because he didn't like Jews coming to the Arab part of the world, coming back to our homeland, and he formed the commandos in Egypt, and that sort of remnant of Nazism exists in Egypt to this day. They formed like this corps. He was on the payroll of Hitler for 2 years, Hajj al-Husseini. He was in Europe working in propaganda. The kind of propaganda that you guys have swallowed and that you now repeat, it was early on engineered by Goebbels in Nazi Germany and adopted by Hajj al-Husseini, who worked for him for years, and then came to Egypt and formed this. But then Germany was defeated, and those commandos in Egypt were. I think they were called Eisenstadt Corps. I have to go look up. I don't really know German. And they published. They spread the book Mein Kampf, the anti-Semitic text Mein Kampf in Egypt, which still sells very well today. There. There was no like, we want to have a Palestinian state. Remember, they were offered a Palestinian state and they rejected it. It was tiny, the same way Israel was tiny. Teeny tiny. They didn't want it. And what they wanted was... What did I call it?
Palestinian state.
Yeah, Arab state. Hi, Yoav. Now, this is somebody who knows... Hi. I don't know.
You know more than me. I gotta take my head in front of you. Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Can I get a word in edgewise here?
I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. I learned a lot. Don't agree on everything, but I do feel as though I've shifted a lot. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, Captain.
I would provide my, assess my understanding, my understanding of the history of Israel and my depth of understanding of the current conflict at about a 3. But what I heard, I came in fairly late, but I did hear Truth's 3-minute dissertation. I would say that arguing with Norm about the history of the state of Israel would be like me arguing with Kissinger about the history of the United States. Now, I'm not saying Norm is at the level of Kissinger, but in terms of his...
Hello.
Hi, this is Candace with the Department of Employment Security. Is this John?
Yes.
reopen. Do you have just a moment?
Yep.
Okay. Before I discuss the claim, can I have you verify your date of birth?
11/6/82.
All right, thank you. So the reason I'm calling is you had opened up a claim back in March, and there wasn't any new information on the claim. So I was just calling to confirm that your last day of work was May 22nd of 24, and that you've not had any new employment since then.
No, actually, it's based on the letter I received from IRS. My last day of employment was May 30th, 2025.
Okay. When was the last day you were physically there to work?
Well, a lot of it is remote, so I have an ongoing employee EEO complaint, which is tied to the unemployment claim. So, to my technical last day.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying my technical last day with the agency, where I received an actual termination letter was May 30th, 2025. And the last physical time that I was on site was last year, in May of last year, but I've been, technically working remote.
Okay. So if you've been working remote, when was the last day you actually worked?
I think it was May 30th of 2024.
Okay. Right. So, whenever you had filed the claim back in March, there would have been an interview scheduled in regards to your separation from them, and it looks like you were denied benefits based on that separation. So, in order to qualify for unemployment benefits,
It's a new basis of separation. That's what I'm claiming. So I'm technically filing a new and separate claim.
so it's still the same
It's not because
last
I have.
day of work.
Well, it's technically not because I'd have to send you the letter they sent me if you really want to see it.
Okay. What I would maybe do is just go ahead and send in the appeal to that particular issue that was addressed back in April. Just state that you're appealing that decision and send in that letter, and then we would have to schedule it to be looked at to see if we need an administrative law judge to take a look and get a telephone hearing scheduled.
Okay, so where do I mail the appeal to? Can I do it online?
You can actually do it online. There is an appeal form. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't, you can just handwrite it or type it out. You just want to state that you disagree with that particular issue number, and I can give you the issue number.
Okay, what is that?
Okay, it's 006.
Wait, hold on one second.
6. Okay.
Okay, 006.
602.
Okay.
And the letter A, and that's specific to your separation from them. The deny of benefits on a different issue as well. This issue number is 007 500, and the letter C is in cat. And that decision was based on whether you're able and available for work. So you would want to go ahead and appeal that too, because those are both holding up benefits on the claim.
Okay. All right,
And then again, just send that in, and what I'll do, since it's technically a reopened claim, I'll backdate this by a couple weeks so that you can certify this week. So just a second here while I do that.
When I file this appeal, I can just log into the portal and submit the appeal in there.
You can. You're just going to go to the option that has you upload a document,
Okay.
and you can upload it right there.
Okay.
And then as far as this claim that you just reopened, you would have technically certified yesterday since I backdated it. But what you do is you'll just certify Thursday, because Thursdays and Fridays are makeup days.
Okay.
All right, well, that's what I needed. Did you have any questions for me while you had me on the phone?
No, that's it. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye bye.
From the BBC where the IDF admitted they mistakenly shot 6 children waiting for water. They died from airstrike while waiting in line for water. That was on the 13th.
BBC. Great source.
So what are sources I should be respecting?
Go to Twitter. There is a handle that's called Gaza Wood or Pallywood.
For you ain't a student. It don't matter. I like discounts. Don't be mad because I save money. What the hell? Don't go chase. You mean you're engaging in illegal activity to save $5? It's not illegal.
This is just a religious, based on religious hatred towards Jews. We can see that all around the world. Just look at it. I believe you're a Christian. You're a Christian. Just look at what is happening to Christians in Mozambique. What is happening to Christians in Nigeria? What is happening to Christians in Pakistan? They are being eliminated.
Yeah, I saw that Nigeria. Yeah, I saw that.
So the same thing is happening with the Jews. If you read the scriptures of Islam, you'll find that there is a lot of anti-Semitism against the Jewish people. The problem with that, the problem is, within this 2025, Islam is able to gaslight a lot of people into believing Jews are the problem. See, they have got more than 50 Islamic countries. Why can't they take them in? Now they are claiming that Gaza is being surrounded by, isolated from all other places by Israel. But if you look closely, there is a southern boundary wall, isn't it, with Egypt. That's a 12-kilometer wall, which is fully blocked by Egypt. I don't know, have you heard of the Black September incident? Have you heard of the Black September incident?
It sounds super familiar, but I'm blanking. I don't know why.
Exactly. Palestinians went into Jordan, the PLO chairman and all. They started abducting the Jordanian civilians. They bought a plane, they blew up the plane in front of the camera. And the Jordanian king, they wanted to kill the Jordanian king and install a caliphate. Okay, so it is on religions. The Jordanian king, fed up with the Palestinians, brought in Pakistanis who are now crying for Gaza. 25,000, at least 25,000 Palestinians were slaughtered in few days. So Jordanians themselves cannot stand Palestinians.
Yeah,
okay.
I remember this.
Now what happened in Kuwait?
I remember this.
Now what happened in Kuwait? Do you know what happened in Kuwait?
Oh, I don't know. So this I actually knew, but I forgot. You just reminded me. Thank you. I don't know about Kuwait though. I know about like the Gulf War, and but I don't know about what I think you're about to say.
Okay. So I'll tell you what happened in Kuwait is when Saddam invaded Kuwait, the Palestinians who sought refuge there, who were given refuge there, actually sided with the Saddam. I've heard reports of Palestinians looting the Kuwaits and raping some of the women. I don't know if it is true. I have to confirm that. But the problem is they sided with Saddam. Okay. So when the war was finally over, the Kuwaitis secretly kicked them out. No problem at all. Nobody is crying. Why? Because this was done by a Muslim against a Muslim. Because the Palestinians were going against the interest of the nation. This is not only the case of Jordan or Kuwait. There are other nations which have kicked them out. They don't like them. So these brats,
Egypt
none of the Arabs want them. Sorry? Egypt.
Egypt kicked them out too. Egypt doesn't want them.
Yeah.
Israel did not want Gaza, but Egypt didn't want Gaza, so we got stuck with it.
Yeah. So what I'm asking truth is, See, none of their Arab brothers who are crying for them want them in their house. But they want these people to, they want Israel to take them in, or they want to wipe out the Israel. So this is nothing about land. I am from India. We are also, you have never faced the Islamic problem. That is why you are finding that all the stories that these people are saying are far-fetched. Only when you live under an Islamic, when you have significant Muslims in your area, only then you will find that, all these stories are nothing compared to, what these people are saying. It is coming to, I think you're in United States, isn't it? It is coming to, I'm seeing a lot of imams calling for, caliphate there. And believe me, if Trump goes out and some idiot comes in, and if the next president is going to be somebody who is very lenient, believe me, you will have it. And this is not a free speech problem. The Westerners, they treat this Islamic problem as a free speech problem. They discuss a lot. It's not a free speech problem, and this is a problem of survival. If Islam takes over your nation, you will not survive. You know the kind of humiliation that you will be subjected to. I don't know whether you understand that or not. Just look at what's happening in Egypt also. So none of these Islamic nations allow, like freedom of religion and worship and all, but they want that in your nation. And I'm proud to say that I belong to a nation where Jews were never persecuted. They lived here for 2,000 years. They prospered. Many of them, they were pioneers in many areas. And when finally Israel happened, they left this place and went to Israel. If they were actually occupiers, they would have occupied a large portion of our nation, isn't it? They didn't occupy anything. They contributed to our society. And even though the Christians and the Muslims call from this brother amongst each other, and they say they are from the same Abrahamic religion. This land is,
Wait,
belongs to
no, they
pagans.
didn't.
Yeah.
The Christians and Muslims definitely never did that. No.
Okay, I'll take it. I can show you that, but for now, I'll leave it. But you won't be able to show me any examples of
You know what's
persecution
funny?
in India.
You know what's funny? I actually did know about Kuwait. I just totally forgot. Fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no, allying with Saddam was insane. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. I'm not an anti-Semite, but I totally get why people vested in this, and from from the defensive, sympathetic perspective of Israel, people just come off as anti-Semitic because the context is so relevant. And so often the framing is used like these poor Palestinians are being brutalized by Israel, and they have been for this long. And even I still think there is truth to that, because I think in conflicts like these, the true victims are just like regular people. But at the same time, within those conflicts, I do know that, like, for example, the terrorism against the Jewish immigrants there has been there since like the 1920s. Like, everyone thinks it starts in 48, but like goes all the way back to like 1920s. And so, and it got expedited after the partition plan, the 6-Day War. But then you even remind me though that no, the PLO got kicked out of Jordan. I knew about them getting kicked out of Jordan, but it wasn't big on my registry. But them aligning with Saddam was always crazy to me. And it's weird that I just forgot that, because that's fucking relevant. So no, I actually really appreciate you. I get where people are coming from. I think, but again, all that being said, still to this day, and Norm, hopefully you're done eating now. I'm not seeing that this has been debunked, that kids are being shot in line waiting for food in Gaza. And I think maybe it's gotten to the point where there's a fever pitch of hatred. Maybe that, like, and that would be an honest thing, but like denying it's not gonna help.
Well, you made it sound like it was deliberate, and then you showed a case where then you claimed that there was some kind of an accident. So it's like you're deliberately teasing something.
That's what the idea is.
Well, that's not a defense. That's the BBC reporting the facts. So yeah, there are riots there, and I believe the riots are being instigated by Hamas. Hamas is dependent on UNRWA, which infiltrated UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Works Agency, which is created entirely for one reason, to perpetuate this idea of Palestinian refugees. And by the way, I worked for the UN High Commissioner on Refugees, Antonio Gutierrez, who is now the Secretary General of the United Nations. So all refugees on the planet are handled by the High Commissioner on Refugees, except for Palestinians, because they have an entirely different definition of refugee. That is to say that refugee status is inherited from generation to generation. That's true with no other refugees. They're not really refugees. So, Hamas and UNRWA are working hand in fist against Israel, which is obviously a violation of the UN Charter, and they have disrupted the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which was created by America and Israel to keep the food, to keep the humanitarian aid, which, by the way, Israel's paying for, out of the hands of Hamas. Because that's what Hamas uses, A, to make money by selling it to the Palestinian people, and B, to feed and pay their terrorists.
Norm,
So that's what's going on there.
Norm, is it true what A said, that the Christians and the Muslims were saying that they're one because they're from the same Abrahamic religion?
I don't know. I don't know that one. I didn't hear it.
What do you think about Trump coming out yesterday and admitting that the bad movers in Israel are starving Gaza, and that
He didn't
he's got...
say that. He
Yeah,
said,
he
I don't
said-
know what... No, he didn't. He said, I don't know what's going on here, but those kids look hungry. That's what he said.
He said that no, he didn't say they look hungry. He said that they were starving, and it was clearly.
He said they look hungry from the picture.
He said starving. Yeah,
quote.
Perfect. It's not a quote. It's a piece. It's
Not a
a
quote?
piece. No, it's not a quote. It's a video that you could hear him speaking directly. He uses the word starvation.
That's what a quote is.
Hold on, wait. But I'm not saying pull up the quote. I'm saying pull up the actual audio of him speaking.
Well, we'll listen to it.
Right, and he uses starvation. He admits that they're starving. That's why he's like, we're gonna get them.
Just go. Listen, I'm not. I'll listen.
Okay, all right, I'll get it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Israel delivered 2 million tons of aid, and by the way, nobody in a war is obligated to feed their enemy, and the exceptions to the flow of humanitarian aid are the following. Number one, if the enemy can use it for an advantage, which Hamas was doing, and B, if the enemy can steal it, which Hamas was doing, which is why it was legitimate to not allow the aid to flow to Hamas and to come up with an alternate system. First, we tried that floating bridge, which kind of failed. That was America. If you remember, we spent a fortune on that, by the way. We also tried airdropping the aid in. In fact, right now, again, we're airdropping aid in by parachute. There's no attempt to starve people. The attempt is to keep Hamas from stealing the food. And we're allowed to deprive Hamas of food.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go out because the talk, I can't listen to the video. I'll come back. But also, clearly it's not, you cannot do it because that's why Trump is saying you can't starve people indiscriminately. It violates.
I said anybody is starving. I said we don't have to feed our enemy.
Right, exactly. Okay, and there are 4 specific rules of the Geneva Convention that talk about how you're right, and so they're violating that. Right, and they're violating all. Okay, and that's okay. Well, you can. Right, so Trump is getting involved. So Trump is getting involved.
Israel has provided 2 million. He doesn't like when things don't look good.
I'll be right back.
That's 1 ton of aid for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. How much do you eat?
Okay, Truth, have you heard of what happened in Hebron in 1517, 1517? You said about 1920s, attacks, isn't it? Do you know what happened in 1517?
You said 1517? No.
Yeah, just Google what happened in 1517, Hebron. So this is not a recent phenomena as people want you to believe. People will make you believe that before 1948 everything was hunky-dory and everybody was like, everybody was happy and lived next to each other. But pogroms against Jews, minorities, Yazidis, Christians were very rampant in the Arabian Peninsula, and we were at the receiving end of most of it all. So it didn't start recently, and definitely not with the Jews.
I'm looking at it right now. Sorry, I lagged out, lagged back in.
Okay.
Occurred the final phases of the Al-Mulk War.
See, you don't understand a conflict, that too, especially with the Islamic people on the other side. We have got a conflict going on in the northern side of our country, which is called Kashmir. Okay. It's a majority population there, majority Muslim population in 4 districts, 4 or 5 districts. When the soldiers go in there, the children will throw stones at the soldiers. Okay. Spit on them. Okay. Try to harm them. Inside them. So when the soldiers retaliate, if they retaliate, it is caught on camera. It is broadcasted and hyped up and broadcasted all around the world. So your leaders, the Western leaders, high on human rights, will condemn it, but they will never condemn the parents who are sending these children to, throw stones at soldiers.
Listen,
You can see the same thing in Gaza.
respectfully, we don't need anybody coming in here shitting on our nation. We know our own problems here, and we don't need anybody from anywhere else trying to tell us about our government. We're the only ones that can criticize our government.
Thing is, the government
I don't give a shit what you have to
interfering in
say.
all. That's
I
a
don't
problem.
give a shit.
So I have to. You can say that if it is your internal matter, that's not a problem. But if they are interfering in our matters, then we have a right to talk, isn't it? So this is the problem. Now your own governments, especially in the European governments, are doing the same thing with their own citizens. What they are doing, they are importing this third world, people who are very violent, who will never integrate. Other people are crying. See, what happens in other parts of the world, it will eventually affect you. If your leaders are going to support the human rights and freedom of the terrorists, eventually in your own country, they will support them against you.
Okay, well, worry about
We
your.
always had a problem with it. So, what I was saying is, when you deal with Islamists, it's a totally different story. It's not like a normal person. They will try to fix you in any way possible. And the media and the foreign governments, they all interfere in it. That's the truth.
Okay, I got it. Are you guys ready to hear the?
Make sure Norm's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, here we go.
They tend to forget it, but they can't forget that was one of the most evil things I've ever seen. And you just cannot forget that. So we're very much involved. The Prime Minister's involved. I'm involved. We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people, and we're going to supply funds. And we just took in trillions of dollars. We have a lot of money, and we're going to spend a little money on some food. And other nations are joining us. I know your nation's joining us, and we have all of the European nations joining us, and others also called, and they want to be helpful. So we're going to set up food centers and where people can walk in. No boundaries. We're not going to have fences, and they can't. They see the food from 30 you would say yards away, and they see the food. It's all there, but nobody's at it because they have fences set up that nobody can even get it. It's crazy what's going on over there.
What if I told you learning AI could change your life? Let's be real. Most people
No word starvation.
It's coming. It's coming. Starvation's coming. Hold on. I got an ad.
Organization. Right. International Gaza Humanitarian Foundation will recognize aid agencies on how it's going.
Well, it's going to be working with the United States, will be helping with the food. You know, we have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food in there. They're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it.
Oh, what's it? It's real starvation stuff. I see it.
Some of those kids, it's real starvation stuff. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
real starvation stuff in the way that you said. Right.
So he's blaming Hamas for it.
Even more involved. We do
He's
some
blaming Hamas.
Yeah, come on, El Normo, we're not
He
idiots.
just blame him.
He has
Wait,
blame Hamas. It's a
Go
political.
back to, wait a second,
He
go
has to-
back 2 lines. He said
yeah.
Hamas is doing it.
Hold on, El Normo. You think that we're fools? We're not idiots.
I do think you're a
He's the
fool.
commander in chief. He has to tread lightly, right? He's not going to demonize.
He blamed
He's not going
Hamas.
to demonize Netanyahu, okay? So he
He
has to
blamed
make
Hamas. Keep going.
He didn't blame Hamas.
He
He
blamed
said, well,
Hamas
whoever
for the
is doing it.
starvation of
It
the
was
kids
in
that were
the-
being
Okay, stop pretending like you don't know this isn't fucking politics. This
He
is so
blamed
bizarre.
Hamas. And
He didn't blame Hamas.
Yeah.
We have Israeli professors.
I agree with him.
Geospatial data sets.
I agree with him, but
Israeli
you're getting
Jews,
upset
are
now.
Jews from Israel.
you're getting
that
upset.
it was the Gaza of humanitarian.
I
Right out of fucking Israel. Her data.
thank you for blaming
Harvard
Hamas. I
database.
agree
Look
with
it up.
you.
Real Jews.
Thank you for blaming
We're just trying to get
Hamas.
clear what he's
Not
saying.
Hamas.
Wait, what are you doing, baby? We're trying to clear what Trump said. Okay, so it seems like Trump did say starvation. Now we don't know who he's saying is responsible for the starvation.
Yeah, well, he
Even
said
if he said
Hamas.
some kids are.
Blame it
well,
again.
he said
Blame it
Hamas. He
again.
said or whoever. He did say Hamas or whoever. So I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. He's not saying
That's
Israel.
unfair.
He's saying
Yeah,
Hamas or
yeah.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Okay, what else? I want to hear more. This is good.
Then don't talk over it so we can all hear it. She doesn't need to narrate.
No, we all know we interrupted to talk about starvation. He stopped it and submitted to starvation.
All right, I'll play. Here we go.
Yeah. No, I want to hear some more. Go ahead. Play more.
I've conceded on a lot of
And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're
Or
strict
whoever.
lines, so we have to get rid
Or
of those
whoever.
lines.
Wow.
We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can
Good
save
strong
a lot
food.
of
I
people.
agree.
I mean, some of those kids
As
are
long as it doesn't go to
real
Hamas.
starvation stuff. I see it. Very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister's going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done that for 100
Wow,
years.
Israel and the United States beating the Gaza.
It's not very
British Prime Minister.
President Donald Trump telling reporters a humanitarian crisis in Gaza is, quote, one of the main reasons for his meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two are meeting in this moment.
Do you want to keep going more?
Great. I'm glad you played the clip that blame Hamas for the starvation of these
Oh,
people.
no.
I agree with you.
Anybody,
I agree. I completely agree with you. I thank you
It
for
said
that point.
Hamas or whoever.
Yeah. The other efforts.
And maybe
Definitely
the Gaza
blame
Humanitarian
Israel.
Foundation.
He definitely
Maybe
didn't.
the
Now you
Gaza
blame
that
that.
has been
The
self-inflicted
Gaza
by
Humanitarian
Israeli
Foundation
professors
is American.
Straight out of the
He
fucking.
didn't say the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Yeah, he would have said Gaza humanitarian. He would have said
Then it
Gaza.
would. If
He
he
would have
said
said Gaza
that,
humanitarian.
we would be condemning ourselves. Okay, he has to push it off. It can't be.
Good job. Oh, he has to.
Well,
so we have to say starvation too, right?
Come on. Doesn't matter.
coming
He
on.
admitted that they're starving.
Yeah, he said Hamas is starving.
Right. The more
Yeah,
on the
but Hamas-
corridors,
that's
and now
my
the
point.
same
I agree
corridor.
with him. So
You
Hamas
have-
is starving these
It
people.
doesn't matter. You have all of those humanitarian
Doesn't matter.
posts right now on.
I think we gotta get rid of Hamas.
Yes, right. I mean, it's crazy.
We gotta get rid of Hamas.
Well, you don't agree that Hamas is the big reason why they're starving. I think that's still the correct. Even if we accept what Trump said, I think we can all agree that like, the No.
part of the reason why the Palestinians are starving right now is because of Hamas. Like
I can't. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. I'll say this in that they're. Look, here's what I'll say. I'll say Hamas.
Direct and indirect, by the way. By direct, by hoarding aid, and indirect by stopping aid being able to be pushed in there because people are scared they're going to steal it.
Yeah,
Indirectly and direct.
Yeah, of course, because Hamas is often scapegoating Israel, but I think the IDF, and I think the IDF often scapegoats Hamas because it's come out now that like the UN.
Where are you getting this from?
It's come out. Hold on. Well, I can get the link in the chat, but it's come out that the UN. Okay, it's come out that the.
illegal to be this dumb. Like seriously, it should be. We should all take IQ tests
Yeah, I
and
don't
have
know
our
what the
IQ.
fuck you could possibly.
Wait, hold on. Why are you guys talking at the same time? A first good pass at an IQ test would be who can have a conversation and who can't. If you guys can't even get through a conversation without talking over each other, I think you guys have failed the first fucking hoop of this IQ.
El Normal, the rest of that clip, I thought it was interesting. So they played a little bit of Netanyahu's speech after he heard Trump say that, and he said, "There's no starvation in Gaza. There's no starvation policy. You know, that's a bold-faced lie." Basically,
I think Netanyahu knows a lot more about it than Trump, frankly.
And so,
Trump saw some pictures.
yeah,
Looked like there's real starvation stuff going there.
Yeah, you can ask the
Bibi's
mafia
actually
how many
involved in
people they
feeding
kill, and
these
I'm sure
people.
they'll say they kill nobody. Anyway, so
Bibi,
then Trump
Bibi is the one who's
responded.
risking the lives of Israelis
So
to feed
now, I
these
mean, yeah,
people.
you could talk about it, but here. So Netanyahu said that. He said they're bold-faced lies. Trump responded to that. And he said, yeah, no. The kids look pretty hungry. That's not something you could fake. Doesn't matter what you say. They're starving. We're gonna.
Bima, I have a question for you. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Bima, I got a question for you. So, are you aware of the aid that's been stolen by Hamas that was intended to get to the people? Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, I sure have.
So
I'm not educated on it.
So what do you think of Hamas stealing the aid?
I think that Hamas stealing aid, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You're in a war. You don't, if you're not allowing the people to be sustainable, they have no other source. You can't starve out Geneva Convention. You can't starve people, innocent people, for the sake of that's one of the 4 principles of the Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 5.
Right, and Hamas is doing it.
It has to be delivered. It has to be delivered with humanity. It has to be delivered impartially.
Hold on, Bima, hold on. Listen, let's have a calm conversation. Like we don't have to just hear you crash out every day. Let's just talk about this logically, right? So you have a group of terrorists that decided to attack innocent civilians, kill them, rape them, take hostages. Right?
Yep.
Hey, shut your fucking. Why would someone interrupt me? Like this is the thing, and that was the guy talking about IQ test. Jesus Christ. So Bima, you have a group, Hamas, a terrorist group, that was chosen by the people in Gaza to lead them, that attacks innocent civilians, kills, rapes, takes hostages. They still have hostages, 49 hostages. And Israel is going out of their way to be very precise in the targeting that they do. And the same terrorist group is putting their weapons and their enemy combatants in churches, in hospitals, in schools, and they're hiding themselves in violation of the Geneva Convention in regards to human shields. They're hiding themselves like little fucking cowards, and then when innocent civilians are killed, when Israel is targeting the enemy combatants, civilians die. That this is a truism in war, especially in urban warfare. But then now, when we start talking about the resources that are not getting there, there's been many attempts to get resources to the people in Gaza, and the resources are not getting to the people because this same terrorist organization is stealing these resources. And my question for you, Bima, is why don't you, if you're going to be this, because you kind of like trying to find some moral relevancy where, like, you know, okay, both sides are bad. Both sides are bad, and that's where you land. And I don't agree with that. I think that one side is fucking pure evil, and the other side is just the greatest example of a civilized society that mankind's ever seen. But let's say you arrive at your conclusion that both sides are bad. Why is your condemnation so one-sided? Why do you not blame the people in Gaza that are members of Hamas for all of the poverty and the destruction and the death that's happening there? Why do you? I've never heard you put the blame on the terrorist group that is in Gaza, and I'm just the very terrorist group that is still holding 49 hostages, and these hostages are not the hostages in the traditional sense that you see in war, where you take enemy combatants and you hold them hostages, and then you negotiate the release and that sort of thing. We're talking about taking innocent civilians and holding them hostage, and I have never once in any of these conversations ever heard you condemn for any of those acts. In fact, all I've heard you do is say how bad Israel is.
So I'm just not going to reply to you. It's being intellectually dishonest. Everybody that was in this room.
Wait.
I'm not going to play your game.
Okay, good. Okay, fine. So you just said, listen, hold on. No, listen, the self-identified retard now wants to speak. So I want to speak to Bima. So Bima wants to be in these conversations. She wants to gaslight people. She wants to make up lies. She wants to take the side of the terrorist. And then when I ask her a simple question, she doesn't want to engage in it. But now what we have is somebody wants to tap in that's a self-identified retard. His words, not mine.
Well, to be fair, you called me a retard, and then I just called myself a retard as a joke, referencing your insult. But yeah, so it's been stated that Benjamin Netanyahu is quoted on the record saying there is no starvation in Gaza, no policy of starvation in Gaza. I assure you, we have a commitment to achieve our war goals. However, there's been a declaration of famine. Various world organizations have all coalesced in agreement.
Really? Could you show us the Declaration of Famine? I haven't seen that. You want to show us that?
Yeah, I can show you that.
I would love to see it.
I put four. So there's 4 links in chat.
No, just show us the Declaration of Famine.
Hold on.
Who declared it? Who declared it?
There's the ISAF, the UN, and WHO have all done
Wait,
that.
no, just start with one. You think the World Health Organization declared a famine in Gaza?
There's
Is that what you're claiming?
4 links in chat.
I'm just asking you. Did the World Health Organization did the World Health Organization declare a famine in Gaza? Yes or no?
Let me get the link again.
You said who? You don't know. Okay.
I
Why don't you
literally
read
know.
your own
I
link?
already put the fucking.
You should read your own links if you don't know. Do you know if? Okay, let's try it this way. Do you know if the World Health Organization declared a famine in Gaza? Do you know? Maybe we don't know.
What's the definition of a famine?
Why are you asking me? You're the one who made the claim.
See, you won't let me put the link. Looks like you said.
All right, so Norman, what the article says is, what does it take for famine to be declared in Gaza? Gaza hunger crisis. Watch this. Gaza hunger crisis worsens by the day, but it's still not been declared a famine.
Well, holy cow! So it has not been declared a famine.
Hold on.
Truth, you gotta change your name, Truth. Truth, you gotta change your name to Falsehood.
Hold on.
Why would I hold on?
Is it this one right here?
Why would I hold on?
This is.
So truth, you know, you take into these situations. Who declared a famine? It wasn't the World Health Organization, I guess. So who did?
Fair fair enough, but someone did. Hold on. I read 4 articles back to back.
Maybe Hamas.
Wait, hold on. Before people beat him up, listen. When somebody acknowledges that they were wrong, we should just move on because not enough people on this app do this. This is one of the things where I want to compliment Truth. He did something that's very difficult to do, especially in a hostile environment where people are yelling and screaming and whatnot. For him to say, "Okay, I was wrong," I think we could. I think we could just accept that he admitted defeat on that position, and we could.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And it was the IPC. The IPC declared the famine.
The IPC, what does that stand for, IPC?
Insane Clown Posse?
Actually, I'm reading it from this article site.
Okay. Wait, what are the names of the guys in Insane Clown? Crazy Harry? What are the names again? What are the names of those 2 guys from Insane Clown?
I honestly don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, they got funny names. Let me see if I can find them.
Norman, here's what it says. Worst case scenario, famine is happening in Gaza. Food crisis 6%. It says the integrated food security phase classification said Gaza has teetered on the brink of famine for 2 years.
Shaggy Two-Dope. Was it Shaggy Two-Dope or was it Violent J? Those are the guys.
Violent J is one.
Maybe it was Shaggy Two-Dope.
You're right.
I think it was Shaggy Two-Dope who declared a famine in Gaza.
No, but that's the issue. Like all these medias, like they say, Israel's genocide, famine, and then like these are established kind of like, okay, I take these seriously. And I take it if you're just a genuine person who's not that tapped into this, you're just looking at media, then yeah, you would get this idea. But like I was saying in the chat, yes, they have brainwashed a lot of people. I know it sounds kind of crazy, like UN, Amnesty, all these, prestigious organizations are just saying lies. Yeah, actually they have been. It's kind of.
What happened to B-Master?
She made the choice to not engage. I engaged with her and she said, I choose not to engage. So she is welcome to come up if she decides to do that.
Ratchet is weak-minded, Anne.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, she's raised her hand, so we're going to bring her back up. So now I guess she wants to engage. We'll see if she'll answer my question now. Let's see. Okay, B-Master, did you want to reply to what I...
Yeah, none of what you said is true. And moving on.
Oh shit!
The room has been here the entire morning. Everything you said was a lie. What next? What's next?
Oh, well, hold on. B-Master, let me ask you this. Do you think that Hamas are the villains in this story?
I think any person who's violated another peaceful person is the villain, 110%.
Got it. So if somebody initiates force like Hamas did, you would agree that the other side you would agree that the other side then has the righteous right of retaliation.
Of course.
There we go. So there's hope for you, but you'll do some mental gymnastics here in a moment, and then just change what you just.
No, I've been consistent, and you won't find any type of inconsistencies in what I've said. I talk about it every day. I'm 110% consistent for whatever reason.
Why do you talk about it every day? Can I ask you this? Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. That's fine. I'll accept being bullied. There's worse things to be. You could be disingenuous. You could be a bigot. You could be an anti-Semite. There's a lot of things. B-Master, let me ask you this. You don't live in the Middle East. You're not Arab. You're not a Jew. You really don't have. You don't have anything to do with this conflict whatsoever. There's conflicts going on around the world, by the way, and you just said that you talk about this every day. Can you explain to me, with all the wars that are happening, there's actually more conflicts going on globally right now than any time time since World War II. More nations are at war in 2025 than have been since any time since World War II ended. So, B-Master, why are you obsessed with the war that involves the Jew?
I think two things could be true. I think that's a logical fallacy to say that because I talk about this and I don't talk about anything else. I talk about what people are talking about, first of all, so I'm responding to that. Two, I think it's notable and it's mentionable and it's something that should be responded to, okay, especially if if the United States is so intimately entwined in the bullshit. But I could also speak on a bunch of other things. You don't have to have one or the other. There's a false dichotomy, but I appreciate your attention.
Could I read an excerpt from this article about the famine in Gaza?
No, you can state the story later.
You already conceded to.
I put the link in chat for the second or third time, just because you guys don't give a fuck. And I also have been quoting the link. So.
I've already quoted a bunch of articles.
So anyway, here's what it says. Let me get back to the part. IPC wording according to its latest analysis conducted it. Okay, so first it's important because let me not read all of them. Yeah, let me not read all of them because this is one at a time. So Norm, I'm curious because this contradicts something you said.
Okay, why you want to read? When there are 6 major wars going on in the world right now. Now let's list the one in which children are not dying. And I want to hear. Hang on a second. I want to hear from all the people in the room who are protesting the children dying in all 6 wars that are happening
this
right
is
now.
very particular.
And that's
This has to do with whether or not there's being lies. So on July 25th.
So wait. So there are 6. Hang on a second, Truth. You were looking for your thing, and I started a different topic. Hang on just a second. Thank you. So there are 6 wars going on now. So are children not dying in any of those wars, I wonder?
Yeah,
Is it possible to have a war in which civilians don't die? Has there ever in the history of the world been a war in which civilians don't die? And is there anybody who can show me one single bit of evidence that Israel is intentionally killing civilians or even allowing them to die?
Yes.
Keeping in mind that Israel is perhaps the only nation that moves people out of war zones before they attack, that spreads pamphlets and knocks on roofs and makes text messages and makes phone calls to civilians in order to preserve their life. Where was there an intentional civilian kill? Somebody said yes. Show us.
So that actually is in reference to what I was about to read. On July 25th.
Okay, go ahead.
On July 25th, the USAID conducted analysis and found no evidence of systemic theft of aid by Hamas.
Okay, and we found evidence of that, but that wasn't the question. It seems like you have difficulty with the question.
Well, no,
I have ample. Hang on.
He's trying to prove his point from like an hour ago.
I have ample evidence that Hamas is stealing aid, but the question was very specific. Does anybody have evidence that Israel deliberately killed a civilian?
No.
Okay. We have snipers who have shot children.
How do you know that?
Okay, so let me get that link.
How do you know that, I think? How do you know that a sniper intentionally shot a kid?
Norman, Hamas told him so.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see.
Do me a favor, do all you're looking on mute so that we don't have to hear you.
Well, no, hold on, real fast, because this is a deflection from something that contradicted directly what you said.
You already conceded that you were wrong earlier, Treat.
Yeah, no one knew you taking your teeth while you were
Even Roger complimented you and said, hey, not too much on this guy because he actually did something that people in Clubhouse usually
that
don't
was on a different topic.
Concede that he was wrong, and now you're bringing up about food famine and Hamas stealing food and shit. You're still trying to prove your point.
That's not. Whoa, hold on.
You are. You said there's no evidence that Hamas is stealing.
The framing is just false, and it's kind of frustrating. So, Norman said probably 10 minutes ago, he literally verbatim said that Hamas is causing the disruptions to the food distribution.
100%. 100%.
Okay, so that's a deflection because you just said it was an hour ago, and now you said, of course they did. Did he say that an hour ago or 10 minutes ago?
Well, there's something in between the two, but what's your point?
My point is, I just quoted something from a reputable news organization quoting a U.S. government organization that is contradicting your claim.
No,
Do I
have
walk
evidence.
through this
So
being obtuse? What?
No, not being obtuse. You weren't clear, so you were being obtuse. Yes, there is ample evidence that Hamas is disrupting the distribution of food in Gaza. Still, USA only, maybe they didn't find any. It's possible that the place you cited didn't find any, but others have. A lot of it.
So what's the GHF?
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
And who are the two funders of it?
The United States and Israel.
And the analysis was conducted by a U.S. government agency, and you're telling me...
Unrelated to the GHF?
Does that matter?
Well, why did you bring it up then? If it doesn't matter.
Are you suggesting that the left ear doesn't know what the right ear is hearing? The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing? Are you trying to tell me a U.S. government doesn't know how to analyze and investigate another?
The burden of proof is on you.
Why would they bother to do something they're ill apt to do?
Who said that they did?
They did. They said we conducted an investigation.
Who said that?
USAID.
USAID, which by the way is not in Gaza, but okay.
They said they conducted an investigation and found no evidence of disruption on the part of Hamas.
So absence of evidence is not evidence.
Evidence of absence.
You have to go link, because I know I'm going to read this article. What they say is they haven't found evidence of Hamas because while they found evidence of different gangs and things looting, they can't tell if it's Hamas or not, right? So that it's a little slippery. We haven't found evidence of Hamas. We've just found. Click what the it's a quote and it has a link, another hyperlink that goes to the actual article that talks about that. I've read about that. They say we have found no evidence of Hamas. And if you read the article where it says we haven't found evidence of Hamas, it's like, we found evidence of different gangs attacking and stealing food. You don't know if that's Hamas. That could be anyone. It could be anyone. It's like, okay, sure. But yeah,
so your argument is a ragtag group of gangs is causing
Well, one, I don't know what Norm's argument is. My argument right now is that it is Hamas stealing it, but these people, they don't have systemic evidence. They don't have 4K evidence of Hamas saying, yes, we're Hamas and we're stealing this aid. What they have is a bunch of video proof of Hamas going in and destructing, shooting at trucks, taking trucks. That's what they have evidence.
I have video of them standing on top of the trucks with their masks on with guns, commandeering the trucks. And shooting at the people who are swarming around it. So there's a video.
No, that's no way. Those
Hold on, Dima.
The Hamas.
There's video of it.
No, you're.
We've all seen it. I'm sorry.
Would that be sufficient evidence for you?
But this is the Palestinian. This is who the Palestinians support. They support this. This is what they want, right, El Normo? This is who they support, the people that are killing them and robbing them and helping them. But the Palestinians support them.
According to a poll, 70% of the Palestinians supported what they did on October 7th. The brutality, the medieval torture.
Are you saying Stockholm Syndrome is not a real thing? Are you saying that women don't go on dates with bad dudes and then the bad dudes then rape them and murder them?
I'm just going over my head.
No, it's going over your head that the Palestinians believe that Hamas is doing the right thing for them and Hamas is telling them they're doing the right thing for them, but then they're using them as human shields and starving them to death and stealing their food.
But that's who they support. That's what they want.
Definitely happening at some level, definitely.
I put it in the chat, but
Go ahead, Bima. Blame the victim.
56 incidents of loss or death reported. 60 were attributed to unknown perpetrators.
Wait, hold on. Why is there people speaking over each other? Everyone in here wants to be an expert on what's going on in Gaza, but you guys can't even be experts in how to have a basic conversation. One person can speak at a time. This is just fucking crazy. And I'm just fascinated. I'll be honest. I'm like it tickles me pink to learn the high level of confidence and then low level of information that people have that are not tied to this conflict in any way, shape, or form. Some of you have self-identified as, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 meaning you know nothing and 10 meaning you know everything. You've identified as a 4. Yet we're carrying on this conversation as if there's expert knowledge, and then we scramble to find sources that agree with the weird things that we say. Can we just be honest about this? Like, if we're going to be really flat out honest about this, truth, be master. Neither of you Jews, neither of you Israelis. You guys have been spending your entire morning talking to Jews and Israelis, telling them what's going on in this conflict. Don't you feel stupid?
I mean, she is Italian from Philly, so.
Logic is a beautiful thing.
I don't even agree with the
Circumstantial
framing,
ad
so-
hominems would tell you, if you knew logic, that a person's geography or their ethnicity is completely irrelevant to the truth value of whatever they're fucking saying. That's how we can have professionals and intellectuals discuss topics like this, Roger. Welcome to Logic 101.
Hold on. Here's Logic 101, okay? If we're going to talk about a conflict and pretend to be an expert, like you and Truth have done, when simple questions are asked, Truth was asked a question earlier, hey, what river? He didn't even know what... He didn't even know what river. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I wish we could all get together. This is my wish. I wish we could all get together and grab a map, erase all of the names of countries, and then let Truth and B Master fill it out. And I want them to just say, hey, show me on the map 2 things. Show me on the map where Israel is, and show me on the map this place that you call Palestine. I would guess that they will not come within about a fucking 500-mile radius of identifying it.
You would lose that bet.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I know what you mean. First of all, it was on my phone's overheating, and I'm on the Safari tab.
Oh,
and you're
it's
asking
got excuses for everything.
It's not excuse. Yo, okay, no. See, this is what triggers my autism. You know how autistic people, we go into rages? It's shit like that. The disingenuousness of this. So you're gonna tell me, while you're here on your app yourself, that if you're reading a fucking article because someone asked you a question, and then they ask you another question, and you gotta swipe between tabs, go to Clubhouse, and hit the unmute button. There's not a fucking delay.
Truth.
Okay.
Listen. I'll take your advice and I'll go fuck myself. But before I do, I just want to get this out. There are people on this stage that live in Israel. There's people on this stage that used to live in Israel. There's people on America. Hold on. There's people on the stage that plan. Hold on. There's people on the stage that plan on returning to Israel. And what's interesting to me is that the 2 people claiming to be experts on this subject are Truth and Bima, who have A, never been to the region, B, don't plan on going to the region, and C, have 0 fucking scholarship on this whatsoever. When it comes to this issue, B Master, I knew her on this app before October 7th. And what was interesting about this is that B Master never spoke about the Middle East. Then all of a sudden this conflict comes up, and overnight, she's not the only one, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember Sella. She was somebody that would go in and talk about, all kinds of nonsense. And then October 7th happens, and she became an expert. Everyone, it's the same people that were COVID experts. Now they're experts on world history, specifically pertaining to the history of Israel. And then if you talk about any warfare, they're experts on strategy. They're experts on geopolitics. You guys are experts at everything. It's fucking amazing how smart you guys are. The problem is that you guys have no humility and you don't understand how ignorant it sounds when you have a high level of confidence and a low level of information.
Hey Truth, hold on. I have a simple question for you. We can figure this out.
I gotta reply to what you said. Because I reject the framing. A, I never presented myself as an expert. B, Clubhouse is literally a place where people shoot the shit, talk about the news.
Truth, are you familiar with this conversation?
Respectfully, because you hear me replying, right?
About Israel Gaza.
I'm trying to speak over through it too. Yeah, A, never presented myself as an expert, never did. B, and by the way, no one here is an expert just because they're Jewish. That's a ridiculous. I love you to say that being, because when I go and find a Holocaust survivor who agrees with us, will you just shut the fuck up? Anyway. Hold on. This is interesting, right? So this is exactly the point. You just said, if I go find a Holocaust survivor that agrees with me, will you shut the fuck up? I'll tell you this. You can go find. Here's a challenge to you, Truth. Go find yourself. Bring a Holocaust survivor onto this app, because I can produce one on this app. We can produce one on this app today, right? That will come in here and we'll talk to you about this. Can you produce a Holocaust survivor to jump on a club? 87-year-old Holocaust survivor says stop the genocide. No. That's not the question. I will bring one on to the house that you have shared to directly. Your point doesn't stand. Here's the thing. Your point doesn't stand. Your point doesn't stand. I'm going to explain something. Well, why are you interrupting me? Is this the retard thing again? Like I was speaking. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I want to just make something clear. If I go and eat at a Mexican restaurant, and I've had their chili, and I've had their and I've had their carne asada plate, and if I've had their nacho fries, I can talk about the things that I've experienced much better than the people that have never set foot into that restaurant, that have never ordered the food, that have never engaged with the wait staff, that have never talked to the owner of the establishment and mingled with the patrons and took in the ambiance of the establishment. All I'm suggesting is that it's fucking weird to me, it's very fucking weird to me, to see people that have this crazy obsession. You have a crazy obsession with Jews. I want to ask you this. I'm going to pivot away from the Jews for a second. My apology to the Jews on this stage. It's not always about you. Let me just ask you this. Of the other conflicts, because there's more conflicts going on, more nations are at war right now. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I get it. But, well, first of all, you're not going to interrupt me. Like, not only do you have autism, but you also have Tourette's. You need to get those things checked. So, I want to finish this. More nations are at war right now than any time since World War II. And the only conflict that they're obsessed with is the one involving the Jews. So, the retard crashed out. Let me ask Bima, what other global conflicts are you knowledgeable about?
It's a logical fallacy again, but I mean,
hold on, listen. I asked you a simple question. I don't know what you're doing. Listen, sugar tits, you're not at chillism, you're in the muff. So you're gonna do things my way. So I'm gonna ask you again, what other global conflicts that are happening right now are you aware?
if I answer that, which I will, what does that prove?
Well, I would like to ask, hold on.
If you find conflicts, explain everything that you need to, I'll go into details as much as possible. What will that do for you? What will that do?
Well, you're buying time for the chat GPT queue, but my
circumstance, location. It's been an ongoing conflict for a while. I have not just started talking about it on October 7th. This is a long, I went to school, I went to college, I studied about it then, I was very passionate about it then. And interesting enough that people who actually know me and have heard me speak about it before
I can attest you never talked about that.
I didn't even know,
Hold on. Bima, you missed the question. The question was, what conflict right now, with more nations being at war since any time since World War II, what conflict that doesn't involve the Jews are you highly knowledgeable about?
I'm not as knowledgeable about any other conflict. I would say I would just be average. One in specific, the Kenyan situation outside of Nairobi and specifically with their civil war. So I have personal ties to that situation, specifically Kenya.
Amazing. Hold on. Let's pause there. Has anyone on this stage or in the chat ever heard Bima talk about the conflict in Kenya? Anyone? Okay, got it. So this other conflict that you're personally attached to and you've got all this information about, you've never spoken about that, but you spend every day, those were your words, talking about the conflict that involves the Jews. This obsession that you have with Jews, this obsession that you have with Jews, I am a bully, I own that. I am a bully, I own that. I'm a bully, that yes, guilty as charged, but what the fuck are you gonna do? Bullies don't care. If I wasn't a bully, if I was a bully and you were able to do something about it, right? Then you would also, you would have more flexing power here. I'm calling you out, and I am using the bully pulpit. I agree. Yes, I'm a fucking asshole when I'm a moderator, but you know what I'm also good at? Pointing out when somebody is LARPing, as interested in this conflict, when they really just hate Jews. Because if you really cared about all these conflicts, because your position is, I don't like when anybody exercises their dominion against another innocent person using force or coercion. I stand against that. But yet, a personal conflict that you're attached to in Kenya, which I don't believe, by the way, you claim that you're attached to that, and yet you've never once brought it up. And the point is, you don't give a fuck about any of these people. The only thing you care about is disparaging.
First of all, I don't disparage Jews. I disparage bad people. The topics, I don't control the topics. If we would like to move to the topic of Kenya and the Kenyan Civil War and what's going on over there, I'd be more than happy to do that. You can look in my bio, and I have links supporting it, okay? Understand, there's radio shows that I go on regularly with Jaffe Kabui, a Kenyan radio station, okay? And they talk about it all the time. So yes, listen, it doesn't matter. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about it. Most people don't really care about that. Most people are talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, okay? Most of the time, because most of the people on this app are American, and there are a lot of ties. All the policies are overflowing, and they're affecting real people in real time.
Can I just answer the reason that I believe Bima has such an issue with Israel? Well, Norma, I can explain why she does. Listen.
was in that room, and there was two guys in the room. One was named Concrete. The guy's name was Ike. I don't know if you guys know these retards. Hold on. They went on a 45-minute rant arguing about who knew Hegel better. I was listening to it, and I deciphered pretty quickly that neither of these guys know what the fuck they're talking about. So I got on the stage and I started interrogating them a little bit. And I didn't have the bully pulpit, I was in chillism where everybody just talks over each other, fucking, it's like the subway. And I got them to admit, now, the one thing I will credit them is they admitted, after 45 minutes of arguing with each other about who understood Hegel better, I got them to acknowledge that neither of them had ever read Hegel. All they kept doing was repeating thesis, antithesis, synthesis. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And when I pointed out here, when people like Bima and Truth are speaking, it's the same thing. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And that's the fucking thing that annoys me most. If you wanna participate in this conversation about Israel Palestine, what I would do is I would go and find somebody like Sasha, who's a historian. And Sasha doesn't sugarcoat shit. If you want to talk about like what's happened in that region, Sasha, I don't know if you guys know Sasha, but you should, because he's the best historian on this app. But they don't do that. What everyone seems to want to do that hates Jews is they get on the stage and then they go and find information that will back up a narrative that helps them to throw shade on Jews. And when you start questioning them, you start realizing just how little they know about it. It's an obvious one when you point out that they don't know what river, what sea. But it's more obvious when you start asking them about a timeline of events. And when they start saying, hey, Palestine should have a state. It's like, wait a minute. You guys are saying that Palestine is a state. And then they argue or they ignore the fact that Jew statehood has been offered 7 fucking times. And the Arab nation said, no, we don't want that. We'd rather go to war with you. And so the warmongers are clearly on one side. Israel's the only country in that region that has maintained, we just want to live here peacefully. We want our own nation because, you know what? We've been through hell. There's fucking people that hate us that are on the left, the right, and the center. There's all these anti-Semite, and whether it's because you blame them for killing Christ, you guys will come up with whatever reason that you want to hate the Jews, and it's fucking disgusting. And all I do is point out the fucking facts. Hold on. These ignorant motherfuckers. Why don't you just be honest? I would have so much more respect. I wouldn't like it, but I would have much more respect if they just came up on the stage and said, I fucking hate Jews. Because that's what they really fucking want to say. They just know that in polite company and, a mixed crowd, that's not going to be the message. But you catch these fucking lunatics in their own space, that's exactly what they fucking say.
Oh, no, so, about to do so. Good.
I'm not about to do so. First of all, I'm going to acknowledge that I don't know shit about this conflict. I'll be the first one to say so. I'm not going to act like I'm a fucking expert on this right now. I'm just asking questions for clarity or just clarification based on other conversations I've had.
How do you know with your limited knowledge? How do you feel about the topic?
My limited knowledge is that there's a lot of fucking people getting killed over there over a whole land conflict, I guess. And that's pretty much about it. I know October 7th happened.
Do you think Israel's justified in their actions? Do you think Israel's justified in their actions?
I think Israel should have a right to defend itself, absolutely. I mean, I think every country has a right to defend itself.
stance as to what every single side of this conflict has done in regards to how they defended themselves, right? So I'm not going to speak as to do I think how Israel's defended themselves to justify, et cetera, because I don't know how they have. So I'm not going to say if it's justified or not, et cetera, like that. Like I'm not going to speak things that I don't know.
I would just like to say, buddy, I respect that greatly, and that's exactly what we should have done.
But I guess my next question would kind of be, you had said something along the lines of that the Jews have been through so much shit, people from the left, right, center, and all that kind of stuff, right? And that would be kind of the justification as to why they need to have their full state. So would that also be applied to like any other marginalized group of people that gets hated from all centers or all aisles? Would they also be entitled to that for the same reasoning or no? And I'm not asking, and by the way, let me make it clear, I'm not asking this because I don't think Israel should be a state, et cetera, because again, I don't know shit about that either. I'm just asking for consistency reasons.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of groups that have a particular identity that they like to cling to, that make arguments for statehood. You got to remember that this particular piece of land that we're talking about, the historical homeland of the Jews, has had pretty much every empire run through there, and it's a reality that when you have back when the age of empires, if you had the might, you would go in and you would take over. What we got lucky in is that after World War II, well, first of all, after World War I, empires were dead. The idea of nation states taking over and empires being gone was in motion. And after World War II, that was like the final piece of that. And so when you look at the Ottoman Empire that was defeated by the British take over this area. After World War II, the British decided, okay, we're going to give this land back to people that are living there. And they understood that there was some complexities to this because not all of the people in the region want to be in one place. Although you can clearly look at the history, they got along better then than they do right now. The British mandate, if you go back to 1947, there was a couple of different things that could have happened with Jews. And believe me, if anybody wants to challenge me on this, I'm happy to talk about the history of this. There's a lot of things that could have happened, but after World War II, the Jewish people decided, you know what, never again. What we need is our own place where we can have our country, we can have borders, we can have a government that's just, we can get a military that will police us, and we will create a civilization that is great. And what they did in this creation of statehood, they made it a place where people were welcome that weren't Jewish. People that aren't Jews are serving in the Knesset. You are welcome to be in Israel as long as you're not a terrorist, right? And so Israel is very, very welcome to people that are not Jewish, and that's a historical fact. But when you think about in 1947, the idea of this, look, the Jews are going to return to their historical homeland. They're going to have the state of Israel, and then it gets ratified, and statehood happens on May the 14th of 1948, right? Hold on. The very next day, the Arabs declared war on them. And what's sad about that is that during those conversations that were happening in 1947 and through till May of 48, the Arabs could have had a state. They could have called it Palestine. They could have called it whatever they wanted. They could have had their own state. And instead of having statehood and being able to build a country and be able to have civilization, be able to take care of their civilians, be able to enact whatever ideas they want within their borders, they had the opportunity to do that. And what was more important to them than statehood was their hatred for Jewish people. And they did not want Jewish people to exist anywhere in this land. And so what we have is we have a genocidal commitment from some people in that region to not just destroy Israel, but to make sure that Jews don't exist. And by the way, if you're not Jewish and you wonder, well, what the fuck's this got to do with me? They're very clear about one thing. When they're done with the Jews, they're coming for you too. They're coming for you too. And if you guys want to challenge me on the history of this, I am fucking game for this. I will pay people in here that are actual historians that will co-sign on all of the things that I have just said, that will back up all of this, and the only opposition that we seem to get to the truth are from people that had no clue. They woke up on Clubhouse one day, sometime a few days after October 7th, heard people talking about this, and then decided, oh fuck, I'll run the other playbook. I'll go ahead and argue devil's advocate, and I don't even believe they're all Jew haters. Like, if you want my honest opinion, I don't think B-Master hates Jews. I think what she's comfortable with, though, is repeating the tropes that people that hate Jews repeat, which makes her a useful idiot. But
just real quick, I guess my two questions of what you just said for clarification is, one, what would be your definition of a terrorist? And two, how would you identify one just based off eyesight and not based off information files or prior knowledge of who the person is? We got one terrorist in your country.
So terrorists are those that use violence and threats of violence to achieve their political goals, and that's my definition what a terrorist is. Now, in terms of identifying who they are, I would think that the intelligence community within Israel and within the West in general would do a very good job of identifying who these people are. This is why when the terrorist beepers were going up, giving a whole new meaning to the term blowing up my pager, you didn't see these in the pockets of civilians. These were not shopkeepers whose beepers blew up. These were terrorists. That was one of the most genius things that I've ever seen happen, where there was a very specific tactic used to target and destroy terrorists.
But I do have one little question on that, and that is, that same intelligence agency that you would say would do a good job identifying them, what do you think went wrong for them to be able to have the strength or the ability to identify them coming into Israel, but couldn't identify the October 7th attacking coming?
I think there was security failures, and I think everybody in Israel would acknowledge that. Defending your homeland is something that requires 24/7 vigilance. There was definitely some mistakes made. What I can also say as an American is that you can have the mightiest military, the best intelligence in the world, and if you have a committed enemy, they can wreak havoc on you. And so this is why there's a committed effort now to take these terrorist groups out. And if you look at what the declared goals of the war are, it's to end Hamas and it's to free the hostages. So if you think about that, right? If somebody's saying they don't like what the IDF is doing, what they're saying is that they disagree with the goals of the war. The goals of the war are to free hostages and to end a terrorist group. And so then you get people like B-Master that come in here that want to make you feel that that somehow these guys are freedom fighters. It's fucking crazy.
So the only thing that I would say is don't listen to 95% of what Roger says about me. If you're curious about my personal views, please ask. Because 95% of what he says is just
¿Usted es Hamas a terror organization? organization?
Yeah, of course. Hamas is a terrorist organization. If any person has harmed other innocent, peaceful people, yes, absolutely. Okay. However, I will also say that that's the question. That's the real question. Historically, did October 7th happen in Iraq? No, we know that. We know. You can ask Israeli Harvard professors, Jews who write on this topic, who I'm sure don't have great information about all the other topics and conflicts of the world because their main focus is one particular topic. Okay, but I digress. So anyway, my challenge to the Palestinian not being a people and all this other stuff. What El Marmo said earlier, he said that when I had mentioned that the Arab Congress was asking the British multiple times for them to be able to have their own nation state, and it was rejected over and over and over. El Normo said, no, well, you know what, there wasn't even a Palestinian at the Arab Congress. And I looked it up. I am reading through the actual papers, the actual reports given and presented to Winston Churchill, the report of the state of Palestine presented to the Right Honorable Mr. Winston Churchill by the Executive Committee of the Third Arab Palestine Congress. This is in 1920. Okay, the people that represented, they were all not only Arab, they were families living there. Some of them were also Muslim Christians. Okay, but they were all people of their places that they've listed were Gaza. Let me see, Jaffa.
I got you off for a second.
There were multiple areas within Palestine that they came from. So there was absolutely people that were from Palestine. They were the ones who wrote that specifically to Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill. Okay.
We've been through it. There was a place called Palestine. It was a region, not a country. So, are you aware of the fact that they have been offered statehood in 1947?
Oh, we're not talking about 1947. We're talking about, I reversed, because, 1947 is something different. We're talking, because listen, you can't use the same argument of, let me see. Earlier, El Normo said all the nations like Pakistan and Greece, all these nations were formed in the 20th century, just like Israel. If you were to say that, you can say the exact same thing for the people of Palestine who considered themselves Palestinian long before 1948, who referred to themselves as Palestinians. In their congresses, in their newspapers, how they operated, it had the Palestinian pound on their own currency. It was in their currency long before, in the early 1900s, 1906 to 1917, long before this, okay? And this is my claim. The British rejected and would not allow them to become a people. Now I'd be happy to hear why Winston Churchill continuously denied, why they denied the Arabs specifically, okay? Why they said, no, sorry, you cannot have a statehood, you cannot become...
What year are you talking about? What year?
Anything during the Arab Congress, so the first, second, or third Arab Congress, so you could respond, you could look at any of the official Churchill white papers where they responded, where Churchill responded specifically to the Arab Congress, where, he has, just go look it up. He says very specifically why he is denying.
Go look it up. She just learned about it.
Right. Absolutely, 110%. I've been.
It's actually funny, but there was no formal.
And reading through the
There was no formal offer of an independent Palestinian Arab state made specifically by Churchill anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, say that again.
There was no formal offer, okay, of an independent Palestinian Arab state made specifically by Churchill anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about.
It wasn't. No, you gotta listen. It wasn't.
That's what you said.
No, it wasn't.
You said he declined them of having a statehood. That's what you said.
Yes, he did. That's
but
correct.
there was no formal offer of independent Palestinian Arab state specifically even made by him. So how would he even decline it if there was no formal offer even made?
Yes, it wasn't made by him, it was made by the Arab Congress. It was specifically
You said it was rejected by Churchill. That's what you did. Anybody else hear that correctly? Because I'm here.
That's exactly what she said.
That's what she said. That's what she said. Bima will never walk back. She'll never walk backwards to say something so.
Roger,
She's just on the fly.
I want to be honest.
ChatGPT is explaining everything to her right now.
What I'm trying to communicate is that the third group
Bima named 3 of the caboose.
Roger, please, Rich. We're talking about the Arab Congress. That's what I had brought up to El Normo, where he said that no Palestinian was a part of the Arab Congress. So then I went to go read it, and so I read the reports. One is the report of the state of Palestine presented to Winston Churchill by the third Arab Congress. This is why is it that whenever we're talking about real stuff, everyone else crashes out? I get all the information and you respond.
Bima, I got a question. Scale from 1 to 10. What do you rank your expertise on? 1 meaning you know nothing, 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself?
Roger, let me ask you a question.
This is a simple one.
Hold on.
This is a simple one.
I'm going to.
This is a simple one. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, I'm not being serious.
Assess the truth value of what I'm saying. All of my opinions are You're dishonest, Roger.
No, I'm asking you a question. How
I did a logical fallacy at that.
I'm asking you a simple question. Why are you crashing out? 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 Okay, got it. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. And if I want you to engage in good faith here. Scale from 1 to 10. Where do you rank your expertise on Israel?
Roger,
Hold on. One meaning you know nothing, 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself?
Notice as soon as the topic gets interesting,
I'm asking you a simple question. It's a simple one. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that was a
This is the type of question that Roger get real factual information.
Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Bima is dodging a very fair question. Just put a 1 in the chat if you thought the question is fair and that she's dodging it. Bima, now go ahead and look at the chat, and now I'll ask it again. Scale from 1 to 10. 1 meaning you know nothing, 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself when it comes to your knowledge of Israel?
I wouldn't know. I'd have somebody else rank me.
Okay, well I'll rank you 2. At least you know it exists. So I'll give you 2. I would just advice for everyone on every topic. If you're not, listen, you can comment whether you're an expert or not, but I would say that the less that you know, like if you're like B-Master, you should be doing more asking of questions to gain knowledge and do more research to gain knowledge than to sit here and pontificate as if you know fucking everything. Makes no sense. You make no sense, B-Master. You make no sense.
So I was talking to El Normo earlier, and I always say that any communication, anything that I say, if you have a better information to counter whatever I'm saying, I'm open to it. Just like El Normo. El Normo actually engages in fucking critical thinking, unlike Roger, who likes to just put a logical fallacy, slap a logical fallacy on absolutely everything, deflect, make sure that you don't talk about the actual shit, lie on you, inflate the conversation, and total trash. No, it's total trash, and it's dishonest, okay? It's complete trash. El Normo and I had this discussion earlier, so what did I do, Roger? I got the fucking information and I read it. I just spent the past 3 hours reading through several pets. One was 64 pages, one was 100 pages, the other one was 38 pages, okay? Reading through the information
say, okay, well, now I have more information. Let's talk about it. Looks like you're wrong. I could have just ChatGPT and got a quick answer to say, oh, hey, what do you say? And then go back and say, oh, no, I ChatGPT it. ChatGPT it. Looks like you're wrong. What did I do? I wanted to get the actual evidence. I wanted to read through it, be objective, and that's all. And so then when I do it, of course, oh, go read. You don't know. You don't know.
Hold on. Dima, just another question for you. You can decide if you want to answer or not. You're not really doing the whole question thing right now, but I'm genuinely curious what time the afternoon pill, what time do you typically take it?
She's gonna do some research on that and get back to me.
Okay, that's good. Look, a good old-fashioned mood stabilizer would probably bring a lot of relief.
Great way to deflect from a great conversation. You guys are just.
I'm trying to get clear on what your claim is. Is your claim that they're in Congress, they were like, we're gonna have a Palestinian state, independent act, like indigenous Palestinians that live there, they're gonna get a state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, not that they were going to get a state, but that's what they were advocating for. That's what they got. That's what the Arab Congresses were about, and they were asking the Brits if they could have their self-sovereignty to create their nation state, and they were a region.
Okay, Bima, so you were right about one thing. There was an Arab Congress, but there wasn't a Palestinian Congress until 1964. You can go check it out.
So the Arab Congress, which I said the third Arab Congress specifically, they were specifically nothing but Palestinians. They came from 4 jurisdictions. They were Arabs. They were mostly Arabs. There was also some Muslim Christians. It gives it all in the paper. The state of Palestine. This is what I was just referring to earlier.
1964.
And 1920. 1920. Okay, 1920. The specifically, I'll get the name again if that's what you need.
There was no Palestinian Congress before 1960.
Yes, there was. It was called the Third Arab Palestine Congress, 1921. Yes, it was. And yes, it was. It was
Jews was there too, because Jews were Palestinians too.
It didn't matter. It was a people, of course, there were. And you could see that in the census of 1922, there were mostly Arabs, but yeah, absolutely, there were Jews. There were also Christians, of course. But the claim was that there was no Palestinians a part of the Arab Congress, and that's clearly false. That was a lie. That's not true. They were nothing but Palestinians. They all came from actual places inside what was considered Palestine.
Syria too, right?
No, Syria, no. Not Jordan, no. They were not.
Of course it was Syria. What are you talking about? You know, the idea of Palestine was, they had the idea of Palestine as the greater part of Syria.
She doesn't know the history, she doesn't know the geography, she's just learning about it.
I was talking about the places that the people of the Congresses came from, and they came from, I found it, Jerusalem, Jaffa, Haifa, Nablus, and Gaza. I don't know where Jaffa is. I know where Jerusalem is. I know where Nablus is. I know where Gaza is. Jaffa and Haifa, I don't know where that is. So if that's it, I don't know where. Okay, where is that? Is that inside Israel? Is Jaffa and Haifa, is that inside the Israel, or is that somewhere else?
That's northern Israel.
Okay, so and both of them.
I'm glad you're learning on the fly, Dima.
Rich, do you know? Do you know Jaffa?
Yeah.
Where's that? Okay, where is that? Where?
We've already told you, we've already asked you, where are the fucking cookbooks? Can you name any of the cookbooks?
You're not help. You're all
You know, I asked you to name any cookbooks.
Shut up, Rich. You're an ankle biter. Shut up. Anyway, Harry was, whoever else was responding to that. So Jerusalem, Jaffa. No, of course it's not an ad hom. He just disrupted the conversation to say I didn't know where it was. I asked him to provide the information and then he was provided. Okay? He's been doing nothing but, what are you talking about, Yo? He's been attacking me the entire time. He's not a single argument. He's just personally attacked me. Come on, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Alright, hold on. We're gonna do a room reset. Listen, we're in the muff. If you enjoy being in the muff, welcome. If you don't enjoy being in the muff, you don't have to be in the muff. Some people don't like the muff. Some people don't want to be in the muff. Gays don't want to be in the muff. You certainly don't have to be in the muff. This is a choice to be in the muff. Bima chooses to be in the muff. I want to ask a few questions. I want to get some other people involved on the stage. I want to just figure out if we can maybe advance this conversation beyond the low information, high confidence people, and maybe get like the, maybe we'll welcome the lower confidence, high information people to speak. That might be fun. That might be an interesting twist here. I also, before we get started again, does anybody do like breathing exercises? Anybody? Is anybody here into that, bro? I don't know if you're awake. And do you do breathing exercises? Nye, do you?
Absolutely. Meditation, all of it.
Yeah, can we just I think it might be quite beneficial for at least one person in the room to take some deep breaths and just, maybe just clear the mind. If you can lead us through a deep breathing exercise now, then we can continue the conversation. I think this would be helpful. Bima, please participate in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we all just mute up for a second and just take a deep breath? 4 counts in. Hold it for 4 counts. And release it 4 counts. I would do that 3 times. It might help to close the eyes. So close your eyes. Deep breath in. Hold. Break. Breathe out 4 counts. And repeat if necessary. It does help to close the eyes so you're not distracted visually. Just think of, a cool breeze over the mountains. Just be calm and chill. And if it helps, pop a pill to relax. If breathing is not your thing, or load the ball, take a few hits, just chill out. Thank you, Dr.
Well, I sure got a lot out of it, and I hope others have as well. That was good. I feel much more relaxed. Now that we've relaxed, Dina, go ahead and continue. Dina, we might have hypnotized her, put her to sleep.
I think their ChatGPT might be.
Of course, I love when the high information people speak.
Which call the Arabs, they define themselves as Arabs. And Jews also Palestinians, as you said, Christians also Palestinians. So your point is mute about the Arab-Palestinian Congress. That's what I wanted to say.
I don't think that that's logical at all. I've heard some humanity services specifically referring to a specific place that is the area, the geographical region of Palestine. Okay, so in your argument,
Syria, Jordan, all these places.
Council rants about it, but too often between Argentina and Palestine, okay? Palestine, they knew exactly what he was talking about in 1896. Okay, you have the people of Palestine have the Palestinian pound written on dollar bills and on coins. There's newspapers, the Palestinian, they refer to themselves, the Arabic, there's just way too much, it doesn't make sense. And if you're going to use the same exact argument of, well, Israel, just like El Mormo said, just like every other country in the 20th century had to, this was a process of becoming, then why wouldn't it be the same for the Palestinian people? That's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to become a sovereign state, right? But the British, and this was my question to everybody else, to the more intelligent, high IQ people in the room, which I like to know more about because, as Roger says, I'm an idiot, low IQ, whatever else. Why did the British decline multiple times the Palestinian people a nation state? For what reason?
They gave it to them in 1947 and they declined it. Why did they decline it? Why did they decline it? Why did they decline it in 1947?
I'm going to assume it's because the wanted the area wanted to fight against. They were too nervous about the Zionists taking over the entire region as they grow in the Jewish state as a result. Let's find a high IQ person who knows history and let's answer that question.
When is the third one coming?
I first said it was.
Oh my gosh.
Otherwise, I would have given the information, huh?
Let me ask you. Hold on, Rich. Let me ask you this.
I don't want to do your games. I don't like it.
Question. So, if Israel was not well armed,
going through a midlife crisis or something. Because not only is he
Liam
Neeson, Pamela Anderson did it. Last night I watched The Wicked.
Well, I mean, you probably have taken him out.
Yeah, and what I think is interesting is that Israel does have arms. They have well-trained military, and they have very sophisticated weapons. If Israel's desire was to commit a genocide, they could do it. It's within their grasp to do it. It's just not within the desire of their hearts to do that. They have the means to do it. And this is the thing that I don't think people like yourself are considering, is that if it were the other way around and the Arab nations had the superior military, Jews wouldn't exist. Israel wouldn't exist. The fact that they had
67 is a 16.
I understand. And any chance they get, any chance they get, they will take that. This is why, Iran can't have a bomb. That question comes up. I hear people say, well, hey, if the U.S. could have a bomb, and China could have a bomb, the UK could have a bomb, I can't have a bomb. The reason why you can't have weapons like this in the hands of evildoers is that there are some people on this planet, whether you want to accept it or not, Bima, that are dedicated to destroying the state of Israel and to killing Jews. And until you wrestle with that fact, you're never going to make any sense in this conversation because you're ignoring the one fundamental difference that separates Israel from their enemies. Is one country genuinely wants to live in peace, and the rest of them don't want that country to exist or their people to exist. I don't understand why they can't.
There's no picture. This is the same flight as we fly the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and it's
Did she finally leave? Oh,
Yeah, she did.
Oh.
Just as
I think that was one that ChatGPT wasn't giving her good enough prompt for.
the same flight as we fly the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and
Kim, you missed the lecture
The worst thing about this app are people that have high confidence and low information. The people that make up bullshit, the people that will recite lies, and they do so, and they will argue with people that have, information that resemble facts.
Right, and
this is in 2025, despite their lack of education, their lack of knowledge, that high level of confidence, it causes them to disregard their low level of information and to just say whatever the fuck comes out of whatever comes to mind, they're just gonna say.
Pope Leo received a rock star's welcome at the Vatican's Festival of Catholic Influencers today. He was mobbed by so-called digital missionaries, snapping and streaming on their phones
when it comes to that behavior.
The Pope warned them of neglecting human relationships as they chase clicks
a lesser
and
example of
followers.
If you go to Chillism and you see guys like Ike and Concrete, they're a perfect example of it. We should start spotting this stuff and just say, hey, look, we're trying to have an adult conversation. Clearly, we have a lot of confidence and not a lot of information. And I think we should just tell these people, instead of entertaining ourselves with their stupidity, because that's what we've done last few hours, is just us, laughing at them. I think we should stop that. I think we should try a new tactic, and we should just ignore them.
You know, when I saw the title of the room, I didn't expect it to be this room. I actually expected it to be like, a room I really disliked. I almost, from the title, I'm surprised that you, I don't know, you go out to give me the history. I almost wanted a report room just for the title, without even going into the room. And then I figured maybe I should just listen for a second.
Yeah, well, I would say it's probably a good practice to not report room titles, and because you got to get context. This was sarcasm. Bima was in here lecturing Jews about her knowledge of the conflict. She's somebody that claims to be aware that there's more nations at war today than there have been since any time since World War II. But for whatever reason, she's obsessed about talking about the conflict with Israel. And, you know, when you start trying to ask why, and all of her arguments are just repeated bullshit of anti-Semitic tropes. And we're trying to decipher, does she hate Jews? Or does she just so stupid that she's repeating these things? I can't assign intent. I can just say that I can identify very clearly her bullshit. Ken, you would have been so frustrated.
No, but I have no idea who she is. Never even heard of her. So you can just imagine, though, somebody maybe just scrolling. Maybe they're a new member. I don't know, like near the clubhouse, and you just see a title that says someone lectures Jews. I mean, you just like intrinsically know that's anti-Jewish, okay? Intrinsically, okay? And that's why I really don't like that title, okay?
Yeah, well, it was definitely a poke at her and not a poke at Jews. It was...
I know what you're saying, but it's not the way that the average person will look at that title as they scroll through the hallway.
Hey, Roger. Yeah. Galaxy said he wants to contribute to the room and edify it.
I never said a motherfucking thing, bitch. Don't be calling out my motherfucking name, bitch.
Not too much on GP.
Okay, we're not gonna talk like that, Chi-Chi.
I'm gonna talk however the fuck I want about what your bald head.
Okay, you can talk to yourself.
I knew you didn't enjoy him.
You see how that works, Chi-Chi?
So Mojo, what's in the muff? I mean, I've seen that room or whatever, a house before. I've never actually even gone in it. Is that one of yours or something?
Yeah, in the muff is a place that many people on Clubhouse desire to be. There's some people on Clubhouse that have never been in the muff. There's some people that'll never be in the muff. But this is, I would say it's a cozy, comfortable, perhaps even moist place.
then you get back on stage because you else.
I'm not bringing your guy back. Let him go to chillism. Let him go do that.
Alright, I'm going back to my Hollywood room now. Thanks.
Alright, man. Have fun. Alright, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to bring Chi-Chi up. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to remove and block. We'll let the people decide, Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi has a weird obsession with Rich.
Oh, God. Alright, well, let's see what Chi-Chi's got to say then. Fuck it. We'll bring Chi-Chi up. I'll say this. I'm just going to give you a warning, Chi-Chi. If you address me at all, good or bad, I'm just going to remove you from the room. So just know that. So now you had your warning, and if you want to get like 30 seconds of your shit talking in, believe me, I can remove people faster than anybody you've ever seen. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you up. Okay? I'll bring you up. Behave yourself. You can talk shit to Rich. You can't talk shit to me. It's not going to happen. Let's see.
I'm glad my phone's about to die.
Some people in that region do not
Yeah, I did too.
You have a fucking reputation you would want to protect. You would want to be known as a. So, if you take it back to the basics here, like war industry is a business, and like make it seem like they do.
Is he a regular in chillism?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he also chases around stage in the LA News media concerts. And he's mentally retarded. He has HIV/AIDS.
Is that true?
I've heard that.
Is he really HIV positive?
I just said that because he has like all these sores on his arms that he's homosexual.
Is he homosexual?
What's your body count? Do you know it? My body count? What is that?
Teach their
I don't know the German word, but how many guys or girls you had sex with?
A vigorous person.
30? Man, something around that. Do you think it matters? No. Guys just want to have fun. True. We want to have fun. What?
I'm literally standing in the shower about to check
Everyone will have
Your
fun.
body count, do you know it? What would you say? If you don't know, then what you have done? What a revolution.
I stayed in my lane.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and I get quite offended when people talk about my people. So.
You don't like when a human talks about black subjects.
No, I don't like it when people talk out of turn about the black community. I'm going to stand up for mine.
What? You have to say mine.
Oh, you were saying axe yesterday. They do them all the time. You've done them so many times.
Okay, well, what did I do that was wrong?
notice how, like, when the anti-Semite leaves, like, the conversation just dies? They sure do like to stir up some shit, don't they?
No, Kima's been, he's been on his good behavior today. No, it's called your ass beat on Clubhouse.
Rich, listen, we're not gonna pick on Akima just because B-Master left. That is not the way it works. Patiently wait until somebody as stupid as B-Master shows up. We'll pick on them.
Somebody invite Chi-Chi up.
I'm trying.
Go off.
Now, we gotta do a movie room at some point. It'll be a completely different crowd, completely different vibe, but that we're gonna do to have a good movie premiere. Kevin said he was going back to a movie. There's a lot of interesting people on this app that would join that. Like there's, I don't know if you know, Kim Fields, some of the other people. Hell, we might even get Mallory from Family Ties to join us. She's still on this. Not fucking, not too from, fucking, no, I'm sorry, Dawn Fields is her. She brings, yeah, Dawn is great. Yeah, she's great. Tell her Mojo said what's up. She'll know me by Roger, by the way.
No, we can't. Wait, do you and Dawn get along?
Yeah, she's great, dude. She's great. I love her.
Yeah, no, I love Dawn.
I'm sure she probably doesn't have the patience for some of the fuckery rooms that I give, but no, we've shared spaces with her. She's, you know what I like about her is she's truly a heterodox thinker and wants different viewpoints. I used to go in the rooms a lot when the writer's strike was going on, and I was of the opinion of fuck the writers, and man, were there people, you know, the actors and the writers were so upset, and all I would say to them is like, hey, look, man, if fucking AI can take over your fucking field, you're just not very good at what you do, and I fucking mean that. Like, you know, I think that some of the arguments that they make, it's not that I begrudge them for making a good living, but like, the problem with the writers should really focus on is writing better material, and then figuring out a way to, you know, cut through you know, there's a lot of marketing costs that it takes to make a film these days, but they need to figure out how to get the investment and get their projects off the ground. You know, not crying about like, they need more money. You'd have plenty of money if you wrote better. So anyways, people would come off like crazy at me, as you can imagine, and Don would just say, hey, it's a valid opinion.
Yeah, God is cool people. I was about to make a point to something you said about the writers, but I just forgot to my phone when I think about it.
This room is dying. We're not entertaining people that hate Jews. I guess maybe what we'll do is close this room. We'll regroup later. We'll bring a whole new group of anti-Semites onto the stage, and we'll rinse and we'll repeat. Oh, BB raised his hand. BB wants to know. Let's see what BB has.
Only because I'm receiving some background
still, thank you. Appreciate that. I will utilize this. It's awesome. Yeah, it'll stand out better. And right now, I just look like a sloppy chop of cake.
And I have a question though, but I don't want to get smashed. No, it's about these anti-Semites and about these Jew-hating rooms. Is there a complete, disconnect with reality? If you sit in these rooms, Amir's room, for instance, you have people that they've never been to the region, they don't know what the Gaza Strip was a state last year, they have no clue. But they have such conviction and passion and hatred towards Jews in Israel. I'm wondering if it's kind of like, I know the answer, but I wonder what everybody else thinks. Is there a sickness and it's also contagious?
You know, I think it comes down to the politics. That's the best thing I can think of because now the Amirs of the world, I think, genuinely, truly hate Jews. But I do think that there's people, even Jews on this app, that have allowed their political leanings. So if you have people that are left of center that don't like what Israel is doing right now, and they're for political reasons, right? Maybe because they fancy themselves lockstep with policies of people in the squad. They allow the American contingent, and again, this includes Jews. They will put front and center and prioritize their political leanings over what's happening in Israel, what they know to be true about the threats that Jews face, because they fall out of favor with their lefty friends, and that's what's really important to them. It appears pretty clear to me that the most important virtue that they have is to be in good standing with fellow lefties, and even if that means selling out their own people.
I agree with you, 1,000%. It's funny because yesterday, I'm pretty sure you guys all heard about the mass shooting or the shooting that happened in New York. And if you Googled it, it showed I went to images, and one of the persons that was apprehended, there was a male and a female, and then I guess they unalived the shooter. But two of the people that were arrested, one of the guys had a shirt that said Palestine on it, which was fucking crazy because I was in Amir's room and they were all talking. And then Norma was like, what if the guy was wearing a Free Palestine shirt? I'm like, let me Google just to see. And the guy was wearing a fucking Palestine shirt. And it's just crazy, but was he part of the shooting? Was he part of something else? I don't know. But the media made it seem like he was apprehended as part of the shooting.
That's crazy. Super crazy.
I agree with a lot of what you said, Roger, about the political leanings, but I'll be honest with you, I think there's a lot of division even in just the right camp on this issue. At least anecdotally, from a personal perspective, I feel like a lot of conservatives are even very divided on the Israel-Palestine thing.
Well, there's a lot of look. Don't get it twisted. There's a lot of conservatives that don't like Jews as well. The Grapers are not fans. There's anti-Semites everywhere, but there's also this group, and some of these people, when it comes to domestic policy, I actually like you take somebody that's in power, like a Thomas Massey, for example, right? And I love how staunchly he defends fiscal conservatives, and somebody spending money on something he doesn't think going on the line about giving billions of dollars to our enemies, such as Iran.
Correct, I agree with you on the foreign aid policy as well, but even with that, like, because of the memorandum that Obama did in 2016, that aid that we give them, even that additional aid that we give them, right now it's up to almost 92% comes back to U.S. American defense contractors. They have to spend it on us, and by 2028 it'll be 100%.
Report on them on the Chinese economy. We gave a very detailed report on the U.S. economy. We talked about the trade deals.
Yeah, I think this is where it gets complicated. Is when it comes to aid. There's some people that think that there should never be an end to it. Some will make arguments that we got to give aid to our allies. Others will make arguments that you got to give aid to countries that if you don't, it creates a vacuum, and then our enemies come in there and they fill that vacuum. I won't pretend that it's not complicated. I would just say that it's also important to have voices that say pump the brakes when it comes to the spending. If you're going to have people that say yes to all the spending, it's probably good to have people that say no to all the spending. Alright, I'm going to go get lunch. I don't think I'm going to do Mexican today. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on lunch? Maybe I'll go get some hummus. This might be the most controversial opinion that I hold when it comes to Israelis and Palestinians, but I believe that the Palestinians, whoever those mysterious people might be, I had hummus that was called on the menu Palestinian hummus, and it was the best hummus I've ever had. So if somebody wants to point me to better hummus, just let me know. But their hummus was pretty. I'll probably never go back there though. Amongst our terror groups, and they fucking
Did you ever watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah.
Remember that episode where Larry and his crew tried to go eat at the Palestinian restaurant, and the one friend didn't wear the yarmulke? Is that what the hat is called? Those things, the yarmulkes with the.
Yeah, you're right.
They said don't do it. Did you ever see that episode?
I'm Googling for it right now.
They fought in the parking lot over the yarmulke, and the Palestinian restaurant was cheering. It is the funniest moment in that show. Probably one of the best episodes. If you have not seen that episode, you're gonna die.
You know, it took me a long time to warm up to the crankiness of that dude. Why is his name escaping me? The Curb Your Enthusiasm guy.
Larry David.
Yeah, he's just a little too cranky for me. Just a little too cranky. He's funny though.
It's the Palestinian chicken episode.
Palestinian chicken. Let me look into it.
I'd avoid it all and go have some Vietnamese food.
You know what's fucked up is like fusion is the worst word in all of cuisine. Like you get thousands of years old recipes and some fucking dickwad that goes to fucking culinary school wants to make everything fusion, and I hate it. And the one that makes the most sense I still don't like, which is French Vietnamese. Like if I was in San Francisco, I could find a real Vietnamese restaurant, and their food is good. I like their food. I just don't like when it's fused with other shit.
Yeah, it's like, why fix something that's already perfect?
it's fucking weird. The worst one though is Sushi Rito. Have you guys ever heard of this? It's like a burrito spot that's fused with sushi, and what you get is it's essentially a giant hand roll with too much rice and not enough fish. But because you put a clever name on it, people will line up and pay like $25 to get a giant hand roll.
Roger, I posted, in case you didn't find it, I posted the clip in the chat. If anybody wants.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we did good work today. We need to probably monitor the medication for Bima a little closer. That might help her, might help us. If you guys want to keep the room open, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna go eat lunch. I'll be back. You guys have a good one.
Peace out.
Well, I'm gonna take off too. I'll leave it to the other man. I have to go interview Seth Rogen. As a matter of fact, I'm interviewing Seth Rogen today, so I don't know the other man.
Girl.
Yes.
Do yours, girl. That's some fire shit right there, huh?
Thanks, boo. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
As well. Have fun. What do you guys think the best food is?
Political opinions. It's compliance,
Mexican.
and
What the
femininity. That's
hell?
really what we care about. And you know who gives it to us? Foreign women who still value strong,
I think it's
masculine
no, I
men.
agree with you, but
That's the
it's
reason why all
hard
high
to
value.
find authentic Mexican,
Oh, hi
like
there.
real
My name's Aaron Hill,
Mexican.
and I'm the guy that researches how many Jews there are.
Depends on where you are,
I've
yeah.
seen some of my work, most notably from when Kanye West shared my Jews in the media spreadsheet, or more recently when the infographic I made, also about Jews in the media, has been going around.
It's like I
You
went
know,
to a
some
place
people's
like
hobbies
2
are
weeks
video
ago, and the
games, other
reviews were
people's
like
hobbies are
off the
sports,
charts.
and my
And I
hobby
went there, it
is
was
how
the
many
worst
Jews there are.
food I've ever had. And I'm like,
Speaking
I
of
don't
sports,
understand.
did you know that the NBA
My buddy's like,
has
no, you
13
gotta
British
read the
owners and
names
30
of the
teams?
people that are leaving the reviews. I'm like, fuck, I never thought of that.
Unfortunately, the review thing doesn't have to be honest, right? So people can have all sorts of reasons for saying just whatever. And that's the disappointing thing.
But this is exactly what I've been waiting for.
I find personally that people would rather eat shit food. Like, if you open up like
Everyone always wants to know what I did.
no, I'm not joking, like
I
a
was a
place
server
that's
in a
serving
bartender at a
garbage,
wonderful
and then a
restaurant
place
called
that's
Tiki.
serving more, subconsciously people are like, you know what, the garbage fish probably gonna be cheaper, I'm gonna eat there. And the place that's serving good food always loses out.
Oh, there's a place in LA we've been going to since. No, our families. I've been going back. It's called Tepeyac, but it's in East LA. It's off of Evergreen and Soto, off the 10. It is.
When I'm listening to Dawn, I know I've reached peak Clubhouse usage.
Whenever
It's
able
the end
to
of
fully
it.
expand because it's in a resident.
Let's see.
Go around for 7 people, that's all.
Okay.
Trump gets bitches.
Hey, yeah, give me a second, sister. I ain't talking when you was talking. My thing is, the shit they talking about, that's low ass, petty ass arguments, talking, spanning from opinions and shit. We talking about where people was really flexing on each other, getting their ass whooped, getting sent to the hospital, going to fucking funerals, because that's the real dark side.
I'm still about that shit too. I swear I touched nigga off his ass. But look,
Oh, my mom.
the dark side was really lame. Niggas, it was a bunch
I
of shit.
said what I said, sister. Y'all just don't.
Go ahead, one mic on RJ. Somebody that actually know what the fuck he's talking about.
Anybody going to their mic that's not RJ, you get shot. Let y'all know. Any ad libs, you get shot. RJ,
Yeah, that's a fact. I remember that day precisely, bro. Niggas started beefing with Elaine, and she was dating some nigga or something, and they started, I think, what was the nigga named Kofi or Coffee or some shit like that? And then, like, yeah, they had this big ass room, and it was getting so much attention that it just unlocked a bunch of characters. There was a bunch of characters that were setting themselves on stage, and them niggas turned that shit.
Thank you, Don. People that were there. That are smoking their own needles and can be honest. The fuck?
Yeah, so those spaces.
Thank you, Bella. I unlocked
That
Bella.
day unlocked probably like 50 characters. Fucking all the motherfuckers that trying to set themselves on stage.
1K, RJ.
And then they got
That's where I like
addicted to the
who the fuck is that?
That's my kids fucking.
The conversation not that deep, bro. Save your son, my nigga.
Nah, they just talking shit. They talking. That's how they get them.
That was talking?
Man, she 3, nigga.
Hold on, but I feel like y'all are forgetting.
Nigga, go tell your kids. Garbage ass nigga.
That's the second time you did that. Chill out.
Y'all forgetting a part that was already taken place.
Excuse me,
would y'all say the Nick cells are a big part of Dark Side? Yes.
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
100%.
Quickly, hold on. The Nick cells were already formed before the Elaine shit happened.
They weren't.
I'm trying to say, y'all missing a piece of the plot. Like Elaine wasn't.
They were not connected yet, though. Everyone had their separate smoke, though. This is what I'm saying. Dark Side's name is Dark Side because of what? Because of the shit that y'all got off of my shit. And it's not even a flex, respectfully. It ain't even all that. I'm really just trolling y'all. But if we're being honest, all of y'all had y'all's own shit going on. Even Denat, respectfully. Nobody on the dark side, quote unquote, knew him, though. Until me and Ion got into it. And then everyone was trying to do the, oh, it's okay. You're not a colorist. And I was crying and whining, trying to understand why the fuck they was doing all this weird ass shit to UK bitches. It don't matter.
Wait, can we get some clips from back in the day? Like some memorable clips?
Oh my God.
Some of them got them, bro. There's a lot of big suckers that was recording movies before recorders was even up.
But here's the thing. That's just literally not true. And it goes back to what Willen is saying. Most of us
line, bitch. Also, that's not true. You name different segments of different groups. When you're different groups, that doesn't mean that you're dark side. The name dark side came after my shit because of my shit. Dark side got lit, and everybody knew who the fuck the dark side was because of me. Not because of none of motherfucking makeup, not because of motherfucking ion, none of that. Okay. Because of me and the harassment and bullshit y'all was doing with me. So y'all get it. It's cool. I get it. Y'all wanna be this. Y'all wanna be there. Why, but
Niggas is confusing the good side and the app with the dark side. Like, just because it was black people in spaces, that don't make it weird.
Stop muting me. Why are you interrupting me?
I'm saying let Elaine go, he cut you off. You know, I mean,
Period. But no, I just think it's weird how they keep trying to like make this thing a thing. Oh no, it was black people that couldn't get on stages. We were trying to come together. Like, no, that's not what happened. Niggas named it dark side because of all the dark shit y'all were doing.
Yeah,
I want to clarify. The nigga Don Prez, the one that started the name Dark Side, and then
Don, just because you started it doesn't mean that that was yours. Like when I'm saying,
you're right. I agree.
The whole first 30 weeks of presidential tweets was off of my shit. I didn't even want the fucking content. They were just, yes it is. Are you kidding me?
I went up there and got
Damn near every day. And Don, give me, you was trying to get.
I was there every day too, fighting and arguing too, bitch. It was not just you, it was all up there crashing.
I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't hear about you until like Lil Nas X came out with a project.
Right, I still haven't heard about you. So I'll wax your fucking head or something.
I mean, Don was trying to like get his name out there during that time, and nobody was like,
No, I wasn't trying to do shit. I got approached to be on the presidential suite for you, man, because you made it look.
Girl, I wasn't even in there. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That nigga was in it.
He used to make small rooms get lit, and he put my name, hold on, and he used to put my name in the title so he can have lit rooms.
Some of y'all niggas clout chase y'all way through the dark side.
Elaine and Kofi, Elaine and this, Elaine and that, Elaine's pussy this, Elaine's pussy that. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Wait.
Y'all making shit up, like I said.
Hold on, Don. I'm gonna keep it real though. As far as like some, cause y'all know Clubhouse is the relationship shit. Niggas, y'all digging content. Y'all digging pussy content has been the most normalized shit the last 3 years, and that's cause Elaine. Elaine was the first relationship that niggas was intrigued with normal and niggas was.
The bitch was on Clubhouse doing 12-hour shift, acting like she was gonna kill her.
Period, and that's why y'all did the other side. That's why presidential suite. Hold on. That's why presidential suite got popping. That's why motherfucking San Vito shit went the way it went. And guess what? It stayed drama the whole entire time. Y'all never went back to regular shit. Y'all stayed on drama. Today, that's all Clubhouse is drama. Fuck you talking about? And I started that shit. What's next?
Can I speak a little, please?
I ain't gonna lie.
I need to speak. Hold on. I want to say this. So the presidential suites definitely existed before the Elaine issue. And y'all have revisionist history. That is not, y'all don't remember what happened. So what happened was, Elaine was a part of the Exoticals, period, right? I have blocked her because she was at no shade. She was annoying the fuck out.
Number to tell us though.
Hold on, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Then I was on a presidential suite stage. You know, at that point, if you were on stage and you blocked somebody, they couldn't get in the room. So Elaine, they asked who had Elaine blocked. I said I did. Period. Elaine went to do a room about me because she was upset that she was blocked, not even knowing the reason why. And then that room did numbers.
No,
so I feel like
the reason why, but we don't have to revisit that.
Okay, Barry, you can revisit how we. That's I'm talking about my point of view.
That's your perspective for sure, but that's not what it was.
Now the biggest room, now that we trying to be here and be weird, the biggest room that y'all found out about Elaine was her being mad at me because I blocked her, or she felt I was weird. That's exactly what went down. So I know y'all trying to like spin it like it was something else. And for me, I don't give a fuck about being connected to anything that has to do with dark side. But at the end of the day, I remember when me and Makeup and Elaine and the Exoticals were removed from the dark side and we boycotted the motherfuckers. Guess what? They had no numbers. They had no numbers at all because we were the epitome of what that is.
And that's all I was saying.
Wait.
calm down.
And I just wanted to say, Elaine, it was already dark. You just came a little bit later.
Hell no. I've been on Clubhouse since January 9th, 2020. What are we talking?
Sometimes, like, relax.
It's been 5 years. You haven't figured that out.
You remember
Wait. Do we have any clips so the crowd can actually understand what's going on?
So they're actually
like, hello?
on some clips, there's still Dulo. Who is on? Who is that? But Dulo, can you give a Mexican?
Maybe you can go your
Cayete.
What?
Dulo.
Cayete.
It's Cayete.
Somebody get Sammy. He got all the archives.
Oh, God. Can we not, guys? Can we not? We don't need to go back that far.
Yo, put a one in the chat and we should do a Clubhouse memory lane room once a week and bring up shit from way back. Once every 2 weeks.
You gotta get Sammy though, bro.
Hold on, because the Discord, I was there when it was first created. It was not what it became. The Discord was originally for all black people to get along and just come and speak on their opinions, and it was real calm, cool, and collected until a certain individual from the dark side came in that motherfucker.
Curtis ran the Discord.
And then who came in and fucked it up, RJ?
Lucius Lyon.
What year did the dark side?
See, y'all slumber. He came in there and started shaking shit, fucking shit up.
Here from the exoticals too, just so y'all know.
No cap, Ion. I don't know. The king of the dark side is gonna be between Ion and Sam.
100% agree with that.
articles first, y'all. It was already doxing people before all of that shit popped off.
I mean, if we're gonna go that route, then I was a part of the exoticals for 3 days. So.
Yes, you were. Elaine, you was around, but this is before you went viral. Elaine, do you remember Rachel?
Hell yeah, I remember Rachel, the way I used to torture that lady.
She tortured me. What the fuck you mean? She tortured me. That was the first time we met Z. Because Z was like, this king is
I met her in a room with Denai. I didn't meet her with y'all.
Exactly. Okay, so Z was.
So I met her later.
Z was already on the other side of the app, literally driving people fucking crazy. She was being a terrorist. So that's why I'm like,
no, that's not true because they used to say Z was very. Hold on. They used to say Z was very quiet, very timid. When I met her, she
When Z, I'm gonna be honest, when Z was an exotical, she was very quiet, very demure, did not speak.
Not in the private.
It wasn't until me and her got into it where I saw that monster come out.
Glasses, she started being weird.
Alright, somebody send me something in the back channel. Y'all hear me? Somebody said Clubhouse sides. Black Heaven, Zambitos, and Smoking Jim's crew, The Dark Side, DNN, Presidential Suites, Nick Sales Makeup, Hunter and Crew, Kim Cuts, then Mainstream. Somebody wrote this to me in the back channel. The Other Side, Mainstream or Industry Side, Freddie Roosevelt, Duran, Nelson, Jared, 21 Savage, Dante Brooks, Mace, Drewski, Osan, Heem, etc. Section Cotton. Section Cotton? What the fuck is that? Oh, Lydia. Section Cotton, Lydia, Dr. B, Darius, Julio, Gary, I don't know half of these people. The White Side, JT Fox, Grant Cardone.
What about Oshun? We can't.
Nobody mentioned it. He wasn't a factor.
$1 million booty hole Oshun. We can't forget her.
Let Lou finish. Let Lou finish. Fuck y'all got it.
Hey Lou, check your text message. That's weird because that must be an exotical hater because they didn't put us on there. Weird.
Oh, I thought we were just sharing war for the goddamn thing. My bad, y'all.
Wait, somebody just sent me a picture, right? Clubhouse season 1. Hey, somebody sent me a picture with hold on, it was Meezy in the group. That's 21 Savage manager. Somebody sent me a picture with the title was Academics Welcome Party. Meezy and 21 Savage and Meek Mill. That Kevin Hart or some shit like that. And about him not being funny, and Kevin Hart came into the room. I don't know who it was, and in that room got like the most people Clubhouse ever had. And after that, it was mostly like me and Savage had those rooms because we was like introducing people, bringing people on the app, Chris Brown and different people like that. And it'll be like the max you could have was like 5,000 people. And then after that, I think they fixed it. And then I don't know. That's kind of when Clubhouse went to shit though, because once everybody started arguing, like all like kind of like stories and stuff, niggas were throwing the rooms and got the fuck out the app. Nobody like all the tech people. Everybody we could really get some money. We got the fuck out the app once niggas started doxing.
But half niggas be lying anyway about that.
When I got my invite the first month, I didn't even use the app.
It's crazy. I remember this shit because
I was in the Universally. Y'all remember that group?
Remember when Kevin Samuels first came on the app and they had this petition to have him banned or something like that?
It was ours.
Yo, I was about to say that sound like some exotic shit.
It was ours. And I tore that up. That was a big room. That room had 3,000 people. I was whooping on this and that. Hey, Meezy, I know this on topic, but tap in, man. I got a tequila brand I wanted to holler at you about. Yeah, just hit my back channel.
Hey, that don't make sense. How the fuck y'all gonna try and get tequila brand? You better hit me up.
He's dead now. I don't got it, but
I mean, I'm trying to get straight rum, nigga.
Well, I'm Mexican according to the half, so.
I'm gonna tap in with your back channel, guys. Alright, listen, I ain't gonna lie though. These are one club out, cause see, this is my Lou Facts page. I turned to Lou Facts once I seen niggas start doxing and doing all that wild shit. But I used to fuck with my boy P Fire and Big John and shit. That's what white people.
Oh, yeah.
That's French Montana people.
Yes.
People used to pay $500 just to come on stage and $1,000 for a green bean. I swear to God, niggas used to pay niggas $1,000 for a green bean just to be on stage. Y'all remember this BC? Yeah, people. I remember like I used to get offered just to get on my stage like $1,000, $200, $500, $400. Shit was crazy back in the day. That was back when Paul and Rohan used to just, if you had like a room, they'll come in and fuck around, they'll talk. That's how I got cool with them. Niggas was kicked off the app. I remember one time, our nigga Cardo, who produced, he got kicked off the app. I made a room saying, shit, if y'all kick that nigga off the app, we gonna delete our accounts. And that was like 10 minutes later, they gave that nigga account back. Wow. Yeah, that's what everybody had. We used to. Yeah.
Does anyone on the stage remember the university that MC back then?
That's some time right there. Yeah, right.
See?
You niggas strong when you unite. You niggas strong when you unite.
You gotta also remember, like Meezy saying, like in the industry, we do networking events, and during the pandemic, that shit was shut down. So that was like a listening point.
That was the entertainment.
That's how I came.
I'm lucky I'm going now. Bye, y'all.
Thank God. Everybody was on the app. It was a good network. It was really good networking for the most part. But now I look back, I do agree with like from the dark side point of view. Like I see what they were saying when it was like certain people didn't have a chance to have a voice in certain rooms, so they made their own type of thing. I didn't understand it then. You know what I'm saying? But now I get it. But you know what I go from, man? Like early on in season 1, nigga, I had a course, a transportation course, nigga. I sold so many of them damn seats, some digital seats. I made so much money off of that. I know a lot of us were trying to figure out how to monetize that shit. But it was so much game. It was some dope ass people on the platform now. So just
I got the Clubhouse. He ain't lying. I advertised the grow classes and teaching people how to grow the tree, bro. I made like 10,000.
That's a fact, bro. Because everybody had that PvP money.
Bull the shit. Yeah, they bull the shit in the house, man.
Niggas had that PvP money, nigga. I was selling seats for like $1,200 a pop.
Your mic is low, baby.
The 100 side was revolutionary.
Your mic on Dawn and that low ass mic.
Honey Paint, Honey Shakur then.
That's one nigga.
Hey, why you OG out here now with my
Nigga here 30 years old, they're OG. Hey, Wayne, quick question. In your opinion, Wayne, what was your top 5 most memorable moments, or 1 or 2, like that went this crazy viral from Clubhouse? So I know you've been going viral before this shit, but I'm saying Clubhouse. Come on, just overall shit. Yeah, just the most craziest shit, like viral shit on the internet. Everybody talking about it. Like, who's your? We got dude. What's the nigga name? When he got slammed on his head, his ass went real to the left.
Yeah, Troy.
Troy. Got that.
B. James, come on now.
Nah, what? Yeah, the BJ. Yeah, the takedown of the sweet. He took that bitch down. That's the fact. Y'all cold for that, man. When we turned Freddie against Trilly, when I went and got Trilly daddy, husband, remember I brought Trilly husband to the clubhouse. I found the nigga. And I gave him the clips of Trilly Freddie daddy. Yeah, I brought the nigga to the clubhouse. What else crazy happened around it? 21 Savage. That was some shit going on. That was crazy.
Kanye West. How y'all gonna forget Kanye West with I
brought Kanye out of it.
Didn't somebody fake a suicide too? What?
No, we never had nobody
No.
suicide.
That Hispanic dude.
Like, we talking about CEO Reed.
Oh, you talking about CEO?
We know today. Nobody basically that day, CEO Reed, his baby mama who he lived with, found Clubhouse was in the coop. He didn't know it. His side bitch Clubhouse, and somebody brought her to the floor, and she was airing it out. And we realized his woman was in the coop and texting in the chat. So all that shit went on for like 8 hours, right? So later on that night, like 2 in the morning, they say, "Whack, where Big at?" I said, "Man, that nigga had a hard day. He probably took a nosedive on a 405, jumped off the bridge head first." Now, those of us from California know ain't no bridge over 405, right? I'm clowning. I go to sleep, wake up, the whole hallway talking about rest in peace, CEO Reed. So when Reed called me, he said, "Whack, well, everybody think I'm dead." I told him I jumped off a bridge. I said, "Oh, shit." I said, "Shit, nigga, you can't come back on the app. Your bitch at home. Man, let that shit go. Let it go for a couple days." So, the app did that. None of us never said anything.
And then that's when Stevie Nunez took his spot. That's cool. Yo, how about Benzino and I? Whack, Benzino and
everything.
the trans thing.
What you call it shit? What's the nigga, the rat nigga, put the kids in the cage? What's that nigga name? Shit, that paperwork, that was her major work though. I can't even trust her major gave me that work.
Where is our major?
In jail.
That nigga locked
Oh,
up.
wait, that was another one too. When Sir Major exposed, he was fucking Dr. What's the nigga name? Dr. Julio. Dr. Julio. And Dr. Julio thought it was the flood. And Sir Major started showing all the pictures of him with the kids and the female.
Yeah, Dolly. Oh, don't forget that nigga that got murdered on the app in real time. That was good.
Who got murdered in real? I remember the lady got killed.
Alabama. That was crazy.
I went, yo, Don, them niggas was 2,000 people on phone for 24 hours. Yeah, that nigga got killed real time. The lady over there from DC got killed. They pulled up fight. That's what killed her.
You had that Benzino funeral whack.
Oh, yeah, the
That Benzino shit was funny. Nobody was fucking with him on Clubhouse.
I made that nigga to the room. I said, "Benzino, you like the color purple?" "What you mean?" I said, "PTR, that's you, right?" He didn't realize the homegirl that screen recorded this nigga. And they banged him with the purple dildo. I said, "That's you, right?" "Where'd you get that from?" I said, "The homegirl, she's from my neighborhood. I keep telling y'all, don't trust these cops."
when it started being big, solidifying the trenches and leaving
I tell you, he the first nigga I heard talking about the side, because we got into it in one of the town halls. Ain't no side. This shit on Clubhouse, and he solid dark side. That's the first nigga I heard screaming that shit.
Yeah, I mean, technically the trenches started the side shit because that's the reason why we started. Why we had the idea of names of having a name.
Gotcha.
Because when they came to the presidential suites and they was mobbing on them and shit, they had already, you know, they was already trenches leveling all the niggas. So the Don Perez was like, okay, fuck it, we gotta be something too then. We the dark side. The niggas ain't even really dark.
Yeah, it was Sam Beat on that sandwich.
Yeah, but Free did not though. Free did not.
No.
Oh, and we had the not in jail.
Free did not whack. He get locked up. Van Nuys.
Domestic matter.
Beat somebody at.
No, they said it wasn't domestic, John. It was domestic.
But you know, domestic doesn't mean relationship. You fight your friend and that's domestic.
So that's true.
I had it either.
It got something to do with fighting somebody.
Oh yeah, we got the content when Don got caught trying to cross over into Mexico with the stolen cars and them people.
Lying. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, we got the news, baby, Don.
No, you do not.
How about when Wack did when Freddie had the boys at
Why?
Oh yeah, when I boomed Freddie Ward, that nigga Freddie was playing with it. I said, yo, Freddie, so you got us all over here to drive your traffic. And you stripping it. I said, you think niggas is dumb, huh? I told him this bitch goes boom, and we open the bridges up, drug all this traffic over there. Nigga, you try to use us to maintain your numbers, man. Like you stepping all over, nigga. That's out.
Yeah, and then that nigga went and got his bulletproof Tesla shot up. Remember that?
The fake, you know he denies that. The nigga had the sounds from Spotify talking about me and Levels is you, daddy.
Nah, that shit was
said Freddie was like sexy red. That was crazy. Nigga been really.
Do you remember when you opened? Like, do you remember when you opened that social room? I don't think you knew it was a social. I thought it was meant to be a private, and you were arguing with the Israelites, and it was like 1,000 people in there.
Oh no, that's when we packed. That's when we packed. ISUPK up, Captain Tazar got there.
But the funny thing, it was the social, so people kept coming off the mic and coming up on stage, and you were the only mind. It was some crazy shit. They were saying some crazy shit up in.
Now I gotta bring the next side in, cause I get on my neck.
Nelson was talking big shit and Black came in the room and he got real humble. Y'all remember how Nelson used to act until what the Black came around? You couldn't tell Nelson he wasn't the king of the motherfucking castle. And we still never found out.
Hey man, I got so many clips. Wack got a, remember that with him and that was Nelson Marble, yeah, Thompson Resolution.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Wasn't it Nelson's room where that woman lied about having cancer and she took all the donations from the people? Y'all remember that? Yes, and then Nelson and Nadi, y'all remember that?
Sean, who don't remember that? That was.
Hey, you one messy motherfucker. I give you that.
We going down memory lane. I'm just sparking up conversation. Y'all remember Greg and John? That was the biggest.
That was probably the craziest shit.
It was so
run down in the people versus Riri, what up?
How about JT5?
I remember when Oprah wrote that she had like 8,000 people up in here, 10,000, and she was speaking and nobody could hear her.
Yeah, remember when we
She could only hear women, she couldn't hear everybody.
Wait, do y'all remember Elon Musk? He told us about Dogecoin?
Oh, I'm bringing the Latinos in here because y'all playing. Please get there for everyone.
Shout out to that
lot of them niggas left, cause nigga, I'm like, hold on, bro, what you talking? Nigga, you got slapped up, kicked in the ass in your chair because how you talking to these people like this when you live with your bitch? You ain't got no more. I started exposing the fake celebrities. See, one thing a nigga can't take from me is I've been here before all these niggas. I've been here in it, not what a nigga told me. I was in the room. I was in the booth. I was in the car. I was on the plane when Snoop got spit on. You know what I'm saying? I seen this shit. Nigga can't tell me nothing. So when I start talking, nigga got to get out the way. It's all like AOP, nigga can't do that fake, I'm a celebrity, I'm better than y'all. Tupac movie wouldn't have came out if it wasn't for me. On my mama, I'll just tell you that. You remember when they had all them dates to release it and they kept getting pushed back? Lenny Moore called me to come to a premiere right here in Glendale. I went to the premiere. I said, well, y'all keep changing the dates. He said, whack, we can't clear the music. I said, what you mean? He said, we keep going to this state. I said, this state, you got to talk to E1. E1 is controlling the masters. He said, well, they won't respond to an email. I called E1 right there. The man that just got on my phone right now, Alan Grumble. I said, Alan, this is two black men doing this movie. Clear the music, clear the masters. He said, why? I said, clear the masters. You need all the money. Benny, we got like $1.5 million. Alan, clear the music. He said, tell them we cleared on your name, but they owe you. And that's how that motherfucker got a date. It's a fact. That's fine.
Like, is Denant a celebrity to you?
No, not at all. But what I will tell you is, he's grown from the clubhouse personality that we have watched him be to being in the closet, to being exposed, to the shit he did over here. He's grown into his own little YouTube space. He ain't even crossed over as far as mainstream in the YouTube space, but he's definitely grown. Do I think he'll keep going? I think he doesn't know what to do right now. He is doing shit. He needs to sit down and just create his own core crowd. Versus Scary.
I'm being messy. I'm just being messy.
You're talking about when they met up in Atlanta. Because you're yes, they did.
I'm just in the chat being messy.
Kylie, Barbie, Gary, Monty, they met up in Atlanta and they went to breakfast. They did. I'm not fucking lying.
No.
Larry just hit me that he had the not court date right now.
Do y'all remember the white girl who the first she was
Denant's already been before.
she was the first person on the
He up there, man. We already date. Larry just hit me, said he up there.
Not Larry. Michelle said that he's already seen the judge. He's not at court today.
I don't know. Why about Larry up there? Hey, I was gonna play some clips. Remember you brought the nigga Tekashi 6ix9ine on this motherfucker? Yeah. I used him to build Sleepers. Sleepers only had like 8,000. Nigga, I put 30,000 out that week. I did that to build the room. Nah, he went to court and Larry up there right now. He said he's still on document.
Did y'all hear me about the white girl? What white girl? The white girl got murdered from the dude who stalked her from this app. Remember she used to read
Oh, I think didn't Ion own the room on that?
Yeah, she wasn't white though. She was like Arab.
Yeah, she was middle. I thought the dude. Wait a second. I thought the dude who killed her was Iranian.
No, they both were the same culture. She was teaching people on here how to speak another language and get in jobs.
Yeah, she was doing like some places, and the dude from this app was stalking her.
Ion, who's that camera nigga you exposed?
Wait, which one?
Yeah, how did the camera nigga, how did catch this camera or predator you exposed in your room?
Oh, I know it wasn't as, it was
how to catch this camera or predator?
It was catch a con.
It was Patrick Khan, so he did that with Nelson space or whatever.
No, I remember going out.
No, I did it first and then he did it afterwards. I don't talk.
Yeah, and I remember what's her name? Naughty girl? Nelson was on?
Naughty?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know. I remember, I didn't even know who the fuck Naughty was. Or B. Candy just said, yo, she should need a platform. I'm like, well, she
come tell us who's going to hell. Amen. Amen.
Yo, run down, pull back up. I done laid down, and Weezy them niggas was doing a whole lot. I mean, I think they would have listened to me because when I did the gay shit, I had a meeting with the clubhouse people and I was telling them what they need to add. I said, y'all getting the VC money. But like up there where it's stated, I said, y'all need to be ads paid. Y'all need to do this, that. And I didn't understand why they wasn't making a move on it. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. Clubhouse had an opportunity. Twitter was trying to buy it for $4 billion.
I think, yeah.
That's crazy. Yo, I guarantee you that Twitter would have bought Clubhouse for $4 billion. All of these dudes that was going viral on Clubhouse that was like lit at the time, they would have been big. Larry recorded live in the courtroom, so whoever just said that nigga in the court, he's still in there.
Elaine said whatever.
Michelle said that he already saw the judge yesterday. That's what she said in her room that she did. And she had a recording of her speaking to Denai too, so I don't know nothing about that.
Who fucking cares? He acting like he got some money to put away.
Right. They can't even record in the courthouse.
Don's got like that, you know, and I ain't even tell anybody.
Yeah.
What you gonna be doing for the night by me?
What I be doing for tonight?
Nigga, you got niggas down payment for his car and all that, nigga. Stop playing. What?
Back to the talking. You know, I can't right now.
With the knot like me on me, my nigga, he goes, he had over heels for the knot.
Are you dumb? Listen, if I wanted any of these faggots, I could have had them 2020. I don't want nothing.
Oh, that was another diabolical lie, Larry. I mean, this motherfucker right here got a baby. That was another one. Yo, I got a murder. That nigga ain't talking about. That nigga Don was on video and chased the nigga down with some butter. With some butter. Because he had that nigga there. He just had some butter. That was the other shit. And then when we docked the nigga Don Perez, they called his arm butter. You know his name was Donald Duck Jr.? Oh my God. Now that was big. Hold on, Donald Duck Jr.? This nigga name was Donald Duck. That nigga middle name was Duck. Is it D-U-C-K? Like Duck? Yeah.
There's faggots in here. Right.
I wish you guys would give doctors.
Man, who's that crap? You got my ass on the cocaine, bitch. We found out that Stevie and Chris was lovers. Y'all remember that?
Yep, faggot.
I wish y'all would give Dr. Steve loyalty because Pop the Op was originated by Dr. E. Just FYI.
Oh, yeah. I can't bitch love.
You came up, you said you came in
like,
Please don't ask the translator.
I can't be peace and love. I don't argue with that bitch ass Elaine.
Faggot, you were speaking on me when I wasn't even on the app. Shut the fuck up.
Love me. I moved on. Love me. You still love me though.
Shut up.
You still love me.
Legs, this faggot.
I'm got it white.
I mean, that shit weird.
I moved on, Elaine.
You fuck with.
Wait, y'all used to be a thing or something? You said getting BC, you couldn't go on, and she didn't. Nah, the one baby moved on. She's still mad at me. I get it. It's all good.
Hey, yo,
It's all
stop playing on
love.
my time.
I don't love you.
This nigga
No more. I
this
moved
nigga
on.
was never left.
Oh, we got receipt. We got receipt.
Niggas all types of made up stories.
She not here.
What the fuck is you talking about?
Why do you think she mad?
Because you're lying on me.
Not about what? Nigga, that real risk. How about you doing cocaine or you money you
Yes,
kid?
about you making up
Which
all
one?
that weird ass shit you say.
Oh, really?
Lie. I'm
Being started here.
this app.
Being done here and start right now. You ain't never denied everybody being
What
star.
you talking about, bitch?
Being star and done here right now.
All bitches and niggas. You
Daniel saved my life, and you mad about it. Daniel saved my life.
psychopath. Nobody.
Nah, you are a psychopath.
What are you talking about?
Daniel saved my life.
We don't even
See that?
him. We need a.
Daniel saved my fucking
We need a
life.
translator.
You got caught doing coke. You do.
Understand?
Okay,
You do.
watch this. You got caught doing cocaine on FaceTime. That's why I left your ass.
That's what you do.
Daniel called me and saved my life.
Okay?
And you mad because I moved on.
You do.
I have a new girl.
Don't rely
fuck and you do cocaine.
Who's
And you
ugly?
hide your son.
Ugly.
Crazy. It's funny as fuck.
Next.
Orlando, you mad because I moved on. That's why you mad. You mad because I moved on.
I gotta be mad.
My girl should be there you. My girl should be there you.
Engaged.
Well, who's talking? Is that Stevie talking? Is that Stevie talking? Is that Stevie
What are you
talking?
talking about, Chris?
You mad because I moved on. I moved on. I moved on the land. You not trusting me. I'm not trusting you.
Yes.
You mad because I have a whole girl. I love my girl. I love my girl. And you mad about it. I love my... I don't talk about you.
That's just you did.
You talk about me.
Monologue made up.
Play the receipt. Play the receipt. Play the replay.
My name out your
Shut up.
mouth.
I don't talk about you.
Go back to motherfucking Africa. This is American room, bitch. Go on somewhere. Fuck is you talking about?
I moved on. Leave me alone.
We were never.
Hey, yo, Chris, yo, I'm talking about you expose you.
We were never.
Who's that? You sent your dick pic to Larry, you faggot. You sent your dick pic to Larry, you faggot. And I'm ignoring nigga. One mic on Curtis. One mic on Curtis.
Fucking
I'm gonna let your girl know you sent your dick pic to Larry, you little faggot, trying to come on the tap acting like you straight. You a fucking faggot out here. Talk about you are. And we gonna expose you. Man, when I talk about my explosion. Oh, you saw my... Wait, how come you saw my dick? Oh, you saw my dick? So you saw my dick. How you comfortable talking about my dick on Clubhouse? Straight small man. Small man. Small man. I never said my dick to no nigga. You made that shit up.
Alright. Somebody.
Have you seen my dick? We got the clip. Hold on. Watch this. We got the clip. Let's King down there. Why King down there? They gonna talk about all this
You
shit.
can't even say the bitch's name. God damn, go back home.
You mad because I dumped your ass. That's why you mad. You mad because I dumped your ass. You mad because I dumped your ass. You mad because I moved on. You mad because I moved on. Let's talk about it, nigga. Let's crash, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Let's fucking crash, nigga. Why you mad? You mad because I moved on? Or you mad because I saw you do record on FaceTime? Which one is it? Why you mad? Are you mad because I moved on? How do you move on? Are you mad because I answered? Are you mad because I was fiancé? You like me? What you mean move on? And then you never was into women. You never was into women. See, fucking ass into women. Your comments talking about moved on. We got a clip in the roof. Your bitch being a homosexual. Your bitch being homosexual. And your bitch talking about you ass. And you are a homosexual. And we're going to expose you for your wife. Your boy fucking bitch. You tell me I'm gonna show this nigga's wife. Fuck his cosplay. Look at this. Fuck your bitch. Your boy fuck your bitch, man. Your bitch left you for church boy. Your bitch left you for church boy, cuz. Cuz, how you feel about? How you feel about? After your bitch got fucked by church boy, cuz. Does your wife know that you're gay, Chris?
Hell no.
You tell me. We're contacting her. We're contacting her. We're gonna let her know, Chris. We're gonna let your wife know that you're homosexual. I got power. Now y'all get insecure because we're gonna let her know that you're homosexual. I'm getting muted. See that? We're gonna let her know that you're homosexual. Shaky right here. It's time to come out the closet today, Chris.
Long-ass bitch and goes on this ass popping.
You gotta come out the closet, Chris. See that? Now I'm getting... Hold on.
Yeah.
Phone died. Hold on.
Bitch.
I was on the phone. Hold on. What happened? Everybody good? What happened?
Fucking faggot.
So I guess Chris got exposed for liking.
Nah, they're mad because I'm here. They're mad because I'm here. They feel intimidated because I'm here. They're mad because I'm here. Nah, you mad because I jumped your ass. And Curtis, you mad because your bitch got fucked by church boy. Curtis, you mad because your bitch got fucked by church boy. And church boy fucked Curtis ass. See, that's...
Yeah, we don't understand.
Yeah, that Mikey's
He gotta go back
I'm a
home.
fucking crash, nigga.
Yeah, you're a crash.
I'ma stay right here. I'll go here. I'll go there. never went together, but come
Literally, bro. I'm not left you so much. Bitch, we talk one more time.
I left you, nigga.
We never went.
I left you, nigga.
You didn't leave shit. We were
Let's
never
fuck it.
together, bitch.
I got some receipts.
Bitch, you got a message.
Should I post that receipt?
Bro, and I
Should I
know
post that receipt?
Cause you PTO.
Yes or no? Should I post that receipt?
Fuck this bitch.
Should I post all our conversation? One question. Should I post all the receipt? Should I post all? No, keep it player, man. Keep it player, man.
Yeah, he's not a player though.
I don't play
On the first day. That's how he's not a player.
Who
That
should?
one could never
I
fight.
never showed you
He
my
a thirsty
dick.
nigga. He a
Pussy
thirsty
nigga. Put a one if he should keep it player. Put a two in the chat if y'all think he. Put a one in the chat if he should keep it player. Put a two in the chat if he should. Let's crash, nigga. Yo, Lord, I got the clip. I got the clip.
Play the
What clip you have? I got the clip. What clip you have? Mute this. This is Dark Side.
What's the one?
Dark Side, 100 Side, Trenches, Zoticals, Season House Clubhouse. We doing old clips right now. This is.
Are we doing old?
Anybody come off their mic that's not Curtis, you're getting shot. I'm letting y'all know right now. We already set the rules. Anybody that come off their mic that's not Curtis, he's playing a clip from back in the day, you're getting shot. But Lou, hold on. This is not from back in the day. This is a mic of your Lou talk. Lou Curtis talking about me though. This is a talk about me. Get this one. This is Clubhouse way, brother. I swear to God, this is Clubhouse memory lane. We bring up old clips from back in the day. You can bring up whatever you want to, brother. All right. So let Curtis go, brother. So you want to get this work, nigga? Stay here and listen to everybody expose you.
Like you dropped me the front.
Listen to this homosexual sending his dick pic. And now you're going. We got the clip. You want to get this work? Sit your closet his ass down and listen. Listen to yourself, you pathetic, closeted, queer. Oh my God.
What I say to you, so I impress you, bro. I thought you was something like that, bro. Oh man.
You know you like it.
Okay, so let me tell you who saw it, Chris. There's only 40 people that saw it. 47 people. 47 people saw it? Yeah. Yo, listen, you gotta count. Hold on. You gotta count one eye. So 47 by 2. So, that's 100. With the Y. Dude. Special. Leah. Kills. That's my kid. They started it. Peter. It's so many names. I'm sad, bro. Oh, come on.
Chris, I'm gonna arrest Chris. How did he get the picture, Chris? You're sad, Chris. How did he get the picture?
Gay ass nigga.
You there? Does your wife know Chris? Does she know Chris? Or should we send it to her? PTR me. This is his wife in my PTR. She's a backup singer. Oh, we doxing this. We can't dox his wife. We can't dox. I'm not doxing. I'm just letting him know she's a backup
That
singer.
nigga ain't got no wife next.
I didn't say her name. Because I'm gonna tell you this, Chris. I don't believe it's his wife. He's homosexual. I don't believe it.
You gotta play fair.
Hold on, real quick. Play fair. You don't play fair. You play both sides.
Stop this,
You play both sides.
Hey, Lou.
Hold on, I still got the rest of the clip.
He's bisexual?
He doesn't play fair. He plays for both teams, Chris. He plays for both teams. No.
You can't let me argue with someone with the green bean. That's not how shit works.
I'm not muting you. I'm playing the clip.
You gotta.
You don't play fair. You play for both teams. You play for both teams. Wait. Let him play the clip, and then Chris gonna go uninterrupted.
No, you gotta drop that nigga, man. He got it bean. That's not how that shit works.
I'll drop him after you play the clip.
Respectfully, bro.
Nah, we ain't dropping Curtis.
I don't need the bean, Chris. I need you to hear yourself. How pathetic you are.
Don't come to America telling us how we should
That part, go back over there with that shit, nigga. You don't even go here. I keep telling you, dude.
I fuck with Chris. Hold on. Let Curtis play the clip, and then Chris, if you know better, you should be calling your wife right now, because before we do.
I'm sad. I feel defeated.
He feels defeated.
How did he be alive? And that's so big, bro. Dude, that was in the devil. You want to tag the dance? I was thinking, yo, it sure is. You hurts me. I got this.
Chris. Craig, get the other clip of him and my. Chris. Where's he at?
Now he on mute.
Chris, how many people did you send that tape to their leading page? Christopher.
Like I said, you gotta drop Curtis, not in Green Bay.
Drop it. It's okay. Drop it.
That's not how that shit works. All right. It's on Chris. I'm interrupted. Appreciate it. All right. So, Lou, how long you know in Clubhouse? 3 years. That's right. Yes. All right. So, I come to spaces. I'm saying we talk, and I'm saying like we got to find a conversation here and there. So we get with Stevie, shut the fuck up, nigga. So you gotta understand, right? One thing about this, some niggas on Clubhouse, including straight men, when they have nothing on you, the next thing they go is gay. When they have no criminal records on you, they have nothing on your name, like they've done all type of doxing and they found nothing but good things. But they will do anything to find something against you so that they can talk about it. And most of the time, it's always the small man, the short niggas, the insecure, poor niggas that have that mindset. You gotta understand, Curtis is 4'3". My girl is 5. No. Curtis is 5'2". My girl is 5'2", the same height with my girl. So do you believe it? So y'all believe Curtis, bro?
Paul, stop comparing
y'all. So not nigga, you's a bitch, bro. You's a bitch ass nigga. There is nothing you've done for anybody on the app or off the app. The only thing you do is be in Clubhouse, troll, nigga. I have a movie right now on Netflix, Normal People on Netflix. It's going to air 3rd of August. I soundtrack the entire movie. I'm making money while you're in Clubhouse being a kid.
Stop promoting, bro. Stop promoting your
I'll win, my nigga. I'm a flex your ass, my nigga. I'll make you money.
You promote your sex the same way.
See that every time something good, nigga, doing, they're gonna find a way to shit on you, my nigga. You make money. You know how to make money. I've never heard this nigga talk about anything except low, miserable conversation, my nigga. I don't give a fuck about that shit, nigga. I don't fight no content. I know how content works. You gonna do whatever it takes to get some content for free, my nigga. I have a whole Netflix and a fucking Apple TV series right now. I produce the entire soundtrack. I make money in my fucking sleep, my nigga.
Drop the link in
I
the chat.
never said.
Drop the link in the chat.
It's going on, people, nigga. Who wants to move to Netflix? So now, see that? Let me.
Did you send it?
Hold on. I never fucking send my dick to any nigga.
Okay, can I play the rest of the clip? Y'all heard this, right?
I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking, my nigga. You can play as much as you want. You can play the clip as much.
I already said it.
Right now, I pressed pause for a reason. Right now, you are talking about me. You are talking about me right now, right?
Can I play the rest of the clip?
About you. Nobody talk about Curtis because you have no emotion. You have no emotion, my nigga. You are intimidated by my energy, nigga. You are insecure about my energy, my nigga. I got emotion.
I never sent you to nobody, correct?
Like I said, you can play whatever you wanna do. If you wanna do your AI tricks, nigga, go ahead, nigga.
AI now?
Nobody has no fucking
How is AI? There's AI. Everybody in that clip is AI. Is that what you
I've
said?
never sent my dick to no fucking gay.
This nigga just said everybody in that clip was AI.
Like I said, my nigga, you can do whatever you want to do, my nigga. Curtis, you have no emotion, my nigga. The only thing you have,
Let's get to the
is a hard boss thing, my nigga.
That's cool.
I'm way younger than you. And I mean,
You're still experimenting,
how
I
do
can
you
say.
feel about that, my nigga?
Still experimenting.
How do you feel about an African man? How do you feel about an African man? How do you feel if you say that they're African?
They would hang you in Africa.
Cash to you, my nigga.
They don't fuck with guys like you in Africa. What did you do? You're an African
Say
now.
whatever you wanna say,
You
my nigga.
cannot come out the
Say
concept.
whatever you wanna say, my nigga.
Listen, let me tell you
Listen, right? You are talking about me, nigga.
I'm gonna send this kid to Africa.
I wanna talk about you, my nigga. What you gonna send? An audio?
I'm gonna send this kid to Africa.
How's that gonna make you feel? As far as mental health.
It's gonna make me feel like I'm
Why
helping the African people. That's how I know you're a loser. You're running around doing these things. You are representing America right now. Was in a relationship with Elaine. You're doing good. You said you was in a relationship with Elaine, right? Yeah, I said I got the receipt, my nigga. That was a lie. You know what? You pretty clip. Play them loudest clip. I'm gonna load every receipt I have with Elaine. Why do you play them? I'm not Elaine. I don't know it. Elaine. Like I said, my nigga, I make so much money while you're talking about me. You weird ass. I am making so much money while you're talking about me, my nigga. Keep playing them lioness play while I'm loading all the receipts from me and Elaine. Load all the receipts. I don't even like Elaine like that, but just for the sake of this conversation, I'ma load all the clips. Ain't no way you don't like it. Hey, small man Curtis, play the clips, small man. Hurry up, small man, go ahead. Will do. Aye, sir. Roger that. Next. Listen. Hold on, Elaine. Mute up, Elaine, please. One day only. Elaine, mute up, please.
Hey, we could go to some same areas that they know you going out and do too, whatever. What you know? I gave you cue for now because y'all doing too much. What you? The last get naughty with the pussy. Oh, naughty with the dick and the pussy and the balls. What did you do for fun? Shit, you with you? Nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. You better say too much. Like all this time I shit was a girl. Yeah, but niggas, you acting like listen closely. We were told we found out that you wanted to set this up about this thing so you didn't get a release for like some kind of car or something. You found out from I like specifics, like I have conversations with you and Larry about rolling it out. So Larry should all that. I just saw everything. No, I didn't. Chris, you still want to talk? Chris, let me run back just a tad. Listen to this. The cars, the niggas, you acting like this is where we were told. We found out that you wanted to set this up about this thing they didn't release for like some kind of cars. You found out from I like specifics, like I have conversations with you and Larry about rolling it out. So Larry showed all that. I didn't saw everything. No, I didn't. You didn't show everything. Chris, so I'll ask you one more time. Did you send? See, that's how many things go. Watch this, right? So how are you gonna say? Watch this, right? So hi. Hey. Small man. Hey. Listen, right? I've never sent my dick to any fucking nigga, right? I've never said, yo, here's my dick, look at it, pause. I've never done that shit. You must be dumb as fuck, small man. You stupid, small man. You are slow, retarded, small man. I've never said, yo, my nigga, here's my dick. I ain't no fucking gay, nigga. Y'all wanna make me gay so bad because maybe you're gay. Because how you comfortable having some gay shit like on your mind and wish that I was gay? For what purpose? Because I never call myself gay, nigga. I love pussy, nigga. You know what, out here wishing I was gay. For what purpose? Maybe you are the gay because you used to get fucked by C and C fucking church boy and left you for church boy, my nigga. You should question you. How you comfortable wasting your energy? What do you say? You say pussy? Yeah, pussy. That's how I call it. Because I learned that shit so much, my nigga. They been trying to put that gay shit on me since 2020. That shit would never work, my nigga. Your girl, C, fucked a church boy. And she left you, my nigga.
should be his words. I wanna hear about my dick combo, nigga. After that, I'ma give you a hard explanation. Let that shit play, nigga.
He's going crazy. We go. I got you.
Lavish shit all that. I saw everything, though. I just saw everything. Conversations and speeches between him and I was surprised as if he get these all along to be planning. The whole thing on stage page.
You know what? You know what? My intuition told me not to. Somebody told me.
So now I'm now
Y'all hear that? 47 eyes seen his private situation. Let me try that. His intuition. He's having regrets, right?
We heard it. Keep
You
going.
know what?
I
My
got
intuition told me not to.
What'd you say, Chris?
the whole thing on stage page.
You know what? You know what? My intuition told me not to. And somebody told me for
So
What
now
did I say, Chris?
Chris,
What did you say?
and somebody told me for
So now
Somebody told you not to, but what?
Well, you know what? My intuition told me not to, and somebody told me for
so now
Somebody told me, they told me I got the evidence right here, bro. I got evidence. Bro, I cannot, bro.
Are you obsessed me?
Bro, 47 eyes saw my private situation.
Chris, what's your private situation? What does that mean? Christopher? Christopher? Chris? Chris?
What am I on you, faggot?
Chris? You there? This is your conscience. Why did you do it, Chris? Now they know. Everybody knows. What if your wife find out? Fuck.
Alright, y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? My shit's lagging. Y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear your intuition.
Can y'all hear me? My phone is acting up. I don't fear that small man. Hold on, let me move. Hold on. Am I loud and clear?
Yeah, nigga, yeah, she.
We can hear you.
Hold on, let me.
Can we get a translator in this motherfucker?
Hey, yo, bitch, shut the fuck up. Hold on.
Bitch. We never
Boy,
come
crash,
together.
crash,
Stop
crash,
saying that shit.
crash,
And Kiana, stop
crash,
encouraging him with your
crash,
laughs. The
Crash, nigga. Alright, there we go.
What fucking
Crash.
never, bitch?
Crash,
Fucking never.
cokehead,
You hear me?
crackhead,
Fucking never.
crash. You mad. I have a girl that I
Gay
love.
shit again, bro.
I have a girl
What's
that I
gay
love.
shit again?
Alright.
Everybody knows this
My
nigga's gay.
phone right here. Alright, get it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
See, I don't actually care. I just want to check this faggot because he
Hold
was
on.
stomping it when I went on the ass.
This is your conscience, Chris. They know.
Hold on.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows, Chris.
Dude.
This is your conscience. Everybody knows.
This nigga made a whole storyline.
I can log off right now. Maybe I should just say my phone died.
Alright, y'all hear me now?
No, you need to leave and come back.
Y'all hear me now?
You need to leave and come
My
back.
shit breaking up.
You need to leave and come back.
Just keep
Somebody
saying,
block
can
him.
y'all,
Okay,
Just
keep saying, can y'all hear me? I
Alright,
think
watch
they'll forget
this,
about
right?
it. They'll forget about it if I just keep
You
saying,
know,
can y'all hear me?
the
Don't,
funny
Chris.
thing about this shit,
Don't
right?
do it, Chris.
The
Just keep
funny
saying,
thing
can y'all
about
hear
this
me?
shit is
Say my
that
phone died. Chris,
this grown man is right here. I'm gonna let you finish. Let me know
I
you
just
done.
want to keep repeating myself. I
You
don't
done
know what to
talking?
do. I'm your conscience, Chris.
I'm good, bro. I'm solid, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm chilling, my nigga. I'm making money every day, my nigga. I'm proud. My mama doing good, bro. My parents all doing great, nigga. Watch this, right? This small poor man Curtis, he has content, he has my dick, he has everything about me on his phone. He has apparently, that's not even my girl, but he has my girl's photo on his phone. He's obsessed with a nigga.
Now tell me, who's acting gay right here? Is it me? Because I mean, I'm confused right now, bro. Yo, we know you're. Hey, hold on, slow down.
Hold on to that back. What happened? Everybody good?
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're good. So now, right? Hey, you know what though? Yo, listen, man, listen. I've done some sexing growing up, and I'm saying I've been in sexual, you know what I'm saying, me smashing a girl. I filmed my recordings, obviously consensual.
Wait, can we get
sex
past that?
film.
Wait.
You know what I'm saying?
Can we so was it confirmed in the video or not?
Yes, he's gay. Can we move on now?
Now hold on. We're not gonna do this. One thing we're not gonna do is listen. You guys not gonna jump me. I'm too powerful, my nigga. You can't jump this nigga, bro. I'm 6'3".
On a fucking ass.
I'm 6'3". Curtis, you 5'2", my nigga. You are a kid to me. You a son. Alright? Don't forget that your ex got fucked by a church boy. Anyway, let's move on. So now I had a sexual encounter with a girl from Clubhouse. Alright? More specifically from Florida. Long story short. I don't kiss and tell. That's why you see you would never.
You don't kiss and tell, bitch. You've been saying we went together.
The only reason why I did because you did that shit first, my nigga. Listen, I will find every receipt. I'm not done, right?
Dick, bro.
Ex-bitch, calm down. Lies. Obviously, you gonna call me gay because you got rejected. We get that. But let's move on. So now,
rejected by who? You, dude?
By Chris Cabs, nigga.
Ew, look at you, dude.
Nah, I'm attractive,
bitch.
Bro. I'm attractive,
Keep my name
bitch.
out your mouth, bro.
I got facial hair,
Keep
bitch.
my name out your mouth, Chris.
I got facial hair,
bitch.
That
shit, dude.
You know, I don't fear you or Curtis, bitch.
I don't
talk about you, nigga. I don't talk about you, nigga. So why you mad exactly? Because I left you or because I'm so cold? You're lying about you telling me how much you like me?
Dirty ass nigga.
I can walk off.
This nigga sat there and PTR fucking old ass messages. We talked for a couple days, bitch.
Okay, so we talk.
Dick, dude.
So
I just got back. I just came back to the part where he said I got facial hair, bitch. I'm so confused.
Listen, man. I'm not. Hold on. Stay right here. Hey, yo, small man. Stay right here, small man. Stay right here, small man. Don't mess with you, lads. You can't just like everybody, nigga. Watch this. Alright, so can I talk? Because like 2 against 1, that shit don't work. 2 against 1.
I have no beef with Chris.
So now, Curtis,
next step is I'll be contacting his wife.
Curtis, I don't even hate you. Hey, small man, I don't hate you. I don't know you. I don't have no interest to be your friend. I don't know how you look like. All I know you're short and your wife, ex-girl, got fucked by a church boy. That's all I know about you. I don't know nothing about you, my nigga. I have no game to know you. Okay.
The only thing I know about you is
all love. Yeah, whatever, right? So now, Lou, now let me give you clarity.
Hold on, Chris. All right, my thing is, y'all got y'all up, so now I have to do my Luther King thing. Whatever y'all got going on, is y'all cool my shit right now? Like, because I don't know where this.
I don't even hate Curtis.
It came from Chris.
You know what I'm saying? I don't even hate Curtis.
Let me see, because I started this shit.
I don't hate Chris either.
Wait. Curtis, hold on, Chris. Let me get some let me understand it. Curtis, so what's the issue with you and Chris? What made you come on stage and bring this evidence? Did he speak on you in a negative light back in the day? And
no, it was actually about 2 days ago.
Why you bitch stay on mute?
About 2 days ago, I was in a smaller room, and I went up on stage, and I was like, yo, Chris, like, why you yelling that? It was like 2, 3 girls in there. Like Miss Southern Belle and Your Peace, and they were just like, Chris, relax. And I was like, Chris, relax. Those are ladies. He was just yelling at them, and they was like, whoa, relax. And I just tried to like tell him to relax. I dropped to the goo, and Chris, it wasn't even disrespectful. I dropped to the goo. Chris then proceeded to say, I know that's not the nigga that fucks low vibrational African women, right? And I didn't mention about his relationship, so I figured, you want to talk about my relationship? So then I looked into who his wife was, and I said, well, you're dating an African woman,
And if she's low vibrational, she's nothing to write home about, right? And she skin bleaches. So outside of that, that's when I said, well, Chris, you're bisexual also. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, so I started to kind of peel back the layers on who he really was, and he didn't like it, and it went crazy. So that's what it was.
So Chris, can you admit that you came for Curtis first by mentioning his girl for no reason?
He admitted that yesterday.
So far as personally, brother, Chris, because I'm trying to get to the root cause, because I don't really see Curtis get out of body and talk crazy about people unless it's some history. So can you agree that you started it first based off of his story, or is there something that happened from your point of view that he didn't mention?
No, that's incorrect because he jumped on stage when I was talking to few women, right? Respectfully speaking, right? We were having a conversation with I think it was Miss Sylvia. I can't say.
Miss Southern Belle, European.
Yeah, her, and two, yeah. And then AI, AK Curtis came on stage to troll me, saying, "Don't talk to this way to these women." Mind you, I don't go off unless you go off first, right? So when he came on stage, I was already heated, right? So Curtis knows that.
So do you consider him going off, him just coming off defending the women, or no?
And it wasn't a thing. I was like Chris 7 ounce. I was in a cool listening. I was just in a cool listening. And it was a small room, like 5 of us in there.
Yeah, exactly. So now I was just having a one-on-one. I mean, let's say 1-on-3, me and 3 girls, because like we had some misunderstanding or some shit, right? You know, clubhouse shit, whatever. And then Curtis came on stage right there and said, "Can I troll him in the way?" And then he knew I
wasn't trolling you, Chris. The ladies were telling you to relax. I wasn't trolling.
Curtis, you know you're a small man. You know how to talk. I know you. I know how you talk. I never see you, but I know how you think, right? I know that. So.
It's something I put it in the chat. I was just telling you to calm down.
No, but hold on.
He's getting something, man. So we get some Jesus get this up.
Alright, so now you see, usually right, I send it myself, I troll, I leave the app. I don't really stay up to them because I got shit to do. So when Curtis came on stage, he started kind of like a bunch of nice people, like, "Oh, don't talk this way to my black queens, whatever." And I know that he was being the same, and that's okay. Sometimes I'm gonna see too. So you're doing that, knowing that my energy towards these women, it was all love and all respectful. Obviously, I got upset. And that's when I say, not you gonna talk when you only date low vibrational African women. That's what I said. That's my opinion. And from there, she's the, and then from there, it's a PTR, some weird ass girl from Google. So
that's what she said you wanted for.
That's not my girl. No. My girl, she always on my PTR.
So you shouldn't have been upset then.
No. I only got upset when you brought my actual person that I actually love. That's not some random club outside.
I used to love him at one point. Okay, so it's like love for love.
Wait, hold on, Chris, I'm trying to get some words out the black guy. Can you concede that, okay, we can do the clubhouse thing, but once you bring up women on both sides that y'all used to love, other girl that you mentioned, and like, well, he mentioned somebody you love, can you admit that you was going on that part?
So now, as men to men, right, like, I have no problem, I have no problem to admit my wrong. That's something I'm known for. Like, when I'm wrong deep down, and you were actually genuinely affected, we can talk about it. Like, me and Craig crash out 10, 20 times. Sometimes I say, "Craig, I fucked up," or "Chris, I fucked up," right? That's me. So let's say if really Curtis was affected by my comments, I can take that back. Like, I don't mind. I apologize. You know what I'm saying?
Put a one in the chat.
For real, though.
Put a one in the chat.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so admit to it, brother, so we can move past this.
Yeah, so like, I don't have a question, because I know AI smart, I know he's a troll, I know he knows how to troll, and I know how to send myself, blah, blah. So I do acknowledge his intellect as far as communication. So we can't really talk like man to man and say, "All right, my nigga, here's what I did wrong, my bad, let's move forward." And I think that we can really do that.
Yeah, 100%. I have no people. I accept his apology. I accept his apology.
As soon as they're done, you got it.
I accept his apology, and if I said something that triggered you, I apologize.
Jeez, conflict resolutions on Clubhouse.
But I would like that kindness to be extended to my friends and people I really fuck with.
I would like for him to stop speaking on me, because that's the reason the argument in this room started to begin with. I don't give a fuck about that PTR.
I don't hate you.
You flirting and all calling my
Elaine, you never see my dick stop.
that you talk
You see that?
gives a fuck.
You see
Never
that?
went together, dude.
These are all the
Weird,
details,
Chris.
man.
You
I don't
talking
need to
about
lie
you
about that.
coke and pushing
Okay.
coke and wasting coke. You're weird, dude.
Okay.
You made up a whole motherfucking story.
Okay.
And then with a group of people that do not fuck with you.
Alright, like I said,
You were just saying you have an issue
thousands.
with
You
me.
see, now she's.
So make it make sense, dude.
Like I said, I call myself.
No, like I said, keep my head up your mouth. That's it, that's
I don't
all,
talk
dude.
about you unless you talk about me. I heard you in
Bitch,
jail.
when have I
And was
ever
like,
spoken
you in
about you,
jail?
Chris? You
Nigga,
weird bitch.
You went on Google
You are
and
weird.
you see that? I can't
You
even
are
talk about
blocked.
it. You see that?
You have been
Block me
blocked.
again.
I
Block
don't
me
be
don't block my
around you,
blessing.
dude.
I don't want to be around you. Have a home for yourself. I'm about to get married.
Sitting up in a room.
I don't talk about you.
Nobody's talking about me.
Nah, it was
And
not
nobody
being
is
from my
out
side.
going
It
through a
was not
whole
being from my
monologue
side.
that is completely untrue.
So why are you mad now? Because
No, I want to know why you're making shit up, Chris.
Like I said, I'm talking to girls.
Why are you making shit up, Chris?
BTO's
Why are you
everybody
making?
go check
We
my
talked
BTO.
for a week. I saw that you was a groupie, and I got the fuck off.
No. Reason why I stopped. Okay. Reason why I stopped.
Thinking all the weird ass shit you keep saying, bro, it wasn't none of that.
Reason why I stopped talking to you because I don't give a fuck. Block me again.
Hold on, what's the date on those messages? Show all the
Daniel called me.
You know what I don't have?
Say, I will not from you.
None of the messages in my
See, she
phone.
wanna argue.
I don't like none of the messages in my phone.
Wait, Chris,
Because I'm
Wait,
you.
hold on. Let me just squash this because the screen is being good.
Get it?
Hold on, Hey, Chris, do you think it's like that? That ain't really clear to post messages of a girl you used to talk to. So what's the point of doing it, though, Max?
No, I think that's a great question.
Dude, we never spoke like that. We flirted for a week. Do y'all know how lame he is? We flirted for a week, and I saw how thirsty he was on every bitch's dick. And this nigga was on ugly bitch's dick. So you know what the fuck I did? I said, oh no, I'm not fucking with this dude. And I got the fuck on.
You was in jail.
What are we talking about? Flirting is not going together. Flirting is not saying we like that's my nigga, that's my bitch. Are y'all dumb?
So you wasn't jealous?
And he's being very selective on the messages he's showing you. You lucky I don't have that WhatsApp no more. You lucky I'm not pressed to prove a point about a nigga that was never mine. I was never your bitch, dude.
So you were not jealous of her, right? You not
Oh my God, I got a nigga.
Like I said, I've got a whole fiance in my house right now. I'm not mad at you.
Where is she? Why is you got a fiance but you open my messages?
Keep lying.
Pop that shit.
Because you lied on me first.
You got a fiance. I'm not lying. Chris, we went together, Chris.
I'm about to.
Hold on, Chris, we went together.
I never said no.
Okay, so why the fuck are you on stage just lying and saying we did?
What?
So what? We talked for a week. What's next?
Look,
So what? We talked for a week. Who gives a fuck, Chris?
it was that week.
Who cares? Why do you want everyone to know you talked to me?
I did see you.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it was not.
Lie to them.
And that's my problem. You keep trying to make us
Lie to
want what
them.
it
Lie
was.
to me.
You keep trying to make me and you something it wasn't. I'm not fucking with that, dude. Everyone
I
knows.
ran away from you.
Everyone knows.
I ran away from you when Daniel called me and told me that you don't take care of your son or your daughter. And when we were talking, you were staying at Star's house. You were renting, you were sleeping on Star's couch.
Listen, both of y'all got boyfriends and girlfriends, right? So why y'all pressing about some shit from the past? That was like
Literally. This is almost 4 years.
I'm trying to move on. I'm trying to move on.
We talked for a week.
The only reason why you got mentioned because you talked about me first. I'll talk about you.
Where? What did I say?
I don't
What did I say, Chris? You're a liar. You're a liar. No, he's not. You were never a thing.
What's it here? Oh, you mean
He's not. He's going to tranny out.
Okay.
It's like
You know what, man?
dicks.
Okay,
It's like
thank you.
dicks.
All right. No problem. I appreciate that.
Because you're
Thank
talking about stop speaking on
Okay,
it,
thank
dude.
you.
We never went together.
Thank
We
you.
never
All
did.
right, cool.
You want to be
We never did.
so bad.
You went connect to you. You didn't
fuck is you talking about?
I don't brag about you. Danielle saved my life. And you know about it. That's what you meant. Danielle saved my life. Danielle saved my life. And you mad about it. You fucking like this.
So I got a question, Chris.
I'm gonna squash my beef with Curtis right now, man. I think me and Curtis will go somewhere. We're going somewhere.
So we squashed that beef, what I'm saying? Like,
no, we're not down. We're not down. No. I'm not. We good. Okay, I'm ready to get away. Thank you. No problem. So now, as soon as me and Curtis about to make peace, and D-Mon just came in and want to bring more bullshit. So, Elaine, I forgive you, Elaine. I forgive you, Elaine. I forgive you.
Forgive you is crazy.
I forgive you, Elaine.
I just want to say that people normally make peace across the board. The same thing that you're doing to Elaine is what Curtis just told you.
Elaine, she started talking shit about me in jail.
Most of these motherfuckers be around me when I'm
Angel, we good. Angel, you my friend. Angel, you know I care about sports.
Elaine, you're not for a second. If you have a girl right now.
Yeah, I might do this once a month, not every 2 weeks. It's a lot.
I don't want to talk about Elaine no more. I don't need nothing from Elaine. Angel, you have no ball, you have no dog in the fight, Angel, you have no ball. Maybe I just noticed. Say what?
Chris, your mic's off. No one can hear you, bro. Your mic's off.
Real quick. All right,
my bad.
They can put some content in this shit.
No, Luke.
I'm bored.
I'm speaking of
I don't care about you.
this nigga made a whole story.
I don't need her.
Elaine.
I don't need her.
It's weird.
I don't need her.
From this point forward, he's agreeing to not speak about you. What you gotta do?
I don't have to.
I don't ever talk about
You talk about me.
Why don't you stop talking about it? Listen, when I
I didn't know this fucking ass, bro.
Fucking
Bitch.
You love African.
No, I don't. I don't like you, bitch.
You love
I don't like you, bitch.
I don't know. I moved on. I'm in love.
Fucking sagging. Why is my fucking bragging about you?
Alright, take her text
Text messages.
Take messages off the PTR because you're exposing your past relationships.
There was no relationship. Stop saying that shit.
It was not relationship.
Y'all heard him? He just admitted it.
We had a moment and I moved on from her. She walked up.
You got a fiance right now, so you shouldn't even be speaking about that. Like, if you got that fiance, I know.
Don't portray a relationship. She could have been left alone.
Okay, so can y'all help me delete that messages?
You could be right there talking about a room. Maybe
So can y'all help me clear them BTR because I'm trying.
Room. Nobody was talking about me.
Hey, yo, Curtis.
Black ass on that stage.
Hey, Curtis.
Out of nowhere.
Can you help me delete the messages?
Made a whole motherfucking that had no fucking.
Give me your login, I'll delete it.
My password. Give me my password. Everybody go mute.
So hard to delete messages. Don't play stupid.
Yeah, take my password. Username. Okay, I put it in the chat.
But that's funny, right? You exposing messages.
Hey, who might come big buddy? Alright,
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you got a fiance now, like, I think you can bring those messages around. But Elaine, look, he said he won't mention you, but you gotta.
No, I won't mention her. Y'all do this shit, Curtis. But don't tell me not to mention nobody. We don't talk about y'all.
Okay.
I fuck with most of these niggas on the app. Talk regularly.
Okay.
Whenever we bring this nigga up, if we talk about that shit,
Never in my life.
fuck is you talking about, nigga? So no, he needs to keep my motherfucking name out his mouth when he gets drunk. Fit in with those lame ass niggas that he be sitting with.
I don't make money talking about you. I love money.
Hey, well, Chris, I ain't gonna lie, that's not player though. See, listen, if I don't fuck with somebody, I just don't fuck with them. I won't bring our personal situation, even if we stop talking to me.
You're right.
That's not player. Hold on, real quick, hold on.
I will beat your ass. On my mama, Chris. If I was your bitch right now, I will put you dead in your you big bitch. You big bitch. On my mama, I will beat your motherfucking ass up, Chris. What are you talking about? I'm tired of niggas thinking they can play on my motherfucking time. I will beat the fuck out of you, Chris.
But Elaine, at some point we gotta end
I
this.
fight niggas too, dude.
Let's do it now. Let's end that now.
Y'all think she can't beat me? Y'all think she can't beat me?
No, she could probably she could probably
I didn't fuck up by you since I said season 1, so this is based off the title. I fucked up, but I never knew he was gonna bring up some text, man. That's not player, man. That's not player, brother. Right? You got a girlfriend, almost your wife. You shouldn't be posting pictures of text messages from 4 years ago. That's kind of come on. That's not.
It's fucking weird to even still have those messages, dude. Like, that's weird.
Would you lie every day?
Who the fuck messages from WhatsApp from that long ago, dude? And you
Fiance's or social media. Anybody have?
Remember, I'm
Put a 1 in the chat.
Go back.
Put a 1 in the chat and we should move on. Put a 1 in the chat and we should move on.
I want to move on. I want to get married. I'm done with her. I'm done with you, Elaine.
Bitch, you were never a thing for me. Bye.
I hate you, Elaine. I hate you, Elaine. I'm done
I
with
don't
you.
hate you because I don't know you, bitch.
Come on, you know me.
Alright. Okay.
I don't want you no more.
Bitch,
I don't want you no more.
bitch.
I don't want you no more.
Hear that, nigga?
I don't want you no more.
The ass African.
I don't want to be with you.
I feel like both of y'all trolling us.
Alright, we got a clubhouse celebrity in the building.
How are you sitting?
We got Craig, we got
that fuck?
Cedric,
How?
we got Curtis. Oh my god.
How are
What the
you?
fuck? Hello?
How are you?
What in the
Busy.
what is going on? What
Nah, but
in the I feel it. No,
How are you sending your pussy to niggas that you don't know on this app? Let's talk about that. Since you
I
put
moved
the
on.
with it, bitch.
I moved on from you.
We got a new topic. How are you sending your pussy to niggas that you don't know?
He's not talking to you.
Okay, we moved on. Okay, we good. Okay.
So, first and
Oh, we moved on. Okay.
No, you know what you're doing, and since you want to be funny in the chat, come off the mic and say what you got to say.
Next, find his fiance.
Alright, what might gonna make us?
That nigga ain't got no fiance.
Yeah, am I not off of mute? Oh, okay. First and foremost, calling a man baby, and not knowing them, and only talking to them.
I call everyone babe. What's next?
Alright, it didn't say babe, it said baby.
I don't care, babe. Baby, same thing. Why did you send your pussy to Vax and you barely knew the nigga? Never met the nigga.
I also want to say...
What's her point?
Oh, okay.
I'm lost.
Oh, okay.
What's up, baby? This is that I'm gonna have to go back on my operating table to do reverse.
Bitch, lose me.
Shut the fuck up.
She can't.
You're shaped like an anteater.
No, I have a nice body. Don't be mad.
Very petite, very demure, very cute.
Hold on, real quick. Don't mind nobody in my room or I'm shooting the whole stage. Don't mind nobody in my room.
Like being shaped like somebody from A Bug's Life and coming off the mic trying to say something to me is wild. And you're younger than me.
And I look good. Don't be mad.
No, you look a fucking mess.
Lou, why you being funny to me though? Do you want to get into it? I'm not touching nobody. But I need bitches that got shit on them to leave me the fuck alone. Talk about a motherfucking baby. I didn't send my pussy to that nigga, but that nigga sent his dick though.
Well, I
no.
Something, right?
Yeah, I don't chase dick like you, bitch.
I think that bitches who are on the floor with a knife.
The fuck? That's just, you know I'm crazy then, bitch, and I'll beat your fat ass up too. What are you talking about? You can't weaponize.
Yeah, out of control.
Who moved her?
Yo, Aunt Eater think that pussy in the...
Well, we know how this one is about to go.
Did you move her, Lou?
Can I finish?
Yeah, this is the return of the dark side. One day only, bitch.
Is it okay if I finish speaking?
Yeah, hurry up.
I have no being, Lou. I need
we did do a one day dark side. Well, this is all sides, by the way. We're just trying to get everything.
Yeah, it's the dark side takeover right now. Go ahead.
We're going down memory lane right now.
Yeah.
But not memory.
And
But not memory
bitches wanted to
lane.
go
Nah,
down
memory lane. Go ahead.
Since bitches wanted to go down memory lane on my scandal, let's go down memory lane. Bathtub.
Okay.
Knives. Crying.
Period.
Like
Period. And you were crying on this app too, so what's next?
Right? So
You mad because a nigga still ain't chose you, bitch?
Hold on, let me
You was just on this motherfucker crying an hour ago, bitch. What are we talking about? Every time I log on to this motherfucker, Makeup got a room crying to you niggas.
asking why people ain't choosing her motherfucking fat ass. Why have you not lost weight in the 5 years that you've been on this motherfucking app, bitch? I'm waiting.
Don't
okay.
Fight indeed. Now, what I want to know is how the fuck I only known you for 5 years on this bitch, maybe 4, but I know 10 niggas that done ran up in you.
I don't give a fuck what you know, bitch. You know that you ain't getting ran up in. We know that you begging for dick, bitch. And you ain't getting chose.
Right.
The fuck we know you married for money, bitch.
Right.
The fuck we know you still married, but that nigga never fucked you, bitch.
Right.
So what's next?
Right. Multiple people.
Yeah, I fucked. So what? I've been with the same man for 2 years, bitch. Get that bitch you I'm engaged, bitch. That nigga pay all my motherfucking bills plus some. Take care of my daughter and my motherfucking dog.
You don't have any
Bitch,
bills.
what do you have going on, makeup?
Well, we all know what I have.
What are you going on, big bitch?
But let me
Crying on the app, looking for sympathy. 5 years in, bitch. Going on 6. Fuck is you talking about? Oh, okay.
So like I was saying. A bitch that doesn't have a job.
I do have a job. I do have a job. I have multiple jobs, actually, bitch.
I'm gonna let you finish.
You don't get to talk, bitch. What was you gonna say? Go make a room. Makeup.
You done?
No. Water. That's what you need to be drinking, bitch. Put the sugar drinks down. I'm waiting.
What up, Blue? How you doing? So like I was saying, right?
Oh, we have nothing else to say, babe. You need to work, instead of working your mouth on this app like I've been doing, because I'm not 500 pounds, bitch. My BMI ain't worked up like yours. Instead of working your mouth, you should go work that treadmill. Cardio, babe. Find you a program, bitch. Do some sit-ups. Run. Put the cheeseburger the fuck down. Yeah. Your turn.
Yeah, she ain't she got you.
Nothing. Oh, she must be doing the workout right now, guys. Yay! I motivated her.
So can I ask, like, how did y'all get here?
Cause now let's be motherfucking for real, bitch. I don't know original this motherfucking bitch that just got motherfucking custody of her motherfucking daughter 2 motherfucking business days ago say a motherfucking thing to me. You raggedy bum bitch. You just got a motherfucking job, bitch. As many motherfucking niggas as you let come in on this bitch, you asked that many motherfuckers to sleep on my motherfucking couch, hoe. Right, bitch? You've been homeless for 4 years, bitch. You worked at a fucking gas station, hoe. You are raggedy as the fuck. You're busted as the fuck. That motherfucker said that you stink, bitch. You got chicken wings under a grown-ass motherfucking woman couch because you're dirty, hoe. You don't have custody of your daughter, bitch. Do you forget what it is that I told you, Elaine? Why I don't fuck with you like that? You forgetting? Do you want to read the text message out loud, or do you want for me to, Elaine? Why don't you tell the people, Stinky, what it is that I said to you personally? No action. Why don't you tell the people, Elaine, what it is that I told you straight up, bitch? Do you want to read the text, or do you want for me to? Raggedy. You're a bad mother, bitch. You don't have anything to say to me. So, while you continue to talk about me and what it is that I need to do, bitch, why don't you start with getting full custody of your daughter? Start there. Full custody of your daughter. Next, right? I want you to address a man paying your bills. You don't have no bills, bitch. You have no responsibilities. You have no obligations. You're disgusting. You're a degenerate. Right? Please do not ever disrespect me again. Please watch your fucking mouth when you talk to me. You're no bitch that was posting videos of her being in a motherfucking bathtub with a knife or narcotics so
say anything to me. You cannot say anything. Not a motherfucking thing. I can't hear anything that you're saying because it's null and void, bitch. Don't fight me, ho. Fight Indeed. Fight LinkedIn, bitch. Right? Fight a resume. Don't fight me. You thought it was, bitch. You thought it was, ho. You thought it was, raggedy. Right? You really think that you're doing something now because you finally got custody of your daughter, anyway? And even if they did try, do you want to read the text message that I sent to you, Elaine, personally, or do you want for me to? It doesn't matter. We can. It doesn't matter. But you disrespected me all day today for no reason. I don't know what your smoke is. I don't know what your issue is, bitch. But it ain't with me. It's not with me, bitch. It's with yourself. Get yourself together. Get your motherfucking shit together. Don't ever come outside of your motherfucking mouth and disrespect me again. You nasty, stinking, trashy ass. You are white trash. You're disgusting. No, you're disgusting, bitch. I'm so sorry. One moment. Let me put these texts. I can't even hear you. I'm gonna let her go, and then I'll pass your pussy around, bitch. What the fuck is you talking about?
You bring back the Chris Cabs and you guys.
Now let the love us go on pussy. Hold on, bitch. I'm speaking on my pussy. No nigga. I'm not listening to a motherfucking thing you talking about, bitch. You spoke on my pussy first, ho. Watch your fucking manners, bitch. Watch your motherfucking manners. I had niggas calling my phone about how crazy your motherfucking ass is, bitch. Asking for me to come pick you up. I said, absolutely the fuck not, bitch. What the fuck is you talking about? You're a bum, bitch. You probably don't even have a car, ho. You talking about a nigga paying your motherfucking bills, bitch. You don't have no bills, bitch. You got a cell phone bill, ho. I bet you any amount of fucking money, bitch, your credit score is probably 520 max. And that's being motherfucking generous, bitch. You're a degenerate, ho. You're the type of bitch that niggas be talking about. That's you, bitch. You don't take care of your motherfucking business, bitch. When I tell you in the motherfucking text, ho, I don't fuck with deadbeat bitches. I don't fuck with deadbeat mothers. Didn't I tell you that, bitch? Didn't I tell you I don't fuck with deadbeat mothers, bitch? I'll let you know what the fuck is up, bitch. Every single time people on this app came for you, I never, ever, ever came for your ass with them. But what I did do is, bitch, when I found out that you were a bad mother, I let you know, bitch, I don't fuck with deadbeat bitches. You're a loser, bitch. You're a bum, bitch. That Latanya was gonna motherfucking save you, bitch. You bitches thought that you were gonna be able to fuck with me. Sorry about it, bitch. I was being a productive member of society, but I'm clocked out now, bitch. So what's up, Elaine? What's up, bum? What's up, bum, bitch? How, Bumiana? Gas station working asshole. I don't wanna hear a prostitute, Latanya. Bitch, you shaped like a fucking eater. I don't wanna hear when you run, right? Back to you, Elaine, bitch. Back to you, Elaine, bitch. Dirty ass bitch. You sit on that motherfucking nigga's floor, bitch, with a knife in your drawers, bitch. After you just got rammed through, ho. Who the fuck is you talking to, bum? You had to ask other motherfucking bitches on this app if you could sleep on their couch, and then you violated and disrespected their house because you dirty, bitch. You don't clean up after yourself. You forgot about that, bitch? You forgot about walking around in front of a grown-ass woman's son in front of your motherfucking panties in a towel, bitch? You forgot about that? Chicken bones, you dirty bitch. You're disrespectful, ho. Motherfuckers trying to help you out. They trying to give you a helping hand. And what the fuck you do, bitch? You ran the streets like a little ass girl. You got me fucked up, bitch. You got me fucked up, bitch. Do it again. You got step me, bitch. What's next? Alright, so I don't know why the fuck you was in this one commenting on me. I don't know what the fuck you all this was, but you got me fucked up, bro. You're a bum, bitch. I don't give a fuck how many bad bitches you hoes call me. I am way more productive bitch than you've ever been in your entire fucking life. You ain't that bitch or not. The only thing that you got up on me, bitch, is how many niggas you done fuck on this app. The only thing that you got up on me, bitch, is how many niggas on this app you let come and dump me, bitch. And them niggas keep coming back to you like some motherfucking bozo. Absolutely not, bitch. You're a loser, bitch. And you need what my fucking bill says instead of leave me alone. You started with me for no fucking reason, bozo. And I told you in the very beginning, bitch, don't fight fucking corner store. I know a bitch like that when I see one. Dirty bitch. Fuck out of here. You got me fucked up. Let's be fucking for real. Let's be fucking serious. Elaine look like her fucking roll steak, bitch. I look better than you look like your roll steak, ho. Bitch, you look like you smell like milk, bitch. Bitch, you look like you ain't clean a motherfucking face for 40 years, bitch. Bitch, you look like you fucked dick for $10 and put you for a night, ho. You dirty ass, ratchet ass, tired ass, bad mother, unproductive ass bitch. That's what the fuck you are. So the next time, ho, shut the fuck up talking to me. Watch your fucking mouth. Watch your mouth, bitch. Watch your mouth, stinky, you dirty ass bitch. Watch your mouth, bitch. And we might be cool. But outside of that, bitch, you got me fucked up. You ain't got kids to your motherfucking daughter. You ain't got custody of your fucking kids, bitch. You don't got a motherfucking thing to say to me. If you ain't got custody of your daughter, bitch, full time, you don't got nothing to say to me, bitch. Get another class, ho. We will never be cool again. All you bitches ever had is that motherfucking pussy video in 2021 and me being a fat bitch. Other than that, you bitches ain't got Nathaniel. You ain't got the motherfucker, you ain't got Nathaniel, bitch. You a bum, bitch. And everybody knows you a bum, bitch. The only motherfuckers on this app that saved you was bozos, bitch. And you should have took the first nigga that tried to save your dumb ass, bitch. Instead, you have you don't know Chris Cass. He said I'm gonna say to my name, watch her. Yeah, but she was calling the nigga baby. What you call him, baby? What you call some bum, nigga? Aren't you a bum too? That sounds like a whore. Aren't you a bum too, nigga? Dollars. Bitch, we said that was in that bank account. Money. That's what it sounds like. Aren't you a bum too? Because we saw that bank account. Remember we went bank account for bank account, nigga? Oh, bitch, pull on this bitch. Girl, you're 7 grand. Ain't Nathaniel to my 7 grand, bitch. You got 5 kids. You're the same. I don't gotta take care of nobody but me, bitch. You won't come in this motherfucker. Let me get a lot of you spend all your money on food, bitch. You two bitches spend your money on food, bitches. Fuck another day with 10 niggas on this motherfucker. Let's get a job where you ain't. She just man, yes, you know her. That's all it is. Talking about saying man, because you ain't in the hurry. Like she don't got time on there, because you look better than her. You ain't. That's all it is. She's steady. For the win every 2 weeks. What is she talking about, bitch? And then you started hating, bitch. You still caught you hating, ho. You don't be fucked up. You learn bitch like I said. Kid, you don't got a motherfucking thing to say to me, bitch. You don't got custody. You're doing it full time. And the other bitch that just came in here rubbing her motherfucking thumbs. You don't even know what her bitch is. Get the fuck out of here. You bad bitches. I bitch you want your whore. Bitch you want bitches are whack as hell. You bitches ain't good for a man. They're pretty good. You hate ass that pumping bitches. Shit, you bitches. The fuck out of here. Bitches that sit on the internet all the time. Sit on the internet all day long. Don't feed them motherfuckers, bitch. Go to a goddamn TCM meeting, ho. I don't ever hear no motherfucking people cheering in the background at sports events, bitch. And then you got another bitch sitting on this motherfucking door that got full time on her motherfucking door trying to talk to me. You bitches don't got a motherfucking thing to say to me. You bitches need to come in this motherfucking 201. Cause y'all know what the fuck time it is. You bitches is corny. You bitches is stupid. You bitches is clowns. You bitches is homebodies. You bitches is comeback. You bitches is black. You bitches is goofy. You bitches is not funny. You bitches is late. You bitches is random. You bitches is dumb. You bitches is dumb. Stop. Period. We don't want to hear it. We don't care no more. You bitches is not. What the fuck these niggas? You bitches would be Nathaniel, and you know that. Bitch, you don't got a choice but to suck a nigga dick so you can have a place to sleep. And naughty bitch, I don't have nothing else for you, girl. I'm just thinking you came in here trying to get a lick back, bitch. You will never ever get your lick back. When I called your ass to go round 2 to finish the bank account for bank account, you ain't come, bitch, because you knew what fucking time it was. And because you never stopped you, bitch, but you knew what time it was. Shout out to 7K weeks, because in no time, I won that. 7K every time you won that kid. Right, bitch, that shit hit different, bitch. And I want to be clear, right? When you bitches start saying shit, nobody likes you, nobody cares. shit for over a decade and be consistent with it and see how that shit go. Neither one of you bitches have stuck to anything for 10 years outside of laying on your fucking back, bitch. That's the only thing you bitches are consistent at, is laying on your back and letting niggas dump in you, bitch.
Girl, fuck you. Fuck you. Fat bitch. Go run the treadmill, bitch. You doing all this talking, bitch. You need to be running, bitch. Fuck this out. This bitch wastes too much motherfucking time on Clubhouse trying to fit in with these lame ass niggas. Run, bitch.
I do want to ask, just to be nosy, right? How did it first start? Because they said in the comments that y'all were friends at first. I didn't even know that.
We were. Everybody was friends.
So that's when y'all was business. So what y'all saying is kind of real.
Yes, Greg, you're right.
What?
This is a dark time for me.
Dark side with friends.
Make a bitch shit. I ain't going for that shit. I had to say, I promise you, you ain't never get that energy from me again, bitch.
Wait, Elaine, how did it first start though?
Oh, this bitch is just weird. She's a weird bitch.
No, without.
She's a weird bitch. She
No,
came in her room not too long ago.
Wait, I want to know. Hold on, Elaine, wait. Because I really want to know what happened. I don't want to hear this. I want to know that real.
Something just came across my desk, bro. When this is over, we gotta talk about it.
Yeah, tell me how it really happened.
Something just came across my desk.
I don't want to hear like the bitches, and I want to hear the truth. I want to hear what really happened. I know too much. Hold on, AI, please. I just want to know.
I'm sorry.
Yes, y'all. I just popped out. I'm being messy. I'm sorry, but tell me everything that
more messy.
without being disrespectful to each other.
I think what happened was that, Makeup must have said something to her or the phone that rubbed homegirl off the wrong way, Elaine, and now we're here,
So what made
that's
for
not
them
for
to
me
be
to say,
friends?
Yo, what the fuck going on? So there's been two different instances, right? Now I'm gonna just go ahead and break it down. Cause I'm not a weird bitch and I don't pick people up for no motherfucking reason. There was a room last year, towards the end of last year, if I'm not mistaken. That was the first incident. That's when she's talking about the messages and shit. That's how you know she a fake ass bitch. Watch. So we was in a room and they were speaking on parenting. And I can't remember the specifics, but I spoke on it in the chat. Wasn't even on the stage. Was just giving my opinion. Because regardless of what anyone thinks, I am a mother and I take care of my daughter. Whatever we gone through, we went through, and it's over with, and it is what it is. But I have a daughter, I'm a parent, I'm gonna speak when I want to speak. Nobody in the chat, even the bitches that don't fuck with me, said anything disrespectful to me. Makeup has never crossed me prior to this, mind you. Out of nowhere, she decides to make a comment. Elaine, I think you should sit this one out considering, your history. Bitch, who the fuck are you? So I kept it cute. I messaged her. I said, what the fuck is up with that? She sent me this long-ass soliloquy. Low-key trying to call me a deadbeat mom, not a deadbeat. So I was taken aback from it. Dami got a call that day. Bella got a call. So that was the first incident. Then recently, I've been keeping my distance.
Did you guys make up after that conversation, or did you have a conversation?
I wouldn't say we made up, but it wasn't like, it was an understanding given, and we just moved forward from it. We've seen each other in spaces. I don't talk to her on the phone no more, and it's been a distant, cool, it is what it is, right?
Okay.
So then this last incident, huh?
Did y'all meet in person before?
Never. I would slap the fuck at that bitch if I meet her though.
No. Telling the stories, here's the thing. I don't want to hear like, oh, this bitch that, because I want to.
No, I'm gonna tell you, that's the first incident. So that was that. Let it go, kept it pushing, apologies for giving, it is what it is, right? I see how you think about me. You don't know me, but that's how you feel about me, so cool. I'm gonna leave that's where it's at. So this next incident happened like maybe a month ago. Ion, I think it was Dami's space, but Ion and Dami and a bunch of other people were on the stage. I stayed in the goo. It was about an hour and a half before I hopped my ass on the stage. They were speaking about Cassie and weird shit was being said. I was in the chat with it. I hopped my ass on the stage after an hour and a half of them speaking bullshit. I started speaking, and as soon as I started speaking, Ion came off the mic interrupting me. So me and him were going back and forth. Makeup hopped her fat ass on the stage out of nowhere, told me that I need to be quiet and stop interrupting. Bitch, who are you talking to? Like, she really thinks she could just come in, sit
Self and make it seem like I don't know if she thinks she can punk me because she has this idea of who I am, but bitch, you can't punk me. I've never disrespected this bitch before now. And I'm standing on this energy. Because bitch, fuck you.
So the second time you guys had an interaction,
She played in my face behind Ion. Ion was interrupting me. He was being disruptive and not allowing me to speak. Me and him were going back and forth. She hopped her ass on the stage because she wanted to get in. She told me to shut the fuck up. And I wasn't going for it.
So my thing is, if y'all were friends from before, I don't get how it transpired.
Let me tell you.
Because you don't call me a deadbeat.
Let me tell you how, Retanya. I'm gonna tell you how, Retanya. Retanya, and I'm gonna put you down, right? What happened is that today, right? Today, I came in this room and I'm just sitting back listening to shit, right? And Lou started talking about, oh, like, what's your favorite room, blah, 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 what's your favorite time, X, Y, Z.
Yeah,
so I bring up a whole story about the knot, and then I also give myself personal flowers, right? Like I said, thank you for the flowers. Oh, we gonna let this bitch finish. Let's let this bitch finish. She out of breath. Let's let this bitch finish, because she out of breath, y'all. The skinny bitch is out of breath. That's what you sound like, bitch. You sound like me after I run a fucking mile, bitch, and we only been arguing. Shut up, bitch. Why you like catch your breath, bitch? Just wait a little bit,
I feel like it's the people.
Catch your fucking breath. You're supposed to breathe through your nose, breathe out of your mouth, bitch. Why I gotta teach you this shit, bro? I thought you knew this shit for real.
Says the bitch they gotta sleep apnea.
Okay, so I came in the Lou's room today. Lou asked me to tell a story about the knot. I tell a story about the knot, and I also say, thank you, Lou.
And bitch, I'm out of breath because I'm also working out. Something you should try and do. Multitask, bitch. Multitask, bitch. Come out of breath. You need to be out of breath, bitch. Lose them motherfucking calories. Burn some fat, bitch. What is you talking about?
Elaine, let her talk because you're gonna go after. I just want to hear it clearly. I want to hear it clearly. And Lala, who the fuck is like? I always on fake pages, please.
Okay,
we want to get to the tea. We don't want to hear yelling all day.
And I don't want to get fat like makeup, Jelani.
All right, wait, Elaine. You said makeup go.
So, just hood rat shit. At the gym screaming like that. So
I'm at my gym, bitch. I'm at my personal gym in my motherfucking house, bitch. Fuck is you talking about, bitch? I can yell all I want because it's my shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So anyway,
That was the way. Wait. That was the. I just got back. That was somebody's dropping people.
Yeah, stop fucking touching me. See how that go, bitch?
Hold on, real quick. I
got some information, Lou.
This is women.
Lou, makeup is gonna tell her part of how it all started.
Thank you, Retanya.
I'm half white, so if I sound white today, I'ma sound white, bitch.
Whoever said
fuck all of y'all talking about my whiteness.
Y'all could leave. Y'all could leave if y'all don't want to know what happened.
Channel.
The room until they done. I want to hear what happened. This is an argument when they're telling each other's real business. I want to know.
No, she ain't said nothing real yet. What is you talking about?
I haven't really been able to speak yet. So.
Hold on, makeup. Hold on.
Be quiet, live from Japan.
Okay, so hold on, DJ. So I want Brittany to help us understand that I don't want to hear no messy ass niggas coming out.
Right.
Hello. That's weird.
You have to excuse them, Bubbles. No. We sat there through you and fucking Chris's bullshit. Wait 1 minute, okay? So Brittanya, let me tell you what happened. Yeah, hold on. Let me tell Brittanya what happened. So after I finished giving Denat his flowers, I say, thank you, Lou, for the flowers. I start naming my 3 favorite sagas or rooms that I had on Clubhouse. And I mention the first thing, which is that biracial people are black and. Immediately, Dirtneck over here gets upset.
You're the Dirtneck, bitch. You're the Dirtneck, bitch.
It's
You're
dirt.
the fat. You're fat. You have fat. You have holes on your neck, bitch. You can't say nothing about Dirtneck when I fucking say your neck. You're fucking white fat. Get the fuck, bitch. You can't say nothing about a Dirtneck, bitch. Overweight, bitch. Fuck is she talking about, bitch?
Come on, y'all.
Can we leave? No, she can't say nothing about no Dirtneck when she got dirt all up in her neck.
Who's that talking?
Fuck is you talking about? No, nigga. Let the bitches.
Hey, real quick. So Chris Cabs and Curtis went at it. They got their shit off, and then towards the end, I did the Lil Luther King. They squashed it up. They squashed the beef. So they're doing who's Martin Luther King wife?
Taylor, you're a burner. Fucking this fat bitch's
So they
dick.
doing Coretta. They're doing the Coretta.
Somebody gotta do it.
King is squashing beef between the women. So
Ooh, something came across my desk, man.
Oh, what you mean? It was some crazy shit.
It's the wild. It's
Can I please finish really quick? Is that okay? Thank you so much. So, old girl starts getting upset and triggered, and the first time
Nobody was triggered, bitch. I just wanted to cut you the fuck out, bitch. Fuck is you talking about? You hoes don't have no weight in my life. Bitch, I'm bored. I got time today, bitch. Let me answer this motherfucker call.
Elaine, let her talk. Go ahead. Let the fat lady sing.
And I'll get to the other one. She's just mad. She's trying to get her lick back. She's gonna keep trying to get her lick back.
Hey, Lou, who removed fucking, who just called him Donnie? Who removed Donnie?
I don't know.
Hey, real quick.
Somebody removed Donnie.
Hey, don't fuck up my room, man. Please. Hey, listen. Don't fuck up my room. Don't mind nobody in my room, and don't remove.
Yeah, you talking about you worried about me removing people? Fuck out of here.
Yeah, like, yo, don't, just because you got a green bean, don't be feeling like you power tripping, all right? It's just ornaments, all right? Everybody got a green bean, all right? Makeup, check it, back.
I'm suck a dick, bro.
So, long story short, she was up here violating the whole time, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is really good? Like, I didn't really know we had any static.
Well, now you know what's next.
Bitch, shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, better at doing taxes and better at art. She better at growing businesses, and I'm hiring her, and she's been growing my business. But now I got a woman, and because she's a woman, my woman don't want me to work with her. I wouldn't deal. Why would you even deal with a woman like that? Because she's stopping your growth. She's stopping. She may not be as good as the other lady. I wouldn't even let a woman control me like that. That don't even make sense.
So, true story, my sister 50 remarried, and they both had their own houses. Both of their children eventually, were grown and out of the house. So they sold both properties and moved to Florida and bought a house together. And now, they do little excursions to Aruba and things like that. Now, I can see that type of situation working, where if you call that building or you call that, combining your incomes together so that you can live a happy retirement life. That makes sense. You're both going to sell your properties, and then you're going to buy the new property and hopefully put enough money down that it allows you to do other things you want to do in your retirement life. But here's another thing. You get tired of being around each other, and they were both retired, so he went back to work. And then she was bored, so she went back to work. Part-time.
You know what? As far as like the business thing, like if it's like an emergency or maybe say like whatever business, I don't know what business you got, but if you needed me like to go pick up a shipment of vitamins at a place and you just, you know what I'm saying, little things like that, I don't mind doing little chores, little things to help you, but I just don't want to be like hired as a full-time
dependent upon,
right, for your business. But if you got things to do and you run your business and you're like, dang, I gotta go, I'm gonna be over there by your job because I'm gonna go pick up these vitamins and I'll be like, oh, I can pick them up for you. You don't have to, and stuff like that. I don't mind doing that. No issue. If you're having a special event and you need me to come and help out, I don't mind. That's normal. I wouldn't have a problem. If you need me to go, what would I be passing out waters or something after everybody then jogged and fucking lost all their breath? I don't know, whatever. I don't know what you do, but I don't mind that. But I just don't want to be hired and you depended on me as a full-time employee, and and you my boss, and it's a whole second job that you relying on me. Like, no, I don't want to do that. That's what me. Now if it's all right. Now if we were married, right, and then we got married, and this is our business, then it'll be different. And I'll be like, well, if this is how much I'm getting paid, but you're paying this employee this, and I'm good at that job, well, maybe I can quit my job, and then you just hire me, and then I just work for the business, because it would be, something like that. But like, you my boyfriend, and now you got a free employee, no.
We don't want that at all. Right. At my age, actually not at my age, it's been like 2 decades now. I ain't been looking for no damn girlfriend. But I hear what you're saying. But yeah, so when you are, entrepreneur, not everybody, of course, everybody has their own reasons for doing what they do. But the hope is that whatever you're building or continuing to build can be something that if something were to happen to you, you can leave that to that woman, or you can leave that to your family, you can leave that to the people that you care about. It's really the ultimate goal behind building your own. Not everybody thinks like this, but that's ultimately the goal, is that you can leave something behind. Kind of like how, like they made us do slave work for them, and them companies that we helped build 400 years ago, they still exist. They just worked into new companies and got new corporation after new corporation after new corporation, but it's still tied to some free labor they got 400 years ago, and have continued to take advantage of employees in order to build their companies, and then they become the standard of what a man owns a business should be. But we don't really include the fact that they got free labor from hundreds of thousands to millions of people to get to the point where they can be fully independent, fully take care of family, and do all these great things. And it's like, sitting here begging, you just help me read over this little so I can get my taxes taken care of. We fighting over that. But you want me to be equal to this man who is dealing with inheritance, where they stole all the labor from all these people. Get it really tricky. Like, it's tricky, but I get it. I'm playing. No problem. I understand. Y'all don't want to build it. I get it. But we trying. Just know that we trying to do this thing.
But why can't you reach over yourself? If you would then have a woman, you would be doing it yourself.
But that's the same thing. That's the same thing. When y'all go apply, when you like, when NASA say, hey, we can hire y'all can come here, we gonna underpay y'all, and y'all show up there for that job that y'all know y'all gonna get underpaid for. You still gonna show up for that money. Why don't y'all not show up there and just tell them to take care of their own business? Like,
because they paying us money.
They paying you less. Because somebody just spoke on that on this stage about how women get paid less than men, but they still go get the job.
It's still enough for us to be able to support her, so that is not the argument.
No, I'm not trying to argue.
I know, but I'm not saying argue. That's not good. But the thing is, you're still getting paid, so that's not even the same.
But just even on the clubhouse, just as a talking point, since everybody on not nobody here, but on the clubhouse, everybody be talking crazy, right? So why not talk crazy like that? I can't believe these people want to underpay me. I didn't go to college. I didn't survive this, that, and the other. I got children. They want to pay me less than these men. They should do their own work. And I should be able to stay in my own community and build my own community. Just as a talking. You know what I mean? I know you ain't gonna do it, but just as a positive talking.
Like, honestly, you want me to be honest with you?
No.
Honestly, with me, personally, it's like, a lot of y'all, not a lot, some of y'all
just don't seem trustworthy because you're so, like, dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, your ideas always be from outer space. you know, or it's from like a defeated mindset from like slavery. It's like never like a solid do A, B, we'll get C. It's never like a solid plan that makes sense. It's always in some like spaces the cadet type shit. Or it's gonna be on some faith and magical. It's just always, it's never like a solid like plan. So that's why people, they can't depend on that. So they be like, well, let me go get a job, and then I'll just work on the side with my man's dream. Cause the dream, they ain't got no planning, nothing real, no studying, and no solid anything. There's formulas to business. You don't even know it. No, that's how I'm gonna do it. I'm paying under the table. I'm gonna do it. All type of stuff, like hustling, all type of stuff. Like it's not like but if a man that me, and you can try to make fun of me and say, sorry, you've never met that type of man in your life, then okay, whatever. But if I see a man that was in business, I'm not dumb when it comes to business, and I see the plan, and I can see where it's going to grow in the projections of that business, and this is how we're going to get there, and that makes sense in order to get there, then I'm going to help out, and we're going to get there faster, and then we're going to rinse and repeat and keep doing it until we become million. I will get so turned on, we'll be billionaires. But me, personally, have never ran into that type of businessman. Okay?
Well, let me tell you what happened. They have this thing where they're like, these illegals this, these illegals that, migrant workers, and people don't have, they're not legally this, legally that, and these are multi-million-dollar to billion-dollar companies that have these people working with them. So I understand what you're saying about, black men gotta be 100% legit across the board. But there's a thing, I don't know if y'all know about it, but they've been picking up illegals that work for major companies, right? Like they actually work for an established corporation, and they're not really paying them legally like they're supposed to. So, does it apply to them as well, or is it just black men cannot have their partner work with them unless they put them on a salary and give them wages? That's the only way that she gonna read over that tax paperwork with you, or read over them incorporated papers to determine which one we want to go with, an S corp or a C corp, just to be that second set of eyes on the paperwork. Just to be the second set of eyes. I mean, not that you can't get it done without her. You've probably done many things with other people before you even met this woman. So obviously you can do it without this particular person, but can you do it by yourself? No. And as far as dreaming and thinking about these like crazy thoughts about running a business, like who would have ever thought that there'd be a company that got cars with no damn drivers? Like, so is it that black men can't think about the future and things that, say, people who are less creative can think about? Like, so we should not try and fantasize and dream bigger than the simple thing like, son, can I bet you coffee? Or can I type up that piece of paper for you, son? Like some of us want to create stuff. We want to build stuff. We've always been builders as far as mankind goes all the way back. So it's not that dreaming is something that is strange or odd for people to do, especially men. We've been dreamers. We've been wanting to build skyscrapers and airplanes and electronics. And we've been doing these things. So I'm just wondering, are y'all telling
Yes, because they're not. If a man,
let me just finish. I'm almost done. I promise. I'm almost done. I'm wondering, are you guys telling our sons that they should not dream or think about anything beyond what already exists? We should only do and work for those who really can dream and have the ability to think into the future. But you're black, my son, and you cannot do that. Is that how y'all teach our sons?
Yeah, that's how, But he always turns something into what is not. That is not, and any man who
his dream where he's doing an electric car, like a black man just turned plastic into fuel. Like something like that, anybody's gonna respect that science and respect his dream and understand. They ain't gonna be able to understand it, but they gonna know this guy is smart. That is not the damn dream that we're talking about. It be regular, basic business models, basic regular businesses that we've seen models countless times, because that's the thing. We have the same businesses. Y'all repeat the same businesses over and over. I'm not gonna mention them, okay? And then we'll be going against the grain with that, and it'll be nothing but a big illegal mess, okay? And then they wanna getting caught up after that, and so. No, it ain't like y'all are inventing robots or.
My thing with that is, and it has to do with my background, is, okay, you can have an idea, you can have a dream, but if you never write one thing down, to me, you just talking shit. If you've never done any research and you're depending on me to do all the, I'll say, grunt work, the research and all of that, while you just dream of these ideas, then you're looking for help. You ain't looking for love and companionship. You're looking for help. And I'm very mindful of that because I've been in those situations before. So I think that you, as an independent thinker, entrepreneur, need to be prepared to do the brunt of the work. And if you're looking for a partner to help you do half the work, then you're looking for an indentured servant.
I think when men get to a certain age, I think when men get to a certain age and they really, because they tried all this stuff and nothing really hit, and they need to accomplish some stuff, and then that's when they feel like settling down, and now they are looking for help. They be looking for help. That's why they start the looks are no longer, don't matter. It's about her mind, is what she bringing to the table too. How much money you making, what you do for a living. Oh man, I mean, you hear men over and over talk about he met the girl, but she was working at some company, and I knew the type of business she did at her company would help my business, and that's why I got with her, because we build and she helped me build this kingdom. And so I do think when they get older and they, shit don't pan out like they thought, they didn't make it to the NFL or the NBA or I don't know, because they like the lottery winnings. They don't really be planning their wealth. They hope it's gonna come. Reparations, shit like that. That's what they be hoping for, and it don't come. And then they get their head together and they be like, I don't care about the way she look. I just need some help. What you bring to the table? What you can do for me?
Right.
What you can do for me? That's what it be.
The other thing, though, that they forget is the opportunity cost of working for you. Like, say she decides to work for you, right? She's not getting a salary, but somehow, it's included in whatever she's doing as far as the household goes. In your mind, that's her salary. She doesn't have a salary. She doesn't get a 1099 or whatever until the business is up and running, and she's working more than 40 hours, and she's still expected to do the wifely duties. I think that's an opportunity cost that for some women is too much to bear when she's still trying to be a wife, she's still trying to be a mother. I don't think men really count that part into it. Also, there's insurance. There's, all these benefits that you can get from working for someone else that you might not get working for your husband, because he's not giving you a salary unless you all plan it out very well. He's not giving you a retirement plan or anything like that. So you got to really have a very comprehensive business plan for me to go for that.
But is it possible that we could actually tell you what we're looking for? Like, just so you could know, because it sounds like y'all don't know. Sounds like you're guessing. I'm hearing guessing. Do we know
that you have to have insurance, like business owners? Like, I don't know why they wouldn't know that. Like, they're business owners just like any other business owner. The difference might be they may not have a family inheritance to reach from to actually blow that business up. That just might be the only difference. That's it.
Am I an employee or a partner? That's a very
That stuff you have to talk about, figure that part out. Like, don't ever do anything for anybody without knowing what the purpose and the relationship of that participation is. Like, that sounds crazy. Like, I'm thinking we too grown to be having that basic ass conversation. But yeah, so in the beginning, like I said before, I'm gonna try not to say it again, but typically when you are building something, and I'm always building, if you're dating somebody, you do your best to spend time with that person. And oftentimes, when you're an entrepreneur, you spend a lot of time in your business, doing your business. You just spend a lot of time there. For the most part, you just want some damn company, like for the most part. But then you have women that might feel like, damn, I'm just sitting here not doing nothing. So is he supposed to say, yeah, because there's nothing you can do for me, I'm gonna get somebody else to do that? Or do we wait for you to offer up? If you would like to help, you can. But otherwise, we have probably already built a business or thingy before you came into the space. And then, like Mimi was saying, which Mimi's on point about a lot of stuff. When you get older, you start thinking a little bit different, right? So yeah, as I've gotten older, I am more concerned now about like just getting, women that I know who are friends to just work with me while in a relationship. Like, I'm more careful about that now. Before starting out, anybody offer up help, you're gonna take that help and build and grow. You're gonna take that. But I've seen many women get hurt from being in relationships with men that are growing and building and becoming successful, and they got women on their team, and they not gonna leave those women that are on their team because the woman in a relationship now wants to spend quality time with him, but he's got to spend time with his friends, employees, staff, like somebody else said, indentured servant, whatever you want to call them. Whoever is willing to work with you to build something, they need to determine what they want to be as far as their position in that business. But no woman or man should be working without being paid. No woman or man should be paid. They sacrificing insurance and they're sacrificing health benefits and all these things. No one wants that. Typically, an entrepreneur would want and love to have a woman who already has a solid career and already has health insurance and benefits and all those wonderful things. If she has those things, I'm absolutely sure he's not going to ask her to leave her $100,000 paying job to come work with him reading over some fucking tax papers. That's not going to be the case. I hope men aren't doing that. But again, I don't date men, so I don't know what the hell they're doing. But I hope they're not doing that.
If he's bringing his paperwork home, because he's running his business, how he running his business, and even though she worked that full-time job, yes, he is bringing that paperwork home after she worked that full-time job. He may not be asking her to quit that job, but he definitely putting that load. Not all of them, it ain't all, never all. I don't want nobody to get that many boxes in a bunch, but some of them do that because they think that is, they really think that is a role of a woman to do that type of stuff. For even though they've been doing it there on their own, oh, I got a woman now, I ain't gotta read this, she gonna read it. I got a woman now, she gonna fill out this paperwork. But if you didn't have a woman, you had to sit there and fill your paperwork out. But now you got a woman, and now she fills out all the paperwork. And a lot of men, because women do it look like with ease, but no, it's still work. We just, I guess we're a little calmer where we'll just sit there and read it and fill it out real quick, and handle a business real quick. Yeah.
And I think that's a mindset thing too, Mimi. I don't think women, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to speak for myself too. I do not want a business relationship with my man. I want, now, if we want to start a business together, a startup together and we both have separate interests outside of that business, that's something different. But I don't want to be spoken to by my man like he's my boss.
Well, if you date an entrepreneur, not all men, but someone will add you into their business, be having you do stuff with that business. It will become, and then we need you hear these dudes. I don't know if y'all be paying attention on Clubhouse, but I do. When they get older and they're ready to settle down, all they talk about is building. That's it. So if they're building with you, they don't care about your looks or nothing. They ask you what you bring to the table. Like Maria was saying earlier, you need to be a partner. How much money do you have on this business? How can you grow them? Because they don't want to die they don't want to die being a loser. And so the last straw is like, let me give me a wife that got some money too, and then she can help me build faster, because now I'm about to double up, because it's two people, and you're going to work just side by side with him, building his last name, building him up, so he can have, when he dies, he won't feel like a loser, like he'll have some type of legacy. A lot of these dudes without women, they cannot level up, they cannot upgrade. They'll be in the same total car, the same house, everything. They need the woman's income in order to upgrade their life. That is just a fact. That's why all they talk about is build. And it's when they get older. If these were men in late 20s, early 20s, and even early 30s, I'll give them up to 35, talking like this. I would be thinking like, okay, at least they know that this is a good time to really, blend with two people and build, right? But no, these people are 50, 55, 60, now I need to build. Daddy are looking for help. You have to realize that. So if you're willing to do it. And then another thing, when are they going to give you their program? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want program. A lot of them don't even know what a program is. They're looking at you to bring the ideas to develop who their last name is going to be. Like, because a lot of them don't even have a clue on who they are and what they're going to be. Like, what is your business? What's your legacy? I don't know. But that's what I be hearing. That build for older. No. Now, if these were young dudes talking that, I'm like, these young dudes is on the right path. This is what you need to start doing right now. Buckling down, finding you a woman, and y'all are young, and y'all build together. Okay? And then, yes. But these old dudes talking all this build, help, please, a nurse with a purse. And then, don't wind up at Deion Sanders. And then that's a big ass monkey rich and all that building.
Like some entrepreneurs don't watch their most successful business until they're 50s. Like we gotta have some foresight to see that, like in our 20s or 30s or 40s, so they might not be in success until their 50s. So it's not wrong with Bill. We can pull up a list on Google right now with successful entrepreneurs that started in their 50s.
You can pull up a whole list of them that started in their 50s, and you can also pull up a list of them that started in their 20s. You can pull up a list of them that started in their 30s. You can pull up a list that started in their 40s. Y'all just want to focus on always in the 50s because y'all always want to play around, because society has taught boys that they can play when they're young. And why would you play so much when you're young? When you're young, you're the smartest, you're sharp, you're able to absorb information, you're like sponges, you're strong, you can fucking work longer hours, you're a little more healthier, you're stronger, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you don't require as much. When you're young, people don't require too much. When you're young, girls are not expecting you to do this and that because y'all young. So, but instead of using that time at your advantage, they teach boys to play. You play video games, fuck all these women, just have fun, YOLO, blow that time. When you blow that time, when you strong enough to build a porch by your damn self with all the energy, listening to some goddamn rap music, and you done put your head up and you fucking porch. You know, like, you can do it when you're young. Now, when you're 50, now I'm not talking about Anthony, because Anthony is in shape. But I don't know, Deion Sanders seemed like he was in shape too, but that's another story. But, so he, you know, he's in shape. But most of the time, a 50-year-old man, he be tired. That's why he be putting all that work with his woman, because he lazy. His feet hurt. His knees hurt from all that partying when he was younger.
You have to be careful, you know, because let me tell you what happens. Let me tell you also what happens at 50. Okay, so this man, you know, say you've done your 30 years, and I've seen this personally with friends. And I gotta say this real quick because I got a meeting in a minute. But you're almost at retirement. He wants to start a business, but he wants you to use your retirement to invest in him.
Yeah, that's what they do that too. I know, don't do that. Let me give y'all some tea. Well, Jonathan can't be on here. Let me give y'all some tea. That's exactly. And I know Jamal is not a good example because he's like at the bottom of the barrel for men. Like I won't even give I don't even count Jamal like a black man because he's at the bottom. Like, come on. But that's what he got mad about his girl for, because she took $20,000 out her 401k and 401k, and he wanted her to give him the $20,000 to invest in the business, and she did. She paid him some bills, and he got mad at her and broke up with her. And then after he broke up with her, me and Bree talked him out of it. Like, she's a good woman. What? Why would you do that? Blah, blah, blah. So he finessed and got it back. And then she moved in with him to help him pay his bills. And went 50-50 with him in his apartment. Okay? And moved in with him. And he struggled trying to find a job. And he had 16 jobs in 1 year. We used to be like, damn, Jamal, he cannot get past training because he's dumb. Right? He can't, you probably don't know how to shut his mouth. In 90 days, he's crazy. They like, you can't work with my company. Good jobs, like P&G, like good jobs, but could not make it past probation. Finally, he started driving trucks. Truck drivers is crazy and retarded. All you gotta do is fucking drive a truck. Now he been on this job for a whole year. And guess what he wanna do now? He ready to leave her. He gonna break up with her. He don't care. It's over. He ain't trying to fight to get her back, none of that other shit. So yes, that is true. They will be trying to get your retirement. Y'all know corporate baddies, they gonna be trying to get y'all to take out your money to help invest in their business. They be like, oh, I need $20,000, man. My business was, And then, when you said, Anthony, that you can see all the money so you know where the money is. Looking at money is different than being able to have access to it. You can see all the money and he gonna give it to you, I'm looking at all your shit. I'll let you come look at all my shit. Come look at it. You can't have it. You can look at all my shit. Come look at it.
I mean, but seeing the money can at least, let you know if this weren't even participating. Seeing what's there or not there and tell you why you ain't being paid. Seeing what is or isn't there and tell you why you shouldn't be paid. You know what I mean? Like, you just off ground. Be like, no, I'm cool with this. You ain't making no money. Or, okay, I see you got this much. I need this much. In order to continue, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, that's more so what it's about.
I'm saying, like, women say that their assets have value. Help with the business. Like, it ain't like your assets have value.
Give me, so after we have this discussion, right? We didn't have this discussion. What would they be asking women all the time? Like, basically, what do women get out of it?
I'm saying, like, if you want to benefit from the fruits of the business but not help with the process to get you through, like, it's confusing.
But the thing was confusing to me is that I'm bringing fruit to the
table too. We got a bowl that we gotta fill up with fruit. You gonna get the oranges and I'm gonna get the apples. I go to work and I get all my apples are in the bowl. Your oranges, you, whatever reason, you need me to help you pick your oranges too and put them in the bowl. That don't make sense to me.
We got some other people on the sidelines that would definitely help pick our fruit. So you good.
Right.
But I wish if I had a baby when I was 17, that was you can have as many people help you pick fruit you want, honey. You're good.
I mean, can somebody else am I tripping? Like, this is so insane. It's like, and then, so, what's the benefit for the woman? But what is she? Please tell me what he
wins, y'all win. Like that is
okay, but what if he don't win? Okay, so what if he don't win? What if this business fails? Because business fall.
So maybe. So
business fails.
If you gotta lose, you gotta lose it, right? We not.
No, if you don't win.
Maybe you're a winner and he's a winner, so
okay, so but that's not how business is. Hold up, no, we not. But that you cannot think. But that's not realistic in business. No, you're not. It's not realistic in business. Business go up and down.
I'm a business owner. I can speak.
Okay, exactly. So you know.
No, I'm saying as a business owner, when you ask what is the benefit, right? So let's just say, for example, you help me, my woman helps me 4 hours a week, right? Doing whatever she's comfortable doing 4 hours a week that doesn't kill her, right? That could be, maybe you look over my designs for my flyers for the week, right? And I know that's a strain to get 4 hours of looking over my flyers to see if you think they look cool or not. I get it. It can be real difficult. But if you were able to put out that kind of energy 4 hours a week, let's say, okay, these are the flyers I'm putting out 10,000 flyers. My expectation is to get 1,000 clients off these 10,000 flyers. Those 1,000 clients will equal this much in profit. And with that profit, let's go to Hawaii for a week to celebrate. For your 4 hours of help for the week, now you contributed to us going to do something. Sure, you can find a man that can do it all on his own, or he can have his other help or something, which you're cool with. It's just we have most women that are probably not going to be real cool with that man having all kind of extra help with him, women around him, helping him, because he knows will be the people that he'll end up in Miami with at the conference, because he needs to take the people who he works with him to these conferences to learn this stuff, right? You might not be not you because you're cool with it, but I'm saying some people won't be cool with him taking his associate, his assistant, his secretary, his female business partner, and they about to go to Hawaii or go to Miami for a damn business conference. Most women are not comfortable with that kind of stuff.
So after all that work, you get a week in Hawaii that I could, but if I was single, right, because I'm still working and I still have my income, you said this is a woman making $100,000. I could take my own self to Hawaii, okay? That's not, what's the benefit? What's the extra benefit?
Now you,
and then,
no,
I am. And then what's the, that's nothing, you actually, oh my God, it's a gang of women, but they don't have to be, these women have been all type of places by themselves, even if they using credit cards to do it, Klarna, whatever they doing to use it, there's so many people, that are,
with the ones that aren't able to just freely go to Hawaii with 4 hours of just looking over somebody's flyers, and you get to go to Hawaii. You also get to grow. You also growing your partner's business, and y'all now gonna end up in a bigger house, bigger cars, bigger this, bigger that. Everything is just growing and growing and growing. I understand you don't need it because you got your own, but there are a lot of people out there who don't have their own. You know what I mean? Like some have their 401k, they don't want to touch it. So they might do that 4 hours to maintain their 401k, never have to take a loan against it, or they might have equity and never want to like
take a second out on that equity. Like there are people living like that who are like, okay, let me get 4 hours over here versus going to get a little part-time gig. Like it's all kind of ways. There are all kind of ways.
You know what? I quit this conversation.
I 100% agree with you, Nancy.
Okay, I quit this conversation. I quit this conversation, and I'm gonna tell you what I need to do. I've been trying not to. One time I went out and I kissed this white boy, and everybody at Clubhouse, he kissed a white boy, and I have to break it, and I have to try something. I just don't get it.
Know how they know. I 100% agree with you, Anthony. I've been saying that there's nothing wrong. My thing is, and I've been saying that if you're in a relationship with someone, why would you help them with their business? Men have been helping women in their business since the beginning of time.
You know, he trusts you enough to help him.
If you're talking about a significant financial investment, then that's really up to the individual, and I can see what Mimi's talking about.
We're talking about sweat equity.
Right, that's what I was about to say. If you're talking about sweat equity, you know, I mean, the thing is, Mimi just has something against women putting in time in a man's business. I vehemently disagree with that. I vehemently disagree. If you're in a relationship and a woman has a business, you should put some sweat equity in her business and vice versa, especially if you see it needed. If someone's business is already established and they don't need it, then so be it, right? But it would be the same thing as if you go to your girl's house and you see things around the house that needs fixing and you're able to fix it, you would put in some new light switches. Maybe you put in a dimmer. Maybe you cut the grass. Maybe you paint the room. You know, you would do whatever you're able to do. You're not going to be like, well, I don't own the home, or, oh, I'm not getting the equity in the home. You would come in and you would do what you could. Same thing, if a woman sees your business, she should do what she can. All this keeping score and what do I get out of it, I think that's really a poor mindset. I really do. So.
Yeah, I wish I would have known this when I was like 14, 15, that in the future, the mindset of the women would be that we ain't gonna help you do nothing. Because all that money I was spending in high school, like, you know, I know you ain't got no money, I got you, it's all good. You know, you ain't got no car, I got you, it's all good. You know, like, you like her and you willing to share whatever you can, whatever you got, because you want to build with that person. Like, not build like I need you to build me. I'm already on my pathway. You're the one with no money and no car. Soon you will have money in the car. Once you go to college, get your degree, go get that job, go make it happen. All good. I support you all the way on that mission to get there. And then you get there, you're like, I ain't building with you. I ain't building with nobody. And it's like all that time and investment, you've been doing that because you're able to do it, and you know and you care about that person, and you don't want them to fail. So of course you're gonna make sure they eating. You're gonna make sure they got a ride to school. You're gonna make sure they can get their books. You're gonna make sure they taken care of, because that's what you're supposed to do. At least that's how I was raised to do it. So it's just amazing now how now today, and it's just a Clubhouse thing, I'm sure. They're like, I ain't helping you do nothing. Like, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, the beautiful thing is that not all women feel that way. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, the beautiful thing is not all women feel that way. You have women out here that are building with their men, and vice versa. So, not all women feel like that. So, I think when you run into a woman who has that selfish mindset, you keep it moving. I think it's a very poor mindset. I really do. But she's entitled to her opinion.
I just wonder how they, like, what type of mindset. Like when you have a daughter and a son, 'cause I got daughters and I got a son. Like, how do you, as a parent, like, how do you pass along that concept? You know what I mean? Like, find you a man that takes care of everything, and you don't deal with him and don't do nothing with him. And then, son, here's some allowance for you. You make sure you take this allowance, you split it with the girl that you like, because if you don't, they gonna call you a brokey. They're not gonna want to date you. They're not gonna want to be with you. And it's like, do you sit them down together, the boy and the girl, and have that conversation? Do you have to do that separately? Because the boy gonna probably feel awkward that, you know, mom is saying, hey, son, you got to pay for everything, for every woman that you date, every trip she wants to take, every purse she wants to have, and you got to be balling out of control for your entire life. You got to be splitting everything that you make. And then if you break up with somebody, say by the time you're 35, 40, when you meet the next person, they're going to expect for you to be at a level where you could bring them into your life and you can take fully care of them financially as well. It's like, it just sounds impossible.
everybody off. People just leave Jonathan, they at work. They have to Uber Eats. They got kids. A lot of them don't have their own home. They can't talk inside. Come on now. I mean, all this building, you know they ain't got their own place. They roommating. Lisa, please help me, girl. Help me. This is, girl. Oh my God, here you go. He got up there.
Mackenzie Bezos answered the phone to the early days of him. Right? In the early days of her family loaned him $250,000 and she helped answer phones. So a lot of these women in these big hand houses, a lot of these women live in this life. At one point when the husband was raped, when the man was building the cover, the woman was right there helping him any way necessary. So I see this is true with a lot of
I got to go. Cause this is such fantasy land. He about to go on the Hollywood fantasy land. And the thing is husband. Y'all asking girlfriends for free employment. It's different. And they younger. But then even if you husband, this is what make total fucking sense to me. If a man came to you, say, you know, Mimi, I love you, you're the best thing, and I'm just like, I know, and it's like, you know what, I want to build a life with you, let's go get married, this is our plan, we're going to open up this company, and blah, 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 and then we're going to do this with your company, and blah, 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 and this is what our life is going to be. Will you want to do that with me? And I'll be like, sure, whoop-de-whoop, yeah. No, these dudes, these niggeroids, these African American men want you to give your all to a situationship and court you and keep you, like get all the benefits from you. But they want you to do all that business paperwork, all that business. It's you my partner, it's a business. But except for the main business to make us really in it together, you not want to do that. So no, it don't make no sense to me. It does not. I don't. It's like that's a modern man gold diggers. Y'all are the gold diggers. Men, the way they work women these days, men are the gold diggers. That is a new title. Hold on, I'm about to be driving in them. You know what? I just seen a post about that. I need to grab it. I did not bring him out. That's how it goes. Lisa, tell him that's how it goes. They leave, they go see their dog, they kids, they come back. Johnny, this is the time they leave.
Exactly. It's dinner time.
Dinner time. They got baby kids. Right. They always leave on the time. Yeah.
Some people may be on vacation. I don't know.
They do their family shit and then they come back. They come back at the evening when everybody's asleep or they. John, just shut up. Before I bring Bree back in. I was trying to have Bree and Portia and me in here at the same time. And we was gonna jump Jonathan. But fucking Jonathan had Bree blocked. I was like, oh. I was trying to put Bree, Portia, and me in here at the same time, but you had Bree blocked. I was like, I said, come in. I told Bree, I said, Portia is in here. We about to jump Jonathan, and she couldn't get in because you had fucking Bree blocked.
people looking like, is she okay? Like, and then I just walk on, like, shortly after, like, a couple minutes after. I'm probably like, what the hell?
It's not good.
What's wrong with her?
There you go. As long as you're good.
And now I'm playing Sims.
You in the airport right now, mama?
Oh yeah, you made it back okay?
I'm at LA over.
Oh.
Okay.
What city are you in?
Huh?
What city?
Denver.
Oh, nice.
You know,
Are you
really weird
for
airport.
that crazy looking horse?
Oh, you know what? I told you that because my flight got delayed, so I got nothing but time. Yeah, actually, because we did talk about the imaging here. Yeah, I guess I can reach out some stuff in this way. Yeah, I'm just playing video games right now.
Don't get drunk up in there.
I'm drinking right now. I had a coffee. Coffee.
The room is so much more peaceful without all that anger before. That's
Maybe you should stop being angry.
Cause Fro be acting up. I gotta take her
They
green.
could do no, Fro could do no wrong. That's what we're not gonna do. Maybe you should stop being so
I'm playing.
reactive.
Nah, she just always beefing with me and Bo.
I just think she's always honest, and maybe you two struggle with
Nah. I proved her wrong the last time I was in here. She got tight.
And then when you prove them wrong, they argue to the shit.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And the whole convo.
Can you send me the replay with the timestamp? Like Fro would do if she made us say
Well, that shit was like, what, 2-3 days ago? I don't need to keep it track.
It wasn't that important then if you don't remember when it happened.
Yeah, I don't keep track of that shit.
I think it didn't happen. I don't think he disrespected you there.
I think I said men.
Be quiet. Be quiet while this king come up on stage. And make sure you don't talk over him. And y'all better be nice.
What is it?
Hey, King Alice. Did you enjoy your reign today?
Now you guys like me, okay?
I told them all to like you.
Oh God. Well, I'm glad it was to your pleasant.
Oh, I see what's going on.
I think he's lying. You need another ankle.
Of course you do. Of course you want another angle. Of course.
We know.
I'll take another angle.
Please, absolutely. So another angle? Thank you.
I'll take about at least 3 additional.
Wow. About to start charging.
I got $2.75.
That's pretty good.
That's $2 hoe.
Yeah.
Shit.
I'm starting somewhere. Everybody else starting at 0.
Okay. Hello? You ready, Tati? That's that $2.
$2 make you holla.
Anybody, I'm taking up a donation right now.
Damn.
If anybody would like to
She about to start a fundraiser.
Nobody said anything. That's crazy.
That's unfortunate.
Man, we putting a bullet in the head of that trick and shit.
What they asking for? Donations?
Yeah, to my fund.
After you put that nigga Alexander in front of me?
I don't think you were a part of the conversation.
You sat me down.
But honestly, I'm glad you weren't a part of it.
You know, if you dance in the airport, they give you money. Like if you do like little dance.
The contest entry is closed. No more submissions will be in.
Damn. There was just one submission only. They said it's
No, there was not. There was not. You was first. You weren't class. There was other submissions. They just didn't. You know, it was DEF CON that came through and dethroned you.
It was oh shit, man.
And he barely made it. I'm telling you, it was a struggle.
Yo, somebody bring Han up. This nigga writing in the chat for years. $20. Nigga.
What? $20? I got $20. I got $20 for you, huh?
But yeah, this was a good discussion, man. I think I told a lot. And shit like Panda, you off mute.
What that mean? And? Am I cooking? A lot of background like you?
That food was good though, you heard?
It sounded greasy.
I heard that shit.
I know you're just so cute.
Little Garfield over there.
Can someone please change this to a car by anyone?
You're just the cutest little cat ever.
We can move away from those stereotypes. Please.
You're the world's cutest cat. Do you know that? Do you know that? Oh my gosh, the Pink Panther. That's all she is. Just the Pink Panther.
I'm about to go to another room and talk about cats.
Good, go right ahead.
That's highly
You want to talk to me? I was waiting until you were going. We're out of here.
Don't talk about me, Panther. I'm gonna miss you.
Oh, please. Oh.
What you call it? If I had a listen. I'm gonna tell you next time. I'm out there.
I'm not gonna care. Actually, I still don't care. Oh God, I don't care. It's just hit me. I don't care, guys. I don't care. I'm about to go outside because it's a nice day. I heard. I want to go outside. Leave the house for a second. Ugh.
Baltimore City is so messed up, man. It's all boarded up houses.
It's always been like that.
That is insane. I'm trying to grab some of these joints through the trust.
Why would you want to do that?
Why not? I'm going to fix it up
What
for
do
the
you think?
trust.
What do you think that number is going to do?
I think it's good if you, because, you know, I mean, I think
like you're gonna end up like Philly. All of the random houses that are over there, all that stuff have to be sold for cheap, and everybody builds it up or whatever, and then nobody wants to move to those neighborhoods. And I think about the neighborhood projection and buying it, it's like okay, and like who gonna buy from you at that point?
You don't have to deal with people with bad credit, right? You have to deal with people with bad credit. I'm just around. I was seeing that.
Where they sell these things too, but I've seen a lot of stuff, especially like I've seen a lot of people like in Philly and stuff like that, where they would go ahead and think that they're buying like some type of like investment thing, like as if somebody's really gonna buy it, and then things just start tanking, and then the neighborhood's still fucked up, and nobody wants to move there, and then that's why you see so many abandoned projects too. It's like they're not putting in any more money because they can't find nobody, so you even want to move over there. So you can literally drive through the hood, and it's gonna be the hood, and then you're gonna see nice empty houses, and then it's the hood, and that's it.
Yeah, my idea.
I would almost like that way that that's actually how people do right now too.
Yeah, I think I have a little different idea. Is that I was gonna use the people's debts as collateral for loan. With the money, it's like I would have it into like a trust, a community trust, and I would invest from the debt instruments. I would invest in the properties, and the people would be a part of the properties that's in the community. So, and I think my idea is that it would be better, it would look better because people have investments in it, and we put the community in the pot.
What do you
mean? I'm gonna do that. And then so debt instruments, right? So say all your bills, your debts, and all that, right? I get the people to transfer the debt over to the trust. And the trust becomes the owner of the actual debt or liability. And I would take those debts, and use it as collateral or like loans for.
How are you gonna use that as collateral? It's your phone bill.
Say what?
How are you using your phone bills as collateral?
Right, because it's a debt instrument, and you can transfer it over to the trust. It becomes a commercial interest. It becomes a commercial interest in the trust. The trust is a fair party. So it's not like debt is good in a sense, right? To people in business, it does have its good in it. It depends on how you move it, because all they're doing is moving debt around, right? Transferring debt or collecting it within the trust. They're paying it, right? The people in the public pay the debt, the bill, right? But the people in the public can actually transfer the bill, right? Or they can collect the bill if they have like a trust, right? And that would become a commercial interest. You gain a commercial interest.
I don't know. Phone bill as.
Okay, phone bill. Okay, so I get a phone bill, right? You get a phone bill, right? That phone bill is an actual bond, and it has a coupon at the bottom, just like the gas and electric, and it's like
more.
No, not more. I can see this is real. Based on
in regards to like they basically cooked the books here. So, and I'm wondering, was this the lead that they were running with?
When they cooked the books.
Well, made a statement the other day, Donald Trump, that they were in control of all the documents for the 8 years.
I don't buy that the same way that I didn't buy the DNI. Are you telling me that the corrupt intelligence communities would hand you over Russiagate intact without cooking those books, but they cooked the other books that you want, the Epstein ones? That doesn't make any sense. It's a hypocritical statement.
Right. I see your point. There's just something there, and
you don't need to rely on what the government has. The original case in 2007 with Jeffrey Epstein and his unnamed co-conspirators, the 2007 Acosta plea deal that was unprecedented in its scope and its scale. The DOJ could appeal to the could request from the court, and especially if it came from the DOJ on behalf of public, public desire or on behalf of justice. Let's just say that they want to look at could appeal to the court, could request from the court, and especially if it came from the DOJ on behalf of public, public desire or on behalf of justice. Let's just say that they want to look at now actual case. There's Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys. Now, I've been to the attorneys and a lot of research in the last 2 days. Jeffrey Epstein's main attorney, this guy who is now an executor of the estate, indicted, not limited, has been his attorney and been largely responsible for formulating or forming his LLCs involved in these sex trafficking cases and the residences in which they occurred, including but not limited to Little St. James, New York, and New Mexico, which flies underneath the radar. And it's still in control of those estates. Why isn't he subpoenaed? Why hasn't he been called in to testify? Why isn't he indicted? Why isn't he even there's gaping holes there of justice. If he was the facilitator in the business aspect of this and controlled the money before and after, controlled the businesses before and after, why isn't he even taking a harder look at? Why isn't he being called for hands? There's a lot of questions here that aren't being addressed and are being placed over by the administrative state under both Trump's questions. Why isn't he being subpoenaed? What did he do are being answered? They need to go with state. Because he was his attorney then under Bush, and he's the same attorney for the estate now. Florida. Why isn't he being asked questions? Why isn't he being subpoenaed? What did he do with the contents of the New Mexico estate? The New Mexico estate wasn't raided by the FBI, yet, there's a lot of, Florida, Virgin Islands, and New York were. Why is that? Why is that the there's a lot of unanswered questions here around this case that involve the sitting minutes, involve the Department of Justice, the FBI, DOJ, and all of the administration, especially the Attorney General's office. They're the ones that gave Acosta permission to do the first plea deal. But, we never got any answer as to why. She answered to Bush. He answered directly to Bush. He was sitting behind the location. The one that signed off on Acosta. Why was the evidence plea deal? Under what authorization or what premise did she give that plea deal? Why didn't the FBI raid the New Mexico location? Why? Why don't we have an answer to that? Why was the evidence at the New Mexico Zorro Ranch allowed to go into the hands of the sitting executor of Epstein's estate? Epstein was the primary arbiter of Epstein's estate in business transactions, formations of NGOs, and formations of LLCs. These residences where the trafficking occurred. Why is he allowed to leave with all of that evidence? Why is a new shell company that mirrors the last shell company allowed to control that estate in New Mexico now? With no previous formation, it formed just about the estate and has had no other business dealings that are publicly available before or after. Why? There's a lot of unanswered questions with the Epstein saga that allude to a network of powerful government-laden officials and probably intelligence, especially when you look at the CIA's link to Peter Thiel, Palantir, and Valor Ventures, seeking a $40 million business from Jeffrey Epstein. Right, there is a huge issue here that's more than just a conspiracy theory that's linked with facts. The facts are the FBI chose not to raid and collect the contents of the New Mexico ranch because it went under the radar. After Jeffrey Epstein was exposed in 2007, he could no longer operate in Florida as he
had with impunity. He was busted for his operation in Florida. So, he just used Florida for his social circles. However, he operated with impunity in Little St. James and in New Mexico up to that point. Little St. James was too on the radar because of Virginia Giuffre and so many victims citing it. Well, two of the victims, Virginia Giuffre and another one, also cited New Mexico, right? In their court transcripts, they cited what happened in New Mexico, but the FBI chose not to read it. Why? Why did they allow all of that evidence to go into the hands of the attorney or whoever handled the transaction of the selling of that estate? Why? There's a lot of unanswered questions here that allude to an ongoing criminal network, and that we have to get to the bottom of it, because it involves the current security state and the AI and surveillance state that is emerging from the big beautiful bill and the executive orders of Donald Trump when it comes to the AI Prioritization Act, administrative action he took. So there's a lot that it's all ties together. And I think that if we don't get to the bottom of it, the people who are capable of such an egregious crime as child sex trafficking in the number of thousands and as leverage and are still continuing to cover it up today, they're going to be in control of, or are in control of, the most centralized power in human history when it comes to AI, weapon systems, drones, and surveillance tech. Okay? And they have no moral compass. They act with impunity against the Constitution, and that is something that we all need to really take to heart right now as we look at this thing on here. Let's go to Steven. Go ahead, Steven.
Thanks for the space to speak. I just want to thank you for having these spaces throughout these couple of weeks that I've been listening to your spaces. And it's been really eye-opening, and I thank you for your neutral, objective just research that you're doing, because it's very important. Obviously, there's a lot of noise with the media and with all the different influencers out there that are clearly following talking points that are coming from above and things. But so thank you for that. I think it's really important. I do want to ask you about something, a point that you made earlier about debating about the leniency for Maxwell. My question to you, the question I propose to the space is, how can we trust what she's going to say, knowing that she's being, she's known for lying in court? Not only that, but Trump's own personal lawyer that now works for the government that conducted the interview. These interviews are not public. We don't know.
I believe she's been tampered with.
Pardon?
I believe that she is now a tampered with witness. I'm with you.
Yeah, so that's where I would push back when you said earlier that, why do we think that she deserves any leniency at all?
I think that she can provide information that can be corroborated with evidence. So the things that she says that can be corroborated is what should have weight. If she says things that can be corroborated, then we should leave them alone.
Yeah, that's a good point. The only thing I want to just comment on is I know personally a lot of people are coming into your spaces that are not necessarily, MAGA, ultra MAGA people, and I want to just praise you on that, because you're bringing people in with size and you're staying very objective, which I'm sure is really hard, especially given that you still have admitted that you are a Trump supporter and you've gone to rallies and you supported President Trump for a while. I'm sure you've got a lot of pushback, because I've gotten pushback from friends and other people about questioning the handling of this whole Epstein saga under the Trump administration. And yes, it is very suspicious. Yes, he's acting very suspicious, but it's because no one can deny that there's things that do implicate him, maybe not criminally, but there's things that might be embarrassing to him and other people. So we can understand why they won't release them. But that is the frustration, right? Like, even if it's embarrassing, just release the files. Let it get, let's move on. And my only hope is knowing that this would be Trump's last term in office, according to the law, anyways, in the Constitution. Just go ahead and get it over with. Even if it's embarrassing, you've already had, you your successes and your failures, but this is such an important case for so many people, especially the victims, because it really broke my heart listening to some of the people that went to get in your space, that were MAGA supporters, that followed Trump for years, supported him, voted for him, and are just heartbroken by these statements that he's made and the way that he's handling this, because, you know, they believe Trump. They believe that he was going to expose everything and be truthful. And I know that you have blamed, you know, Pam Bondi and all their staff for the mishandling, but Trump is dead.
No, I'm holding them all equally accountable. I feel like Pam Bondi was getting thrown under the bus a little bit to distract MAGA, to be honest with you, because she wasn't one of the social media influencers that the administration put as a forefront of the FBI, of the law enforcement agencies. You know what I mean? Dan Bongino and Cash Patel have a huge rapport with their audiences, and so people are going to be way more biased towards what they, towards them, regardless of what they say, as opposed to Pam Bondi, who is an outsider and a stranger, and people are going to instantly not trust if things don't line up with what she's doing. When all three of them said that it was a suicide, and then all three of them said that we could see a tape that would prove it, and then we released a tape that was edited in Bondi's own words, definitively inconclusive. They all need to be held accountable for lying to the American people.
Yeah, sure. But don't forget that Trump, Pam Bondi, did serve as Secretary of Attorney General for Florida while the case was ongoing. So I wouldn't say she's a stranger to all of this. She was questioned back then. Oh, okay. She was questioned back then about her, you know, about the whole case and the Acosta affiliation and the decision of Acosta, and she didn't do anything about it then. So it's, I don't know. It's complicated, and that's why I think people like you that are doing the research, you know, because I go about my day and I do what I do, and I do listen to your spaces because I feel like I'm getting at least both sides. And like I said, again, thanks for being objective and staying and following the facts.
I'm trying to do the best I can, sir. I'm not perfect, but I'm doing the best that I think I can. And I think it's important that we get to the bottom of it. Thank you, Stephen. Shadow, you're off mic. Are you trying to say anything, Ezra, or are you glitched? Say you glitched. All right, let's go to Hobbs. Go ahead, Hobbs. Hobbs, are you there? Okay, let's go to John. Get over. Repost the page, everybody. Bottom right corner, we have a lot of requests. I'm going to bring some people up.
Hey, to me, you know, Bill Gates is really the guy who's at the center of all this, being one of the richest people in the world, going on TV and saying, well, Jeff is dead, so I guess he's not a problem anymore. You know, Bill Gates, from COVID-19 on, has been nothing but a disaster for the world, for America, and I think his relationship with Epstein, the assassination of Epstein, I think a lot of it is tied to Bill Gates and Bill Clinton. And hopefully Massey, Thomas Massey, will be able to bring forth that act and actually get us more documentation. But with the legal industrial complex, the deep state...
That's why I say that I don't endorse or condone any of the... Like, there is evidence that Bill Gates was frequenting Jeffrey Epstein's estate numerous times. His ex-wife did break up with him on the premise of that, and he also did make considerable contributions to Jeffrey Epstein's non-profits. So it's not baseless. Continue.
I'm just saying that it's a big club and he's in it and we are not in it. And so as patriots and truth tellers and seekers of justice, I think the legal industrial complex is such bullshit that they will spend an inordinate amount of money suppressing any information that comes out. And so I am very skeptical that we will see documentation or evidence. I think Ghislaine is honestly the pin that could blow this hand grenade up. If she could just get on Joe Rogan for 3 hours, I think we would have more content than we know what to do with.
Bring her in my space. Bring her in my space. We get to the bottom of it.
I agree, but for global distribution purposes, now, if you believe that there is a conspiracy theory from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19,
so you're not
not going to discredit my safe space by spouting off a bunch of conspiracy theories. Okay, I've been shutting that down regularly. So I was willing to let you talk about Bill Gates because of his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, but you're getting off the rails. So if you want to keep it on topic, especially to the topic at the top of the space, I'll let you continue.
Yeah, I didn't think Trump was talking about young girls that he was stealing from the spot. I thought he meant...
Probably in English. Unmute your mic.
Jump in there, Diligent, because he's gone mute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, everyone with a moderate IQ can spot a disruptor. This previous speaker comes into space and he immediately starts talking about COVID-19, which is a way to discredit, distract, turn people's attention to other things. The minute somebody brings up a topic like that, don't even give them the benefit of the doubt. Just remove them immediately.
I've been pretty good about it, bro.
No, I know you have. I could see where that guy was going, and it was ridiculous. The other thing is, and I know I have to be careful how I say this, but from a legal perspective, there's a lot of questions around Donald Trump's personal behavior when it comes to some of these specific girls. You and I and many people are aware of the fact that there was I guess you could say a lawsuit that was had been initiated some time ago. Then that lawsuit disappeared for a bunch of different reasons. And
it was unsubstantiated.
Yes, well, is that the case? I don't know. All I know is that there was
literally when it was recanted, it was unsubstantiated. That was the final. If you look at the court document, it was unsubstantiated. It was shown to be unsubstantiated, and then the woman withdrew the filing as a result.
You know, okay, you are correct when I think back on that. What I will say, and again, it's not meant as a distraction, but when a young woman speaks about something like that, I generally believe the person that is the potential victim. That's all I'll say about that.
I think that we should remain objective, regardless of any claims that are being made or about who. We should always just look to evidence to support the claims and not believe anybody firsthand, because as we've seen in the history, that can be weaponized against prominent figures or prominent people. We should always look for corroborating evidence when it comes to claims about people's illicit activities, regardless if it's sexual or otherwise. I think that people play on the empathy that's involved with sex crimes, especially towards women, because they're vulnerable, which is a natural reaction. And actually, I have empathy with that reaction. However, we need to remain scientists when it comes to accusations and stay with evidence and corroborating evidence to find truth, because truth is not found in emotion. Feelings aren't facts.
Fair enough.
Let's go to Penny. Go ahead, Penny. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Token liberal. Hi.
No, I'm here. Diligent. It's Penny. Real quick. So, talking about the lawsuit that the gentleman was just referring to, where is the evidence that you have that it was recanted? You have to remember I'm a lawyer, so I pay attention to words.
Sure. Let me pull it up.
Thank you. Because I know it was withdrawn or dismissed.
Maybe I used the wrong word. It was withdrawn. Is the recanted not the right term?
No.
Yeah, when you retract it, recant it.
Yeah. So, just as again, just to give some
The,
evidence.
the issuer of the suit, the woman making the claim, withdrew the claim. So is that not recanting the statement?
There's not actually a statement made. So what happened was, when it was a verified complaint, this is just where I'm going with this. Verified complaint means it's under oath. You can't just, you can get in a lot of trouble if you bring a frivolous lawsuit, or if you state something under oath. Obviously that's perjury. And what's interesting about that one is that there was an affidavit or a declaration given by a witness with no skin in the game. She wasn't seeking damages. She wasn't making her own independent claims, but she was corroborating the allegations in that suit. So it's just food for thought. I know I'm just giving facts.
But it was never seen through in trial, civil or.
No, that's correct. But it was a.
So it wasn't substantiated through a court.
Well, it wasn't substantiated through a court because it was never proceeded with because of allegations of other things. So I won't get into that. But at the same time, it is somebody's testimony that was made. Again, you're right that it was withdrawn. However, it's just something to think about as a, I guess.
But it was unsubstantiated because she withdrew it.
Well, not necessarily, because she withdrew it. But the thing is that what I'm saying is that she made it in the first place under oath, and then for reasons unknown, she withdrew the complaint. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like somebody who makes a written.
Right. So, but it was never scrutinized by a jury, correct? Where
no, that's
if
correct.
she had been found to perjure herself, well, then she could be held accountable. But because she withdrew it, that examination was never allowed to occur. So it was unsubstantiated by a court.
No, she wasn't. She was never cross-examined. Right. It was just, absolutely. But I'm just
so it's not evidence because it was unsubstantiated. It was just a statement made by an uncooperated, witness or a complaint.
Yes, but again, what I'm saying is it was a verified complaint, so it was made under oath. However, it was withdrawn. That's not saying that it was not recanted. But what I'm saying is again, just as there's a word for it, but like considering everything, and I'm not saying that Trump is a pedophile. We don't have evidence of that, period. I mean, except for there's just what's the word I'm looking for?
Allegations are not evidence, Penny Lane.
What was that?
Allegations are not evidence.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is, though, if you look at everything as a whole, it's just something to think about. And what I think the bottom line is we just need the darn file. I mean, people keep saying, well, he's, or whomever, everybody's like, well, Mr. Trump, President Trump has explained himself. I don't understand how. He can explain himself if he would have his Department of Justice release this silly file. That's the problem here. Like, what is in there that, again, and if it is as he recently alleged, he says that
I actually don't trust what the Department of Justice has either, to be honest with you. The administrative state, and I don't mean just Trump's, but also Biden's. The administrative state has had custody of that evidence for too long. However, there is a body of evidence in the adjacent cases that aren't in the purview of Washington, D.C., for example, New York and in Florida, especially Florida, that could bring some real revelations to this case, as well as the Virgin Islands in New Mexico. There's a whole body of evidence that we have that just hasn't been collected by the administrative state, i.e. the DOJ, that could bring a lot of truth and light to what we're discussing here. However, that's not happening. That means that I would say that the lack of action we're witnessing from that state, including the DOJ, the Trump administration, or any previous administration, shows that they don't want to. And I would demand that they do. And I need Trump to demand that they do. We're on the same page here. Trump should be demanding that the DOJ does everything that it can to bring this entire case to light. Period.
and he's not. That is where I have a problem with Trump. But, you know, is he being lied to? Why is he acting the way he is? Why is it different than before? I want to know.
Right, we have no
He needs to be asked the right questions.
You just nailed it. I mean, that's what it is. It's like, what, there is evidence out there. We do not know why, with respect to the president specifically, we don't know why it's not being either sought or disclosed. And that's where the problem lies. And so I think that it would behoove everybody who would like to show what the truth is to take every step within that person's power to collect the evidence, who, you know, the people that actually, different than you and me, that can actually tap into that and provide it to the people. And then we can make decisions on, you know, or a jury or whomever, or the public can make decisions on what really happened. So yeah, no, I hear you. No, that's a good point. All right. Thanks, Diligent.
Sorry, I was replying to a comment in the space and paying attention to those. And when you're replying on the timeline, you can't get back to the mute button. Elon, if you're listening, please give me a floating mic button so I can answer anytime I'm hosting the space. Would appreciate you, brother. Much appreciated. Let's go to Miss Lou. Go ahead. Thank you for that, Penny Lane.
Hey, Diligent, I'm on Bluetooth, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I can't remember in our history of spaces if we've made any connection between Wexner and Trump, financially or otherwise. Has there been any connection between the two?
I don't know. I'd have to go back through all of our spaces because we've been doing them. You know, this is space like 28, 30 or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I went back and
I didn't do a deep dive into Wexner. I did it a few different times.
Okay.
There's some overlap there, but not. I don't know how to what degree.
Was he ever subpoenaed in front of a courtroom?
I don't recall.
Because obviously, I don't know that if we can get it. So he's just been kind of like a quiet yard talks about.
Yeah, tomorrow I've talked about him ad nauseum.
You have as much as anybody has, of course, but we don't seem to have any feeling about where that is. Is he actually a conspirator?
I don't know. You know, someone needs to be taking a look at the financial aspect of it. It's definitely really crazy.
Since he handed the entire fortune over to Epstein in terms of his power of attorney. That's crazy. That to me is like, what? Someone that wealthy, that powerful, hands the keys to the whole deal over to Jeffrey Epstein, who's basically back then nobody.
Yeah. We looked at that. We looked at that really critically over the last few days. If you want to listen to those spaces, you can take a listen.
Yeah, it might have been one that I missed. Fair enough. It might have been like there was a few days ago. So. All right, I'll check it out, and thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you. I'm already going to repost the space. Everybody, we're going to go a little longer. I'm going to have dinner probably here in an hour or so, and then I'm going to do some spaces R&D, Epstein R&D. I've really honed in on Epstein's attorney that is an executor of his estate. Dude's been working for him for 30 years, this indicted fellow, and has acted with impunity for the most part. And once you get down
Diligent, thank you for the mic again, and, I just want to talk about the spa situation. So, I do live in West Palm Beach, I am 3 miles south of Mar-a-Lago, I have a massage therapy license from, 1998. So, what happens is that in these big spas, they contract out the spa element to a subcontractor. One of the companies is called WTS, WTS International. It's very popular. They contract from here to Florida to Arizona to Colorado, all of the big spas. And basically what you do is you rent out the spa location and they take care of all of the continuing education things and making sure that you have quality therapists that work with spas and that they're validated in whatever they're saying, Reiki or lymphatic drainage, if it doesn't work. So the Trump spas do that, they contract out. And what I want to say is that basically it's like leasing out the land also. Because if anything ever happens, like maybe a slip and fall or something like that, it goes through WTS. It doesn't go through the property, which could be any of them. I personally worked for a property called the OEAU, which is in Palm Beach. You can look everything up that I'm saying. And you cannot say that it had to do anything with the property of Mar-a-Lago because they broker it out. I have a friend that's worked for Mar-a-Lago through WTS for 20 years. She has had no problems. It's been a great job and wonderful. So a lot of these things that you're talking about, you know, like Trump had this small thing going on. Can't say that. It's a completely different business. Like, we gotta get our gears in the right jam because it's not what it looks like. There is another company which is privatized that basically leases these properties. And look, it happens in Phoenix, it happens in Colorado, it happens all over the country. And they're the ones that control what happens in the spas. So stop saying like Mar-a-Lago had a spa and this happened, that happened. It is not how it works. Sorry, gears are not jamming right now.
I mean, he either worked at Mar-a-Lago or she didn't, and he admitted that she did, so nobody's misconstruing it.
No, but you work through the company WTS. And even if you go on Indeed and apply for a job as a therapist at Mar-a-Lago, you're going to see you're going to apply through WTS. Go right now, just apply.
No, I understand how temp agencies work and staffing agencies, like it's, you know what I mean, but I just want to, nobody was indicting Trump here, at least on stage, for her working there. And I think that there's a misconception that she was working there as a masseuse in the spa. From my understanding, and somebody can clarify me if I'm wrong, she was just an attendant, which means that she was bringing out towels, cleaning, doing all of that type. Correct?
So let me say this too. So if you know, this is a lot. So if you don't know Kay, she has a podcast. She's very popular, or she's on podcast spaces, everything like that. She was one of those attendants. She worked at Mar-a-Lago, and she could tell you, and her parents are very, very, very influential in Palm Beach County for donating to the Republican Party. Her sister went on to be a big pediatrician in New York, and the other one went on to be
Does this answer my question?
No, what I'm saying is that she worked at Mar-a-Lago. So, actually it's awesome. But what I am saying is that you can work there, but not work under the Mar-a-Lago credentials.
That's fine. Thank you so much. Let's go to Marcus.
Hey, so
believe that if you recant something, you're basically making a statement saying that what you previously said was not true or was not accurate for whatever reason. So you can withdraw something basically say I might give up without necessarily recanting it. Just wanted to put that to it and have to listen to that. But for the majority of it, the thing that kind of gets me is that Trump obviously would know what was in what he did with Jeffrey Epstein. So I'm not sure if there's going to be anything in there that's going to sort of incriminate him necessarily. I think the thing to look at would be that throughout history, historically, whenever there have been big controversial events with a lot of very influential people wrapped up in it, once it's realized that revealing it may cause some type of societal unrest, they have a tendency to try to bury it as quickly as possible, try to get past it. So it might be more that once they saw how much stuff there was and exactly who was involved in it, they realized that if they released it, it was going to seriously risk the fabric of society, and they made a decision of like, hey, we're just going to let it ride, kind of, which isn't necessarily right, but it's possible. So.
Yeah, that's brought up a lot, but it's something that I don't subscribe to. There is no trade-off. If society has to crumble because the truth is going to come out of a sex child sex trafficking ring, then it needs to crumble.
Oh yeah, I'm with you 100%. I am with you on that one. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that that's an explanation that whether it's right or not isn't. It kind of doesn't work. Basically, I'm more saying that makes sense to me versus that they somehow talk about it all the time, knowing that there's something that there's going to incriminate them. It makes more sense that they are making this poor decision to try to bury something that shouldn't have to be buried. We've done that so many times in the past.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Alright. So first and foremost, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I recently left the Democratic Party like last year. And I voted for Trump or Republican for the first time. The first person in my family to do so. So all of this, being that I stepped out of like a family construct for this man, I am a little bit concerned with how everything is going with the whole Epstein thing, being that I am a mother and it is all about the children. And I just have like more questions and answers. That's why I've been listening to your spaces for just to see if I can get all the answers that I need. But one of the questions that I have is yesterday you guys were talking about all the people that's around him and, in his cabinet. And I wonder, after the assassination attempt, did he have a cabinet before the assassination attempt, and then afterwards did he just say, you know what, like the whole JD ban?
Do you think that he had any psychological trauma as a result of that?
Oh, of course. I honestly, anytime, I just, like, on a personal level, for me, when I was, like, around 15, 16, I was held up at gunpoint. And to this point, I cannot, like, fully get into a room, and my back has to be on a wall at all times because of that. So there's like an emotional and mental trauma that's happened with him. And like for me, it's just the fact that I'm thinking maybe he had a completely different cabinet in his head that he wanted, but now because of what happened, there was a lot of speculation as to why he chose J.D. Vance. Out of everyone that he could have picked, he could have Peter Thiel's boy. And I am thinking
thinking that, okay, maybe all of this happened just so that they can get his attention, say, hey, listen, you need to pick our people so that you can be okay.
I hope that's, if that's the case, which I believe that there is a possibility of something similar to that.
And my
that's extremely frightening for the state of our republic if that's the case, is it not?
And because you have to also understand, the person involved, the guy who did who almost killed him, he had the
that's the right way to teach geometry, and I know that's a fact. That's the way he's going to do it. What you want to do? You want to play chess? Learning
that I would never come and put those in space.
Go ahead and play chess. Come on, you want to break it. I love chess, but the point of a geometry class is not how to play chess. It's learn friggin' geometry.
Were you watching what they did? Was it like definitely the thing? This one was just like willy nilly. Anybody could. I went to high school. Oh, you were in the same school. Cool. Cool, Mark. I didn't know you were in the same school.
I had the exact same thing in my geometry class in high school.
Well, you don't even know. The thing is, he has Marshall. He just kind of jumped in, right? Marshall, I taught him here at Harvard, bro. When I literally played chess with game theory at Harvard. Because what it's called is not listening. What it is that you have a bunch of ideas in your head, and when we're asked what the question is, Marshall's jumping into the defense just to answer a simple question. My simple question was, do you know that it was William?
It's a chessboard.
Game theory is a cool thing, right? Like a lot of math teachers. I wasn't quite done, Marshall, I wasn't quite done. Hey, Marshall, I don't know why you're so triggered, bro. That's fine, Marshall. Like, you're triggered by the question. You're scared, Marshall.
Hey, Santa Claus. I can interrupt.
No, hold it. Santa Claus. Pro Lyrical goes Santa Claus. Now, Marshall, finish what you were going to say.
The only thing I was going to say was, Anson is right. You can't address the subject of geometry unless you're somebody who's exceptionally gifted, who's about to be guarded. Lyrical is going to be, but learning geography, learning geometry doesn't require using a chessboard. I had a chessboard in the back of my geometry class, and when he got done teaching a 15-minute lesson, we could play chess for the rest of the class. Guess who didn't really learn geometry? Me. And it was because the teacher just wanted to have a chessboard, and I was one of those students who needed the instruction, not the let me wander around a chessboard, which I've been playing for about 10 years at that point.
Can I briefly answer Andrew?
Yes.
I know for a fact, from having taught in that class for a couple of years and observing the teacher, his goal was not to teach geometry, it was to entertain the students for an hour so he could not have angst and disruption in his class. He was an entertainer, he was not a teacher of geometry.
Anson, we get the point, and I think that is the word is very interesting, because I wasn't saying that.
I was answering somebody. Teachers should not be entertainers, they should be teachers of the subject at hand. And don't get away, if you want to go into an algebra class and bitch about social problems as a student, that's beside the point. Make them learn algebra.
Anson, we agree with that. Nobody has argued that rigor isn't important, but I think what we are concerned about is when things get way off track. Teresa, did you want to add anything at all to this discussion? You've been kind of quiet, and I know we've been kind of stepping on things here.
I'd like to jump in when the time would permit.
Okay, I'll just add that I put in the chat that Trump said that special education funding is preserved, and it would be, the oversight would pass to the Department of HSS. But I think there's, a lot of room where things could drop off. So I don't vouch for how positively I feel about the success of this, but that is the plan.
Good. We want accurate information. We are coming to a close. I am going to close at 5:30. So let's try to not open any new wounds here, or any new issues. I really think that we have a problem of what society expects
I'm an incrementalist. I would rather things improve incrementally than blow up the whole thing, particularly when there isn't a better solution. You know, the people who want to blow everything up don't have a better solution. And I also think it is terribly important that we follow. And I'm sorry, Anson, if that Trump thing triggered you, but anybody knows that emotions expand the earth causes. And I think that, you would criticize it if it were a Democrat. So let's try it, at least honestly. I would criticize it if it was a Democrat. Now, any closing remarks from anybody before we start moving to close? I have one. Go ahead, Peter. I think what I'm seeing in my country, in some pockets, is a critical look at the way things are being taught. And I'll give you a couple of examples. One is on the lack of teaching cursive writing, which is a really important skill. It has a lot of different aspects to it that are integral to being a person. I suppose I don't do any cursive writing anymore because of my blindness, but I think I did learn it. The other is how they teach children to read. And what they were telling me in an article I was reading is that the way that they teach children to read in some quarters here now is not how we were taught, which is you learn the alphabet, then as these letters are put together, you sound them out, and you learn to read by sounding things out. How do you learn to read? And what they're doing now is they're asking you to, what is your best guess? What do you think it is? And that's just crazy. So I think they're taking a look at the way that they're teaching children now, and they may be going back towards something that sometimes things. Go ahead.
If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy.
I just wanted to say, I love to travel. Sorry that everybody didn't get to talk. Crazy at the end, I'll just offer I've been looking at I wanted to the requirements
I had that one viewer, and that viewer made me keep like more. And each day week 2, I gained also average of 4 viewers.
This is a custom seat Baxter for your car, suitable for almost all models. Fit perfectly with the original car gap, and create extra storage space for your phone, credit card.
Switzerland's roads are made with special permeable concrete. This surface has tiny holes that let rainwater pass right through, soaking into the ground below. No puddles, no delay, just smart engineering. Switzerland's roads are made with special permeable concrete. This
in that classroom, outside of that classroom, I had a couple friends in those incredible experience. Absolutely wonderful.
He wanted to become a teacher. Once he got involved in going
Here's
to
how I
become a
was voting
teacher,
my dog
and he
will
realized
Rover
that
when
he
I
couldn't
dropped it.
teach
My
the
dog gets to
curriculum
stay
the way that
overnight
he
to
wanted
sleep.
to teach it, in the way that he could, very, very passionate. This completely disheartened him, and he stepped away. And then we found like a support group, and apparently there's a lot of teachers. So my point is, I think the education system in the United States is doing exactly what it was intended to do. Christina had pointed to this. This was meant, we took this from the Prussian system. This is for standardization. The ability grouping, I think, is one of the worst things that you could possibly do. Don't need to group people and tell people that they all are this or that, because that's all that ability grouping is. And what I would like to end with, because I don't want to talk too much, I have that ability to do that. I'd like to turn everybody to John Taylor Gatto. He was, I've read all of his work. He's absolutely incredible. I'd encourage anybody to take a look at it. And he was rated the teacher of the year, right? Multiple times, over and over and over. And he did this not by following the curriculum. He did it by breaking every single thing. He did the absolute opposite of what the curriculum told him to do, down to failing kids intentionally based on their effort, right? And doing other things. And he was able to take the kids with which supposedly the lower IQ or whatever else, the lower education, how he grouped them, and he made them do incredible things, successful creators. And anyway, he explains all of this in his books. These are the books. My favorite is Weapons of Mass Instruction. I would encourage everybody to start there. There's also the Underground History of American Education, Dumbing Us Down, and the Curriculum of Necessity. These are all John Taylor Gatto. Weapons of Mass Instruction is free. You could just do Google PDF Weapons of Mass Instruction. You can read that tonight. Thank you for your contribution, Alan. I want to thank you so much. You ran an incredible room. I'm so happy that Marshall paid me in here. It was exactly what I was looking for. Great back and forth. So thank you for having this room. I hope that we do it again in the future.
You're welcome, and I'm delighted you feel that way. Please come back next Tuesday. We do this every Tuesday at 7 Eastern. Next Tuesday, we're going to talk about Uncle Sam not being Santa Claus, and that's on both ends, in terms of tax deductions and in terms of spending. And I'm thrilled that you were here. Also, Ann Curry, do you have anything you want to say? Nope.
Yes, I've enjoyed this room, and some of you know I was a special education teacher, but you may not know I started out as a kindergarten teacher. And one thing that I always remembered that I learned was that everybody learns differently at different rates, and when we can realize that and let our students learn at the rate where they can excel, I think our country will be in a better place. We need to be able to teach our students so that when they when they compete for college, they can get into college. When they graduate from college, they can compete in the real world, not just nationally, but internationally. We've got to think globally now, not just in our community. We've got to start thinking globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, do you have anything you want to add at the end here?
He's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Brent, anything you want to add? Nope. Okay. And any closing thoughts from? Go ahead.
Yeah. So just to bring it to the end, as we speak, and going back to what Anne was saying, around the world, China, Finland, South Korea, United Kingdom, all these countries, they're investing in education because of its long-term strategic assets. So investing in education is diplomacy, is investing in innovation, is investing in in future, to be honest. And no serious nation, no serious leader will withdraw from its responsibility to educate people. It's the backbone of democracy. It's the backbone of any country with civil rights, with national standards. And what Department of Education does is bringing this equality throughout 50 more different states. this country. And what it does is it provides vulnerable. It provides families that with low income. And we cannot just diminish its role to, a money-making machine. Yes, it can do that too, but let's just look beyond that a little bit and just go back to one of our previous rooms that I mentioned, that Eleanor Roosevelt, she said that the real safeguard of democracy is education, and it must be available to rich, to poor, to white, to black. And exactly as we make our system of justice, it should be applied to all. And I don't think that we can say it better than she does.
Beautiful. And as a special closing, we have a song that represents the older way of thinking about education, but families do have a responsibility. Maestro, if you're ready, we would love to hear the closing.
Right here, yeah, weird shit. Boy, this shit right here, that shit is vicious. But what I was saying was, all the things during that pandemic and the clubhouse.
First of all, Isaac, y'all fan base do the same thing. What the fuck is she talking about? Why you? Y'all be on fan base packing people up, making rules. We listen to y'all. What are you talking about? Fan base is just Clubhouse 2.0. Like, is you fucking cool saying this is what you don't like about Clubhouse? Y'all do this. What is the difference between fan base and Clubhouse audio-wise? Let's start the fuck there. It's just a bootleg version of Clubhouse. Next. Don't try to act like you butter. This is the same shit. This is what Clubhouse. Isaac, you're fucking the same shit. Don't fucking play with me, Isaac. Don't. Alright. I'm not gonna try to have it, but don't fucking play with me because you know I'm gonna be talking shit about your motherfucking platform. But now you're gonna make me say something. Don't fucking play with me. Because I could go on my real platform called iHeartRadio, like the syndicated show that I fucking have, and I could really, in a real one that has real activity and real money, and I could go on there and talk my shit. So you could really cut it the fuck out. Thank you.
Hello. Wait, what did that have to do with it? Wait, Isaac, hold on. Y'all, Isaac is a special guest of the movie.
Drop Stevie.
Every time he comes in here, y'all have to stop. Like, every time he leaves him being disrespectful. Blue brought him up here to ask some questions. Isaac, go ahead and speak. Please don't disrespect this man's age.
If you don't mind, if you can answer my question about what's going on with the base, how are you pointing it out?
Well, I said that.
Can we figure out something? Is this the interview fan base owner or is it Carlo? Come on, bro. I was just asking where we just hold on. What I'm saying is give us TC, look. Just give us a heads up and we can leave and y'all can do it. Just let people know where y'all going. If y'all want to do an interview, some of us can leave and come back. If y'all want to try to, like, a lot of us don't want to sit through a fucking painful interview because we heard it 55,000 times.
We're not coming into the room thinking that they to this.
Bro, why did you ask them a question? Like, so if this is not a fucking interview, Curtis, why did you ask them a question?
Which is why I'm trying to stick to the clubhouse subject. So
They dropped me, but I regret asking the question. I honestly, God, do. I regret asking the fucking question because I've heard it so much already. So please, don't follow in my footsteps. First off, everybody knows I just dropped you. I didn't drop anybody.
y'all ain't much changed here. Boy, y'all got them still branching out.
That's what you want. You want us to come over there with this shit.
I like green dialogue.
If you would have not asked the question, if we would have not gotten to this point too. Because you're the first one to ask the where we see camping. Stop being fucking messy. When you're the one that has the motherfucking
Thank you. Why you got me quiet?
I want to know. I actually really wanted to know what was going on.
Now you do you know damn well you don't give a fuck about what family is going to be in 5 years from now.
Nigga open no rooms over here.
I think there's like no hate him either. I just hate all the questions to Isaac because it's annoying. And it becomes very like, it just becomes weird. I don't know. And I think it's not fair. Y'all grilling him like he something. You don't own some damn thing. I think no.
Okay, well, I wanted to hear, but okay. Yeah, I was talking more about the clubhouse.
You know, I want to speak my. Hold on a second, y'all. One second. Yo, who dropped me again? Who dropped me? 1 second, y'all. I wanna pack up Isaac Hayes, man. First of all, I don't like the fact that you are innovating and you are creating some shit from the ground up, bro. I really hate from the fact that I can't be like you, man, because you over there doing something brand new that a lot of people don't know how to fucking do. I'm really upset with you that you utilize the whole Clubhouse app and raise up to $20 million and save it away. And you are one of the rarest people in tech right now. And you know what? I'm not gonna support you, bro, because I ain't shit. And you know what? I want you to be on my level, so I'm gonna hit on you the most I can. Because fuck you, Isaac Hayes, and your empty gang, and not allow me to own too.
Yeah, thank you. I totally understand that.
Can I ask you a real question, though? Did you really stoop?
Stevie, wake up and walk.
Who got you alive?
You, baby.
Who's that? Talk to me.
Ayana.
Ayana? No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't got you blocked. Oh, shit. Sorry, really.
It's okay.
Somebody keep CC. Don't keep CC down. Y'all dropping people, kicking people.
It's on the phone. Yeah, I got it. Y'all crashing out.
Don't be judging. I'm sick of you judging me. I'm about to go to fan base and pack you the fuck. People saying I'm crashing out. Where's Kim? Where's Kim? Kim, I'm crashing out. Isaac, where's Kim? She'll set some shit in order.
I mean, this is still a moment. It's still history. I feel like with everything that happened.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It just gets annoying when they ask you about it.
Isaac, I get what you're saying, bro, when it comes down to retention side, because I'm sure everybody in here has a fan base account. Everybody at least went to go check it out once, open up an account, but for some reason people aren't sticking. So I think, yeah, you should strategize on how to get people to stick and want to stay engaged too.
Yeah, that's
I didn't make $1 for 6 years. Fuck him.
yeah, I mean, we made money the day we launched. There's a lot of things that are different about what we did, but again, back to the Clubhouse show. I think Clubhouse really showed the power of social audio, and it really missed an opportunity for people to really take this media and really do something powerful with it. But I mean, there's still time. I think there's still a lot of time to do that. Actually, it's gonna take a little bit longer than people thought. AI's gonna play a role in that. AI's gonna make this a lot funner coming real soon.
I'm confused though, because most of these companies, these tech companies, they're paying for like a stream.
Yo, who got TC's phone number? Does he really get out?
So if you got 20-something million, you know, why you can't pay like Ion, Luke Fags, like all these people, they got these big spaces, why you can't just pay them to go over there?
Because it doesn't keep retention. It doesn't make them stay.
When they open up space, like Lou opens up his space every day, right? And there's a certain amount of files every day. So if you pay him to exclusively open up over there, we have no choice but to go over there and continue on what we're doing every day. So
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg's paying me every day for being on Instagram, man. You know, it's crazy. He's cutting me checks, man. And fuck the payment system. Fuck people sending me.
I mean, right now, I've been relaxing on you, but niggas been saying you was running an NFT scam, but I ain't say that's because you minding my business.
Show me one receipt code.
Like niggas been saying your shit was scam.
Another male fan.
I mean, now since you want to hop on dick, now we can expose you. Let's do that.
Go ahead, try to expose me with receipts first of all, instead of where is king.
Well, what I was saying was that's not a sustainable business model. You can't sustain it like most of the platforms. So I'll give you a prime example. Have you ever heard of it's an app called man, what's the name of at the pastry house.
Never.
I can't think of the name of it. It's like they got acquired. It used to be Fan House and they got acquired by another app. I can't remember. No, it was called Fan House. And then they got acquired Pastons. You know that app is Pastons, Lucy Gallup. You remember that app? So anyway, the problem with that app is like, so pastors will say like they paid out. They might put a headline like they paid out 20 million to creators, right? But that's a deceiving headline because that means they took the money that they raised and paid people to come and use the app that doesn't generate revenue for their business model, and they don't stay. So I can take money and pay people to come on the platform. They're not going to stay. If it was that easy, that's all that every platform would do. They would just could choose celebrities all day long, and then they would run it up to billions and billions and billions of dollars. But that's not a sustainable model. You know, it worked. They did it on Amazon, remember? Y'all remember that? No, they too busy talking about Diddy. Amazon had an app called AMP, and they paid Nicki Minaj, Joe Budden, Candy Burris, Indiana Youngboy, Jason Lee, who else? Nick Cannon, who else was over there getting paid? And it went under.
Right, but that's not. But I can't
buy audience with that. They were making audio rooms. They were making audio.
There's a difference between micro influencers and like people like that, right? We talk about these micro influencers, the people that's consistently on an app every day, that's consistently drawing in at least 1,000 people a day in and out. Like these are the influencers that you should be latching on to. Yeah, you don't throw a bunch of money on these superstars, right? Because you're just gonna be some regular shit to them. It's just another check. But it's a lot of people that'll work hard for a little bit based off of just their passion and what they already doing. They'll just bring it over to you.
Yeah, but what makes that question a little confusing to me is I would understand if there were tons of other apps that were paying creators that were growing and scaling based on what you're saying, and Fanbase just wasn't doing it. But no other app is doing it, and that model just doesn't work. You can't buy audience.
Well, let's be honest, right? I remember when I went on Yap, I don't know what it's looking like now, but it was like a remix of IG, Clubhouse, and what else? What other features do you think you experience from other platforms?
We have six formats on the platform, but that's the thing about that part.
So it's a 101, right? So in order to get people to go off to remove themselves from those platforms that's already working for them, you may have to spend some bread because they're already in a system that's already working, it's fully sufficient, and they don't have to worry about no bugs, anything like that.
Hey, is there anybody in the sidelines that want to give advice to somebody that's actually in the game?
We're users though. This is who we relies on.
What? Who was it?
Run down.
Where you at, run down?
I'm right here in Queens. That's what I'm doing. That's what the hater was.
Run down to Colonel.
And RJ.
That's not nice, RJ.
No, he's a fan. That's what fans do. Go for it, RJ.
I would be offended if I've never followed you. I just know your work though. I know the streets is there. You've been scared, nigga. You was scared. Let's talk about rundowns and everything and what happened with them.
Yeah, let's talk about me creating art that now. Yeah, let me do it. Let me talk about me creating art that now. Let me answer this though. Can I ask this question though? What is it like? Why are we? Let me ask you this. Like, why are we critical of other? And this has nothing to do with me, but if it's Rundown, if it's Lou, whoever, why are we critical of other people trying to just build businesses and just build things? Like, I don't understand what the criticism. That part I don't understand. I don't understand the criticism for people just building things. Like, whatever. I think people fear, but they don't understand.
So definitely, bro. I feel you, bro. I'm not coming at you what you're doing. What I'm saying is clearly there's an issue, and I understand the issue as a user. When I first logged in, right, based off of your rule, I went over there, I opened an account, and I didn't stick. I'm telling you why I didn't stick. Like it wasn't that engaging. So I'm telling you as a user, what I feel can help the engagement would this space help your, if this space was on the platform right now, would it be helpful? So I don't understand why you can't pay somebody like a little pig to do that.
Well, there's another question that I pose is like, do you know the path that all these other platforms took to become the colossal successes that they are?
You know, one of the things though is if, as a business owner, when people are sharing opinion or suggestions, right, it is not our job or your job as a business owner to explain your decisions, right? Like you can receive what you're saying, you know, and I'm not saying what you said, you know, wasn't valuable, right? I think it's valuable, and Isaac, whether you choose to do something with it or not, I don't think he's asking for you to validate it. He just wants to share his experience with you. That's what it is.
That's exactly what I'm doing, Chad. Appreciate
Yeah, but the interesting thing about that is like all of those things are trackable without a lot of times without even things being said. Even though user feedback is great, it's just literally like the actions that people take, like the time spent on the app, like how long somebody like. We track everything on the app. So let's say you come to the screen, let's say sign up might be an issue, like a certain number of people drop off because it's too hard to sign up, or a certain number of people drop off because they don't like the onboarding flow, or a certain number of people drop off because it's too hard to find their friends. All of those things, data does all that, and they tell all those things better than one person giving their like a vocal opinion as opposed to even shaking the phone and sending that in to all the feedback that we get anyway. Again, I get it. It's like, you know, you can't tell, like.
You already admitted to having a retention issue, so why are you trying to make it seem like this is a singular conversation? So clearly there's more people that's not sticking around after they create an account, brother.
No, but that's
It's
right.
like you're trying to diminish what I'm saying. Like, what up, keep your vision, bro. You just gonna continue to have a retention problem.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, we want to grow retention. And most platforms struggle with retention. That's what I'm saying. It's like I think a lot of these things are being said from a position of just having a little bit of information and not the full picture. So if I told you that 30% of Instagram users were bots, and these apps are funded indefinitely till they succeed in the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, or these platforms are giving the opportunity to scale at will as long as they exploit black culture to the benefit of white ownership, then there's no amount of money that will be dumped into a product or a project as long as we can siphon money from the black community and grow and siphon money from the black community and then scale up other businesses and then not other people to scale and succeed. Like that's the consistent problem that we have all the time. So if it's Tubi, if it's Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't like none of these platforms care because we have like an urgency to express our innovation in ways that we can't hold. And it's almost like we can't help but be innovative. And so what wealthy people do is they build things because they have the capital to build things, and then let black culture be the focus group of how to tweak it and fix it, and they fund it more, and they fund it more, and they fund it more. And then what happens is somebody comes on and says, hey, I helped you do all these things. Can you pay me for that? And they're like, no, thank you, Negro. Get out of the way. And then go scale it and sell it to somebody else. And so that's the challenging part is the infrastructure part is the hardest part. It's not the community because numbers prove that. Like sheer numbers, again, there's nothing like. Does anybody here use Blue Sky consistently?
No.
Right. Okay. So nobody.
I do.
Okay, but
But that was since the collaboration with Chatter. But before that collaboration, I wasn't on Blue Sky. I didn't even know what Blue Sky was.
Right.
So I'm on there way more often.
Right. So Blue Sky, what made Blue Sky extremely successful, first of all, is it was funded like out of the gate with like $20 million, like a check, like here's $20 million from day one, and then the community when other communities get frustrated at the way that they're treated, they literally take their business elsewhere. Black people never take their business elsewhere. That's one thing I just say. We don't ever take our business elsewhere. I promise you right now, like
the owners of this app can come on here right now and call everybody a nigga to their face. Everybody would leave. I promise you. It just doesn't.
But you think people would want to, subscribe and all that when you say stuff like that about us?
No, but listen, what I'm saying is that that's the truth, though. I'm not lying.
You need to pay me to do your PR.
I think I said it like this is what we do, because like
no.
I think that's not like this is what we do because every year one of these luxury brands call us a nigga and we go right back in their stores.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm not insulting anybody. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. Like I'm telling you, like that's the truth. Like the dude who owned Lululemon said, I don't want black people using Lululemon, and now everybody's buying Lululemon. What part about where's the lie?
That's being consumers. We are all consumers. It is still selling us short. We drive trends.
But you don't have to
do that.
But you don't have to
If you
consume
look at
it.
the natural healthcare, the natural hair care market, that is an entire industry that we drive, right? And that didn't start. That literally gained momentum, right? That was something that we saw from the start to finish. And well, I want to say finish. Like it's more than that. To me, we set trends, and to me, that's what
setting a trend doesn't matter if you don't own the infrastructure. Who cares about setting trends?
What that means if we leverage our consumerism, our buying power, then we could do more. We're seeing it with Target, right? I do think that we go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say okay. So we're not. So my point is, we're not shopping at Target, but we're still going to other owned businesses that are not black owned. If somebody had a black Target, then I can understand that the Target boycott would be a lot more effective because now we can direct our dollars to a business that's black owned. I'm saying that, but see the thing about it is nobody takes I'm not even saying that nobody takes the step. People don't realize how hard it is to build infrastructure. That's the part that's hard. The infrastructure piece is just really hard.
The thing is though the external stakeholder does not care about that. They're not going to take it easier on you because of that. That's not something that is of value to them. To an external user, they tell you what they want and they expect a change, right? They expect to know that they're heard. They don't care how difficult it is.
Hey man, can y'all please stop talking to this weak ass CEO? I do not like Isaac, man. Like this dude, the reason why they're not paying creators like Ion and Lou, because these CEOs crowd fund and they exploit the dollars of the investors into lining their own pockets. That is the reason why. There is a simple document you can put in place to retain Ion on the app. It's called a contract.
Who is this guy?
The motherfucker they call him your big bald head ass out years ago. I do not like your sucker ass. Your app sucks and you sucks. You've been on this app talking for a whole goddamn hour and you ain't said nothing. The reason why your app sucks is because your leadership is faulty.
Okay, and what do you lead?
It's taking a bad bitch pussy. That's it.
There you go.
I want this though, right? That a lot of times people are not gonna just go to something, go to a business just because it's black owned.
Thank you.
It's like
But hold on, wait. That's not.
No, let him
not.
finish.
But that's not. But that my point is in other.
He didn't finish his point though.
But what I'm saying, what I'm contributing to that conversation is pause and say, do other nationalities and ethnicities go to those businesses because they are Asian owned or Cambodian owned or Indian?
No.
Yes, they do.
No. When people fell in love with Instagram, they didn't give a fuck about who owned it. We didn't know who owned Instagram when we joined it. We didn't know who owned Clubhouse when we joined it. We didn't know who owned Facebook when we owned it. The problem is instead of you build your product and build something sustainable that make people want to just chime in just because of the beautiful product, you playing the fucking black card and you expect everybody to jump in line with that shit.
I'm not playing the black card.
Hold on, but what I'm saying is like.
But don't stand with black people. Tony, go ahead. Just keep talking, man.
Alright, one thing I've realized is that when it comes to black owned business or anything like that, we love to say like it's black owned. Like I have stuff I work on, but I'm telling you this, I'm not telling nobody I own the shit respectfully. I want people to know that it's just a brand by itself. So at the end of the day, it's that some people is gonna look at a brand itself, but if you put a face on it and say it's black owned, come over here and different things like that, people are more likely going to be pushed away due to the fact everybody had done it, had tricked everybody and stuff like that. Not saying you would or anything like that, but people are not doing anything like that with Facebook, Instagram, Clubhouse, different things like that. No one knew who owns it. It's just the marketing of the whole aspect of what made everybody want to go to it. Like for example with fan base, like different events, different festivals, different things like that. Seeing your name everywhere on a billboard somewhere and different things like that. Having Activisions at different that's South by Southwest and different things. I'm not saying you're not doing it because I don't know what you're doing. I'm saying different things like that is what make people engage into certain things and not just using the black face and come over here to a black owned app. Like South by Southwest, how about get some Asian, white, and a black person outside?
Hey, the reason why this clown won't collaborate with Nelson is because he's a jealous.
Dang, what y'all do with Dante?
I don't even know who that is. Hold on, first of all, wait. So, I get it, like,
Yeah,
I get it.
but you know who I am. Remember Capuchin?
But Luke,
I'm concerned.
Lou wouldn't want y'all kicking people now.
Why y'all can't take
No,
it out?
I understand. I'm saying for me, whoever the dude is that's talking, I'm not having a conversation. I'm not, because that's not even my energy. Like, I'm not gonna have a conversation with somebody getting up on stage and screaming and being disrespectful. That's just, I won't entertain. I'm not gonna entertain anybody that comes on the stage and do that. I don't care who it is. I'm not.
Hey, this is a freedom of speech. This is a freedom of speech room. I'm entitled to speak. And any of you moderators don't like me, fuck you. Right? That's why you're sitting on this app and you ain't about shit. Right? I don't give two flying fucks about none of this shit. This guy is a fucking loser.
Your mama, bitch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't give two fucks about her neither. Right?
Your mama, bitch.
This dude's app sucks. That's why you keep moving me, because I understand how to talk as legal. His corporate evaluation is inflated, right? He self-evaluated his corporation. He does not own $100 million company. And here's the reality. Where is the proof of a $20 million capital raise? You feel me? Show me.
Bro, that's a fact. Again,
Hold on, wait, Isaac. What's up with these hold on and waits? Don't.
Because what happens is somebody hops on stage and then they just start interrupting, and I'm asking, like, I like to kind of sort, instead of just being like a whole, like everybody yelling at each other.
My business information. I do PR and strategy, so I'll do that.
I'm not worried about PR and strategy. That's not what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about PR and strategy like that. Again, the interesting part about this is everybody has an opinion. I know, I understand that, RJ. It's cool. I think what that does is like having an opinion on something that you don't know, like everything, and you don't see all sides. And I get it. I'll give a prime example. I have no idea what anybody on this stage does for a living. I promise you, I have no critique or no.
Hey man, why y'all keep letting this clown talk? Y'all want me?
No commentary. I have no commentary for anybody or what they do.
This is crazy. I can't bring Dante back.
You gonna be mad at y'all?
Yeah, this is crazy. Can we just get one mic and then...
Y'all done already kicked me out the damn room.
Triggered when you see a city community in an ad like this. And you might feel a little jealous, perhaps, and your natural conclusion is, oh, they're promoting Nazism, which just speaks on the individual's, self-esteem, maybe, could be up for debate. But, I don't know that I agree. Maybe others in the room have a different outlook. But I don't know that I agree that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman is less than other women, compared to other women in this day and age. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not gay, but I appreciate women in all forms, all colors. I can appreciate a beautiful woman no matter what shade of the rainbow she is. So, yeah.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't know, like when I see, like usually like more Northern European men are kind of like taller than us, some more Southern European, and they have like obviously blonde hair, and I don't, and I mean, I can see like a lot of women be like, oh my god, he's a hunk, and it's not, like, I don't know, I don't really find it offensive that even those men perhaps could be considered like ideal physically for their features. It's like, actually, we have a homosexual from the Latin community, and he can tell us. Is there bitterness amongst you swarthier men, mother, regarding the plain haired blonde, surfer boy look? Oh, he's at the gym.
No, I'm sorry, Thunder, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that what I think is at the crux of it, is all that Nazi stuff, that seems like a weird stretch. I think really what's happening is that you're seeing sort of the business culture, the marketing culture sort of moving back to the way it was, before the last couple of years where, they had all of this body positivity stuff, and you had people who were obese, leading marketing campaigns for, Victoria's Secret and things like that. And I think that they are pushing back because they still want that inclusivity. And I think that they're starting to see that corporate America is just fine without having to do that. Like, they thought that that was something that they were doing because they cared. They were just capitulating to, whatever the majority, what they perceived anyway, that the majority wanted. And now that it moved back towards just like, let's be normal again, they don't have to feature, obese people or, people, all colors of the rainbow. They're just starting to go back to sort of the traditional marketing campaigns of yesterday. People are not liking it, and so they're trying to say that it has to do with, racism and all of that other stuff. But the thing that I found pretty interesting about the whole thing was that those that were talking about how she was being sexualized, and we're in the age of OnlyFans. Like, if you are okay, like feminist women are okay with women just like spreading it and just doing all that stuff, like why is the idea that this woman is being marketed for the quote unquote male gaze, like why is that a problem? Like, we understand that sex has always been used as a tool to sell. And even women, like, we like to look at beautiful women as well. Like, we like to see ourselves, even if we don't have those types of figures, we like to see ourselves as that sort of ideal. So what's the problem with it now? I just don't get it.
I agree. Is this Patricia?
Yeah, hi, Pepe.
Yes, it is. Pepe, I can't stay long. I'm getting ready to go into dinner. As someone that works in sports marketing in particular, ad agencies and big brands are really shifting. And then during the time period that I noticed it the most was it started off with BLM period. And they said if you do not promote black products or black designers or black entrepreneurs, or if they're not included and highlighted in a certain capacity, then you are you could be, you're susceptible to being canceled, right? So then the other groups were like, well, what about, you got to show a fat person, and you got to show an Asian, and then you got to show a kid in a wheelchair, and it's so I just feel like the country got DEI fatigue from there, and then after the DEI fatigue, single men, regardless what race they are, they finally found their voice and said, okay, well look, we all kind of put Trump in with this kind of patriotic, masculine energy, and when the data came out and it showed how many men supported Trump in various ethnic backgrounds, the men probably are finally said, okay, it's done. But even think about, she has basically covered
between being like born being susceptible to being overweight versus having like a really nice looking face. I'd rather have a nice looking face. That's pretty hard to fix. But it's like we are kind of like in a weird way hardwired to find certain people more attractive. Yeah, we all have our own individual tastes, but it was just so like ridiculous. Trying to like force all of this shit, all of these women in different colors and shades, like, and we're somehow supposed to like embrace them. It's kind of gross in a way.
I don't know if it's still true today, but a few decades back anyway, clothing manufacturers used to fool around like with sizes because women really didn't want to admit to being, like a size, 10 or, a 12 or whatever. So, they would fool around and call it a size 8 or call it a size 6 or whatever. And because they wanted to perceive themselves as being thinner or as being more beautiful or whatever, like the old advertising campaigns used to show that they sold more product when they had the clothing being modeled by someone who was, in better shape. I don't know where we went to this place where now, we think like, you have to have someone everywhere that looks like us and everybody has to be represented. There's just too many variables for us to have the opportunity realistically to represent everyone. And I think it's just a matter of just moving back to a simpler time where we didn't have to be capitulating to everyone, because you notice that it never ends with just the black person or the Asian person. Like KK said, then it's the person in the wheelchair, and you just get fatigued because there's so many different types of people. Can we realistically represent everyone? No, it's impossible.
I agree. I mean, it's one of the things that I think that's also kind of like made me not want to watch movies. It's like if you go back just like a few decades, like when they made Boys in the Hood, you didn't see, there was no like token white boy or some stupid shit. It was meant to be at least somewhat realistic. The same goes when, it shows different, like, what is it? The Sandlot, the baseball, about the kid, the little kids that like to play baseball. It was just kind of like an accurate depiction of the time, of just like suburban America. And it's, lost that. And just realistically, like, putting, especially like these really dark-skinned, fat black women, and like, I think Nike did it. I don't know if Victoria's Secret did it, but it was like clear as day to anybody who was watching that like these women are not conventionally attractive, like whatsoever. But they did it.
And so now there's a push to cancel them and to cancel her. But there's something interesting that's happening is that the stock, from what I understand, is going up. So I don't know if this is going to be kind of like what happens with like Bud Light, where you start pushing, this product, we don't like it, and so then the market just starts moving over to something else, and now, this other product, I don't remember which beer was that beat out but Coors or whatever, but you start seeing the market share moving over to this, to this other brand, and I think that that's what's going to happen, that it's going to backfire on them because people are just tired of the shit. So, I mean, that's really not like the sort of I would buy, but just on principle, I would, spend my money there because I want to be supportive of the brand and her, and also push back on the nonsense.
Yeah. My room was super slow to get open yesterday too. Hi, Sticky. Yeah, Dan, there's all kinds of like crazy reactions I was gonna play. Don't really. See, normally I'd make a room and then I'd say, look at you fat fucking monkey bitches, jealous about this white woman, you wear fake, you get hair like theirs, you do all this shit. Why are you guys so jealous? Like, that's how I do it. And people just like rage watch and then tell me that like they hope I die in my DMs and stuff. But unfortunately, there's mostly white people.
That's what I was gonna say. It's what I'm seeing, the pushback that I'm seeing is a lot of white women. They're not really that attractive though, but there's a lot of white women who are pushing back. But it's the kind of like white women that wear the, I don't know what you call like that septum thing in their nose, like, you know which kind. But it's really coming from them. They're really pushing hard towards, trying to do that whole, I don't know what they call that, white savior complex or whatever that shit is. But I think that most of it is coming from them, and the ones that are probably not conventionally attractive, or the ones that vowed not to sleep with any of the men that slept with Trump, like those women, those are the ones that are doing this.
I just, this is not, the nicest thing to say, but I hope, it would just be an awful shame if those kinds of women just all got raped. I don't know. It's such a tragedy. Can't fucking stand them. There was a couple of the women I saw though. They were actually attractive. But I'm guessing there's just there's there's a trend on social media and go follow it. Get their views. But the one
There's some guys that are doing it too. They're complaining about a beautiful blonde woman like Kitty Pryde.
This woman was the only black woman I think I saw, and she looks light skinned, and she's like, yo, they telling me they want to kill us. It's like, holy shit. It was pretty dramatic. They don't cry about men wearing girly things, but who doesn't? What women do. What do you mean, America?
So I'm gonna go back to the audience so you can scream about whatever you need to scream about.
Well, I don't wear that stuff. I used to model, so I would wear a wig every now and then. But I'm just noticing, I don't know, I'm just saying, I'm not really defending the heavy set or fat women at all. But I do defend us natural women, or women that every now and then we might wear a little clip-in or something like that. Like, what's the problem? But I grew up watching, well, I didn't watch the RuPaul show, and I'm cool with gays. It's just that why don't men have a lot of smoke for those men that are wearing our skinny jeans and pink and all of that? Like, they get to like what about, the Tyler Perry guy? It's just, and then going back to the fat thing, we had the fat boys, we had Biggie Smalls, we had Big Pun, we had endless amounts of fat men, black men at that. And everybody said they were the coolest thing in the world. Then after Missy Elliott, they supposedly sent her her music to the moon. After she came, even when she came out, I was like, but everybody loved her. So
but you don't think that Queen Latifah and Queen Latifah was actually funny and could act, and then she's the fat lady with the personality. So and even I wasn't gonna say I was a fan of her, but I overhearing her songs on the radio. I mean, I would say she's somewhat talented. I mean.
Yes, I agree. That would be the difference. Back then, the fat, bigger women were more talented than the Lizzos of today.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing the best we can to shun those women and not talk to them and not be around them. But it's a hard job to let it be known that we're here too. And if you guys don't want us in your stuff, that's fine. A lot of us don't even watch TV anymore. I stopped watching BET 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really watch TV much. White women are fucking weird. This is a conversation I've had with white nationalist types, even Richard Spencer, who's the leader of the alt-right. This was probably 6 months ago. We were talking, it was a lot of people, we don't say it outwards, but there's a real problem with white people. We're so, we bring on a good chunk of the problems ourselves. In fact, I'd say we even drive it to a large degree. And it is people that are just very cringe. Far left.
Yeah, so in
Lou's room earlier, I was hitting Mickey upside the head in those comments. Because a lot of black folks have that issue where they're assuming that the Republicans are all white, and that's, you know, representing the white man. But Joe Biden is white. He got on the Chitlin circuit, Charlemagne show, and said, "You ain't black if you don't vote for me." You know, it's a lot of rigmarole. There's white people on each side, and there's black people that are going to be on each side. And you're absolutely right. There's also an issue with white people. Not every white person is a Republican. Not every white person thinks the same.
No, I agree. A lot of white people are fucking flaming faggots, and I hate them. Do you want to see why Mickey only has AI profile pictures? Just like swipe, like refresh your screen. I'll show you what she looks like.
Wait.
That's Mickey. Isn't she gorgeous?
You better stop it. That's her.
Yeah.
I said I'm gonna start showing some more pictures of myself because I've been shopping.
I need you fucking me up against the wall. Yes. That's why I'm head up against the wall. Come on, nigga, like.
Oh, I remember that.
He must be real fucking strong then, according to you. But yeah, that's Mickey. No, it's really not. That's not AI. That's serious. That is actually Mickey. That was from a Zoom call. She kicked me out of the room that day because I ended up sharing. I ended up putting that as my PTR. She knew who it was. No, there's more pictures where that came from. But
I'm not gonna say nothing, and I'll be back, y'all. I gotta go do something right quick. But somebody else come on up on stage and give your opinion while I go. I'll be right back.
So I don't know what I can probably just like offend people. Great. What are you doing? Nobody has anything to say? All right. So, yeah. God damn it. I don't have enough ammo because this was black people, this is white people bitching. So I can't trigger people. I wish there was like white people in this more white people in this fucking app. But I don't know, they probably have better things to do. Let's see. Yeah, she is pretty gross. I agree. What else is there going on? I haven't seen the other rooms. They have like, I know Lou has a big room. It's all like old school clubhouse. Not really trying to stay in there. Yeah, I know, there's no combatants. So I opened up the room kind of being honest and, I don't know, fair instead of offensive. It usually doesn't work. Need another Carmelo Anthony situation to rile them up. But they did arrest those blacks in Cincinnati that attacked those white people. Yeah. That was pretty fucking stupid. But their police chief in Cincinnati was this Karen. She was like saying like, "You guys saw the clips on social media and it doesn't tell the whole story. You guys should not rush to judgment." You know, just being a fat, she's like a white version of a mammy, just fat, annoying old bitch. But I don't know, why do we even have like female police, what do you call them? I'm a retard. They call it chief of police. chief of police. But does anybody have anything to say about the what do you call it? This ad? Otherwise, I'm just gonna just start talking shit about other stuff. I'll change the title, even. Okay, fuck it. Even though it's not the truth, I'm just gonna create a narrative. I'm bored. White envy. They hate to see white beauty. Let's see what happens. White. They hate white beauty. Alright, there we go. So go ahead and fucking wait for somebody to get pissed off. Where's Mom? Mom probably wouldn't want to be seen in this room, to be honest. Hi, Rick. Come up here. I'm waiting for a land mammal to come in here and start giving me shit about the title.
What's up, Pep?
Not much. Just hanging out.
What's up, Pepe?
Not much. Just hanging out. A lot of controversy over, this white, beautiful woman, very beautiful, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan princess.
Oh, Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah, and look at this lady up above. She's crying. She can't stand it.
Black woman broke down in tears over Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle.
Jealous bitch.
I mean, the jeans line was insane. I mean, like, I have great jeans or whatever.
But it is true though. Like, she does have great jeans.
I knew. I was like thinking that she was talking about jeans, like with the G, not a J.
Well, it was implied, but then the pun was that it was blue jeans. But at the end of the day, like, why do you think people are born good looking, dude? Like, you either have like you're not like you have like a fucked up looking face. Some there are girls that they grow up to be women and they'll have teacup boobs naturally. Like that's the genes. Some women have some shape to them, some don't. It's not to be upset about.
Did you see the Good Morning America? I think it was the clip.
I think I have that queued up.
Yeah, it's a great clip. They're like calling her like Nazis or like some insane. It's an insane clip. Look up Clay Travis. He posted. That's where I saw it.
So horrible. Hi, Brittany.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How do you feel about the superior, beautiful white woman that black people are bitching about?
I don't know anything about it. Tell me about it.
Oh, this beautiful white woman makes an ad, and they're calling it Nazi and white supremacist and stuff because it's she says a line like, oh, it's in your genes, but then she says like mine are blue jeans, and they're saying like, oh, that's like eugenics, fascism, racism.
Oh, I'm confused still. So people are upset because of a beautiful white woman?
Yep.
Who would be upset because someone is beautiful?
Well, look at the black woman above. Why? She's crying over it.
I don't see anybody doing anything. Are we talking about this I me, therefore I am US? What is
is this? You want me to click on this?
Yeah, and that link. I mean, I
Is
just
this
like, I actually don't think it was actually white supremacist because, like, if that was my, you know, my stance is that, you know, there are superior genes and they often have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Okay, so what do you want me to address? That some blacks and some whites said that a white lady was ugly? When she was cute?
They were saying that she's a Nazi. And that it was a Nazi ad. Just because she's blonde, and she had her tagline was like, you inherit your traits from your parents. Your eyes, your hair, some stupid shit. She goes, but I have my genes. It's in my genes, and then she says my blue genes. She was modeling blue genes.
Okay.
I was like,
I don't think that's anything that we should be making a big deal about. It just doesn't sound like it's something that I would even, waste my time on even taking a look at or reading because it's pointless. I mean, this is not really a fight, actually. If they feel that she is whatever she is, that's on them, but they're stupid. That woman is beautiful. And I just feel like we have other things going on. We could be talking about what about the hung? What about that hung guy that had sex with 1,600 men on video, and he sold all the videos to different people and made $200 each video, and then he gave half of them HIV. That's more or something to talk about than that girl.
goddamn Sharia law, like, cases, and something like, holy shit, he needed to be thrown off of a building, like, years ago.
Did you hear what I was doing? Oh, so you know what I'm saying?
Well,
You heard about that?
No, it's first time hearing it, but I mean, that's so degenerate and gross, and spreading disease like that, like, that's just...
Yeah, it was an Asian guy, but he dressed up as a woman to basically trick men who were married. They were high-profile men. The topic that you have with this white envy stuff, that's nothing compared to Miss Miss Hung. Miss Hung has gave over 80% of those men that were married, those high-profile, high-tech men. This is the latest news in YouTube.
So this is like, this was...
No, this was just a man. He got bored and decided to easily persuade married men and high-profile men into having intercourse and sex with him, knowing that they knew he was a man. He told them, like, hey, I am this is what it is, and they continue to still mess with him. It was literally like, they said it was like 6,000 men. So, it's on YouTube. It's terrible out here.
Yeah, that chick deserves to go in the wood chipper. It's fucking nasty tranny. Resistance, what does your dumb spick ass have to say about the topic?
I don't have anything to say because I don't look like white animals like you that fuck men.
Amazing. Thanks for your contribution.
Now, kick his ass off stage.
No, he can monkey a little bit.
A monkey.
I'm sorry, you're right, you're a spirit drinker.
I am someone who likes everybody. I don't see color.
Oh, so you suck a lot of white dick, that's why.
No, I don't. I think whites suck too, but I just don't, go around doing all of that white man, black man stuff. I don't do that. That's childish. But you, on the other hand, I see that you love white people and you love black people too. You just can't.
No, I love white Muslims and black Muslims enslave people with Christianity.
They want power.
So, I mean, what do you mean you haven't done anything?
No, I think this is quite comical. Brittany, like, your name is literally Brittany, and you're speaking the English language, and you're asking what do white people do.
I was just listening to the Mufasa. Don't do that. I don't get in these clubhouses to create Mufasa. I don't get in here to create more.
Yeah, not too much on Brittany. She's an American woman. You guys are, we have a spit, and then we have.
She's a colonized white girl.
You're a dirty goy meat eating spit.
Well, I'm a big goy meat, but guess what? I hate white people, so at least I'm on the right side of my history. Unlike you like Donald Trump. You're trying to bleach your skin brown. You're trying to be a beaner, and you're really a wiener.
Yeah, there you go, man. Let you know.
You guys are You know what? Everybody needs to stop going around having hate in their blood for any race. Black,
Yeah, exactly. What color is there in a soul? There is no
all
color in a
that.
soul.
We all need to come together to try to figure out how to get the government to pay us more money and get things back in.
Can you figure out how to make the government stop?
Well, that's why I was working on $7 trillion in reparations. What do you do?
Can you stop the white American government from committing genocide with the white Jews of Europe?
Yeah, most of those.
You mean Zionism? Well, we're under a Zionist regime.
And plus, most of those small hats are in Israel now are like just brown people. They're not one of ours.
Clubhouse is so liberal.
I didn't throw you down. Shit, at KK did.
Oh, yeah, that whore, KK. But anyway, today, ironically, Bestseller, which is an Israeli human rights group, and Israel International Human Rights Group, both put out articles today stating that Israel is committing genocide. These are their human rights groups. These are real.
Well, of course they are, because they're taking the apocalyptic opportunity to do so.
Shut your faggot mouth for a second, Wall Street. Hi, Mila.
Mila might be blowing her rabbi.
I don't think Mila's Jewish because she has a cross.
She's a whore.
Jealous. You're always listening to music.
Oh, it looks fine. Yeah, of course I'm listening to music all the time.
You think you're a fucking pervert, but she's like half your age.
So what, Christians been fucking underage girls for centuries?
Oh, kind of like your prophet did. Oops, I'm sorry, a toddler.
No, the prophets are special. All prophets have young wives. You know that. Come on, don't be angry.
No, that's not
Yeah, well,
Yeah, so then how do you explain Solomon having 1,700 wives and some of them were really young?
How do you explain Aisha cleaning cum stains off her dress?
How do you explain your Mexican mother sucking a white dick just to get a green card?
Why are Mexicans just better than Puerto Ricans in every way?
Why Mexicans always stealing?
Yo, resistant. Yo, where are you from?
New York.
Are you like, what's your ethnicity?
Oh, Latino.
I mean, okay. Okay, so your Pepe is
So
gay.
he's like he's a Hispanic. He's a Puerto Rican. He's a Puerto Rican.
He dyes his skin brown, bro. You know this.
Yeah, I know.
He dyes his skin brown. He's a wannabe beaner.
Honestly, resistance, like I understand, but like the whole Islam thing, bro, like Islam is just as a supremacist religion as like Christianity.
Not at all. Definitely not.
Islam has destroyed many African cultures, bro.
No, they didn't. Well, African culture is fucking
Many African cultures.
No, you mean it's
Look at South Sudan. Look at South Sudan. How many people have been fucking killed there over the last 20 years?
That's Africans killing Africans.
No, it's no. It's Muslims. It's Muslims.
No. It's
Everybody
Africans
Africans killing black Christians is what it's doing. That's what it is.
Hold on. Why are you pointing that out? Are you pointing out to all the Christians in Central Africa that are killing all the Muslims there? You want to get pull up the articles?
You can do whatever you want.
The radical Christians in Central Africa are genociding the Africans there. The Muslims.
They're not radical enough. They're not radical enough.
Of course they are. They're white supremacists. They're wannabe monkeys that think they're white
White
monkeys.
supremacists, they're literally darker than the
They're a white monkey. Their ideology is white. They came with that white porcelain god. They walk retards.
Yeah, I have no idea about that. Is your religion a religion of peace?
Absolutely, but if we gotta.
Why are you such a violent fucking ape?
Because we have to, sometimes we have to whip you fucking animals back into submission.
Kind of like how my Spanish ancestors whipped your dirty monkey ass.
No, they did it. The Spanish Inquisition, they got a fucking punch by the Muslims, the fucking dirty fucking.
What are you talking about? They started, they fought over enslaved blacks and they treated
the only thing they ever contributed to America was trash. That's the only thing they ever contributed to America was
during any famine. You filthy fucking freak shows.
You dirty Mexican white boy. You motherfuckers, all you ever brought to America was roaches and fucking ticks.
Yeah, Mexicans beat your like sleazy stick ass.
Oh, they did it. The Mexicans lost all their fucking land. They lost Mexico, they lost California.
Name a better boxer than Julio Cesar Chavez, pussy.
What, Puerto Rican one?
Yeah, that's right. You don't have
Macho Camacho, you dick
No,
sucker.
he's not better than him.
Yes, the fuck he was.
And Julio Cesar Chavez got to 95.
No one can take Julio Cesar Chavez over
Camacho's a faggot.
No, he wasn't. He was selling bad heroin and that dope after he retired with that money. That's why they had to murder him.
Oh my God, you see?
Favorite boxers, Oscar De La Hoya, you Mexican. Y'all niggas wear leotards. Oscar's wearing wigs. You was with him when he was fucking mid. Mexican going eat.
Gay is goddamn.
Gay boxer was a Mexican.
World is Puerto Rico.
Well, Oscar De La Hoya.
Filthy fucking people. Your most famous person from your island is a faggot named Ricky Martinez.
The most famous ball in the island now is Bad Bunny. He's Richard Long.
Oh, and he's a faggot too, isn't he?
He is a faggot.
Yeah, I know. So see, he's related to a bunch of faggots.
He does have a lot of
Oh shit!
But they're Americanized, that's
No,
why.
it's because they're fucking filthy faggots.
No, they got caught up by a bunch of white
BJ Money going.
conquistadors, such as like yourself. They dye your skin orange and think you're fucking white.
Well, my ancestors are from Spain. You filthy piece of shit.
Yeah, white conquistador, white pieces of shit.
Yeah, I know. We're the ones who enslaved you people.
No, my people killed you motherfucking people.
No, you guys are a bunch of.
No,
you guys are a bunch of savage
We
idiots.
conquered Spain. We took it. It was ours. We beat the shit out of you Spaniards. We sent you in here to kill those pack.
Literally never.
Wait, resistance, like, resistance from my understanding, Latinos, they're like a hybrid group of people, like.
They are. A lot of them more European though.
So look at the ones that
Could be Chinese brother, bro. Like,
He dyes his skin. I'm brown. He died. That's died. Look at the picture. He thinks he's fucking Trump.
Amazing. So look at all of that. If you go look at all these Latin American countries and see the people in power, and you know who's at the top.
Europeans,
White
just
people.
like you.
Yep, exactly.
Man, the thieves, the killers,
Still
the
dominating.
rapists, the rapists,
Still dominating.
That's the rapist.
Yeah. Now go pick my fucking corn.
Go water my fucking lawn, you fucking Mexican chump.
No, para mi barrio tercero, por favor.
Go mow the lawn. Go stand in front of them.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, a Latino Muslim is crazy. Like, this is a glitch in the matrix.
How's it great? There's a lot of Latino Muslims. What are you talking about?
It's a glitch in the matrix. I was actually born Muslim. Like, you converted to Islam.
Where you was born? Where you from? What part of Africa?
I'm from Senegal.
You from Senegal? You sound so Americanized. That's why no one can even tell you. You don't even have an accent anymore. I mean, excuse me. It's not an accent. You don't even have your native tongue anymore. Because I can speak my language. I didn't say you couldn't speak your language. I didn't say that.
Oh shit.
I said that the way you speak, you don't even hear your native tongue. Because there are a lot of Senegalese who they speak English.
Senegalese, not Senegalese.
Yes, Senegalese. They speak English, but you hear their native tongue.
Yeah, I mean, but like, what's the point now?
You're white.
I'm white.
They're white.
You're white now. You were one of the colonized white boys.
Oh god.
You think like a white
How's everybody white?
No, he left Axum. You left Islam, right?
Yeah.
What I tell you, the dang white boy.
What does that have to do with race?
This is why. Because the white man whipped him into submission. He probably turned Catholic because he wants to be able to sleep with men. He probably wants to be able to communicate with women.
Wait, Muhammad in the
He
Hadith.
probably steal.
Sure, but Muhammad is a Hadith.
They like their values.
Sure, but Muhammad in the Hadith referred to himself as white and referred to his slaves as
No,
black.
he didn't.
Yes, he did. He literally did.
He did not refer to himself as white.
Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did.
White skin. And he did not refer to blacks as blacks. He said of, they resemble a certain thing that was dark. That's how they spoke at that time. It wasn't no racist undertone, because he had many people of color part of the Islamic cabinet.
So I'm just curious. So like when the apostles spread from the Middle East into Africa, Asia, and Europe, how is it a white man's religion at that point? I mean, where does
Islam is not about white.
He didn't come from that part. He came from a very close area in the world.
Arabia.
Yes, and then he ended up going. Muslims went to different continents. So how can you say Christianity is more white? How can you say?
You know that, right? The Prophet Muhammad is not who.
I didn't say he did, but I said Muslims went to other continents.
Yes.
But the Christians did too, out of the Middle East. So once again, how can you say Christianity is more white than Islam?
Because Christianity comes from Europe. Christianity really started in Africa. It started in Africa.
No, it did not. It's a Greco-Roman invention.
It is a Roman. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, go ahead, Harry, you can talk.
Faggots, how are you guys?
Oh, chilling. We're getting blown by your mother.
How are the faggots doing today?
I was just telling Resistance how Puerto Rico's the gayest fucking island in all the gayest place.
Mexico got all the gays. They got mad trash like Oscar De La Hoya.
Puerto Rico.
He fucks with me.
Puerto Rico.
Checks with dicks.
Okay, guys, let Harry shut the fuck up.
I wouldn't say Puerto Rico is here.
Yeah, no, Harriet's good to Harriet is good to
Spends a lot of time in Brazil.
Shut your filthy fucking mouth. Let Harriet talk.
Thank you, Marquis, for doing the time and I have to say that in terms of what y'all were speaking on,
we were talking about how can you say Christian's more of a white religion than Islam?
Yeah, okay, so basically you have to understand that we have a lot of trauma in America because as a colonized people, Christianity was pushed on us. Like we were not even though Christianity started in Africa, the population of Africans.
That's not true. You've never been to Africa, so don't speak on things.
Well, hold on, just let her give her. You can rebuttal.
Can you stop? Can you let me finish?
Trying to get KP up here.
The African and Middle Eastern region. Christianity was started from people who were in northern Africa and modern day Middle East. So that's what I would say. So it started there. The original followers were from that particular region. Even though it started there, we as African black people, the regions by which we came from, we weren't necessarily original Eastern Orthodox Christians, nor were we original Jews, nor were we original fucking what else is it?
Harry, some of them.
Let her finish, guys. Let her finish. I got the biggest house nigga with the biggest whip, and he does a better job. He has a deeper voice, so you guys listen to him better than me.
It's because you sound like a woman, Pepe.
But the places the enslaved Africans came from practice more so traditional spirituality. I mean, that leans more towards like the African pantheon, the Orishas. It leans more towards connection with nature in the the universe, basically. Kind of like how the soul started off that we weren't the black people that were, we're not Ethiopian, we're not Canaanites, we weren't the black people or the dark-skinned people that were Christian or Islamic or Jewish. So with that being said, when we came over here to the Americas, and a lot of the indigenous populations feel like Christianity was forced on them, which was a grave deviation from like having multiple gods that only worship one God.
Of course, religion has been used to
shut your cracker mouth, you dusty old fucking creep.
But that's the
shut your pedophile mouth.
Long story short, even though the Christianity started in Africa, the type of black people or African descendants that we are, naturally, historically, it was forced on us by our colonizers.
and even much so that in a lot of the
Who
southern
was your
churches we still
colonizer?
have,
Who
even
was
much
your
so a lot of the
colonizer?
southern churches we still, well, I mean, the people who
Was your
colonized the Americas.
colonizer?
I mean, shit, are we ignoring facts? I'm sorry, I don't know if that is already
No,
right.
who was your colonizer?
She's talking about just like the white
Switch up the
White Europeans, of course.
white people.
like, I'm not
Okay,
That makes
you're
people.
telling me. Okay,
just
period.
speaking facts,
You're
bro.
telling me.
Well, hold on, let her finish. She's actually
Why does this guy sound like AI, bro?
I'm not
She's
I
pretty
like white
decent.
people, bro. I like white people, bro. I'm not talking shit about white
Yeah,
people.
she's not. She Harriet's.
Yeah, so then what's the solution?
Shut your fucking faggot hetero
Long
mouth.
story short, for us, Christianity seems like a fucking
But man,
a
you gotta be
vehicle of
concise.
oppression, basically from white people or from Europe, right? Even so much so that even in Southern Black churches, we still have remnants of African spirituality, just as a means of how we see our ancestors keeping certain traditions alive that are not just straight up Christian. Like that shit ain't fucking European white Christianity. That shit come out of Africa. Niggas remixing that shit up. So long story short, yeah. Even though it's African, it still was a vehicle of oppression for the type of African populations that we're personally.
And what years are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the concept of why Christianity is seen as.
No, tell me what years are you speaking about?
In terms of what part? I can look
About
it
this
up.
European history.
Oh, yo, Harriet, you don't know what to talk about. Let someone who knows what to talk about speak. Like, you get your facts from
Well, I think she's talking about like in the
European history.
during slavery and even before, like even during.
So what was your point that African countries had
Yeah, so
Well, long story short, the argument wasn't about whether or not Christianity came from Europe versus it coming out of Africa. Okay, like
Yeah, it was introduced to black people in America by Europeans.
Yeah, it was introduced to us by Europeans. That was the point. Like we're not the same English.
No, she doesn't even know what she's talking about. She doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand.
You know what she said was correct. What she said was correct.
I'm trying to understand what her point was. She's saying that it started in Africa or didn't? Because she's losing.
Well, long story
Yeah,
short, what I'm saying is it started in Africa. Africa is so large that the people that we are descended from in America, we're not the same Africans as those Africans. We weren't practicing the same. Africa is so big. There's so many languages.
So your argument is that it descended from parts of Africa, not all of it.
No,
Yes, it descended from parts of Africa, not all of Africa.
So
when we took the slaves from
particular people that we are descended from were not Christian, Jewish, or fucking Islamic. So that those institutions had to be pushed on us through colonization, right? That's my point. So that's what I'm saying. Even though Christianity is originally African, it for us, our people group, because African is so large, it still was a vehicle of oppression for us because that's not what we were practicing.
So
wow, now we gotta finally.
No, when we took them as slaves, they were not Christian in that part of Africa.
We were not from the Christian part of Africa.
So they got introduced
Well, when the Europeans started really colonizing those parts of Africa, especially northern Africa, those people were already Christians and Muslims.
But the slaves were us American slaves. We mostly came out of fucking West Africa, bro. Like we.
Yeah, and a lot of those people were Muslim.
They were not Christian or Muslim at the time. No, they weren't.
In the 14th century?
No, we were
Really?
not.
Yes, the fuck they were.
That shit.
Were you stupid?
You know what that shit turned into? You know what we call it now? We call it voodoo. That shit. Nowadays, what we call it.
I knew she was gonna say that.
This is well documented. They were when the slaves were
well documented.
They were not Christian.
Yes, a lot of them were Christians. A lot of them were Muslim. Yes, they were. No, hey, hold on. No, let me speak real quick, right? Because listen, I'm from Senegal, right? I'm from
this article I'm looking at. It says she's right. Ethiopia started practicing Christianity in like the 4th century. Egypt had been practicing since almost the death of Christ.
But look at West Africa.
So that means I was right.
Yeah, we're not the same niggas. That's
She is incorrect. She's saying they
No,
were.
she's not incorrect.
She said they were incorrect. She's incorrect. If you look at they weren't, you idiot. Are you listening with your ass?
Wait, they weren't or they were?
She said they weren't.
Oh, okay.
Fucking get with. That means she's
No. Look at.
that Christianity started
Christianity and they weren't practicing Islam when
Jesus Christ, you
and
can
you're
just look
wrong.
this up. Look up. You can look this up. Okay, during the transatlantic slave trade, were those sub-Saharan Africans Christian?
Also,
The answer is no. At that time, they were not introduced to Christianity in that part of Africa.
Also, Resistance, you were loud and fucking wrong. I was right when I said my first statement, so maybe you were the one listening out of your and listening a little bit better.
So my point was even a Christian.
And I'm looking it up right now, and it says contrary to what you like. It says yes, many Africans were already Muslims and Christians through the transatlantic trade slave.
That's what she said, bro.
Slave trade.
Alright,
She said the word, you fucking dummy.
hold on, let me speak, right?
Let the Africans
right?
speak.
Right, so I'm from Senegal, right? Senegal was a part of the slave trade.
I'm just kidding.
Right, what do you Senegal was a part of the slave trade, right? Senegambia, right? And you know, no African was a Christian during that time, right? It's not a thing. No one ever heard of anything called Jesus Christ. The first time we ever heard of Jesus was a slave ship, right? But a small percentage of those enslaved Africans who arrived to the New World were indeed Muslims, and I would agree to that. There's documentation of this, such as Omar ibn Said, right, or even Yaro Mahmoud, right, who was an enslaved African from the Senegambia region in Washington, D.C., and they documented his life. Right.
A big story that came out not too long ago.
Yes,
It was
so
a beautiful documentary.
All right, well, let him finish.
That our stories, I can believe that our stories are very
And you were wrong, like I said you were. You were wrong.
No, let me finish, right? Let me finish, right? And the reason why there was Africans who were already Muslims was because the Arabs were already in Africa long before the Europeans, right? Long before, in the 7th century, right? They were already there, so Africans were already, introduced to Islam, right? And when we talk about Ethiopia and stuff like that, bro, the way Ethiopians practice Christianity is no different from the way other Africans and other black people around the world practice Christianity. It's just as colonized. They worship a white Jesus. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that you as a black person should be worshiping a white man as your God, right? There's no different, right? And they got Christianity from Greek monks, right? And they destroyed their civilization, and I can prove it to you. So all these religions are barbaric. Islam is barbaric. Christianity is barbaric, and we need to throw these religions away. I'm sorry.
Islam didn't colonize the African nations with force.
Yeah,
They brought it with literacy. They brought it
Okay, now
with intelligence.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, you stupid spit. You need to shut up.
Fucking beat
You
it.
got it was Nicholas's turn, or my mother.
So essentially, so I went and looked up Syria one of like a 7-minute rant about her point, right? But essentially her point was saying there were parts of Africa that were already practicing Christianity prior to the slave trade, but then a lot of these slaves that were brought over to the U.S. were subjugated using Christianity and religion, right? That was her whole argument. She took 20 minutes to say that couple sentences I just said, right? But and then I went and looked it up, right? She's not actually incorrect, right? Christianity had already been parts of North Africa, the parts of Ethiopia that are prior to them, but a significant portion of the Africans that were brought over to the United States, according to this, were converted to Christianity and used to control them. So she's not wrong. She just horrendous at communicating.
No, I had to fight this cat, I had to fight.
Oh, okay, that's what I want to Harry, I want to get Harry, you spoke for good. And I'm trying to be respectful to you.
Harriet's a very nice woman.
I'm being respectful to you. Because I just wanted to say this well. So again, I still, a new poison. I just, there's a lot of problems with her theories that I'm listening to right now. The concept of African spirituality is derived from the 6th and 7th centuries. We start in the 1890s. We Santeria. Remember that came out the books of a French white guy. So I'm not sure if you really think that's African spirituality. You go far back enough to see that most of the Afrikaners were white. So this is the whole problem you have. It's
especially within the area between Rhodesia, I think Rhodesia will be Zimbabwe to South Africa. So that entire area was Muslim. So now when we start saying that, basically you came to slave ships and everything, you were not having this religion, even though it's religion, well known all across the world, from at least the 4th century back to we have one of the greatest civilizations in Africa, in Addis Ababa and Ethiopia, through Christianity, they have some of the oldest churches. So, really and truly, where is your slave ship that Disney didn't give you?
I mean, there's definitely some censorship. It was literally a large economic system where they have records of that. You can literally use a plan for slave ship. I touched them when I took the class. My person is a mentor that ran the thing. I'm not saying his name, but he was one of the top representatives alongside. Well, I guess my communication was bad, but he was one of the top representatives alongside.
The slave trade.
I don't mean to cut you off. I think this is a fair debate between you and mine is to have.
I think it is too. I'm not. It's my tone wrong.
No. Someone cut you off. And I just want the other people to understand. Let's have the debate. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Well, basically, the first one I want to attack that Midas had put up that African spirituality came out of Greece. What I'm saying is a lot of the indigenous people that were colonized practiced in secret. So in terms of practicing the secret, like for instance, the hymns that we sung on the plantation, it took Frederick Douglass to the book of his autobiography that we weren't doing that out of joy, because that was just a tradition that we had from Africa. That's what we do when we sad. We sing like a motherfucker. So it took Frederick Douglass to clear that up. So a lot of enslaved people or indigenous people practice their spirituality in secret. That's what I'm saying. In the churches out there, the Kojic churches, or traditional African American churches where I'm from in the Deep South, they still have remnants of traditional spirituality, and also sometimes they have a witch lady or an auntie or a grandmother, somebody that still practices traditional root work, which is now widely seen as quote unquote voodoo. So since it is a lot of the people in South America, they practice Santeria, and they took like whatever the saints were, and they masked their deities that they practiced with the names of the fucking saints. So they were still able to worship and do their practices, their Day of the Dead. Those are traditional practices that the indigenous people of South America already had, but because they were colonized and had to convert, they mixed it in. They just mixed it in. That's why you have a lot of people in the French quarters that still practice their traditional religion, because it's just mixed in with Catholicism. A lot of that shit, like Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras, that's a religious festival. Mardi Gras religious festival, all those black people that are out there partying, that's a remnant of.
Let Midas rebut. Please. Midas, rebut.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Yes, I do. I was asking where's the slave ship that Disney didn't give us. And I asked that specifically for a reason. We don't have any slave ships in Disney. The only one we have is these little boats, supposedly, from the Clotilda. Now, the problem with the Clotilda is that the Clotilda was in action with smuggling slaves after slavery was already illegal. So when we go back far enough into the history of slavery, it wasn't even economical to get slaves. And none of the slaves that were reported on audio said that there was any molestation with them. Actually, if you listen to Fox News, he said he was 100 years old. His father lived until 115 years old. And he had to wear a dress. And then nobody in the 1940s, but when we told the stories from the 1940s, did not believe the slave story. My problem is I'm in 2025, and I'm forced to believe a slave story that people in the 1940s rejected. So if you don't have a slave ship, if we're realizing that the information you can put this inside the chat, I saw you disappear. We saw you disappear with our own eyes.
Who owned all those slave ships, Midas?
The Jews.
I can just take my first floor and say you're right.
Where are they, Pepe? I mean, it's supposed to be a fleet, 6 million flags or whatever, right? We should have some remnants of slave ships. We have some ships going back to the 1400s, 1500s, sometime in the 2nd century. Where's our slave ship?
how did those shuttle punchers end up like teaching you guys? That you have to admit that's pretty industrious. It's like
I give the dogs, especially cute ones.
There's flagship documents, there's plans for the flagship. We don't have we probably have some of the wood. I'm even talking about the fucking wood. When in terms of the documents,
So dry in my life with the water.
the transactions, how much money was spent, notes back to the original land, like there's so much, like literally Clear Victoria, she's a nigga one. She had so many letters from her people that came out exploring and back to them, asking permission to take over, take people, take resources. And Clear like, hell yeah, do it. It's only bring it back to the crown, bring the money back.
Where's Victoria? Before you say anything about Victoria, which Victoria?
Midas, I'd like to talk to you real quick, Midas. So first of all, Midas, have you ever heard of a place called Goree Island? Or Goree? Well, if you haven't heard of this, so this is an island off the coast of Dakar in Senegal, right? You know, it was originally built by the Portuguese. The French took a hold of it for a little bit. The English had their share in controlling it for a while. The French, etc. But this was an island in Senegal that was used to traffic slaves to the New World, right? To America, South America, and even Europe, the Caribbean, etc. for many years, right? I visited this island many times in Senegal, right? And there's an actual piece of a slave ship that is still there, and it's like a monument, right? It's a historical site, right? And not only do they have that piece of a slave ship there, there's also a castle built by the Portuguese. It was like a slave dungeon, and you know you can look these things up. They kept the slaves in these dungeons, the children, the women, the men, and they'll show you like what they did and so forth. But there's a part of a slave ship still there, like deadass. Like I've seen it. I've been there many times, right? Not only that, right? When people say, "Oh, we're the slave ships," the vast majority of these ships, right? After slavery was abolished in many of these countries, they either broke the ships down and used the wood for something else, right? Or they turned the ships into like regular cargo ships and they just disappeared, right? So that debunks the whole where's the slave ship narrative.
Oh boys, what are we gonna do with a slave ship? They got Jew ship and it crashing on the damn. How are we gonna make our money?
Yeah, that is the fact from the point that they're made. Okay, so I didn't.
No, I'm still gonna ask you, ma'am, which Queen Victoria, you know that name get recycled so many times. It's like Mary, all that shit get recycled. So I just want people to know what are you talking about.
She was a British monarch. I don't know which one, but there's extensive written record. The kingdom letters, organized and funded exploration and colonization efforts. They was the part where in the New World, quote unquote, the New World, and it's just interesting. I don't know which one.
So you're talking about
I guess it says 1837 through 1861 is when this exploration happened under her. Okay.
this is why you're gonna lose this argument all the time. Because you need to speak factual. I'm just helping you out.
I think he's had a few drinks.
I am 1830 through 1860. That's when we grew.
When was slavery abolished in America?
I mean, I'm in Texas, so Juneteenth at the end of the 18th century. I mean, the 19th century. Somewhere in
Jesus fucking Christ.
What was it? 1860 something or 1870?
Yeah, 1860 between 1870 and the end of the 19th century. Slavery was abolished somewhere in there. I'm not good with dates, but I know give the general timeline. Honestly, I'm not sure. By the end of the 19th century.
like a proclamation, probably somewhere 1860, and then slavery was abolished generally maybe mid-1860, and then.
Why did you get the message?
What'd you say?
See, why did you get the message late?
Because a lot of people, because first of all, we didn't have social media, and on top of that, a lot of the Southerners didn't even participate in the election that voted Abraham Lincoln to be the president. So a lot of them didn't, we didn't have large spread communication like that.
KP, I think he's had a few too many drinks. It's like you're good.
The reality of it, we didn't have social media, and then half the majority of the Southerners, which was one of the largest issues too, on top of slavery, did not vote for Abraham Lincoln because they weren't participating in the political process because of whatever communication was happening. So they didn't even recognize Abraham Lincoln as president. They were still trying to be Confederate and other because they didn't respect anything that was getting passed down from the Union Army. So it took a while for the messages to get through to Texas. It just did. That's why we celebrate that shit out.
Well, if you think about the Jews and how they operate, it's called a war on memory. But barricade the memory for you. And the Europeans and stuff, they were involved in it. Because if I'm just going to go by the documentation law, I'd have to say within some states, the slave was sold for $11, and another state was sold for $1,000 at the same exact time. Not only that, it wouldn't be economical to keep slaves. And then on top of that, you don't have no vote, except the one Disney games. And then, because this is the thing about slavery, it's fruitful and poisonous tree. If the original slave story was introduced to us mainly, and roots was stolen from a white guy named Harold Corley who wrote Africa. And then we keep going through the Harriet Tubman history. I'm glad you had that name, because Harriet Tubman actually ran a railroad. If you ever read her quotes in the feminist views, have you ever read that? And have you ever noticed that the white people at that time, I think Alice Walker, I can't remember, she had stolen the story of Harriet Tubman. And they used that story to appropriate her husband's pension. So you have to know that history. So why are we dealing with such a poisonous truth?
At the end of the day, I know that white people did a lot of associates to build influential economy and it's on a lot of people's necks, but at the end of the day, it's really important for us to be able to have respect and learn to be able to have agency in the global economy. And I really appreciate the fact that our ancestors fought really hard for all brown people, African descendants, to be able to be seen as people, to be able to be respected in business, in education, just all these local institutions that we participate in. Global economy now, it's just not, we're not farmers no more, bro. We're not sharecroppers no more. We need to fight for respect in that way so that we can traverse the Western world, the Eastern world, just the entire world in general, because there's a lot of fun shit going on.
So mine is like, I'm listening to you speak, it's giving me that, you watch a lot of Dan Calloway, right? Because he's the first person to say that the Harriet Tubman story was fake and fabricated. So are you basically trying to say that blacks are Native Americans, bro? Like, is that what they're trying to say? Fully codified in the 1970s. And before that, it was supposed to be what, Indians? Or something like that? And those Indians from the 1850s, know-nothings, were mostly from Siberia. And today, actually, admitting that. So when we look at the history, what do we call ourselves? If we can go back to the history, we can see within the 1790 census that we are listed as Negroes. There's no area for free Negroes. There is an area for free whites. There is an area for slaves. There's no area for free colors. Right? So who are we? And why is it that we are at the beginning of the true story of the world?
Well, are you guys coloreds? Were the coloreds here before the Siberians? Or were the coloreds brought on slave ships owned by the Jews?
Colors were here far before the Siberians. If you ever want to check the Smithsonian, they have documents where they show the illustrations of black natives in America.
Alright, wait, baby, I can easily debunk this, bro. Like the whole, right? This shit is so dumb, bro. Bro, if you go deep into the Amazon rainforest, right, which is in Southern America, bro, you're gonna find indigenous people, quote unquote Native Americans. They're still there. They Why? Because that's where they took all the enslaved Africans. You don't see them deep into the jungle of Brazil. You don't see them all the way in Alaska. No, you don't see them. And also, right, blacks being natives, Africans being natives to the Americas, especially North America, like, that can't be. Because for one, right, if North America was truly the indigenous land of black people wouldn't be vitamin D deficient in America. And they're vitamin D deficient because of the sunlight. It's very impotent to the sunlight that is in Africa. No, literally.
No, we literally are all vitamin D deficient, like as black women feel.
This is not your land. Your body can't even. It's not even adapted to these lands. Bro. This is why.
Black women take more vitamins because we're not using them.
Harry, can I respond to him for a second? So if you're resting upon vitamin D deficiency, therefore you'll be trying to say that there's some form of evolutionary process whereby somebody will be able to get more vitamin D from living inside an area, but that's not proven. What your claim is that basically I've never seen a Chinese in Japan. Is that dumb? I mean, I would think it's. I'm never going to China and ask where you come from. Have you done that? I'm never going to Africa and ask where you come from. You know most of the Africans came from America. 30,000 black Americans were sent from America. Wait, brother, I'll let you land. See, you have to start getting triggered every time somebody starts breaking out you. I don't even believe in that tourist attraction that your people made with the monument to a piece of wood. I think that's kind of
that's his Jewish invention.
Yeah, literally. And this is the problem, right?
Why did Jews do that? Like, why would you guys came here 30,000 years before the Native Americans, quote unquote, and then they brought you on their Jew canoes all across from Africa. Actually, no, they didn't. Wait, so why did they own the slave ships if you guys didn't come from Africa? I'm confused.
Well, this is the problem. There was no such thing as a slave ship. A slave ship is you believing in the stupidness that they say. But for the most part, if you have access to documents and you could claim that you have slaves, then you could take those documents into the government and get reversed. You don't actually have to have slaves, you just have to have a photograph.
Yeah, right.
And this is what I'm finding. It's the same way they have IMPACT and all these other organizations who steal money off the backs of taxpayers. They had a different way to do it back in the days. But if I go by the documentation, one of the first slaves recorded his name was Sambo, which is a hidden deity. And not only that, they said that he worked less hours as an African slave than the white slaves. And then on top of that, he wanted to become a Christian. And that was going to screw up the whole slave movement, because the white Christians used to work longer than the African non-Christians.
Well, I kind of want to change back to the topic because, like, you know, however, these indigenous blacks, however they got here, why are black women mad about this beautiful white woman that had an ad? And she said, well, it's in the genes. And, you know, obviously being pretty and blonde hair and blue eyed is in your genes, obviously. Why is that bad?
Genes is the basis of the concept of eugenics. And if anybody ascribes to that stupidness, which is only proven by the PCR test invented by Kerry Mullis, who said it was totally theoretical in the first place, and therefore you should have followed it. I mean, you have to be not only an idiot, you have to be also pushing.
Well, hold on. You say it's stupid, but let's just start something very factual. How do you get blonde hair and blue eyes? There's only one correct answer.
From your parents.
Which is your genes.
No, you're just saying it's
genes. Yeah, that's what you inherit from your parents is your genes.
Can you show it?
Yeah, that's common sense. Like you get, if you have two tall parents, you're likely going to be tall. If you have two very short parents, you're likely going to be very short. It's just, I mean, and of course, the chance of how many people, if I was to go to, I don't know, Guatemala to one of where the natives live, and let's say one of the Mayan groups, you know, they generally short in stature, they have kind of a different facial shape, dark-skinned, they have pretty particular features. They don't have blonde hair, blue-eyed kids. That's just not a thing unless it's albino, which is, that's a autoimmune disorder where your immune system attacks your own melanin sites, like in your eyes, basically the pigment in your eyes and your skin. It's not that you inherited the genes for light skin or eyes.
What is melanin, Pepe? What is melanin?
Melanin, well, there's like 3 main types of melanin, but that's basically what gives you your skin color. And the amount of it and which type of melanin you get will pretty much dictate your skin color.
Can you inject melanin in vitro to change the color of a child?
You talking about like gene editing?
No, injecting the melanin itself. I'm not talking about genes yet. But can you inject the melanin to change the color of the child in vitro?
I never heard of such a thing.
So can melanin be used to modify anybody's complexion in vitro or out of vitro?
Reminders, do you think the Sweetie Side is beautiful? Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney. I think it's Sydney Sweeney. She's gorgeous though.
Yeah, she don't look bad. Hopefully she's a girl.
I think it's in the genes, like Pepper said. She may have really good genes, and that's why she's beautiful.
I thought she bought some nice jeans. I thought that was the concept of the article. But for the most part,
she bought some nice jeans. It was a play on words, so she bought nice blue jeans.
Yeah, but can you show us jeans? GENE.
Yes, there's people who work yes, they're geneticists, and they absolutely. So, for example, we do know which genes are responsible for many things, not all things, but for many things, there's obviously it's.
Why do you think that the inventor of DNA genealogical testing says it's less than 0.1% accurate? Rick Kittles.
When this was in what decade?
It's in the decade that he invented. Would that be a problem?
Yeah, because it probably wasn't that accurate at the time.
So what will make it more accurate now?
Oh, you identify more genes.
Yeah.
You identify more genes, and you see you see whether they have a correlation or causation with certain traits.
Yeah, but even recently, right? People were getting different gene tests from different places, and they were getting different results.
Not really any. I mean, like when it comes to ancestry, or what are you talking about?
Like your parents.
Yeah, good chopping it up with you, Pepe, man. I mean, it's an interesting room. I like the fact you keep it jiggy or whatever, but you have to research some stuff. You know, God bless you.
Yeah, but how does that relate to the title? I'm really confused.
You're so dumb. I just
I thought it was just me. I didn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Are those your kids in I had to look at your PTR. Are your profile, so are those your kids?
Yeah, those are my children.
So you got blonde hair babies. Do you have like blonde hair kids? I'm guessing it's genetic.
That's genetic. Their dad has blonde hair. My husband's white.
There you go. And you have some light. I can tell you look like you're part black, but you have some white in you. Are you part black?
I'm gonna say like 25% black because my mom's mixed and my dad's white.
There you go. So at least I somewhat accurately described it. That's cool. You see, you're good looking. Like the thing is like if you're like half black and half white, you can either be like I think like very good looking or like it turns out horrible.
And are you talking about Harriet?
I'm fully
Harriet looks black.
Yeah, I thought she looked black. You're talking about Mila, right? Mila, okay, look, let me be honest with you, and I'm not gonna miss any words. Mila is about 25% blackish.
She just said that.
Yeah, she's not more than that.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. My mom is mixed. Like I said, my dad is white and her mom is black. My dad is just white.
You have like that 60% black voice tonality, but looks wise, you're about. Come on now, Pepe. Let's be honest. I'm being honest. She has about 60% voice tonality, but 25% looks. Like, look, Musanda, he's a pure black man. Musanda is pure and black.
He's straight from the jungle. Yeah.
Mila, would you fucking Indian?
No, thank you.
Oh wow. He's taking a dig at S5.
I don't know. She would suck the dick on an hourly rate.
Oh, she's married. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's why I
I'm
said
actually,
no, thank you.
I actually, that is like a huge pet peeve of mine, is like, really flirt with women on here. People know that, but like, I really don't like, when somebody's married, it's weird, even somebody who says,
Yeah, you just like married people.
I don't like it when people like try to talk to married. Okay.
I didn't know she was a married lady.
Okay, my bio for those.
I mean, like, where are you from, brother?
Yeah, Musanda tried to pull a joke, right? I responded to the joke, but I did not.
You need to get the fuck out.
No, it sounds like you need to stay away from daycares and grade schools, you fucking pedo. Why are you fucking up my stage, Wall Street?
Well, it's okay. Let him stay. Does the pedophile stick around for a bit? You know, let's poke fun at the pedophile.
Wait, is he? Wait, Pepe.
No, he just looks like one. He just looks like one. Like if I saw him across from a daycare, I would tell him get the fuck away.
He's wearing the classic pedophile goggles.
You want some money?
Anyway, that's a little ridiculous.
You would. I mean, I get you. You probably wouldn't like hurt a kid, but you would be the guy like sniffing their bicycle seats, you know, outside the school. Because you're fucking weird.
Fucking weird.
Well, I'll tell you what, after I got divorced, I dated women that were like 19 to 28. I dated 5 women at once that were
amazing.
That were those and within that age range, and it was incredible, dude. So it's good stuff. 2 in New York and 2 in LA. Miami. Yeah. So I mean,
16.
You know, I was like 37, and they were like 20 to 28. I don't know. That's about it.
Yeah, I think you're Forex trader. Forex trader, Mr. James.
No,
He's a billionaire.
I did angel investing. I did run for president of the United States.
Why are you being a cheap? Why are you being a stingy fucking piece of shit? Like you're not even a Jew when you're being this goddamn stingy that you won't put $1,000 in my cash app. You don't have it. I told you, like I agreed to it. Like if you're a billionaire, you could bury me in paperwork to where I would have to be bankrupt, and I would have to owe a lot of money. And so like, dude, if I said I would give it right back to you on Cash App, like, I mean, but you wouldn't even do that. A billionaire would be like $1,000.
But do you know why rich people have money? Because they don't spend it. I mean.
It's not spending
over
it's
time,
not spending
I already sent you money, dude. Over time, I'll send
You
you.
sent me $1, you faggot.
Okay, so now
I was telling you to prove that you're
now tonight I'll send you $10, but you don't say any more derogatory things about it.
No, I'm gonna say a lot of. You know what? So if you're a billionaire, you would probably sue me.
No.
Hey, but you know what? How the derogatory if it's not true?
Well, it is considered libel and slander if you make accusations.
Well, no, man, but just take off. Just leave me out of the racial slurs or like the derogatory slurs.
But you're nigger white. You know that.
Nobody called you.
I'm white trash that made it a bit, and I saw a lot of. That's it. I mean, enough to know. Now, I can know. Now, what is now? Can you access any Fortune 1000 CEO in the world?
Yeah, so a white American nigger, right, who's done a little bit for himself, he got a risk. All right, fine. Like how much?
Okay, so can you get to any? Okay, I can contact any politician.
I don't have those kinds of connections.
Across the world, any Fortune 1000 CEO, and I have made people millions of dollars. It's true.
Do you fuck little kids?
No. No, I don't.
Hey, yo, come on.
Jeez.
That's what you did.
Guys, I'm all for rape jokes because I think rape is funny, but you guys, like, we can't I just think it's funny that people are getting triggered. They're saying there's actually people. So I'll just play the ad. This is I had it all queued up, but this room like never really took off, so I was just like, I'm just trying to shoot the shit. But let me play it. So like there was a controversial part of it. The ad, and
She's throwing a lot of mood in this one picture is that
here's what I'll play it.
From parents to us. Chance I passed down from parents to
Okay, I'll play it right now. This is what she says.
Chance I passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney's Tweety, Asperger genes.
So that was what was said, and it was kind of like implying, obviously, it was a play on words, like blue jeans, like that, the jeans with the J, and then there's jeans with the G, they sound the same, and then, so you've got like a whole bunch of like unhinged, like responses, which I kind of thought were a little humorous, because they were so like just out there and crazy. Like, okay, like for example, here's this one's black. It's actually not black women that have been doing this. I just put this in the title because black people will check out when I put shit like this in the title. No offense, but I am racist and I utilize stereotypes. But here's what this she looks like she's a like mulatto. She doesn't look full black. But listen to her reaction to this commercial.
Yeah, that got me too.
She's crying.
And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant. I keep thinking that people just are not gonna believe us until we're hung out there, but then even then I feel like they'll be like, oh no. Kinda like they are with
They're gonna hang us, they're gonna start hanging us. But to be honest with you, most of nearly all of it. Boy, I don't get it. Why are they crying?
Because she's African American.
She's half black. But the thing is, though, is that despite the name of this room, like 99% of the goddamn responses to this fucking ad have been from like white people, and a lot of them, like even white men, like the fucking faggots they are. Like white men are a bunch of some of the biggest faggots in the world, and they're crying. They're like, this is movie. There's no black dude. I haven't seen one black dude say this is white supremacy. This is Nazism. That didn't happen. So I did find one biracial that happened to make a video, and then I saw a whole bunch of white women, a whole lot of white women, and then one Asian woman. She's saying it's white supremacy, which is it's this stupid Asian bitch. What did she say? Like it's just so like histrionic and fucking retarded.
What I never believe like the way to do a mass march like this. I mean, really, make America great again. When was America ever great? Their definition of greatness was when this country was full of white supremacists and that slavery still existed. And now we have this interesting ad with a play on words where we pass on blue genes to those genetically with blue eyes. I mean, it's no accident that Sydney Sweeney's initials are SS.
As in the Nazi. And I'll just go ahead and like I'll post a link so you can see what this Asian cunt rat looks like. Stupid whore. I hope a lot of things happen in our future. I don't condone it, but some of those things might include I don't know, the plague, rape, maybe rape again, and I don't know, SARS. They get that shit in Asia, I guess. I don't know. But here's what that stupid bitch looks like. Put it in the chat.
Well, I mean, shit, I hear the same thing everybody else is hearing. Sometimes some certain ways, because being a black woman, we have our own little coded language that we use to talk about y'all. And I mean, it's just giving coded racial language, like it's advertised to white people. Well, I mean, which is fine. Like if they want to advertise to white people, whatever, I don't have to buy their jeans. You know, I have wide hips and a certain, ratio going on. So if it's advertised to white people, it's probably going to be the best jeans for me and my black ass. But yeah, it does sound like coded racial language. But like I said, in my one of my dad, we used to use coded racial language all the time. One of the coded racial language that was co-opted by white America was the term woke. And initially woke was seen as like not being a fucking NPC and thinking for yourself and
It's like a Democrat now. It's like, you're a black or Democrat, any type of white.
Now it's a political term, but initially it's about keeping your interest as an African American person active so when they like say woke or you woke or and all this other shit. So it's coded racial language is a thing and it does kind of sound like that.
We did steal that. That was a term. It's decades old, but the woke. With the dialect that they would speak when they would say "stay woke," you didn't have grammatically, it wouldn't sound correct to a lot of us. It was kind. When you would have first heard it like 7 years ago, the woke thing, it did come off as kind of racist because you realize you were using it in a way that Southern blacks would have used the word, and then now we apply it to like everybody.
Let me say this.
Can you send Elika an invite here on the stage? She might have something to contribute to. Sorry, I'm writing it down. Yeah, I don't have 50% HIV in my country. Motherfucker.
Okay, Jesus Christ, I don't need the African and the Indian to fight back and forth. Like, Jesus Christ, let Ray go. Jesus.
So just to build off of that, area. So that term was very well known as far as like when you deal with more conscious black people, specifically like with the black conscious community, because I've observed them, years ago. Then they always use the term we're really conscious and unconscious, or being synonymous with woke, or stay woke, just to be aware of all the things that's going on in this country, the racial dynamics, dealing with black people and whatnot. Somewhere along the line in 2015, I think that word became a political talking point by liberal white people. They took the term and made it into a term to say, oh, well, this is an inclusion of everything. Very similar to how originally the civil rights movement had nothing to do with none of this homosexual sodomite shit that you see now. It was originally for black people, but MLK's, let's go call it what it is, homosexual lover, Bayard Rustin, switched it over in the 1970s and said this no longer a movement for black people, this is a movement for the transgender, bisexual, homosexual, lesbian, gay, whatever, right? The fucking LGBT movement. So that's what it became. So very similar to the word woke, has been morphed in the same exact way to these political talking points, whether it be the left or the right. So it's just interesting how that happened.
The Black Civil Rights Movement is a garden. The LGBTQ movement is like algae to our garden of civil being, right? I swear to God, it always populates so closely and around, and if we don't do anything about it, it's gonna fully engulf. It does. It fully engulfs our movements every fucking time. I don't know why, but yeah, it happens. But yeah, long story short, because I, as a black woman, we're coming up with new shit every day. Right now, we're coming up with new racialized political cues that only us understand between each other. So when that commercial comes out, it's like, this feels familiar.
Is the problem area is that because I saw the ad. Personally, it's some white woman. I don't know. Maybe she's an actor. She's wearing jeans at the bonnet, the front bonnet of a car. Then she gets into a car. Well, what's the problem with that? I don't see the white supremacy. Personally, there's no trolling or whatnot.
Yeah, I don't either. But listen to what this white whore had to say. Okay, this is one of the responses.
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it. I feel like Sydney Sweeney getting canceled for Yahtzee propaganda should have been on everyone's bingo card at this point.
So this is a whole bunch of white women bitching about it. These are filthy white fucking gutter whores, sluts, okay, that are talking about this. And, you know, if rape was ever deserved by anybody, which I absolutely do not condone, you know, I'm just saying, let's just forget I said that, but here we go.
Believe it or not, it does keep getting worse because they have continued to drop more ads over the last few days, and today I'm going to show you the most horrific and problematic one. As always, make sure you like, rate, comment, repost, and follow along for more, but if you're not already up to date, here's what's going on. This week, Sydney Sweeney launched an ad campaign with American Eagle that is very clearly white supremacy propaganda. And in any other timeline, it might have been less noticeable, but given the current climate of things, it is extremely obvious, and it has garnered them a lot of attention, and even their stocks have gone up because of it. This shouldn't really be a shock. In the past, we've seen her with her family members who are all clearly red hat. In the moment, some people gave her a pass for that, obviously, because you can't choose your family, but her silence since then, and this campaign with American Eagle now really seals the deal with where she's at. Obviously, the campaign goes beyond just a bunch of photos and videos in which she's wearing jeans where none of them seem to fit, which was an odd choice. But every single ad is specifically emphasizing this double entendre with the word jeans, saying that Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. That is said throughout the ads over and over and over again.
See, this is what I don't get. You know, despite the title of this room, because black people get triggered easily, and they you know, that's just how they're born. I didn't make them that way. It is all white women that are bitching about. I found one tragic mulatto that is bitching and crying about the ad. But other than that, it has been nothing but white women. And dude, even there's one black guy in like that I could find. And he's just like, well, like, what's the big goddamn deal? I don't get it. Like, why is everybody upset? But then you even find a few, like, Jesus Christ, you find white males bitching about it. This is Nazi rhetoric. This is horrible. Like, you fucking faggots deserve to go into a wood chipper feet first. Like, you're so goddamn pathetic. Like, these people are so fucking annoying. But yeah.
Or maybe they're just liberals trying to enter the black community, but against all like the fight. I mean, what does this do for the black American? If I'm being honest with you, being in an ad, or at least I don't know if a black American can correct me or something. I don't know. I just feel like it's wolf in sheep clothing, trying to hide again, so that it makes it like, oh, blacks complain about everything. Because like you said, it's mostly white women pushing this.
And white faggot men. Go ahead, Roland.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, honestly, I've gone through a transformation. I no longer have any sympathy whatsoever for these dumb social fucking causes. I do not care. It's all fat lesbian women or ugly fucking women that are getting upset about this, or weird fucking dudes. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. There's like so many more things to care about. And these people are just weaponizing their victimhood. I'm so sick of giving weak people power, of letting their victimhood be a way in which they instantiate themselves within a powerful place in society. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I have no more care about listening to these issues. A lot of issues, not just this. I mean, generally, I just don't give a fuck. I'm so beyond it at this point.
Go ahead, Beth.
Hey, I was just like clarifying. So is the title saying that women in general are jealous of Sweeney, or in particular black women?
So
So he's saying that black women were, it's a troll title, he's saying that black women were, the gag is, his whole issue is that it's only white women who are responding and reacting to this particular, and I agree, because first of all, I didn't know that lady's name, I just know it's the 5-year-old lady that is like a 16-year-old from Euphoria. She's really pretty. Her hair's not even that color for real. She has dark hair in the show. But it does sound like racial coded language. I think that white women and liberals don't understand that we're past the little racist coded language. We know, first of all, we know the niggas is racist. We know how we're past that. We just want to make sure that we ain't getting deported with the our citizenship is secured while they're deporting all the goddamn day trying to all the people who are not citizens and then trying to change the Constitution to where naturalized citizens, which was the law that allowed us to become citizens in America. They're trying to change the Constitution in the specific law that protects our citizenship in this country. And that's what we worried about. We worried about Donald Trump's economy.
Well, so I made
But I was gonna
I
say,
made this title just to like because I was bored, and then I made this title, and no, like I saw like all the reactions to calling it Nazi ad, and it was all like nearly all white people. I found like one mulatto, and then like one Asian lady, but it was all white women, and then a few white men, and then there was like I found one of a black man. He's just like, oh, what? Why is anybody offended?
Yeah, so, my opinion on it, like, cause I came across it because I was on TikTok and I kept seeing stuff like, they're like, oh, did you see the Sydney Sweeney ad? I'm like, the ad she did for jeans, and I'm like, so I watched it, and when I first looked at it, I didn't, notice anything racist per se. I was just like, okay, it's very, like, I guess she's using sexual innuendos, which was kind of like weird for an ad about jeans, but I was like, okay. But then again,
On Chuck Schumer's desk since May of 2023. It was the one bill that would secure the border. Border Patrol has endorsed President Trump. Law enforcement.
This room's called Where is Hunter Shackelford?
It was hilarious again.
I gotta try again. I tried it once. I couldn't get through.
I'm gonna tell you, I hate sequels, and for the most part, I hate anything that's made for Netflix. I thought it was okay. It's not as good as the first one. I don't think Adam Sandler's all that great. Anyhow, I like Punch Drunk Love. I like that. But I think overall he's overrated. I like him, and I think we talked about this the other day, where I like that when he does projects, he's always thinking, like, how do I get, my homies in these projects so they can get a payday? And I can't explain why he's the guy from SNL that went on to make all the money. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't think he has nearly the talent as some of the other alum from SNL, but for whatever reason, he connects with people and he made a lot of money. But I do appreciate the fact that he always thinks of bringing his homies in his project.
And when they got fired from SNL, then he just he set up his own production company and everything. He told a lot of them that you're never going to have to worry about being out of work. We're going to make movies and films together, and I'm always going to try to include you. And he always ends every one of their premieres. He's always like backing them, so it's like a big circle of this guy.
Yeah, and Kish mentioned in the chat, I'm concrete fella?
No. Some people.
So there's this room on this app called Chillism, and it's basically like it's like essentially like a leper colony, like for Clubhouse. It's like just the dumbest of the dumb people. I will say, I do think that Tally is very nice, and I have no beef with her. I think everybody else over there is just like retard. I think that Io is actually not a retard. He's probably the smartest guy on the entire line. I think the fact that he's so smart. What? What was it? The English?
I think she said she's not a retard.
I'm not a retard.
Oh, if you hang out that room, you have to be. Anyways, I go into this room, and this is no bullshit. 45 minutes, this guy Concrete and this other guy named Ike are arguing about Hegel. And I'm listening. And these guys are Hegel, the Hegelian dialect. And they didn't understand what the fuck they were talking about. And it was very clear they didn't understand. The mods were fucking asleep at the wheel. Nobody else was interrupting them because these guys would just blow hard. 45 minutes this went on. Finally, the moderator wakes up. I get on the stage and I started poking and prodding. Come to find out, these two guys that argued for 45 minutes, neither of them had ever read Hegel. Ever. They acknowledged that. They also said it doesn't matter. You don't have to read somebody to know them. And they made the argument that through third party, they can get a good understanding of the essence of Hegel. It was very fucking crazy. And so now, like, when I go in that room, I pick on Concrete. He's one of the dumber people.
That's what I was beginning when I tell you really crazy.
albino?
He's very fair-skinned, let's just say.
I am with that. I am Irish. I am fair-skinned. Blonde hair, blue eyes, with a tinge of red. So yeah, I mean, not a redhead, but blonde hair. A little gray now as I age, but that's about it.
You know who would play Brad? Who would be perfect for Brad back in the day? And I I don't want to get yelled at, so that's retired. The sergeant for Full Metal Jacket. What's his name? The guy I think he passed away. Yes, that's it. He can play Brad.
What about when he was younger, Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now? Like, you know, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That could be Brad.
Yeah, that is. I like way after that. I can agree to that.
I don't know how we would cast NG. They ain't nobody that damn fine. We no matter who we cast, it would just be a problem. Everybody'd say, no, you got it wrong.
You can't find nobody, right? MG hasn't said one word. Now she's here.
No, she don't do compliments, man. She's married.
Actually, since you mentioned it, I would get Adam Sandler to play Dr. Jordan.
No, dude. Eli Roth plays Dr. Jordan, and he wears the exact same thing that he wore in Inglourious Bastards when he came out as the Bear Jew.
Whatever you say, don't call me David Schwimmer. I can't stand that guy. I don't know, like the Bear Jew, like banging. I saw that movie. It was actually pretty good. I laughed at it. But I mean, I don't know. Dr. Jordan carrying a bat and bashing in somebody's head. I don't see it. I see the narcissism in it. You know.
Who do we get to play JB?
The guy that Rodriguez.
That's the guy who wanted to play me. Maybe Hugh Jackman could play JB. Wait, you gotta make him more Italian? Wait, what? You wanna do like... So you want... Okay, so I got it. So what you wanna do is you wanna do the anti-aging screenshots that they do and just get De Niro to play JB.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
That would be hard because, like, I think that Prime Dustin Hoffman can play Norm. The problem is Norm's an imposing guy. Norm is like, what's he? Is he like 6'5", 6'6", something like that? Like, he's an imposing dude. Norm, how tall are you? Norm, how tall are you?
I've met Norm. I'm gonna say he's probably about 6'2", 6'3", and he's a pretty big dude. He's not a tiny guy.
promise a lot. I got that throughout my life. But
I can see that.
yeah, when she was younger, but she's like done shit like that.
Was she married to Phil Donahue?
Yes, she's married to Phil Donahue. I don't know. Do I have to find a younger actress? Let me think about that. Oh, maybe like, what do I get, like a Fran Drescher?
No, you know, if the person could nail your accent, it might be hard. You'd have to put her, color her hair darker. But the woman that played Beth in Yellowstone.
Oh my god, that's pretty funny. Well, you know who has the same accent as me is Tina Fey.
Oh, wow.
Same place. Okay, Noah, who plays you? Looking at him, trying to figure out an actor. Oh yeah, Noah looks just like the guy from Yellowstone. The guy, Kid.
Rip.
Rip.
Yeah, that dude's a redhead in real life.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Cole Hauser?
Cole Hauser, totally looks like him. Nice, Rowan.
Well, the fucking dude that used to wrestle with the alligators is fucking dead, so I don't know.
So if you
No, not Paul.
I'm gonna try to get you Jackman.
Are there, you know what, how about Mel Gibson?
Do anything better to play Rowan.
Rohan's not that intense.
No, but the old Mel Gibson hair, the floaty thing.
Is there somebody a little bit more modern out of Australia who's that all they produced?
I don't know. Get somebody from ACDC. Or the Bee Gees. How about one of the Bee Gees?
Jesus, Roger. What is it doing?
Wait, are the Bee Gees still alive?
The brothers, there's gotta be at least
Very, very still alive.
MJ could be like Elon or
Meghan Markle.
Meghan Markle. She's
I think Gallagher. I get Gallagher. Or was that the chick?
All I'm saying, dude, is I think that would be the hardest casting decision because people would give you problems with it. When you're casting a beautiful person, it's very, very difficult to nail down. Alright, who plays Necro?
I don't know, but Necro's a cute kid, man.
Was that John Leguizamo?
Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, come on. Like those guys don't have hair like mine.
Now, what about the kid from Atypical playing Necro?
I mean, Cora said most like tears were. I mean, I guess I kind of see it, but is Fred Savage still around?
No, those are older people. Necro's kid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when he was younger, Peter Tork, I guess. But
Peter Tork? You mean the monkeys?
yeah, that's who Cora said that I look like.
You look like Peter Tork?
I mean, I kind of do. I mean, I am short.
No, Peter Tork is the tall, lanky one with the shaggy hair.
Are you guys all in agreement that Lizzo can play Hunter Shackleton?
I'm good with that.
Actually, Peter Tork is the blonde guy.
Right, but Davy Jones was the cute, short one. Peter Tork was the tall blonde, right? Shaggy hair. And then Mickey Dolenz and Mike Nesmith. I got my monkeys down. I know my monkeys.
Oh, wait a minute. I got someone for Brad. A young Rutger Hauer can play Brad.
I don't know. I just don't remember Peter Tork being that tall, but could happen.
Rutger Hauer is very different. Brad's American. He was kind of very young. He plays American.
Jackman would work. You know, just make Hugh Jackman look a little bit younger because he is probably older than Brad. But yeah, get the Wolverine shit going and
Big Chill fans?
Can't remember, it's been a long.
Original or the remake?
I didn't know there was a remake, but Kevin Costner. So if you guys remember how the film starts, they're all at a funeral. You guys remember?
Yes, I totally, I got the soundtrack too.
Okay, great. One of my favorite movies. So Kevin Costner is the dead body in the coffin, and they edited out all the scenes, and so you don't see Kevin Costner, but he was in the coffin at the funeral at the beginning of the movie, and so it's this reunion of these people that haven't seen each other in a long time, and they get together. Joe Beth Williams is a fucking smoke show in this thing. Jeff Goldblum is fucking amazing in it. It's just a great movie. If you like dialogue, there's not many movies better of just pure dialogue than The Big Chill.
So you want to, you want someone to play you?
Well, I figure since on Clubhouse I've already had a funeral, it would just be fitting that I play the guy that it starts off where I'm just.
You had a funeral? They didn't invite me.
You know, where did you be at?
Vampire, Viking King.
Oh, Brad. God.
That doesn't sound good.
We didn't make a reveal.
You know what I would do with Kristen? Kristen would be the girl from Little House on the Prairie. Do you guys remember Melissa Gilbert? Melissa Gilbert would play Kristen.
You know, in your movie, you're gonna have to put someone in crazy, so you're gonna have to find someone to play like a Victoria or something.
Oh yeah, dude.
No wire hangers ever. Right, that might be Claire Danes if you can get some.
How about Amber Heard?
That's good.
And then you're gonna have to either have me get killed off in some like fucking senseless act, or have me kill somebody and get someone to prison. So that's just how that one's gonna have to go.
Who's the guy at Clubhouse? He's the Clubhouse Republican that in real life actually killed somebody in self-defense. You know what I'm talking about?
James, yeah.
Yeah. James Snyder. Like, I remember being in a room with him and he was making this claim that just sounded like, you know, like Clubhouse nonsense. And then I looked this shit up. It's like, it's pretty interesting, but I've never met anybody, and I mean anybody, I've met people that have fought multiple wars. I have never met anybody that brags about ending somebody's life. He's the only human being I've ever met that has bragged about that. I've never, ever met anybody that has bragged. Maybe open someone's ass, but not ending someone's life.
It's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, because it was in self-defense, and, you know, he got off, it was all justified and whatnot. I'm sure there's a feeling of like, well, better me than him, and I can get to that point, but like, I don't know to be publicly bragging about it, because at a certain level, man, that's something that's gonna linger, and I don't know.
He's running for Congress.
He'll lose, but.
Wait, how are the circumstances? I never heard that.
I will get you the story. Hold on, when it goes on.
I didn't know. I've known him since day one. I do not know that about him.
It was self-defense. He was being carjacked as he was an Uber driver, one of those AA for driving things, and the guys tried to carjack him, and then he sent the wrong stop range and impacted one, and I think he missed the other one, but they had a weapon and they put it in his face and he returned fire.
Well, there it is,
explains, my calm, my perpetually calm demeanor has rubbed off on it.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but your counselor. So, Dr. Jordan, how come you didn't take your own advice that day you were fucking yelling at that one woman? We said it's something. The apology was worse than the offense. It was like, he totally rips her to shreds. He's like, the problem with people like you, you're a fraud. I have no respect for you. You've never done half the things you claim. You disgust me. And then she goes, what did I do to deserve this? He's like, you know what? I really want to apologize. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. It was the cringiest thing. He went back, so. That was a fun night, though. That was a fun room. She was sending me messages in the back channel going, this guy, and I go, yeah, he's a good guy. And then she's like, okay, I'll just let him keep ranting. And then I'm messaging Dr. Jordan, and if I want to be fully transparent, in the beginning, I'm like, yeah, turn up the heat. And by the end, I'm like, no, you gotta slow it down. I was borderline responsible for that outburst. I'm not apologizing, but that was a fun.
I think I've heard you have a few outbursts.
That's why I think it's hilarious, the notion of me counseling Necro.
I think out of all the people in the state, I don't think I've ever crashed out on anybody. I think I stayed pretty vigilant.
Excuse me.
Do you want that list alphabetically or in what's recent?
I have a spreadsheet. Forget it.
One of my favorite arguments, though, in the last few weeks was with Abby, because everybody knows I love Abby, I respect Abby, I think she's one of the smartest people in the app, but we finally found something that we really disagreed on, and it was like, I went in hard, Abby's not going to back down from anybody, so we were talking about property taxes, and it got crazy. People were back channeling me why are you being so rude to Abby? And I'm like, if there's one person on this fucking app that can take the heat, it's Abby. The hell do you guys do? You don't need to protect Abby. Abby can protect herself.
That was a pretty intense conversation. That's the hardest you and I have ever gotten with each other. And it's funny, it was over it.
What's hilarious is I was excited because I was finally getting an opportunity to battle wins with you because I see you shit down everybody else's neck, and I'm like, oh man, I'm doing it. This is I felt like I was in a title fight, and it was pretty fun. And then people afterwards were should have talked to everyone. And I was just like, I think you guys are misreading that. I think she probably walked away with her chin held high, feeling that she did well.
You might find these an extra funny. I don't mean to interrupt here, but the other day I auditioned for a TV show. I wasn't looking for it. I doubt I'll
tempting, and they were luring her into doing this, and they were tempting her with the fame as if it was a great positive. And then literally, a few of us just sat her down as an intervention. Like, there's just no way. What will happen to your life if you do this? And exactly what Dr. J is saying, like just the negative that comes out of being in one of these